Chapter 860. A harmonious balance of offense and defense. Gulp. I swallowed hard. This truly was a magnificent artifact, a transcendent relic that transcended professional limitations. Though merely an accessory, its effects were nothing short of extraordinary. For ages, the question of why the Dark Knights dominated the battlefield has been evident. The answer lies in their possession of shields. The attributes of a shield can rival the defensive power of a full set of armor, including boots and helmets of the same level. The shield's properties are unparalleled by any other equipment, and its unique ability to enhance block chances is simply unmatched. The mark of the divine arm grants its wielder the extraordinary capability to wield a shield, a value that cannot be overstated. Wow, someone is about to defy the heavens. Murong Mingyue, with her staff in hand, chuckled lightly, her bosom heaving like twin peaks, swaying in the breeze. I cautiously glanced at the stunning beauty beside me and said, Remember our agreement. After acquiring the 7-star glazed sword, all remaining warrior-class equipment will be mine. This mark of the divine arm should rightfully belong to me. Don't you think? Lin Yixin pursed her crimson lips, entwining her arm with mine, and sweetly replied, Absolutely. This is yours. Joy surged within me as I promptly attempted to utilize the mark of the divine arm. Ding. System notification. We regret to inform you that your strength points are insufficient, below 6,000, to wield the divine item, mark of the divine arm. Damn. I felt as though I had been struck by a heavy blow. What's wrong, little trickster? Lin Yixin inquired, still holding my arm. I replied solemnly, This is dire. The mark of the divine arm requires 6,000 strength points. How shameless. A player at level 170 with full strength allocation has a base strength of merely 850 points. Bai Mingxue asked, Brother, how many strength points do you currently possess? I glanced at my stats and stated, with all equipment bonuses, I total 4,755 strength points. Still short by 2,245 points. Lin Yixin, her expression devoid of emotion, remarked, Your math teacher must have passed away early. You are clearly short by 1,245 points. Tears welled in my eyes. Lin Yixin anxiously exclaimed, What do we do now? I have no idea. Where can I possibly find such a vast amount of strength points? I was utterly bewildered. Lin Yixin gently patted my arm and laughed. Little trickster, have you forgotten about me? The demon bell, a Cambrian artifact, adds 1,100 strength points. Plus, the 7-star glazed sword contributes another 870 strength points. Surely, we can cover that meager deficit of 1,245 points, can't we? In that moment, my spirits soared, as I had momentarily forgotten the formidable strength of the demon bell. All right, lend me those 2 pieces of equipment for a bit. I'll return them after using the mark of the divine arm. Of course, before long. The demon bell and the 7-star glazed sword found their way into my possession. Once equipped, my strength points comfortably surpassed 6,000, allowing me to activate the mark of the divine arm. With a flourish, the seal transformed into a blood-red rune that coiled around my left arm, radiating a luminous glow for a considerable time, before finally settling into a true seal that manifested upon my arm. This bestowed a lifelong binding effect, enabling me to wield a shield at any time and place, while effortlessly wielding a one-handed sword in my right hand. I have succeeded. Overwhelmed with joy, I returned the demon bell and the 7-star glass sword to Lin Yixin, equipping instead the comparatively inferior Qingming sword and the battle flame wrist guards. At last, I could equip a shield. How delightful! Bai Mingxue, radiating with excitement, exclaimed, Now, brother can also wield a shield. The unparalleled necromancer is about to emerge. Lin Yixin nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Lu Chun is now the quintessential tank, boasting extraordinary defense and firepower, capable of expertly restraining the boss. I glanced into my inventory. Bewildered, let us not celebrate prematurely. There isn't a single shield in my bag. However, Lin Yixin smiled mysteriously. I've had one prepared for you. Just moments ago, when we defeated the blood-red fortress guardian, I picked up a spirit shield, and it's perfect for the occasion. Here you go. With that, the lovely girl handed me a jet-black shield. While its appearance was unremarkable, resembling a piece of turtle shell, its defensive capabilities were commendable. Blood-red fortress shield, spirit equipment. Exceptional, defense, 2850 magic defense, 2400 stamina, 190 strength, 175 block chance, 19 additional. Increases user's defense by 15 required level, 165 required reputation. 80,000 indeed, this shield. A mere spirit item, boasted defensive power comparable to the level 160 celestial equipment, the burning heaven armor. With a clang, the blood-red fortress shield materialized on my arm, gradually vanishing into an ethereal pattern. When I exerted force, the shield's effects immediately manifested. The equipment effects designed by Yueheng Company always bring such satisfaction. Bei Mingxue, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, "Hee, brother is now definitely a formidable tank." I nodded and said to Lin Yixin, "My dear, from this moment on, I shall protect you in the front. Your only responsibility is to deal damage. Leave the heavy lifting to me." Lin Yixin, wielding the 7-star glass sword, replied playfully, "Oh, really? But my attack power is so high now, especially with the moon eye shattering duel. Are you confident you can consistently outpace me in DPS?" I grinned. "You want to go easy on me, will you?" With a slight smile, the lovely girl replied ambiguously, "Let us go. Let us distribute the enhancement stones and venture into the inner sanctum of the blood-red battle shield." All right. Various level 9, 10, 11, and 12 stones littered the ground. This gluttonous boss was undeniably generous. Consequently, the attack-enhancing Qinghua gem was bestowed upon Lin Yixin, who promptly embedded it into the 7-star glass sword, elevating its hidden attack power by 55. Defeating bosses and acquiring gems has always been such a joyous endeavor. The defense-enhancing Longyan gem was given to me. And at long last, the burning heaven armor was embedded with a level 12 gem, fully adorned with gems, thereby boosting its hidden defense by 60. How imposing! In this day and age, donning exceptional equipment without having attained gems above level 8 would indeed be a source of embarrassment. As for the Pegasus gems that enhance movement speed, they have all been bestowed upon Bei Mingxue, allowing the boots of the Windrunner to ascend to level 11, thereby augmenting her speed by 55. Now Bei Mingxue moves with remarkable swiftness, her pace rivaling that of the Dragonlight Iron Cavalry, ready to accompany them in their rampage at any moment. After dividing the spoils, we set forth, advancing into the heart of the Crimson Shield domain. Unbeknownst to us, nearly 5 hours slipped away. The guild channel buzzed with excitement as he, accompanied by Gue Guzi, Li Chengfeng, and the enchanting of Luan Yue, appeared at the outskirts of the Crimson Shield domain, commencing the slaughter of the Ming Snake horde. This time, nearly 50,000 had arrived, alongside 100,000 elite players from the Crimson Mercenaries, slaying high-level ghouls in the canyons surrounding the Crimson Shield domain to level up. With such numbers, even the likes of Candle Dragon, Mad Dragon, and the Overlord Hall would think twice before challenging us. For 100,000 elite Crimson Mercenaries cannot be easily dismissed by any guild. Furthermore, the current situation in the Chinese region is exceedingly intricate. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing the national war as a whole, everyone attempts to avoid friction, yet the relationships remain highly sensitive. Even Candle Dragon dares not be overly arrogant in the territory of the Hidden City. As the foremost guild there is evidently the Fiery Red Lips. In the domain of the 3 lives and 3 worlds, Candle Dragon refrains from provoking the main forces of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Additionally, super guilds such as White Emperor City and the Moon Hunter Dynasty are largely inclined towards the ancient sword. Tonight, it appears that Snow places considerable trust in the ancient sword, while Wei Jin of the Hall of Fame in the Moon Hunter Dynasty holds it in high esteem. After befriending He, Wei Jin has taken to considering himself an ally of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. In his territory, should anyone dare to challenge the ancient Sword Soul Dream, the likelihood of the Moon Hunter Dynasty dispatching reinforcements approaches 100. Ahem. I remarked in the guild channel. After such a long time, has everyone found any treasures in the Crimson Shield domain? The monsters here offer quite the bounty. Gue Guzi chuckled. Boss Zhiji, this map is indeed exhilarating. I've only just arrived, and I've already leveled up. Also, the level 1 Ming Snake hatchlings are utterly adorable, huh? Little Li and I each caught one. We can unleash the Ming Snake storm in the national war. He lightly laughed. I have a firelight mouse, so I'll pass on the Ming Snake. Let it go to those who desire it. Luan Yue chimed in. These creatures are too much. The forest in front was cleared in just 10 minutes. And not a single hair of the level 1 Ming Snake hatchling did I see. What should I do? So many have caught them. What am I to do? Su Yang advised. Everyone, let us not scramble. Personally, I believe the Dragonlight Iron Cavalry and Mage players should have priority in obtaining the Ming Snake hatchlings. That would be more beneficial. He responded. Lu Chun, Suyang has a valid point. What are your thoughts? I smiled. That sounds good. The Ming snake hatchling is not particularly large. I've observed that it can attack while coiled upon its master's shoulder, which is quite advantageous. When the Dragonlight Iron Cavalry charges, bringing the hatchlings along to attack would certainly ensure that the scoundrels of the Northern Alliance receive a proper reckoning. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily. Ah, how exhilarating. Your words have stirred my excitement. Tian Tang Yu replied, excitement? Nonsense. Our vice leader is not to be disdained. He belongs to us. Li Chengfeng shuddered. Where are your thoughts wandering, I am a straight man. Giguzi interjected. You have already strayed. Strayed? Nonsense. Li Chengfeng retorted angrily. You insolent wretch. I'm ready to duel. Prepare to receive my dragon blade spin. Spin? I am invincible and retreating now. Luan Yu remarked. All is proceeding smoothly. The main force of the ancient Sword Soul Dream has entered the blood-colored battle shield domain, commencing their assault on the Ming snake horde. This will undoubtedly enhance our pet's prowess significantly. Meanwhile, Shui Yinsung's purple-robed marquis has also entered, familiar with the group from Ancient Sword. And all is peaceful as we each capture our own Ming snake hatchlings. As we tread upon the rubble, our company emerged on the opposite side of the stronghold, revealing a desolate canyon that stretched before us. The air was thick with the scent of death, and it was evident that something awaited us in the dark, foreboding depths of the canyon. Let us proceed, I declared, brandishing my sword. It was announced that on March 3rd at 8 p.m., a gathering for fans of the online game Unmatched in the World would take place on the official YY channel 72347, with Yezi in attendance, and indeed, she would be performing. Chapter 861, The Spirit Valley Ghoul in a Bewildering Valley. The cries of high-level ghouls echoed ominously. Brother, look over there. Bai Ming Shui pointed into the distance, where, amidst the withered forest, a ghoul clad in black armor crawled forth slowly. Its forelimbs gleamed ominously, indicating that it was no ordinary ghoul, but rather a new species enhanced by necromantic powers, the Spirit Valley Ghoul. Spirit Valley Ghoul, Ghoul's Dance Level Monster, Level 202 Attack, 7,900 to 10,500 Defense, 8,700 Health, 700,000 Skills, Devour Corpse, Bloody Bite, Fatal Strike. Description: the Spirit Valley Ghoul. A fortified version of the ghoul, serves as a low-tier soldier of the night spirits. Traditionally, ghouls were mere fodder, slaughtering innocents and absorbing the brunt of military assaults. However, under the ruthless dominion of Bloodfinger Ovia, he cruelly fused heavy armor into the ghouls' bodies, endowing them with formidable strength and giving rise to a host of powerful Spirit Valley ghouls. Countless human warriors have perished at the teeth of these ghouls over the centuries. The 202 level ghouls certainly appeared to possess commendable attack power. I chuckled. Allow me to draw the aggro and test the defensive capabilities of my shielded equipment. Lin Yixin chuckled lightly. Go ahead, but be cautious not to attract too many. Otherwise, if we are overwhelmed, it will not be our fault. Rest assured. I galloped forth, raising my sword high, the dragon blade whistling down as it struck the Spirit Valley Ghoul squarely on the forehead. The creature was abruptly roused, emitting a furious roar as it propelled itself towards me with remarkable speed. Amidst the roar of ferocity, the ghoul brandished its sharp claws and leaped forward to attack. Naturally, I raised my left arm, where the runes of the divine arm glimmered, abruptly manifesting the image of a blood-red fortress shield. With a resounding clang, I deflected two of the ghoul's assaults, my body trembling slightly as damage numbers soared. 3,783, 4,102. Behind me, Murong Mingyue's laughter rang out. Hee, such formidable defense, Lu Chun. You are effortlessly facing a horde of level 202 physical attack type ghouls, all on your own. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, with a better shield, I could be even more formidable. Beautifully said. Let us commence our assault. All right. A group of us swiftly attacked, and in the blink of an eye, the unfortunate Lingu ghoul was vanquished. It fell to the ground with a howl, its arms severed, yielding a jagged stone worth little. However, everyone distinctly felt the experience bar shift slightly. Undoubtedly, despite the Lingu ghoul being unable to withstand my attacks, the experience points were not diminished. The experience from a level 202 ghoul is extraordinarily bountiful. Onward. Bai Ming Shui gazed into the distance, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully as she said, Brother, behind that thicket, there lies a multitude of Lingu ghouls, likely numbering over 10,000. Shall we clear them out before proceeding? With Sister Xiaoxin's overwhelming firepower, we need not fear a group assault. I pondered for a moment and replied, yes, I will lure the monsters. But we must first find a reliable spot to kite them. We cannot allow 3 ranged players to be directly attacked by the monsters. The Lingu ghouls inflict little damage on me, but against you, it could be deadly. Let us not forget their 500 points of attack power. Murong Mingyue nodded. Lu Chun is right. Even with his extraordinary defense, he took a 4,000-point hit. If it were me or Lin Yixin, a single claw from a Lingu ghoul could strip away at least 20,000 health points from us. Utterly unbearable. If the magical shield breaks, it's certain death. Lin Yixin nodded and chuckled. Indeed, a mentor of mine in America once remarked that for mages to engage in close combat is the height of folly. Distance is our lifeline. I laughed. Initially, I planned to train as a mage, to engage in melee combat. Lin Yixin interjected, nonsense. Look over there. That should serve as our kiting point, right? Following Lin Yixin's gesture, we turned to see a towering, rugged boulder at the edge of the jungle, approximately 10 meters high, beside which lay a massive tree fallen at an angle, likely the result of a thunderstorm. The tree and the boulder formed a triangular shape, with the tree standing at least 4 meters high, surely capable of intercepting the path of the Lingu ghouls. Thus, this natural kiting point appeared to have been prepared expressly for us. Yes, this spot he discovered is quite favorable. I smiled, drawing my Qingming sword, and said, Lin Yixin, Sister Mingyue, Biming, you 3 proceed first. Along with the Ice Dragon, Phantom Wolf King, and Thunder Beast, take up positions on the perimeter, leaving 1 space for me. Oh, understood. Several young ladies obediently walked over, with Murong Mingyue and Biming Shui leaning against a massive tree, while Lin Yixin positioned herself slightly ahead. As a heavy firepower unit should not hide at the back, Lin Yixin, commanding the chasing Moon Tiger, took her place at the forefront, flanked by the Thunder Beast and the Phantom Wolf King, strategically placing themselves. Additionally, the Ice Dragon Maiden, Kexali, gracefully descended and stood by her mistress's side, obedient like a loyal hound. Just enough space was left for me. All was in readiness, awaiting only the eastern wind. Wait for me for 5 minutes. I shall return shortly. Prepare for an abundant feast of experience from the Spirit Valley ghouls. I chuckled heartily as I departed. The Ice Lin horse sprang forward, leaping into the thicket, parting the foliage. Suddenly, I was astounded. Before me lay a densely packed burial ground, replete with tombstones, graves of human warriors and the remains of colossal beasts, even dragon bones, their pallid skeletons exposed to the elements, creating a chilling sight. The Spirit Valley ghouls were everywhere, a veritable sea of them. Goodness, there are far too many. On the map, the crimson dots coalesced into a mass, and even my voice trembled slightly. In all my years of battling monsters, I had never encountered such a scene. The ghouls congregated as if in a conference, their wailing cries merging into a haunting chorus, truly terrifying. It would take considerable courage to draw these creatures' attention. The ghouls moved with remarkable speed. One misstep could lead to being overwhelmed. Here they come. Possessing absolute confidence in my skills, I smiled faintly and galloped forward, darting through a nondescript path amidst the ghoulish horde. The level 202 ghoul warriors possessed keen senses, and ghouls within 30 yards immediately detected my presence, roaring as they charged toward me. The hooves of my steed pounded against the ground littered with bones. My heart remained as tranquil as a still pond, maintaining absolute calm. The positions of the ghouls were etched in my mind. With each step I took, I calculated how to navigate the ensuing steps to avoid encirclement. With a series of elegant Z-shaped maneuvers, I gracefully extricated myself from the throng of monsters, narrowly escaping their grasp. The Ice Lin horse, exhaling frosty breath, appeared to be on the verge of suffocation, its eyes wide as if to say, Master, are you trying to take my life? With each hoofbeat, dirt flew. And after about 3 minutes, I was accompanied by an ocean of Spirit Valley ghouls, an awe-inspiring sight. My palms were slick with sweat as I made a sudden turn, leading this horde of no fewer than 5,000 ghouls toward the designated monster encounter point. This is exhilarating. If we can eliminate these Spirit Valley ghouls, our levels will surely soar. After this quest, each of us should gain at least 35 levels, assuming we aren't defeated by the boss. Our ultimate adversary is Bloodfinger, one of the 9 great monarchs. Surviving seems rather unlikely. They're coming, they're coming. Laughter echoed from beneath the trees and stones. Over here, Luchan. Lin Yixin summoned the Moonchaser tiger to greet us, and suddenly caught sight of the horde of ghouls behind me, her delicate face paling in an instant. Wow, so many. Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed? I burst into laughter. Afraid? Not at all. We have DPS, tanks, and healers. To me, these ghouls are merely mobile experience points. Hurry. Get into position. With a swift motion, the Moonchaser tiger and the ice scale horse slid into their designated spots with an almost graceful drift. Our coordination was impeccable. So flawless that even Lin Yixin couldn't help but gasp in admiration. What splendid technique. As I turned, at least 7 or 8 Spirit Valley ghouls lunged toward me, their claws slashing fiercely. In an instant, my health plummeted by over 40,000. Fortunately, Murong Mingyue had already cast her life spring healing effect beneath our feet, alleviating any concerns. I swiftly retaliated with the Blade of Fury, scattering devastation among the ghoul ranks. Lin Yixin unleashed her Ice Storm and Frost Slash, the two formidable knights' ultimate skills wreaking havoc among the ghoul horde, their wails echoing in the air. Behind us, Lin Yixin brandished her staff, summoning a dimensional storm, a spell that seemed to harvest life itself, sealing the ghouls' fates. With the relentless onslaught, the first wave of ghouls fell swiftly, their demise gruesome, almost akin to slaughter. Meanwhile, several pets joined the fray, their skills intertwining like a symphony of destruction. As ghouls continued to topple, a plethora of equipment and stones littered the ground, while bright lights danced around us, our experience points skyrocketing. At this rate, the rankings in Sky City would likely be rewritten within 24 hours. Chapter 862, Bloodblade Demon General Shush. Minutes later, golden light erupted from Murong Mingyue and Lin Yixin, both leveling up in unison. The experience from the Spirit Valley ghouls overwhelmingly rich. The ground was piled high with equipment and gems, dazzling to behold. Who knows what treasures the level 202 Spirit Valley ghouls might drop? Murong Mingyue beamed with delight. Ho ho, this leveling speed is simply exhilarating. Lu Chun and Lin, keep up the killing. Meanwhile, Bai Mingxue was releasing her spiral arrow blades, commenting, it's already quite fast. At least 5 or 6,000 Spirit Valley ghouls. What a challenge. And there are still many cards dropping. I wonder what effects the ghoul cards have. I casually picked one up and shared its effects in the party chat. Spirit Valley Ghoul card. Increases the user's attack speed by 40 and attack power by 20. Adds a frenzy effect and enhances health recovery speed by 25. Requires level 150. Lasts for 120 minutes. Essentially, it was comparable to the Battle Axe Warrior card. Quite advantageous for archers as increased attack speed also shortens the cooldown for physical attack skills. I promptly handed it to Bai Mingxue for her use. While Lin Yixin utilized the Fire Soul card, which boosted magic attack by 50 and mana recovery speed by 10. Quite beneficial indeed. In the past hour, 5,000 Lingu ghouls had been reduced to mere corpses before our eyes, their scattered equipment, cards, and stones strewn across the ground. We needed to clean the battlefield swiftly. There was no need to pick up the inferior gear. Dismounting, I grasped my Qingming's sword and began to inspect the items on the ground. Before long, I had gathered a complete bundle of equipment, the lowest being dark gold quality, and I even discarded some golden items. In moments like these, the advantage of having ample inventory space became apparent. I truly regretted not possessing an item with infinite space, as that would have been immensely satisfying. I collected a total of 240 Lingu Ghoul cards, neatly folded and stored away, ready for future use, or perhaps to be gifted or sold, as they were indeed valuable items with a guaranteed market. Continuing to lure monsters, I mounted my Ice Lin horse and charged forth once more, returning with another few thousand Lingu ghouls. After we had vanquished them, it was already past 7 p.m., and several of the girls had yet to eat, their stomachs growling in protest. I crave crab roast soup. Murong Mingyue sighed wistfully at me. As I struck down the final ghoul, I replied, of course. I'm also yearning for pickled black fish. Lin Yixin remarked, there are still about 5,000 ghouls over there. Let us hold out for another hour. Once we've finished them off, we can log out for dinner. What do you think? Sounds good. Thus, we persevered for nearly another hour, and in just 3 hours, our group managed to slay nearly 20,000 level 202 Lingu ghouls. Our experience surged significantly, and I ascended directly from level 172 to 174, inching closer to the top 3 in the Sky City leaderboard. The feeling of being above others in levels is truly blissful. My inventory was full to the brim, and I began to replace the inferior gear with superior equipment, ultimately even discarding dark gold items with a strategy value of 15, which felt extravagantly wasteful. Let us log off now. After dinner, we can continue. How about gathering at 9? I proposed to the 4 girls. Lin Yixin replied. I had Ching order a pizza for me. It's already here, so I can finish it quickly. What about you 4? Lin Yixin said. I'll grab a boxed meal from the fast food place downstairs. I'll definitely finish within 30 minutes, and with some water and a quick bathroom break. I should be done in 40. Lin Yixin nodded. Then we'll meet at 9. Great. Everyone set up their tents and logged off. The girls exited, but I, unwilling to leave just yet, fervently drew in the Lingu Ghoul's soul fire. It would have been a shame to miss out. Fortunately, when the corpses piled together, I could attract the soul fire in clusters. Otherwise, dealing with them one by one would have been utterly exhausting. Shortly thereafter, my body was infused with the distinctive deathly power of the undead. Even my sword-wielding arm felt unusually robust. After my ascension to the title of Shura King, the progression of my undead rank had remained stagnant, and the prospect of evolving into a Shura god seemed an indeterminate time away. Despite having recently absorbed nearly 20,000 Spirit Valley Ghouls flames, my progression remained largely unchanged. It was indeed disheartening. I pondered whether I would ever achieve the status of Shura god in my lifetime, yet there was no doubt that once I evolved, a profound transformation awaited me. It was evident that the effort one expended would directly correlate with the achievements attained. The game had always been just in that regard. Descending the stairs, I casually shared a meal with 3 ladies before logging back in. With a swift movement, I reappeared in the tent, parting the curtain to survey the outside world. All was secure. The plethora of equipment dropped from the monsters we had slain remained on the ground, untouched. I had intended to notify He to send someone for collection, but the forces of the ancient sword were intercepted at the outskirts of the Blood Fortress. After vanquishing the Lick Eater boss, we had stirred the station troops, and now a vast army of undead, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, surrounded the fortress. It seemed unlikely that anyone could disturb our efforts in farming the ruins of the Terran Empire for the time being. Moreover, our primary objective was the Ming Snake, as few would find amusement in grinding for levels. In this era, pets reigned supreme, and magical companions were particularly coveted. The ability to slay monsters en masse like a mage was a dream for many warrior-class players, and the Ming Snake could fulfill that desire to a certain extent. Thus, the Ming Snake had become an exceptionally sought-after pet type recently, with prices on the market likely exceeding 10,000. The surrounding tents rustled, and soon after, 4 ladies logged in successively. We continued to form our party, with Lin Yixin taking charge as the captain. One by one, we utilized our cards in such high-level maps. Lacking card effects felt akin to missing something essential. Parting the withered leaves of the forest, we approached the location previously occupied by the ghoul swarm, where the monsters had been completely exterminated, a rare occurrence. Gazing into the distance, the towering Terran city came into view, a blood-red stronghold now under the dominion of Bloodfingerovia. This sight compelled a deep breath. We had truly endured considerable trials to reach this legendary city of the undead. The journey had been fraught with challenges, and who knew what awaited us ahead? Thankfully, the rewards were bountiful, be it in experience or equipment. For this, we must express our gratitude to the entire clan of Bloodfingerovia. As I traversed the desolate terrain, I led the way, with Lin Yixin commanding the Moonchaser Tiger, safeguarding Lin Yixin, Bai Mingshui, and Murong Mingyue. The composition of our team was exceedingly strategic, with each member's pet proving to be formidable. Almost every pet could stand on its own, and I even felt a strange notion that our small party could contend with a 10,000-strong army from the Overlord's Hall. Once a player's level rose, they could become truly formidable, capable of facing hundreds or even thousands without it being mere legend. As night descends, the wilderness lies in a profound silence. A group of individuals traverses the hillside, glancing around, yet finding no trace of monsters, seemingly confirming that we have vanquished them all. Suddenly, a flicker of light emerges from the slope, a mesmerizing shade of crimson slowly advancing. What is that? Lin Yixin inquires, parting her lips in curiosity. A demon, I assert with unwavering conviction. Let us go. Bai Mingshui chuckles. The group hastens closer, illuminated by the moon's ethereal glow, revealing a spectral warrior mounted upon a skeletal steed, gradually advancing through the desolate expanse. Clad in dark, Eerie armor. Wielding a long blade that flickers with sanguine flames, it emanates a heavy aura, akin to a harbinger of death in the night. Beneath its dark gaze, the creature's attributes are swiftly relayed through the team channel. Bloodblade Demon General, Celestial Grade Quasi-Boss, Level 205 Attack, 1-0-20, 0-11, 900 Defense, 11-000 Health, 9-000, 000 Traits, 50 Resistance to Magical Attacks Trait, ignores the stunning effects of shock arrows and charges skills. Blood Slash, Mighty Cleave. Bloodblade Formation Description. The Bloodblade Demon General, once a noble Earth Knight of the Talon Empire, fell victim during the War of the Undead Invasion. The kingdom was razed, and the Empire's foremost warrior, Ovia, was ensnared, becoming one of the leaders of the Undead Inferno. These once loyal knights were summoned by the blood-deprived Ovia, transformed into vassals of the undead, wielding formidable martial skills coupled with spectral techniques, rendering them a terrifying presence. Feared for millennia, with countless souls perishing under the blade of the Bloodblade Demon General. Upon witnessing its rank, I can hardly contain my excitement, licking my lips and exclaiming, "Ah, the Bloodblade Demon General, a 205 level celestial grade quasi-boss." Even as a quasi-boss, it holds the potential to drop celestial artifacts. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This quasi-boss pales in comparison to the lickers. We shall take it down decisively, and I will serve as the tank. Go for it, you little trickster. Lin Yixin laughs lightly. With several female companions backing me, I charge forward, sword in hand. A sudden thunderous charge, yet unexpectedly, I missed the Bloodblade Demon General. Swiftly, I cast a binding spell, and to my delight, it strikes true. The demon stands immobilized, an easy target for our onslaught. With a swift movement, Lin Yixin darts in, her dagger flashing in the moonlight, followed by the radiant 7-star glazed sword she raises high. With a powerful ice flame slash, she shatters the barrier and strikes at the demon's chest. Simultaneously, I observe as my Qian Kuan strike breaks through like a normal hit, landing squarely on the boss's chest. Fortune smiles upon us as we achieve a consecutive double strike. Clang! The energy aura is filled with sharp blades, piercing through the boss's chest armor, resembling 1,000 swords penetrating the heart. Two substantial damage numbers flash forth: 342, 822, 412, 829. The might of our assault is overwhelming, utterly disregarding the boss's capacity to endure. Behind me, Lin Yixin and Bei Mingxue unleashed their full remote attacks, bombarding the boss with a flurry of skills. The moments during the binding spell were the most joyous for everyone. Suddenly, the Bloodblade Demon General broke free from its confinement, its blood-red long knife sweeping across with devastating force, striking my phoenix armor and sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through me. 76,276 damage. Though it was merely a quasi-boss, the ferocity of its celestial level attack was overwhelming. Chapter 863. Not lacking in wealth with swift precision, Murong Mingyue cast healing spells, restoring our vitality. I raised my left arm to block with my shield, barely managing to withstand the onslaught from the Bloodblade Demon General. Lin Yixin wielded her 7-star glazed sword, executing a rapid series of 3 strikes, showcasing the Ranger class's triple slash skill. Each strike was more powerful than the last, a testament to Lin Yixin's explosive potential, especially with her exceptional equipment. Now, she possessed not only the Demon Bell, a Cambrian artifact, but also the 7-star glazed sword, a weapon of legendary status at this stage, boasting formidable attack power that rivaled even mine. The 7-star glazed sword shimmered with a translucent glow, its blade radiating a thick layer of white light, a manifestation of Lin Yixin's unique holy energy. As she swung the sword, a symphony of wind accompanied her movements, and the effects of the wind-slashing sword technique were astonishing. For Lin Yixin, there were no ordinary attacks. Each strike was imbued with the power of the wind-slashing sword technique. Lin Yixin positioned herself behind, deploying gravity traps that significantly hampered the Bloodblade Demon General's mobility. The ice spiral matrix remained anchored at the boss's feet, unleashing a barrage of icy blades that caused the boss to howl in agony. Confronted by a god-level mage like Lin Yixin, the heavily armored boss was akin to a nightmare. Draped in 2 pieces of the Wind Chaser set, Bei Mingxue deftly wielded her longbow, unleashing a rapid succession of precise shots. Her arrows never strayed from the boss's mask, striking the crimson area, its weak point. Even amidst battle, she maintained an extraordinary accuracy. Bei Mingshue's archery skills had reached the pinnacle within the Chinese region. Even the previously revered archers, Piao Yunyan and Shi Yuyu, might not possess her level of prowess. Such expertise is forged through experience. Bei Mingshue, endowed with natural talent, never faltered as a dark archer in the countless battles of the ancient sword soul dream. Her relentless blood-soaked confrontations accelerated her growth, transforming her from an obscure girl into a recognized top archer in the Chinese region within just 6 months. She was, indeed, on the verge of being the strongest. With a fierce roar, the Bloodblade Demon General raised its long knife skyward, bellowing, "Cursed wanderers, I shall bestow upon you death in the name of the war god. Come forth, witness the ancient martial art, Bloodblade formation." In an instant, the long knife soared into the air, morphing into a swarm of nearly 100 blades, their gleaming edges glinting menacingly. The Bloodblade Demon General summoned them with a single hand, wielding them through sheer will. "Be cautious, retreat to safety," I shouted. "Stay with me, assume a defensive stance." As Lin Yixin swiftly darted far away, Murong Mingyue activated her priest's shield, retreating in rapid succession, while Bei Mingshue leaped gracefully, effectively evading the boss's attack range. Lin Yixin and I took several steps back, with Lin Yixin brandishing the 7-star glass sword before her chest, its resplendent blade shimmering and illuminating her alluring figure, which appeared even more pristine and curvaceous. I couldn't help but swallow hard, my heart racing uncontrollably at the thought that this beautiful girl was my girlfriend, as if I were on the verge of breathlessness. "Hundan, stop staring and defend." Lin Yixin cast me a reproachful glance, her lovely face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, seemingly aware of my gaze. I stepped back, raising my left arm, and in an instant, the form of the Blood Fortress shield manifested. With the shield to guard against the boss's Bloodblade formation, I felt no pressure. Whoosh! Countless sharp blades rained down from the sky, crashing against my shield with a series of thuds. Lin Yixin's 7-star glass sword also resonated as it deflected numerous strikes, and above our heads, damage numbers floated around 20,000, each of us receiving 10 hits. Indeed, the ferocity was palpable after a single round of the Bloodblade formation. Both Lin Yixin and I found our health reduced to below 25. This Bloodblade Ghost General truly lived up to its reputation as a celestial-grade boss. Behind us, Murong Mingyue rushed over, her staff swirling as she unleashed a torrent of healing spells with impeccable timing, restoring at least 100,000 health to both Lin Yixin and me almost instantaneously following the onslaught of blades. Lin Yixin gasped in astonishment. "Wow, Sister Mingyue has such incredible healing burst." I smirked. "It's just a healing critical hit, twice." Raising my hand, I precisely ensnared the boss with the Binding God technique, and Lin Yixin and I immediately launched a series of vengeful attacks. After several strikes, we locked in the hate value, and through our coordination, we flawlessly evaded the Bloodblade Ghost General's ultimate move. Clearly, this celestial-grade quasi-boss was significantly inferior to a true boss. Its attacks proved futile against our remarkably skilled team, and the demise of the Ghost General was merely a matter of time. The clang of our blades shattered the armor of the Bloodblade Ghost General, and under the relentless onslaught of our group, its health dwindled to merely 28 within 5 minutes. After enduring one last Bloodblade formation, it became evident that this boss no longer posed a threat to us. Seeing the boss's health drop to around 3, Lin Yixin suggested, "Everyone, hold your attacks. Sister Mingyue heal, and let Brother Lu Chen finish it alone. The equipment dropped by the boss will be better." Lin Yixin nodded, her 7-star glass sword lowered, as she elegantly stood by my side, watching me unleash the fierce blade upon the boss. After several rounds of fierce combat, at long last, the Bloodblade Demon General succumbed, letting out a pitiful wail as it collapsed to the ground. A crimson soul ascended, hovering in the air, proclaiming, "Ah, I shall never forget. I shall never forget the glory of the knights of the Terran Empire, nor the grand feast bestowed upon me by His Majesty the King. I shall not forget the arduous battles against the undead. O distant warriors, thank you for liberating me from the shackles of torment. My soul shall ascend to heaven, free from suffering. Farewell, dear ones." In the blink of an eye, the soul of the Bloodblade Demon General dissipated into the ether, leaving behind a mere shell. beneath which lay the spoils dropped by this quasi-boss. I stepped forward, pushing aside the corpse of the Bloodblade Demon General, and discovered a substantial trove of stones, over a dozen in total, including valuable amethyst and dragon or gemstones, with the gems alone worth at least 10,000 RMB. With my luck, defeating such a boss was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Among the loot were 3 pieces of equipment, a fiery red battle axe, a helmet, and a pair of leather gauntlets. As I hefted the weighty battle axe and swung it, its attributes materialized before me in the air. Dark Flame Battle Axe, Earth Grade. Exceptional, Attack, 980-1340 Strength, 300 Stamina, 275 Agility, 100 Bonus. Increases the user's attack power by 35 Exceptional Trait. Split, with a 50 chance to unleash 35 additional attacks. Striking hostile units nearby slots. 7 required level. 175, a rather commendable axe, indeed, demanding level 175. Although its attack power and attributes were impressive, players who achieved level 175 were typically among the elite, and most preferred not to wield Earth-grade weapons, preferring at least Celestial grade. Take, for instance, the likes of Gue Guzi and Li Chengfeng. Nonetheless, such an axe would suit players like the 18 riders of Yuyun and Tiantang quite well. With a decisive toss, I stowed the axe in my pack and remarked, "Let us hold on to this for now and deposit it in the guild warehouse upon our return." Casting a glance at Lin Yixin, I quickly amended, "Never mind, let us put it in the auction house instead. We'll split the proceeds 5 ways. I won't let you miss out." Lin Yixin chuckled lightly. "Oh, let us just put it in the old sword warehouse. I'm not lacking for that bit of money." "All right then, E is truly generous." Continuing my examination, the second piece of equipment astounded everyone. A helmet, crafted from dark iron. With my luck, I had somehow obtained a dark iron item from a quasi-boss, proving that good fortune is not merely a matter of desire. Wilderness Walker Helmet, Dark Iron Grade, Exceptional, Defense, 775 Magic Defense, 500 Strength, 55 Exceptional Trait. Increases the user's physical defense by 4 required level, 175 with a clang. The Wilderness Walker helmet tumbled across the wilderness, and I smirked. Goodness, this thing takes up too much space in my pack. Lin Yixin sprinted forth, catching up to the Wilderness Walker helmet, cradling it in her arms as she whimpered, "Brother Lu Chun, this is a drop from a boss. How can we simply discard it? Surely someone has the space to stow it away." The group remained expressionless, and after a moment's pause, Lin Yixin reluctantly placed the helmet down, conceding, "Very well, if it must be so." They pressed on, and the final piece of equipment, a pair of gauntlets, shimmered with brilliance, revealing its attributes in the party channel. Instantly, several female players exhibited a flicker of excitement. Windrunner Gauntlets, Celestial Artifact, Exceptional, Defense, 1020 Magic Defense, 900 Agility, 375 Stamina, 330 Strength, 305 Strategy, 40 additional. Increases the user's attack speed by 45 additional. Increases the user's ranged physical attack power by 40 exceptional trait. Windrunner. Enhances attack and movement speed by 15 trait. Windrunner set gauntlets description. Over 25 millennia ago, archery flourished across the continent. To claim the title of Bao God, great empires engaged in the Bao God Wars. After countless battles, a youth emerged from the depths of the mountains, astonishing all with his remarkable archery skills. It was later revealed that this boy was the embodiment of the celestial Bao God. Following the divine conflict, the Bao God disintegrated, transforming into 5 distinct pieces of equipment, which became the Windrunner leather armor set. Slots: 9 required level, 170 required reputation, 250, 000 low, and behold, another piece from the Windrunner set. The formidable attributes nearly shatter the norms of celestial equipment. Behold, Bei Ming, your efforts against this boss were not in vain. I casually tossed the Windrunner gauntlets to Bei Ming Shui, and the young girl blossomed with joy, resembling a radiant flower. With this, Bei Ming Shui now possessed 3 pieces of the Windrunner set, granting her an immensely powerful set effect. Her capabilities had escalated dramatically. Her attack power and speed surged by at least 70. Chapter 864. The little skirt. It turns out this creature can also yield pieces of the Windrunner set. Lin Yixin gazed at the corpse of the Bloodblade Demon General on the ground, smiling as she remarked, "I've researched, and it appears that elite boss-level NPCs usually come in multiples. Let us scour this wilderness further and see if we can uncover any additional Bloodblade Demon Generals. I wish to complete a full Windrunner set for Bei Ming, which would significantly enhance our team's DPS. Imagine, with a full Windrunner set, Bei Ming Xue could inflict over 100,000 damage with a single ice arrow against a boss. How formidable that would be. Lin Yixin, holding the 7-star glass sword, smiled and said, "This proposal seems quite sound. Let us search here." The experience from the Bloodblade Demon Generals is commendable, not inferior to that of the Spirit Valley Ghouls, and we've already eradicated the latter. Besides, our journey to the ruins of the Telan Empire will take us through this wilderness. Indeed, let us proceed and search further. Very well. 5 individuals traversed the wilderness, and within a mere 5 minutes, they discovered a solitary Bloodblade General on the opposite side of the valley. Without hesitation, the group surged forward and, in just 3 to 5 minutes, vanquished this level 205 quasi-boss. This time, only 2 Earth-grade items were dropped, confirming our suspicions that the drop rate for quasi-BOSSS is significantly inferior to that of standard bosses, necessitating a stroke of luck to obtain extraordinary items such as the Wind Chaser set. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. After nearly an hour of arduous searching, we succeeded in defeating 7 Bloodblade Generals. At the moment the 7th fell, a pair of leather greaves burst forth with a resounding snap. It was none other than the coveted Wind Chaser greaves. Beihai, put them on, Lin Yixin said cheerfully as she tossed the greaves to Beihai Xue. At last, Beihai Xue had assembled 4 pieces of the set. The instant she donned the greaves, she was suddenly enveloped in a tremor, standing there in a daze. "What's wrong?" I inquired. "Brother," Beihai Xue looked up at me, blinking in disbelief. I received a prompt. After acquiring all 4 pieces of the Wind Chaser set, it is now locked in. The 5th piece, the Wind Chaser helmet, has only a 25 chance of dropping from a boss of celestial rank or higher, and this set is the only one in the entire server. I couldn't help but respond with delight. What wonderful news. The only one in the entire server? That's remarkable. Indeed, the set of divine items, this is the first. And Beihai's luck is extraordinary. Lin Yixin chuckled lightly. Let us proceed. There are surely more celestial bosses ahead. With a 25 drop rate, combined with Lu Chen's luck, we are estimating at least a 50 chance. An entire set of Wind Chaser equipment is within our grasp. Beihai Xue nodded eagerly. Yes, let us hurry. We mustn't let others get ahead of us. Rest assured, in the heart of the blood-colored shield domain, it is likely just us few, I assured. Indeed. I brandished my sword, leading the way. Lin Yixin rode her Moon Chaser Tiger, her silver cloak fluttering in the breeze, wielding the 7-star glazed sword, vigilantly guarding Beihai Xue and Lin Yixin, ensuring the safety of the 3 fragile ranged players. This made Beihai Xue and her companions feel quite fortunate. Having the goddess of the fruit knife as their bodyguard was a rare honor, and the sense of security she provided was far more comforting than that of DLS or HSB. Not long after, a sudden chime echoed through the blood-colored shield domain. Ding! System announcement. Player, Yi Yu's, Tianfeng City, has slain the celestial boss Black Sphere Wanderer, successfully triggering the Divine General System to comprehend the Earth transformation ability. They have ascended to become the 7th Divine General in the Chinese region, gaining Divine Power, 200,200, Permanent Luck, 2, Permanent Strategy, 5, and the exclusive Divine General skill, Ethereal Curse. Ethereal Curse, effect, summons the power of spirits, casting a spell within a range of 50 by 50 yards. With a 25 chance to inflict targets within the area with random states such as petrification, confusion, intoxication, dizziness, or blindness, each casting consuming 10 points of divine power. Exclusive to Yi Yu's. Another divine general? I gazed skyward and mused, the Nether Curse, how formidable a skill it is. Who is this Yi Yu's? That she possesses such a potent ability? Sister Murong, please reach out and see if we can procure the ancient sword. Murong Mingyue nodded, as she currently held the position of vice leader in the ancient sword Soul Dream and was one of the foremost priest players in the China region. Not to mention her striking beauty, her involvement would undoubtedly yield better results than my own. However, Lin Yixin shook her head and remarked, "There is no need to pursue that." "What do you mean?" Murong Mingyue asked, surprised. Lin Yixin gazed into the distance and smiled. "I just checked. Yi Yu's was originally a player from the 23rd branch of the Candle Dragon. After mastering the Divine General skill just 10 seconds ago, Zhu Yingwan has transferred Yi Yu's to the main alliance, and has allowed the dance of the gods to relinquish her position as vice leader. Now, Yi Yuz has become the vice leader of Candle Dragon. Do you think we stand a chance to sway a vice leader from our sworn enemy? Murong Mingyue pursed her lips and chuckled. I think the odds are slim. Lin Yixin nodded. Indeed, Candle Dragon has been fortunate to acquire such a powerful player. It seems Zhu Yingluan's fortune is far from exhausted. I researched further and discovered that Yi Yuz is level 167, a profession of enchanter, which is a hidden class. Her unique skill is the Bow General, and it appears she is perhaps the only one capable of triggering the distinctive Nether Curse. Alas, Candle Dragon now possesses 2 divine generals, and this enchanter named Yi Yuz is exceptionally formidable, ranking 11th in the 1v1 arena. Indicating her prowess in dueling is quite remarkable. It seems we are destined to face another formidable opponent in the upcoming territory war, I remarked with a smile. Lin Yixin chuckled. Oh, are you feeling the pressure, little trickster? Afraid of Yi Yuz? I've heard she's quite a beauty. I raised my sword, brimming with confidence, and declared, Pa, what is a mere divine general? Just wait and see. Once war breaks out between Candle Dragon and the ancient sword, I fear nothing. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Murong Mingyue rolled her eyes and teased. What an adorably arrogant fool. Bai Mingxue and Lin Yixin giggled. As we continued our journey, the Bloodblade demon general in the wilderness had been vanquished, leaving no trace behind. With no other option, we followed our predetermined path, slaying anything that crossed our way. We still needed to enter Trailin City, where the king-level boss, Bloodfingerovia, surely had an entourage of minions ripe for the taking. Ahead, dragon bones lay scattered across the desolate landscape, the air thick with phosphorescent flames and ghostly wails, creating an increasingly chilling atmosphere. Even the map's voiceover had taken on a horror movie tone, causing the girls to widen their eyes, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any lurking specters. The atmosphere was indeed eerie, I noted. Indeed, both Lin Yixin and Bai Mingxue agreed. I continued, who among you would sing a song to lighten the mood? Bai Mingxue volunteered, I will. What shall you sing? I inquired. How about the popular tune Little Skirt? She suggested. I was struck by lightning. Well, it is what it is. Thus, Bai Mingxue walked beside me, her voice sweet and melodious as she cleared her throat and began to sing. Her voice was a harmonious blend of clarity and sweetness. And the essence of the lyrics was as follows. Spring rain falls in solitude, a slumber lasting until dawn. To this day, I still recall your little skirt. It sways gently in the breeze as we tread together. My heart longs solely to lift that little skirt of yours. In dreams, flowers bloom. Yet I remain unaware of your heart. The sheets are snow white. Whose moans do they conceal? Our voices sway in the wind. And the ears of the skirt listen only for you. What must I do, dear brother, to comprehend your heart? Do you truly know that I await you to remove that little skirt for me? As the song concluded, everyone was left in a state of shock. Bai Mingxue shook my arm. Brother, was it good? I maintained a stoic expression. Quite good, though the pitch faltered a bit. Keep striving. Oh, I will. Bai Mingxue chuckled lightly. The crowd was astounded, and Lin Yixin, speechless, looked at me and remarked, Indeed, she is your sister. I felt a surge of emotion. What can I do? Yet, Lin Yixin pointed ahead, exclaiming loudly, Look, what is that thing? Ahead, beneath a ghastly white dragon skeleton. The soft earth was slowly heaving, resembling the surface upheaval of ripe radishes, gradually cracking open. Clearly, a monster was lurking beneath. Boom. Earth and dust flew as a deep red object emerged from the ground, a slender cone floating in the air and trembling gently. What on earth is this? I exclaimed, gripping my sword. A metal rod. Bai Mingxue asserted confidently. Lin Yixin shook her head. I don't think it resembles that. Just then, the metal rod suddenly unfurled with a whoosh, transforming into a shape resembling an umbrella, albeit with ribs that were jagged and bone-like, glowing with a sanguine light. The handle spun slowly, causing the canopy to rotate as well, beneath the shadow of the dark pupils. The attributes of this monster materialized before me. Ghost Car. A monster of the Phantom Dance level. Level 210 attack. 1, 0, 50, 0, 12, 300 defense. 12, 0, 0, 0 health. 1, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0 traits. Undead Control, which ignores 15 points of the target's defense. Lifesteal attack, which converts 5 points of damage dealt into health for itself. Skills, Undead Stab, Double Strike. Ghost Car Slash. Description, the Ghost Car, an anomaly residing in the realm of the undead, is of unknown origin. Ancient prophets believed it to be a favored entity of the spirit world, a messenger of the departed. No one has ever survived an encounter with a ghost car. Its bestiary was illustrated by several necromancers. According to legend, ghost cars inhabit the burial grounds of dragon graves, absorbing the essence of undead dragons, thus growing in power. These ferocious ghost cars possess remarkable explosive strength, and when their territory is breached, they pursue the annihilation of their foes as their ultimate objective. Under the dark pupils, even the skills and traits of the ghost car were discerned. I calmly advised, be cautious, do not underestimate this phantom dance-level monster. The undead stab is a piercing skill that inflicts an additional 100 damage to cloth and leather armor. The second strike of the double strike deals 150 damage of the first hit, while Ghost Car Slash is a sweeping skill that targets all foes within a 5-yard radius. Ignoring 35 points of the target's defense, combined with the 15 from undead control, Ghost Car Slash effectively bypasses 50 points of defense. Be mindful, Mingyue. Ensure your health is topped up. We cannot afford to fall here. Murong Mingyue nodded in agreement. Lin Yixin, with her enchanting gaze fixed on the ghost car, murmured, "Oh, this little red umbrella possesses such formidable lethality. How terrifying it appears." Chapter 865, Ghost Car Slash. With a swift motion, I charged forward, directly locking onto the ghost car. As anticipated, being a phantom dance-level monster, it was stunned by my charge. The Qingming sword erupted with brilliance, and with the addition of Lin Yixin's triple slash, our attacks descended upon the ghost car simultaneously. The blade struck the umbrella canopy, as if cleaving through steel, sparking a shower of embers. Though the damage dealt was not particularly encouraging, once Bei Mingxue's bone corrosion arrow descended, the ghost car's absolute defense would surely crumble. A low growl emanated from the ghost car as the canopy spun and abruptly closed, delivering a powerful thrust that collided against Lin Yixin's 7 stars glazed sword. Clang. 12. 878. The petite beauty was jarred, stumbling back several paces, her expression shifting. Wow, what immense power. From the rear, Lin Yixin's ice spiral matrix descended. With a resounding crash, the icy spiral blade struck, dealing damage twice. Within the ice spiral matrix, the ghost car's health plummeted dramatically. 102, 929. 112, 734. By all that is sacred, Lin Yixin's ice spiral matrix is undoubtedly a devastating weapon. It is no wonder that during the Baiyang Valley encounter, it could force even a player of Lin Zhantian's caliber to flee in disarray. However, even the fierce assaults of Lin Xinling incited the ghostly vehicle into a fit of rage. The umbrella canopy glimmered with an enchanting crimson light, and suddenly, blood-red blades emerged from its edges. The ghostly vehicle spun rapidly in place, its elongated blades sweeping through everything around us. Both Lin Yixin and I were caught off guard, tragically ensnared within the range of this attack. Bang! Bang! It was a decisive strike known as the ghostly vehicle slash, a blow that disregarded the target's defense of 50. Akin to shattering a barrier. A piercing pain surged through my chest. Both Lin Yixin and I fell victim simultaneously, with massive damage numbers soaring above our heads. 89,023. 127,474. I fared somewhat better, shielded by my protective gear, the burning sky armor, while Lin Yixin, armed only with the demon bell, suffered a grievous loss of nearly 130. 000 health, nearly half of her total. With a soft whimper, the chasing moon tiger retreated a few steps alongside its mistress. This ghostly vehicle slash was indeed ruthless. Even the fruit knife goddess had taken a significant hit. Murong Mingyue hastily cast a healing spell, exclaiming, "Damn, this ghostly vehicle slash is excessively powerful. Is this really the kind of attack a ghostly dance-level creature should possess? Lu Chun, Lin Beauty, see if you can withstand this blow in a defensive stance. Your reflexes should be quick enough to switch to it." I whispered back, "Sister Mingyue, this isn't merely a matter of defense. The effect of the ghostly vehicle slash is identical to that of barrier shatter, rendering defense futile. If we attempt to defend, the damage will double." Wow, that's brutally sharp. Murong Mingyue laughed heartlessly. Damn it. I held the Qingming sword, standing resolutely at the forefront, feeling the weight of my fate. Go ahead, unleash your fury. Though the ghostly vehicle is formidable, it cannot self-replenish its health, and with a priest on our side, we shall prevail. Moreover, The ghostly vehicle boasts only 1,000,000 health points. Under the relentless assault of our powerful quintet, it cannot withstand the onslaught. Boom. The ice flame slash descended with tremendous force, cleaving through the ghostly vehicle, which let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. To my astonishment, it dropped a blood-red card. As I picked it up, the image of the ghostly vehicle floated before me. Ghostly vehicle card. Increases the user's attack power by 65 and disregards 35 of the target's defense. Requires the user to be level 170. Lasts for 120 minutes. Gazing at the ghostly vehicle card, I fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, I raised the card and murmured, "This card is undoubtedly the most powerful one in the entire server thus far. 65 attack power, ignoring 35 defense," Lin Yixin said, pursing her crimson lips with a gentle smile. Indeed, its attributes far surpass those of other cards. It is the card of the attacking king. I carefully stored the ghostly vehicle card in my inventory. MLGBD, such an exceptional card is too precious to use carelessly. I shall reserve it for the national war or competitions like WSL. One must wield their best steel with precision. Let us search this wild expanse covered in dragon bones for more treasures, I proclaimed, galloping ahead with my sword drawn. The ghostly vehicle card is indeed a remarkable find. Let us strive to uncover more. In future guild wars and national battles, with spirited determination, if Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, Wan Yu, and Su Yang each possess one, our core players will undoubtedly wield unparalleled strength. Indeed, the experience with the ghostly car umbrellas is quite profound, particularly with the 210-level ghostly dance-grade monsters. Lin Yixin smiled in agreement, acknowledging that encountering such a lucrative area teeming with monsters would be foolish not to exploit. After all, according to the rules of Tianzong, the drop rate is invariably highest the first time a monster is slain after its respawn. The number of ghost car cards we manage to obtain here may very well remain unmatched during subsequent rounds, a natural occurrence indeed. Furthermore, the group of chirping snakes lurking in the forest behind us follows the same principle. Their spawn rate resets after the first capture, making the chance of encountering them again significantly less than the initial tenfold. Otherwise, we would face an overwhelming surplus of chirping snakes, nullifying our claim to this blood-red shielded territory. As we pressed onward, the soil emitted eerie rustling sounds, followed by two abrupt pops as two ghost cars materialized. I decisively instructed, focus on the one to the left. I will handle the one on the right. Lin Yixin, assist E, while Bai Mingshui aids me. Moon Sister, maintain our health. The ghost cars let out a chilling howl, suddenly launching a deadly strike. I swiftly maneuvered my left arm, skillfully using my shield to block the attack, resulting in a resounding clang as it missed. Indeed, the block was successful. The shield possesses an enhanced block probability effect, which is contingent upon the player's operational skills. The higher one's skill, the greater the likelihood of a successful block, affirming that gameplay attributes dictate all outcomes. Meanwhile, Lin Yixin, mounted on her moon-chasing tiger, was fiercely battling another ghost car. The sword light raged, and the ghost car's umbrella spun violently, ruthlessly depleting a significant portion of her health, leaving her with only 45 health points. Fortunately, it did not trigger a fatal blow. Otherwise, Lin Yixin could have been swiftly eliminated. The 7-star glazed sword thrust forward, shattering barriers as it pierced the umbrella. Amidst the ghost car's cries, a green glazed lamp effect resonated from the sword, astonishingly restoring Lin Yixin's health by a notable 41,176. How remarkable! A recovery of 15 health points. The formidable glazed lamp effect of the 7-star glazed sword, under Lin Yixin's fortunate circumstances, yielded a recovery rate of approximately 10 times, continually replenishing her health akin to a vampiric ability. Henceforth, Lin Yixin's prowess in solitary monster hunting would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Of course, He's 7-star glazed spear possesses an identical effect, suggesting that in the chirping snake forest, He has also reached a level of independence. Faced with the attacks of the chirping snakes, He can single-handedly confront 23 of them without the need for a priest's healing, demonstrating an effortless superiority. Such power is indeed difficult to rival, even by the likes of Giguzi, showcasing the unique advantages of the 7-star glazed spear. With a couple of wails, the two ghost cars collapsed simultaneously, defeated, and dropped a few small stones. No cards emerged, but there was a pitch-black piece of equipment, a leather helmet of 3-star excellence. which was fairly commendable and was randomly allocated to Bai Mingyue. Continuing forward, the 5-member team traversed beneath the colossal dragon bones, which loomed like a natural barrier, obscuring the moonlight above. Murong Mingyue lifted her gaze towards the dragon bones above, swallowing hard as she said, "Luchin? Yes, sister, what is it? These massive dragons have all perished on the ground. Look, that is a hip bone, but why can't I see the bone of the dragoness?" "You know," I maintained a stoic expression. "Who told you that there are bones in that area? Is there not?" Murong Mingyue exclaimed in astonishment. "Then why do those advertisements on the site claim things about firmness and endurance? Have the world deceived me?" I felt a wave of incredulity wash over me. "I thought you understood everything. If there were bones, one couldn't possibly wear jeans. Why not?" Lin Yixin blinked innocently. "Indeed, why not?" Bai Mingyue inquired as well. I pondered for a moment. "I don't know. I really don't know. Ask me again, and I might just perish from your inquiries." Lin Yixin chuckled mischievously, remaining silent otherwise. At that moment, the ground ahead suddenly shifted, and with a poof, a closed ghostly vehicle umbrella emerged, floating in midair. It abruptly unfurled, emitting a terrifying wail. "Ah! Ah!" Several maidens gasped in unison, their beautiful eyes wide with shock, and amidst their trepidation, there was a hint of joy, indeed. Joy, because the words floating above this ghostly vehicle were irresistibly enticing. Ghost vehicle, boss-level pet of the ghost dance stage. Level 1 description. The ghost vehicle. An anomaly residing in the realm of the undead, its origins unknown. Ancient seers believed the ghost vehicle to be a favored entity of the spirit world, a messenger of the departed. No one has ever witnessed a ghost vehicle surviving. Its depiction has been crafted by various necromancers. According to legend, ghost vehicles only inhabit the burial grounds of dragon tombs, absorbing the essence of the undead dragons to become even more formidable. These ferocious ghost vehicles possess tremendous explosive power and will aim to eliminate any intruder to their territory. Indeed, a level 1 ghost vehicle baby has unexpectedly appeared. What fortune! To encounter such a splendid pet, and it's even at the boss level. How extraordinary! In unison, everyone produced a card, exchanging knowing smiles. "Let us begin." As cards flew through the air, they coalesced into a sealing formation beneath the ghost vehicle. The creature was forcefully pulled toward the seal by magical energy, struggling fiercely and emitting strange cries. In an instant, it vanished with a flash, transforming into a beam of white light that flew into the magic confinement stone in my hand. Overjoyed, I reveled in my good fortune. The first ghost vehicle baby had been sealed by me. The maidens turned to me eagerly. "Quick, check its attributes, the attributes of the ghost vehicle baby." "All right." With a graceful gesture, I summoned the attributes of the enchanted stone's baby into the night sky. Ghost car, boss-level pet of the demon dance tier. Level 1 attack, 92 defense, 84 health, 90 agility, 72 growth, attack, defense, health, agility, skills, undead stab, level 20 mastery. Double strike, level 50 mastery. Ghost car slash, level 100 mastery. Chapter 866, The Little Umbrella's Obedience. The onlookers were left utterly speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. I, too, was profoundly taken aback. The attributes of this ghost car were astonishingly formidable. Its attack growth was an unequivocal 10 stars, and I pondered whether it was indeed at maximum value, surpassing even my Phantom Wolf King. Yet, being a demon dance tier boss, it was of an entirely different caliber compared to the celestial tier Phantom Wolf King. Lin Yixin pursed her crimson lips, her enchanting gaze sparkling with delight as she softly remarked, "Ah, it truly can master ghost car slash at level 100. Murong Mingyue chimed in, "The BN value is 338. So impressively high. I once believed that a BN value of 100 was exceptional, but in comparison to this ghost car, it seems utterly trivial." Lin Yixin, clutching her staff, added, "While the attributes of the ghost car are undoubtedly powerful, its greatest value may lie not in its strength, but in its skills. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Yixin nodded, smiling. "Indeed, ghost car slash can affect a radius of 5 yards, disregarding a target's coordinates of 50. It's akin to a formidable warrior unleashing a barrier-shattering strike in all directions. Just imagine if 35 ghost cars unleashed ghost car slash simultaneously. What kind of shield formation could withstand such an onslaught?" Gazing at the enchanted stone, I mused aloud. Well, that's splendid, but I already possess the Phantom Wolf King. rendering the ghost car unnecessary for me. Who among you desires this pet? Lin Yixin contemplated for a moment and said, the thunder beast of Biming, Sister Mingyue's iron-winged dragon, and Shunny's ice dragon are all remarkably powerful. Only my great rock seems a tad lacking. Brother Luching, if no one else wants it, may I have the ghost car? I can begin leveling it up right here, and by the time we reach Tranquil City, it should be level 100 and ready for battle. Very well. I promptly tossed the enchanted stone to Lin Yixin. I gazed into the distance at the towering mountains and clusters of dragon bones, stating, this desolate highland boasts an expansive map. Let us continue our search. We ought to gather more ghost car cards. Who knows, with a stroke of luck, we might even encounter a ghost car baby. Lin Yixin chuckled lightly. Indeed, the most distinctive feature of this blood-red battle shield domain is the heightened drop rate of level 1 babies. How fortunate we are to discover such a bountiful training ground at the outset. Once we clear it, there may be little left for others to claim. Absolutely, I replied, wielding my Qingming sword with a smile. The fierce skirmishes at the 9 Tiger Soul Tower yielded us all 9 fierce tiger essence. This is the system's reward for our efforts. After all, one must invest to reap the benefits. Indeed, a group of individuals continued to roam the wilderness, leaving no pile of dragon bones or beast bones unexamined. Beneath the immense skeletal remains, there lurked the ghostly vehicles, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. These ghost vehicles, classified as level 210 spectral dance monsters, not only offered substantial experience points, but also boasted a commendable drop rate. After vanquishing 2 or 3, they had already obtained a 4-star spiritual artifact sword, albeit one that none could employ. With a flourish, the resplendent hexagram array spun into action as Lin Yixin summoned her pet. At the center of the hexagram, a blood-red parasol sprang forth, marking the first ghost vehicle companion summoned by a player. Only level 1 and about the size of a palm, it was exquisitely delicate, floating gracefully in midair and rotating slowly. Lin Yixin activated the follow mode, allowing the ghost vehicle to gain experience alongside her. She whimsically renamed her pet to the rather amusing moniker Little Sun Parasol. Indeed, the names chosen by girls differ greatly from those of boys. Were this ghost vehicle my companion, I would undoubtedly bestow upon it a name of great authority, such as Blood Droplet, Overlord Parasol, or Mighty Dragon Crossing the River, rather than something as frivolous as Pink Little Mushroom or Red Little Fire Parasol. Upon slaying the 4th ghost vehicle, Little Sun Parasol had ascended several levels. Lin Yixin cheerfully exclaimed, "Hee, so much experience. My little ghost parasol leveled up by 14. Naturally, they were defeating fully grown ghost vehicles. I casually picked up a ghost parasol card from the ground, finally acquiring a second ghost vehicle card, which I promptly handed to Lin Yixin, ensuring we each possessed one. With an impressive attack boost of 65, nullifying 35 of the target's defense, the sheer power of these attributes was exhilarating, particularly for melee players like us, who ardently pursued DPS. The dragon bones stretched infinitely as we traversed from the dragon's head to its tail, eliminating 27 ghost vehicles. Indeed, we had obtained 11 pieces of equipment along with 4 additional cards, which we distributed to Bei Mingxue and Lin Yixin, each receiving 1. Everyone utilized their cards, as the ghost vehicle cards were remarkably formidable, enhancing attack power across all types, including both physical and magical assaults, while also nullifying defensive attributes. Thus, these cards were exceptionally beneficial for Lin Yixin and Bei Mingxue, as we had yet to encounter any card as powerful as the ghost vehicle card during our time in Tianzhou. Not long after, a ghost vehicle erupted from the ground with a resounding crack, hovering in the air, adorned with the splendid inscription, Level 1. Elated, we recognized the opportunity before us. The spawn rate of ghost vehicle companions was indeed quite favorable. Should we capture a sufficient number of these ghostly infants, assembling an entire legion of ghost vehicles would not be an insurmountable challenge. This would be truly remarkable. When faced with steadfast players such as Little Pig, who employed a defensive formation, we could unleash a multitude of ghost vehicles, executing the defense-ignoring ghost vehicle slash, undoubtedly bringing tears to Little Pig's eyes. For this pet would be his nightmare. Everyone promptly produced their sealing cards, and in the next moment, 5 seals appeared. The ghost baby struggled for 2 rounds before obediently transforming into a beam of white light, soaring toward Murong Mingyue's demon binding stone. Success! We had secured our second ghost vehicle baby, but certainly not the last, as we pressed forward with our quest. This time, we truly gave our all. A group of us traversed the wilderness for over 6 hours, ultimately vanquishing every spectral vehicle in this valley, sealing away 82 ghostly offspring, 29 of which found their way into my satchel. Glancing at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning, and the girl's eyes had turned red from fatigue. Murong Mingyue, her staff lowered, raised her left arm and let out a charming yawn, revealing her flat abdomen and perky bosom. Amidst the grind of leveling up, it was indeed a delight to behold such beauty. I am utterly exhausted. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Perhaps we should rest for a while? Murong Mingyue suggested. Lin Yixin urged her moon-chasing tiger to the foot of the mountain and gazed ahead, stating, "Once we cross this little hill, we shall reach the ruins of the Telan Empire. There is no rush. The real challenge lies ahead. Let us log off for 69 hours to rejuvenate ourselves before we prepare to face Bloodfingerovia. Right, let's log off and also allow our equipment to recover durability." According to the rules of Tianzong, equipment of the earthly artifact grade and above will gradually regain durability over time when not in use. My Qingming sword can recover approximately 25 durability in just 24 hours. This is the sharpness of high-level gear, lending remarkable endurance in prolonged battles. Everyone began to set up their tents to log off. As I crawled into my tent, I checked my friend's list and saw that his name was still lit up. Her level had risen by 3. Ah, indeed. After acquiring the 7-star Lioli spear, the beautiful guild leader's leveling speed has surged. Ding. I sent a message. "Eve, we're logging off to rest. You should head to bed early too." "Oh, I will shortly. I'll leave things here to Gizi, while Li Chengfeng and the others take over. Luan Yu went to sleep 3 hours ago, and she'll log back in later to take her shift. In the Ming Snake Forest, we've already captured at least 4,000 Ming Snake offspring. Everyone is so excited they can't sleep. But we must sleep. Later, I'll show you another kind of formidable offspring, one that is hundreds of times more powerful than the Ming snake babies. Alright, I'm logging off too." Good. Summoning the system sprite, I logged off. The moment I removed my helmet, a wave of dizziness washed over me. I sat there in a daze for 2 minutes before stepping out of my room. Bai Mingshui, Lin Yixin, and Murong Mingyue were all present. I made some thin porridge to eat before resting. Otherwise, the rumbling in my stomach would surely keep me awake. He lay languidly on the sofa, clad in chocolate-colored pajamas, reclining against the backrest, her breathing slow and steady. The gentle rise and fall of her chest, accentuated by her soft attire, revealed the perfect contours of her figure. Under the soft glow of the lights, her fair skin appeared enchanting. Approaching He from behind, I gently pressed my hand on her shoulder and began to knead it. She seemed to recognize my touch, eyes closed, taking my hand in hers. She said, "The new year is approaching, Luchan. Have you thought about where you want to celebrate it this year?" After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "I wish to go home. It has been a long time since I have seen my father and my third uncle." He nodded with a smile. "Indeed. I should visit home more often, especially with the New Year's Eve just a few days away. This year, I truly wish to celebrate it with you. But I fear my mother may not permit it." "It's all right. The new year only lasts 2 or 3 days, I reassured her. He slightly turned her face, resting it against the back of my hand. The warmth of her breath sent a delightful tickle across my skin, and I savored the tranquility she brought me. Bai Mingshui interjected, "I informed my parents that I want to be returning home for the new year. They've decided to travel to France instead. Coincidentally, I'll be with my brother this year." "I see," Lin Yixin responded with a light chuckle. "I too must discuss with my family about not returning for the festivities." Suddenly, he stood up, wrapped her arms around my arm from across the sofa, rose onto her tiptoes, and gently placed a kiss on my cheek. Blushing fiercely, she declared, "Humph, I'm all in this year. I'll celebrate the new year with Lu Chun. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Murong Mingyue emerged from the kitchen, teasingly remarking, "Oh, look at how our dear Eve is being bold." He's face flushed even deeper. No laughing allowed. "This year, Bei Ming, Lin Yixin, and I will celebrate the new year at Lu Chen's house. We need to start preparing the New Year's goods." My heart raced with shyness, and I nodded in agreement. "All right, once we finish the blood-colored battle shield domain, we can begin our preparations." The following day, I rose at noon. After having lunch, I arranged to go online with Lin Yixin at 12:30. With a few minutes to spare, I leisurely browsed the forum to observe various developments. The homepage still displayed the bold red headlines concerning the national war of the ancient sword spirit dream, Shui Yinsan, and the 4 major guilds launching surprise attacks on White Horse City. The Little King, Lu Chun, decisively abandoned White Horse City, and the Northern Alliance no longer held sway in the tumultuous realm of the 27 nations. This headline, 2 days old, still lingered on the page, serving to bolster the popularity of guilds like Ancient Sword Spirit Dream and Shui Yinsan. Presently, the Ancient Sword Spirit Dream has risen to prominence in the Chinese region, while the Zhulong Guild has been steadily losing its dominant position, despite the efforts of players like Zhu Yingwan and Shun Jiwu to reclaim their former glory. The domestic situation remains complex and grim, with elite players like Li Chengfeng, Bei Ming Shui, Ling Yixin, and Luan Yu joining the ranks. The ancient sword possesses a formidable presence, alongside their level 9 castle, Dark Moon City, which has solidified their status in the Sky City. Shui Yinsan, as the strongest ally of the ancient sword, stands resolutely, while guilds like Flame Red Lips, White Emperor City, and the Moon Hunter Dynasty have emerged, each raising their banners. These guilds are composed of fierce individuals who refuse to submit to Zhu Yingwan's command, thus establishing a landscape of competing warlords. In earlier times, during the late stages of Ling Tong, many large guilds had grown weary, and numerous elite players retired, allowing the Zhulong Guild to shine alone. However, now, with the Tianzong server having been active for less than a year, we find ourselves in a golden era where the battle for dominance in the Central Plains is no longer dictated by a single guild. The current state of Zhu Yingwan is merely one of local influence within Tianfeng City, where they face competition from guilds like Purple Lily and Peach Blossom Deep, making the situation quite precarious. Fortunately, the ascent of Ye Yusei, the enchanting maiden of the Candle Dragon, to the rank of Divine General has somewhat alleviated the prevailing despair surrounding the Candle Shadow Alliance. In any case, the forthcoming conflicts are bound to be numerous. On the forum, 5 brief updates reflect the recent movements of various guilds. 1. The Ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild has lost a number of its core players, leading to speculation about their misfortunes, while some assert that they have ventured into the Blood Red Shield domain under the guidance of Zhiyuan Shun. 2. The Battle Alliance, including prominent figures like Zhan Tian, October Rain, and Lin Bingdoja, has entered the Cold Night Hills, fervently hunting the Dark Bear monsters. 3. The Candle Dragon Guild, along with Candle Shadow and Bai Kong Hen, has embarked on an exploration of the Eternal Ice Snowfield, uncovering its mysteries. Remarkably, Candle Shadow has advanced 5 levels within a mere 24 hours. 4. The Destruction of Gods Guild has formed a temporary alliance with the Overlord Hall and the Mad Dragon Guild, attempting to penetrate the Blood Red Rose Fortress and assault the secondary main city of the Japanese server, albeit without success. 5. The Northern Alliance, comprising 27 guilds, has united to challenge the Iron Glaive Fortress, provoking the formidable structure. Princess Karen San, a non-player character, personally arrived at the fortress, dispatching the Black Iron Cavalry to sweep through the Northern Alliance's 27 guilds, resulting in a tumultuous uproar on their official forum, deterring any further ambitions toward the Iron Glaive Fortress. Overall, there has been little significant action. The Ancient Sword, Silver Fur, Battle Alliance, and Candle Dragon guilds are diligently leveling up and strengthening their capabilities, each one adopting a strategy of concealment and gradual accumulation of strength. The intentions of the Destruction of Gods, Overlord Hall, and Mad Dragon guilds have become increasingly transparent. Their influence in Sky City has waned, compelling them to assault a small city on the Japanese server in a bid for recognition. However, they gravely underestimated the strength of that main city, resulting in their annihilation at the hands of 1 million elite troops from Purple Grape City. On a more uplifting note, it is heartening to observe that the players dispatched by Geguzi and Li Chengfeng to the Blood Red Shield domain have proven to be remarkably reliable, maintaining absolute secrecy regarding the presence of the Ming Snake Baby. Achieving such confidentiality within a team of nearly 50,000 is indeed commendable. This substantial force will undoubtedly serve as the cornerstone of our future national battles. Conducting covert operations without a whisper of their movements is crucial in this era of advanced communication, where a single phone call can unravel an opponent's strategy. Loyalty is an exceedingly rare virtue. After a brief wait, I logged in, ready to embark on the final journey into the Blood Red Shield domain. With a sudden flash, I found myself inside a tent, Upon emerging, I discovered that Lin Yixin was already online, soon followed by Murong Mingyue, Mingyue, and Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin resumed her role as captain, activating the national strategy skill. With a roar from the moon-chasing tiger, we ascended the peak, pressing forward. Beyond this small ridge lies the edge of the Thailand Empire. The morning mist enveloped the mountains, yet a heavy aura of death lingered in the air. As I reached the summit, I couldn't help but marvel at the sight before me. Thailand City remained remarkably intact, with its walls, altars, royal palace, and barracks showing minimal damage. However, every structure was overrun with a dense growth of ferns, a lush expanse of green. Outside the city, countless intricately carved totem poles towered majestically, each standing approximately 50 meters tall and thick enough to be embraced by 10 individuals. They were adorned with a profusion of verdant foliage, suggesting that the flora within this city was vibrant and full of life. However, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, imparting a sense of lifelessness. Behold, the ruins of the Thailand Empire. Lin Yixin and I stood side by side, the mountain breeze billowing her snow-white cloak. Her beautiful eyes gazed in awe at the distant remnants of Thailand City. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she exclaimed, "It appears so magnificent, yet the silence is unsettling. Is there truly no garrison stationed at these ruins? Not even a single undead puppet from Bloodfingerovia?" I gestured towards the crimson-hued jungle approximately 3 kilometers from the city. Look there. The landscape is teeming with carrion vultures and hyenas. Typically, such repugnant creatures thrive in places rife with corpses. Furthermore, the movement of branches within that forest implies the presence of the Night Spirit faction's forces, likely under the command of Bloodfingerovia. Lin Yixin interjected, "Brother Lu Chun, should we charge in and eradicate the garrison of Bloodfingerovia?" I chuckled. "Do you have any idea how vast Bloodfingerovia's legion is? At least several million strong. Even if we were to mobilize the entire strength of our ancient sword soldiering guild, we might not prevail. Otherwise, Bloodfingerovia would not arrogantly claim the title of a king-level boss." Mingyue smiled lightly. "Then what shall we do?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "Our mission is to explore the ruins of the Thailand Empire, not to engage with the forces in the forest. Let us stealthily approach the ancient city from the side, avoiding confrontation with the Night Spirit Legion. If we can infiltrate the city and eliminate Bloodfinger, we will have accomplished our objective." Murong Mingyue nodded in agreement. "Lu Chun is right. We must not be reckless. There are only 5 of us. Even if we could defeat those NPC monsters, our supplies and equipment durability would not permit a direct assault." I grasped the Qingming's sword and declared, "Let us commence our mission. There may be formidable entities awaiting us within the Thailand Empire ruins. We shall infiltrate quietly and deal with Bloodfinger without drawing attention. As for the Night Spirit Legion, we shall leave that to Karan-san. It is not our war." The others nodded in unison and began our endeavor. The Iceland steed's iron hooves crunched against the decaying stones as we descended the slope. Lin Yixin safeguarded the other 3 ladies, trailing behind us. We dared not venture too close to the jungle, instead skirting its periphery. After circumventing 2 foul-smelling graveyards, a sudden commotion arose ahead. Lin Yixin perked up, her shadowy ears attuned to the sounds, and with her violet eyes focused intently on the distance, she warned, "Be alert. There are high-level monsters ahead. Likely not inferior to the ghost car." "Understood," we replied in unison. I nodded, and beneath my dark gaze, the map ahead had been thoroughly scanned. 7 crimson dots emerged at the edge of the jungle, for this desolate gray valley forest nearly embraced the entirety of Trans City. It seemed improbable to enter the ruins of Trans City without traversing the jungle. Cautiously, I advanced, and indeed, beneath a withered cedar, 5 skeletal soldiers encircled a rather tepid campfire, lowly hissing something akin to speech, though we could not comprehend their utterances. Despite my ascension to the status of the Azura King, I had yet to communicate with these skeletons, as the local dialect remained foreign to me. A level 210 ghostly dance-grade creature, the Tran Ruins Undead Soldier, numbered 5 in total. Lin Yixin approached me with utmost caution, inquiring, "They possess the strength of the ghostly chariots. How shall we vanquish them?" "Wait a moment," I raised my hand and gestured, "Look over there. 2 hidden scouts are also lurking nearby. If we draw attention, they will surely converge upon us." In the distance, 2 staggering undead knights roamed within 100 yards of our position. Indeed, should a battle ensue, The cacophony of the 5 undead soldiers' hisses would undoubtedly summon the spectral knights. Bai Mingyue, armed with her longbow and clad in the majority of the Wind Chaser set, grinned. This is a simple task. Leave it to me. If those 2 scouts approach, I shall bury them in the well of the divine abyss. Fear not. All right. Let us proceed swiftly, cutting through the chaos. We shall eliminate the 5 undead soldiers first. I charged forth, delivering a thunderous strike with my ice-shattering slash. Boom. Ice shards erupted, and all 5 undead soldiers succumbed to a state of freezing, even extinguishing the campfire beneath them due to the force of my blow. Lin Yixin hastily unleashed her ice flame slash, while Lin Yixin swiftly executed several dimensional storm ice spiral matrix assaults. Even her ghostly chariot, now elevated to level 117, surged forth, unfurling its canopy and mercilessly assaulting the 5 frozen Tran ruins undead soldiers. Coupled with Bai Mingyue's consecutive 3 spiral arrow blades, the 5 undead soldiers fell without a single sound. Remarkable DPS, truly terrifying. Murong Mingyue exclaimed. At that moment, the 2 undead knights charged towards us. But this only made matters easier. Lin Yixin and I each ensnared one, and given our current prowess, dispatching a level 210 ghostly dance-grade creature posed no challenge. Moreover, our inventories were laden with over 100 ghostly chariot cards, boasting an attack strength of 65 and a defensive debuff of 35. A formidable combination. With nonchalance, we obliterated a scout squad, and ahead lay an expanse of open ground. As we traversed the thicket, the remnants of the Trans-City ruined city wall came into view. Chapter 868. Cloud platform. The icy wind sliced against my cheeks like a blade. Despite the lush surrounding jungle, the ruins of Trans-City lay beneath a chilling veil, reminiscent of a hell on earth. It was hard to fathom that such a realm, rife with death and cold, existed within the spring-like central continent. The phantom wolf king crouched low, its fur bristling along its spine as it emitted a low growl, sensing something ahead. Pushing aside the dense underbrush at the edge of the jungle, we found ourselves merely a few paces away from the totemic pillars of Trans-City, entwined in verdant vines. The long-buried truths of history were poised to resurface during this adventure. The celestial secrecy surrounding the identity and background of the 9 sovereigns of purgatory has remained an enigma, awaiting the discerning player to unravel it. Standing beneath the totem pillars, I gazed upward at the serpentine forms of beast deities coiled atop them, presumably the totemic guardians of the Tran Empire. In the backdrop of the numerous towering totems, 10 majestic stone statues loomed over the city's protective moat. Among them stood 5 warriors, one wielding a sharp sword, 2 brandishing battle axes, and another with a gun, each bearing fierce expressions as if enraged by distant invaders. The remaining 5 statues included 2 figures shouldering bows, 2 clutching staves, and the last, a woman clad in armor, knelt upon one knee. Before her, a colossal broadsword was plunged into the moat, enduring the relentless passage of time. As I beheld the scenery before me, a sigh escaped my lips. Only up close could one truly appreciate the grandeur of the Trant ruins, which rivaled the miraculous Sky City. It was hard to fathom that such a prosperous and powerful human imperial capital could have been so swiftly overtaken by the undead, leading to its current state of desolation. Now serving as the lair of Bloodfinger Ovia, one of the 9 sovereigns of purgatory, accompanied by several companions, we traversed the dense area of totem pillars and silently arrived at the edge of the moat. There, a stone tablet stood, inscribed in the ancient language of the Trant Empire. The system translator automatically narrated in a deep voice, detailing the history of the Trant Empire, a flourishing stronghold located on the frontier, which had steadfastly resisted the ruthless invasions of the undead. Throughout the annals of history, countless heroes had defended the Trant Empire, known collectively as the 10 Heroes. However, the cruelty of the enemy far exceeded our imaginations, and one by one, the former heroes fell. Yet their valiant spirit would never perish. All citizens of the Trant Empire would eternally remember their names, forever cherishing the legacy of the 10 Heroes. Looking up at the 10 towering statues, I smiled and thought, the 10 Heroes, how intriguing. Brother, look over there. Someone's coming, exclaimed Bai Mingyue, pointing to the right. Everyone hurriedly turned to look, and indeed, beneath the towering city walls, nearly 100 NPC warriors were quietly gathering, their names glowing green, signifying their allegiance as friendly NPCs. I could discern that these individuals hailed from the City of Shadows, their shoulder emblems identical to those of San Shengmo. We rode closer, observing that the armor of the group was stained with dark blood, clearly indicating that they had engaged in battle with the undead. Human blood would not appear in such a manner. The leader, a young warrior of about 25, paused from his task upon noticing my approach and said, "Warrior of the distant lands, do you hail from the Sky City?" "Indeed," I replied. I nodded and said, "Indeed. I have received a mission to infiltrate the ruins of the Terran Empire to explore this region now overrun by the undead." As I spoke, I glanced at the name of the NPC and was taken aback. Yunzhan Ma Fao, boss of celestial rank. Level 200 attack. Defense. Health. Skills. Introduction. Yunzhan, a noble from the City of Divine Concealment, has been well versed in martial skills since childhood. It is said that he is the foremost expert of the Mage Warrior Academy in the City of Divine Concealment. After graduation, he became the commander of the main army of the city. Since his youth, Yunzhan has harbored a deep-seated animosity towards evil and, as the fifth son of the king of the city, has always aimed to eradicate the night spirits, avoiding involvement in the power struggles among the princes. He is celebrated and adored by the common people of his homeland. I had not anticipated that this young and handsome warrior was, in fact, a prince. For a moment, I adjusted the dragon's halo helmet atop my head, obscuring my Shura King's eyes, and asked, "Your Highness, what brings you to this perilous citadel?" Yunzhan spoke in a hushed tone. "It is not by choice that I have come to this accursed land of death. Recently, the night spirits have been incessantly invading the borders, and I have received alarming reports of a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the Eye of Hell at the center of the Terran Empire's ruins. A multitude of undead is crossing over from the underworld to this realm. I suspect that the cursed demon, Bloodfinger Ovia, is concocting a new scheme, one that surely targets the City of Divine Concealment. Ovia has long desired to lay a hand on our city, which is why I have taken the risk of venturing into the Terran Empire's ruins, hoping to uncover the truth." Lin Yixin blinked and inquired, "Then why must you, as a prince, delve into such danger? Is there no one else in the City of Divine Concealment?" Yunzhan clenched his teeth and replied, "Those nobles are all too preoccupied with revelry and the pursuit of power, showing no inclination to address the matter of the night spirits. They believe the fortresses along the borders are impenetrable enough to safeguard our territory, but in reality, they are merely unwilling to abandon their lavish and indulgent lives. Someone must confront the undead. If they refuse, then I shall take it upon myself." I nodded in admiration, casting a glance at the small group behind him, and said, "Prince Yunzhan, with so few people, should Bloodfinger Ovia discover your whereabouts, your situation could become exceedingly perilous." Yunzhan, sword in hand, gritted his teeth and declared, "Indeed. We were previously ambushed by a horde of wretched gatherers while traversing the jungle. Originally, I commanded a cavalry force of 20,000, yet those relentless undead seemed insatiable. And one by one, my soldiers fell. In the end, only a little over 100 survived. Nevertheless, even if only one remains, we must gather intelligence from this place to report back to the garrison in the City of Divine Concealment." Bai Mingshui grasped her longbow tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern and took my hand, saying, "Brother, let us assist them. Otherwise, this prince might meet his demise." I nodded, "Indeed." Turning to Yunzhan, I proclaimed, "Your Highness, though we hail from the City of the Sky as adventurers, as warriors of the Silver Moon Alliance, we are willing to aid you in accomplishing this mission." Yunzhan, with a gleeful smile, proclaimed, "With your unwavering support, success is assured. Your presence here already attests to your prowess, so let us advance together. Furthermore, I once shared a friendship with Princess Kaelin Sand of the Sky City, having visited as an envoy on numerous occasions. This time, let us unite the powers of the Hidden God City and Sky City. Indeed, the NPCs will naturally not form a party with us, so we shall proceed as we are." Gazing upwards at the walls, Yunzhan lowered his voice. "Though the undead garrison within the city is sparse, we must not let our guard down. There are approximately 10 axe warriors atop the walls. We have 5 ropes. We shall quietly ascend and eliminate those axe warriors without alarming the guardian beast." "Understood." Nearby, 2 ropes hung down. I swiftly grasped one, dismissing the ice scale horse state, and began my ascent. Lin Yixin seized the other, followed closely by Bai Mingshui and Lin Yixin, with Murong Mingyue trailing behind. Meanwhile, Yunjian and a group of NPC soldiers commenced their own climb. Upon reaching the edge of the city, I peered over and spotted 3 axe warriors dozing not far away. These filthy undead had indeed underestimated our boldness to approach them so closely. Turning my gaze, I found Lin Yixin's sparkling eyes fixed on me. Shall we make our move? On my left, 2 for me. The one on the right is yours. All right. I leapt onto the city wall, the soul-stirring cloak billowing in the wind. With a single motion, I unleashed the binding technique, ensnaring one of the axe warriors. Before the other could awaken, I charged forward, Lin Yixin and I striking simultaneously to incapacitate the 2 axe warriors. Summoning the Phantom Wolf King, I unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the axe warriors. Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin also ascended the wall, their staffs and bows raised, unleashing a relentless assault. Their single-target skills were exceptionally lethal, rapidly depleting the axe warriors' health. Within moments, the 3 axe warriors lay vanquished. As I turned around, I was taken aback. Prince Yunjian was effortlessly dispatching foes, each strike a clean decapitation of an axe warrior. Such was the prowess of a level 200 divine tier boss, far beyond what mere players could achieve. With each swing, he dealt over 1,000,000 damage, a gap we could scarcely hope to bridge. Be cautious over there. Yunjian pointed to the right. We turned to see, beneath the city, a thorn-covered jungle beast dozing at the city gates, a level 210 divine tier boss. Surrounding it was a multitude of undead archers, also napping. Fortunately, we had not approached from the front, for the combined assault of the divine tier beast and the archers would have overwhelmed even my shield. Carefully, we descended the side of the city wall, avoiding any disturbance to the slumbering beast. There were far too many undead soldiers around the beast. It was not that I did not wish to confront the divine tier boss. Rather, it was simply unfeasible. With over 1,000 ghostly level monsters alongside the divine tier beast, any action on our part would result in utter annihilation. Simultaneously, a task emerged within the interface concerning the Prince of the Cloud Stack's espionage into military affairs, classified as an SSS tier mission, the difficulty of which was palpable. This prompted a glance of concern exchanged between Lin Yixin and myself. Our current endeavor was indeed perilous, akin to extracting chestnuts from the fire. In Chapter 869, Saint Demon Dios, the city, enshrouded in a thick layer of moss, teemed with decayed undead creatures. Even the skeletal warriors were cloaked in a heavy shroud of moss. Lying dormant amidst the grass, beside withered trees, and among rubble, seemingly motionless for centuries. The only force sustaining them was the potent necromantic flames. The undead represent a form of immortality, yet no one desires this soulless existence. They are indeed pitiable beings. This place is swarming with guards, Cloudstack remarked, gazing from the city wall at the throng of undead below, his brow furrowed. If we charge in with our numbers, we shall suffer immense casualties. Moreover, there exists a formidable Lich King among them. I have witnessed the strength of these Lich Kings. They are exceedingly powerful, beyond even the capabilities of our court mages to contend with. Casting my gaze around, I noticed clusters of black-robed mages concealed behind lanterns, revealing ghastly visages, the legendary Lich Kings. Beneath their darkened eyes, their levels materialized, level 210, an elite quasi-boss, comparable to the Bloodblade Demon General, yet with the added peril of ranged magical attacks. At least 3 Lich Kings were congregated, and as the Prince of Cloudstack had stated, a direct confrontation would lead to our utter demise. We must take an alternate route, I suggested, glancing to my left. Descending from there, we will find a blacksmith's shop, where the undead presence is minimal. Further ahead lies the core of the Eye of Purgatory. Your Highness, you will likely be able to fulfill your task there. Upon assessing the situation at the Eye of Purgatory, you may return to your homeland. Cloudstack nodded affirmatively. Indeed, once I ascertain reliable intelligence, I shall immediately return to the borders of the hidden city and rally my 1,000,000-strong army to confront the enemy. Let us proceed. This time, I assumed the role of guide, leading the way. At the fourth fork, we descended along the stone steps, arriving at a long-abandoned blacksmith's shop, riddled with rust. Numerous iron implements lay piled, corroded and battered, while the blacksmiths remained slumped lifelessly upon the workbench. We cautiously avoided a few axe-wielding warriors in the distance and stealthily entered the second city wall. The vigilance of these undead was alarmingly inadequate. Perhaps they had never anticipated that humans would breach the blockade of the night spirits in the outer forest, leading to their relaxed guard. Ahead, a violet radiance emanated from within the royal city, illuminating the structures with a dazzling glow. The Prince of Cloud Stack shuddered, stating, "We have arrived. I can sense the core of the Eye of Purgatory is just there. By the heavens, they are indeed summoning souls from the depths of hell. Let us investigate the magnitude and potency of this Eye of Purgatory. Your Highness, do exercise caution," I urged. Cloud Stack nodded in understanding. "Yes, I comprehend." At the entrance of the Grand Hall on the outskirts of the royal city, 15 undead warriors stood guard, all of them formidable 210-level phantom dance monsters. Among them was a mounted figure wielding a crimson long sword, the Bloodblade Demon General, a 210-level quasi-boss. Lin Yixin swiftly remarked, "Yunzhan, let us handle these undead. We can clear them out before entering the palace, right?" Yunzhan nodded. "Thank you, young warriors. Now, it is time for us to reap experience in gear." With the Qingming sword in hand, I advanced alongside Lin Yixin, stating, "I will attract the monsters using the Dragon Slayer blade. Drawing approximately 7 undead along with the Bloodblade Demon General. I will withstand the assault of the Demon General, while the remaining 7 undead are yours to manage. My 3 companions. Sister Mingyue, please ensure you provide dual healing. We cannot afford to fall." "Understood," she replied. I raised my sword, and with a swift movement, a brilliant azure blade descended from the heavens, striking the Bloodblade Demon General squarely on the forehead, inflicting a staggering damage of 29,837. "You damned invaders. Prepare to meet your doom." The Bloodblade Demon General roared, charging towards us, accompanied by 9 of the undead, all drawn by the same hatred. Fortunately, it was not the full 15 that came rushing at once. Clang, clang, clang. The Demon General's long sword struck my shield repeatedly, each blow sending sharp pain through me. Goodness, the power of this quasi-boss was utterly astonishing. I maneuvered swiftly, coordinating an attack with Lin Yixin, executing a diagonal strike. Utilizing our devastating skills, Ice Blade Slash, Fiery Blade, Ice Hell, and the 4 devastating group attacks, coupled with the Mirage Wolf King's Infernal Storm, Lin Yixin's Ice Spiral Matrix, Dimensional Storm, and Biming Shui's Spiral Blade. Along with Lin Yixin's Pet's Demon Car Slash, we unleashed a momentary barrage that left the 210-level Phantom Dance monsters with less than 50% of their health. Such damage per second left the NPCs around us utterly astounded. Lin Yixin's movements were exquisite, akin to a graceful butterfly, skillfully distracting a throng of undead while minimizing her own damage, all the while maintaining her offensive. In less than 3 minutes, the battle concluded. The 15 undead fell one by one, while I kept the Bloodblade Demon General at bay until I finally dispatched it. With a thud, a pair of earthbound boots dropped to the ground. This time, the Bloodblade Demon General had yielded some valuable items. I tossed the boots to Lin Yixin. It was only fair to share some spoils with Shui Yinsan as well. As we gazed at the hollow palace door, Yunzhan, gripping his blade, eagerly urged, "Let us proceed. I wish to see what divine being is conjuring those demons from the abyss." With a collective agreement, we surged forward. A blinding violet light surged forth, almost unbearable to the senses. Upon the steps inside the palace, a massive black vortex loomed, swirling with purple lightning, crackling ominously. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the infernal ice summoned by the frozen blade we encountered earlier. The stones on the steps were utterly crushed by the formidable power of the Eye of the Abyss. At this moment, numerous rocks continued to be drawn into the eye. As the summoning array expanded relentlessly, the Eye of the Abyss served as a gateway to another realm. With a cacophony of growls resonating as grotesque ghouls leaped forth from the purple light, soaring toward the rear where a grand avenue led directly into the jungle beyond. The Night Spirit Legion within the outer forest grew increasingly powerful, utilizing this very method of transportation to strengthen their ranks. Damn it! Prince Yunzhan clenched his iron fist, gritting his teeth as he beheld the necromancers standing upon the steps. Suddenly, a look of horror twisted his expression, and he bellowed, "No, it cannot be. How could this happen? Is it truly you who wishes to bring about the kingdom's demise?" On the steps stood an elderly mage clad in a black robe, wielding a staff, a sinister grin upon his face. He raised his hand to lower his hood, revealing a visage aged and shrouded in dark energy. He gazed at Yunzhan, his countenance terrifying, and proclaimed, "Ah, you have finally arrived, my child, my most esteemed pupil, Prince Yunzhan of the Empire." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yunzan clenched his steel teeth, seething with rage. Master Dios, you are my mentor and my father's mentor as well. You, who have lived for over 3 centuries, are a founding mage of our empire. Why do you pledge allegiance to Bloodfinger Ovia? Why have you opened this powerful portal of the Eye of the Abyss? At that moment, the truth dawned upon all present. It was no wonder Yunzan was so furious. The mastermind controlling the Eye of the Abyss was none other than the esteemed mage of the Hidden God City, Saint Mage Dios level, 215 magic attack, defense, health, skills, description, once a mage of the Hidden Empire with over 300 years of cultivation. Possessing extraordinary strength and unparalleled mastery of magic, he has guided generations of kings in the Hidden Empire. Yet, Dios is far from satisfied with his own power. He seeks even greater strength, choosing to submit to Bloodfinger Ovia, openly betraying the empire. Observing the enraged young prince, Dios suddenly chuckled. Do not be angry, Yunzan, my child. Yunzan, sword in hand, retorted furiously, why betray the empire? Dios grinned wickedly. Betrayal? What is betrayal, and what is loyalty? I merely seek to acquire greater power. You are still too young to comprehend the essence of betrayal. I, Dios, have spent over 3 centuries in the Hidden Empire, witnessing the rise and fall of the so-called nobility and the contemptible commoners, observing the deceit, compromise, and treachery of those in power. I have seen through their hypocrisy. If betrayal exists, it is the corrupt monarchy that has betrayed the people. Thus, I, Dios, have chosen destruction. If change is unattainable, then let me obliterate everything. No. Yunzan unsheathed his sword, its blade aimed directly at his former mentor, exclaiming in fury, no, the royal authority may be amended, loyally serving the citizens step by step. Yet once one descends into the abyss, it is a betrayal of humanity. Today, I, Yunzan, shall thwart your continued descent, my mentor. I must slay you. As Yunzan pronounced his intent to kill, Dios erupted in laughter. Very well, let me witness your growth over these years, Yunzan. Today, I shall ruthlessly extinguish the flame of this future imperial star, rendering that mediocre monarch to a state of despair. Ha ha ha. Clang. Lin Yixin and I drew our blades in unison, bracing for battle against the formidable level 215 celestial boss. Chapter 870, The Divine Beast Slash. Just as we were about to engage, a message arrived from He. Lu Chun, what is the situation on your end? I was on the verge of confronting the boss. What could it be? I replied swiftly. A minute later, He sent another message. A few hours ago, news came from the Dragonbone Mountains. One of the infernal kings, the snowy bard Sophie, has descended from the peak of the Dragonbone Mountains with her followers, heading straight for the American main city, Hero City. The Northern Alliance is now in chaos. Sophie, ranked second among the 9 infernal kings, is a super boss leading at least 10 million high-level undead creatures, and in the skies, many blood-robed flying undead are continuously airdropping ghoul-like beings, necromancers, and the like within the vicinity of 7-Star City. In the next few hours, the players of 7-Star City will face a life-and-death battle. It is said that Sophie's sudden assault was triggered by a main storyline quest initiated by a player in the American region. In any case, it promises to be an eventful occasion. A smile crept across my face as I replied, we are also engaged in a main storyline quest, targeting Bloodfinger, one of the 9 infernal kings. I suspect our situation will not be much better. Eve, best of luck to you. If you can eliminate the surrounding Ming Snake Forest, you will be able to breach the Blood Fortress. Beyond that lies a multitude of burial grounds, within which reside level 210 ghostly chariot monsters, with a chance of spawning level 1 ghost chariot offspring, which are boss tier entities of the ghost dance level. Seize this opportunity. He seemed quite excited, sending a smiling emoji. Understood, we will dispatch people immediately. This Blood War Shield area is incredibly bountiful. After clearing this map, our main alliance's players will see a significant upgrade in levels, equipment, and skills. Alright, I must get back to work. I responded. With that, I shut off the communicator and prepared for battle. Prince Yunzan trembled with rage, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Warriors from the Hidden City and Sky City. We must dismantle this Eye of Inferno teleportation array. Otherwise, the human faction will lose yet another fortified stronghold. I will confront Mentor Dios. The remaining 4 minions are yours to handle. Yes, Your Highness. A chorus of soldiers responded, nodding in agreement. As my gaze swept across the scene, The so-called four henchmen revealed themselves to be four formidable sorcerers, each at a level of 215. It was apparent that they were minions summoned by Dios, albeit mere quasi-bosses of the celestial tier. Compared to Dios, these lackeys were markedly inferior in terms of offensive prowess, and their vitality and defense paled in comparison. With my sword lowered, I mounted my steed and decisively declared, "Let the NPC absorb the brunt of the assault. We shall eliminate them one by one," taking down each quasi-boss and clearing Dios's minions from the field. With a nod of agreement from the few ladies present, we selected our target, the nearest purple-robed mage, and unleashed a binding spell, which unfortunately missed its mark. Undeterred, I followed up with a thunder charge. Swiftly, I struck true, causing the mage to succumb to a brief state of disorientation, unable to activate his magical shield in time. "Biming!" I bellowed, and before my words faded, Bai Mingyue had already unleashed a bone-corroding arrow upon the panicked sorcerer. Lin Yixin, with impeccable timing, executed a shattering ice flame slash, the two attacks converging with explosive impact. The sensation of striking cloth armor was exhilarating, as damage figures soared beyond 50,000, and the mage's health plummeted by nearly 700,000 under our relentless onslaught. "Curse you, wretched melee warriors! Witness my wrath!" the purple-robed mage roared, brandishing his staff to unleash a cataclysmic fire explosion that detonated between Lin Yixin and me, engulfing our bodies in searing flames, inflicting unbearable agony. This mage's magical prowess surpassed even that of Lin Yixin, as two damage figures flared into view: 86, 284, and 102, 923. Such devastating might could only belong to a boss-level spellcaster. "Prepare to be cleansed by the flames of the divine," the boss declared, raising his staff high and commanding. "Heed my call, slumbering fire spirit, awaken and consume all before you, I demand." But before he could complete his incantation, I summoned a blood-red cyclone around my left fist and unleashed a demonic fist, enhanced by the effects of the ground transformation. Miraculously, I successfully disrupted the boss's grand summoning spell with a single blow. "Kill," I urged, as our blades danced in a frenzy of strikes. Harmonizing with the assaults of Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin, we rapidly whittled down the boss's health. Yet the relentless bombardment of fire explosions and fire dragon spells kept both Lin Yixin and me teetering on the brink of death, our health remaining below 50. The healing burden on Murong Mingyue was immense. After casting the pool of life, she hurriedly unleashed successive greater heal spells and healing flickers, nearing the point of collapse. Suddenly, the god of war's chain of remnant blades flashed with brilliance. At last, a successful strike. The boss was stunned for a full 7 seconds, our optimal window for offense and healing. By the end of those 7 seconds, the mage's health was critically low. A spectral azure dragon coiled around my blade, activating the Qingming sword's effect as it voraciously consumed the weakened old mage. The purple-robed sorcerer let out a furious roar before slowly collapsing to the ground, uttering, "Embrace me, O god of hell." With a cacophony, several pieces of equipment emerged, accompanied by magical stones, heralding a windfall. I hastily stowed all the gear into my satchel, scarcely taking a moment to examine them, and, devoid of any celestial artifacts, I charged toward the second semi-boss, murmuring, "Let us continue the slaughter. Yunzhan cannot hold out much longer." Swiftly, I seized control of the second semi-boss mage from several NPC soldiers, unleashing havoc. Not far from our position, Yunzhan was relentlessly battered by the magic of the great sorcerer Dios, yet he remained resolute, wielding his shield to cast a protective barrier while fiercely striking at the sorcerer's magical shield. However, that shield proved far more resilient than the one possessed by the semi-boss. And despite his persistent efforts, Yunzhan's health plummeted, dwindling to a mere 87 points. In a flash, Murong Mingyue cast a healing spell upon Yunzhan, successfully restoring a significant portion of his vitality, a boon of considerable magnitude. "Bravo, Sister Mingyue," I exclaimed in admiration. Murong Mingyue proudly puffed up her chest, retorting, "Stop flattering me, you little brat, and focus on the fight." The air crackled with intense energy as the formidable archmage Dios unleashed his might. The tip of his staff coalesced with raging flames as he bellowed, "Yunzhan, my dear disciple, since I have nurtured you to become a great magical warrior, I shall also escort you to the depths of hell." With that proclamation, Dios raised his magical staff and began to chant, O great essence of the torrent of flames, heed my call and descend upon this world. I, Dios, summon the torrent of flames with the power of my life. Boom. A powerful wave of fire erupted from the tip of his staff, hurtling toward Yunzhan. Amidst the tumult, Yunzhan raised his long sword, his left hand steady and intoned. Vitality shield, protect me. Under the onslaught of the torrent of flames, a violent impact sent Yunzhan staggering backward, veering off the path of the magical assault. The bracer on his left arm glowed a fierce red from the heat, undoubtedly singeing his flesh. Yet, he uttered not a cry of pain, collapsing amid the grass. Meanwhile, a dozen NPC soldiers from the hidden city raised their shields to fend off the searing inferno, but the temperature of the torrent of flames was shockingly high. With a resounding explosion, their shields melted away, leaving only charred remains of a dozen beings, now lifeless on the ground. Tears welled in Yunzhan's eyes as he lamented. Master, you have truly mastered necromancy. You have completely fallen from grace. Dios laughed heartily. Indeed, such overwhelming power is beyond even my former grasp. Come, child. Embark on a higher path of cultivation under my guidance. Not a chance. Yunzhan steadied himself with his sword, fury igniting in his gaze. I shall never trade the blood of the innocent to further my own power. Prepare to witness my new martial prowess. The blade quivered, unleashing a piercing wail. Yunzhan, with his sword in hand, growled softly, as a surge of energy from the mighty Xieji beast soared above him, mirroring the indomitable spirit of the Xieji's roar. However, the disparity in power was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Whirling cyclones spiraled around the sword's edge, while beneath Yunzhan's feet, intricate and ever-changing hexagrams floated. Suddenly, he bellowed, Master, behold my divine beast slash. The sword energy erupted forth. Yunzhan expended every ounce of strength, nearly sacrificing his life to confront his former mentor, all in an effort to thwart his obstinacy. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed continuously. As Yunzhan's strike nearly collapsed a significant portion of the palace platform. Yet, the Grand Magus Dios remained steadfast, his eyes filled with admiration. A trickle of blood escaping his lips. Very well, my dear disciple, your brilliance compels me to reconsider your fate. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Dios's gaze, clearly resolved to unleash his full might. Hurry, take down a few minions. Yunzhan needs our assistance. I whispered urgently. Lin Yixin replied, Indeed. But how can we act swiftly? It was true. Everyone was exerting their utmost effort. Yet this level 215 quasi-boss was overwhelmingly powerful. A mere double magic strike could reduce both Lin Yixin and me to critical health. Thankfully, our party's healer, Murong Mingyue, was present. Had it been Yu Lu, we would have likely faced total annihilation. A 30-point disparity in healing output is a world apart. The fierce battle raged outside the palace. A cacophony of magical and martial brilliance illuminating the chaos, rendering the surroundings a blurred tapestry of destruction. Our potions were depleting at an alarming rate, with barely a moment's respite for consumption. Yunzhan's health had plummeted to around 40, but thanks to Murong Mingyue's relentless healing spells, the life of this prince of the hidden city was precariously preserved. At long last, after half an hour, 3 quasi-bosses fell in succession, their dropped loot proving disappointing. The best being merely Earth-grade equipment, hastily stuffed into our bags. Our immediate priority was to eliminate Dios and rescue the prince. Otherwise, Yunzhan's demise would spell the end of our quest, and losing such a promising NPC noble would be a tragic loss. Chapter 871. Sent to Hell, a torrent of flames surged forth. A colossal fire shockwave suddenly ravaged the battlefield, causing Yunzhan's health to plummet by an alarming 700,000, bringing him perilously close to the brink of death, with scarcely 10 remaining. Quickly, save Yunzhan. After vanquishing the 4th quasi-boss, I initiated a thunderous charge, locking onto the Grand Magus Dios from a distance. With a swift motion, lightning rained down as I collided with the Grand Magus, yet no stunning effect ensued. Dios wielded an exceptionally potent magical shield, which we had yet to penetrate. With a horizontal sweep of my sword, I executed a fierce blade strike, delivering a rapid combination of blows. Under the tremendous force, Dios' magical shield warped, accompanied by a cascade of damage numbers. 3,982, 7,267, 10,292, 48,277. Only when the heavens and earth shattered could we truly breach the formidable defenses of this mage-type boss. Its defensive capabilities were astonishingly robust, with a magical shield of unparalleled resilience. This was the very reason why even the formidable Prince of Yunzan met with inevitable defeat. Nonetheless, under the relentless assault of Prince Yunzan, Dios was reduced to a mere 48 health points, which was indeed promising news for us. Lin Yixin brandished the 7 stars glazed sword, its blade shimmering with a translucent radiance. With a sword in her right hand and a dagger in her left, she executed a swift and deadly flurry of strikes, the moon eye shattering the unparalleled barrier and landing squarely upon the boss. 18,299, 31,726. In that moment, Lin Yixin turned to me, exclaiming, "Little trickster, this 1T suffice. If we don't break the shield, the health we've depleted will not be enough to counter this level 215 boss's recovery. We must shatter that shield." I immediately called out, "Bai Mingyue, prepare the bone corrosion arrow. We need to unleash overwhelming DPS to dismantle the boss's magical shield. Once it is breached, unleash the bone corrosion arrow. We must render the boss increasingly vulnerable." With a resolute nod, Lin Yixin and I maneuvered to the sides, our blades striking continuously against the boss's magical shield. Yet, its resilience was formidable, and shattering it proved to be an arduous task. "Ha ha ha," Dios cackled menacingly. "Insignificant adventurers, your attacks are but a mere tickle. Do you truly believe you can vanquish me? Come, let my transcendent magic send you to your demise." With his staff raised high, Dios bellowed, unleashing a fierce flame strike directly aimed at me. The speed was blinding, and this spell had virtually no casting time, consuming me in a searing agony that felt akin to a rebirth through fire. The damage numbers that followed elicited gasps from several players. 170,287. This was without a critical hit, and yet it had diminished my health so drastically. This boss was indeed terrifying. Without hesitation, I raised my hand, summoning the Death's resilience, instantly replenishing 70,000 health, while simultaneously consuming a level 10 holy elixir. Behind me, Murong Mingyue promptly cast 2 healing spells, stabilizing my health above 200,000, yet the peril still loomed. Dios roared, stomping the ground, and suddenly a sea of flames engulfed the area beneath us, burning persistently. In this confined space, both Lin Yixin and I watched our health plummet rapidly. "This is dire, little trickster. Our health is depleting far too quickly," Lin Yixin exclaimed, her feet poised on the cerulean lotus leaves, activating the earth transformation effect, yet it was still insufficient to halt the drastic health loss. I urged, "Hurry. Use the ice dragon to restrain the boss. The ice dragon possesses excellent magical resistance. It can endure far better than we can." With a resounding dragon roar, the ice dragon, Chris, descended from the skies, unleashing its breath while employing its claws and massive jaws to tear into Dios. The Phantom Wolf King also launched an assault from the flank, catching Dios off guard with the unexpected support of a divine dragon. Under the onslaught from Chris, Dios's formation faltered. With a resounding crack, the resilient magical shield finally shattered. Opportunity. I raised my arm, executing a binding incantation, and by the grace of the heavens, it succeeded. Indeed, fortune smiled upon us as the binding technique ensnared Dios. The bone-gnawing arrow from Bai Mingyue struck sharply upon Dios's forehead, significantly diminishing the boss's defenses. Even if Dios attempted to conjure a magical shield, its resilience would be considerably weakened. Attack. The slashing blade of war erupted with astonishing rapidity, while Lin Yixin seamlessly executed the barrier break triple slash. In an instant, our coordinated assault resulted in 3 consecutive successful strikes, visibly depleting Dios's health to a mere 43. Despite his formidable prowess, he could not escape the reality of being a mage. Under the relentless onslaught from the 4 of us, myself, Lin Yixin, Bai Mingyue, and Lin Yixin, his vitality was of little consequence. "Caution, the boss is about to unleash a major spell," Lin Yixin exclaimed in alarm. As we shattered the magical shield for the 4th time, Dios waved his staff and proclaimed, "Accept my demands, O great god of flames." Before he could finish, I unleashed a devastating punch, the demon-breaking fist connecting with his chest and expelling a torrent of putrid flesh. Dios emitted a mournful groan, his magical summoning abruptly interrupted. What a thrill! I was elated to discover that the demon-breaking fist, enhanced by the earth transformation effect, was remarkably potent. At this moment, both Lin Yixin and I held nothing back, fully utilizing the earth transformation, our divine power restored to its zenith from previous endeavors, all in preparation for this very instant. As our powerful class composition became evident, the Archmage Dios found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. The magical shields he conjured were swiftly dismantled, while the ice dragon Crisp persistently harried him from the skies. Dios's magic proved ineffective against this formidable celestial dragon, whose draconic armor boasted an impressive 200 points of magical resistance. Nearly 20 minutes elapsed, and Dios's health dwindled to around 10, an ominous sign. When a super boss's health reaches such a critical state, one must brace for a desperate counterattack, unleashing fierce abilities even at the cost of self-damage. Behold, fiery runes manifested beneath Dios, his gaze turning menacing as he growled, "None shall prevent me from awakening the eye of purgatory. Once the great blood-finger lord stirs from slumber, he will eradicate you insignificant ants. Come forth and taste the flavor of forbidden spells." In the next moment, Dios's voice trembled as he raised his staff high, nearly roaring, "Awaken, O dragon kin slumbering in purgatory, and bring forth your eternal brilliance. Let the world witness your wrath. Let the heavens comprehend your might, and bring forth destruction. I, Dios, summon the hellfire dragons." The ground trembled violently, countless stone steps shattered, and the earth heaved, giving rise to a multitude of flaming dragons emerging from the depths. Though these fire-imbued dragons were mere phantoms, their attacks were palpably real, their sharpness felt by all. "Be cautious, don't be taken out in an instant," Lin Yixin warned, brandishing the 7-star Lioli sword while deftly evading. I swung my iron fist, crimson whirlwinds swirling around my knuckles, and with a fierce shout, I struck towards Dios, declaring, "Old ghost, return to hell." Bang! The cyclone dissipated, yet this strike proved ineffective. Dios's magic remained unbroken. Lin Yixin's delicate face turned ashen. A resounding boom erupted as a flame dragon burst forth beside me, a searing pain coursing through my arm. And the damage numbers that appeared above my head sent chills down my spine. 279,028. Damn it, I barely had 300,000 health points. This blow could nearly obliterate me. Truly the power of a forbidden spell. The earth cracked incessantly, and it seemed we were on the brink of despair. In a moment of desperation, Bai Mingshui shouted, "Brother, sister Lin Yixin, come here." In the next instant, the beautiful dark archer wielded her longbow, swiftly unleashing a collective attack mode of the abyssal well. Lin Yixin and I were swept into its embrace. For at least 15 seconds, we would be safe, albeit at the cost of 50 health points, which posed no threat to my already diminished health. Time ticked away, and as we sheltered within the abyssal well, we watched the boss's forbidden spell wreak havoc, the dragon's roar shattering the surrounding palace walls, while the inner city walls crumbled slowly. This cataclysmic power was truly astonishing. As the effect of the abyssal well neared its end, we found ourselves in peril. The moment we stepped out, the concentrated flames would surely annihilate us. Just when hope seemed lost, amidst the rubble, Yunzhan suddenly rose, sword in hand, his gaze filled with determination. He bellowed, "Teacher, I can no longer tolerate your slaughter of the innocent. Even if it costs me my life, I must stop you." With each step, Yunzhan ascended the shattered stone steps towards his mentor, the ground beneath him fracturing, flames dancing dangerously close, leaving grievous wounds on his arms and back. Yet, nothing deterred him from approaching the sorcerer, casting the forbidden spell. Dios's eyes revealed a flicker of fear. "Child, what are you doing?" With a swift motion, Yunzhan raised his sword and declared, "I shall send you to hell." The blade pierced through the old mage's chest, interrupting Dios's incantation. In that fleeting moment, we escaped the confines of the abyssal well. 398-0029. This audacious strike from Yunzhan stripped Dios of nearly 10% of his health, leaving the once mighty mage barely standing, staring in disbelief at his disciple. As I murmured in awe, my eyes widened. The Qingming sword freed itself from my grasp, spinning gracefully. A crisp sound resonated as 5 golden beams descended upon us, restoring our health and granting us a level up. Dios's experience points were truly staggering. Chapter 872, Dragon God Shield Clang. Yunzhan's sword fell slowly to the ground, embedding itself at an angle in the stone steps. Exhausted, He knelt before Dios's lifeless body, murmuring, "I'm sorry, teacher. I truly did not wish to kill you, but if I do not, you would inevitably slay more innocents. For the sake of our homeland. I had no choice. May your soul find redemption in the abyss." As he spoke, Yinzhan slowly closed his eyes. In the midst of the cursed incantation of the Hell Dragon, he had sustained grave injuries, rendering him unable to continue the battle. Fortunately, however, a flicker of vitality remained. He would not perish just yet. With a swift motion, Murong Mingyue raised her hand and cast a healing spell upon Yinzhan, pouting playfully as she remarked, "It would be such a pity for such a handsome prince to meet his end." I chuckled and replied, "Sister Mingyue, are you considering taking him under your wing?" Murong Mingyue cast a wistful glance in my direction and said, "Not at all. I still prefer charming rogues like you. What use is handsomeness if it cannot provide sustenance?" "Who is a rogue?" I retorted, narrowing my eyes. "Besides, I am quite handsome myself. I doubt I pale in comparison to Yinzhan." "Biming, Lin Yixin, what do you think?" Biming Shui smiled sweetly. "Brother, you are the most handsome." Lin Yixin chimed in, "Absolutely. Brother Lucan is the most handsome in the world." Lin Yixin looked at me with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Are you satisfied now?" I grinned. "Enough idle chatter. Let us see what loot the boss has dropped." This is a level 215 celestial grade boss, and it must have yielded some exceptional equipment. Nodding in agreement, I stepped forward, extending my fingers to absorb the soul fire of Dios. Regardless of where his spirit may wander, his mastery in the necromantic arts would now be mine. In that fleeting moment of absorption, a powerful aura surged within my chest and abdomen. Truly, this celestial grade boss was formidable. The intensity of this fire was more potent than that of 10 Bloodblade ghost generals. Crouching down amidst the rubble and weeds, I discovered 3 pieces of equipment that Dios had dropped. Although their quantity was limited, each item was remarkably fine. One was a chest plate exuding an orange glow, another a blood-red shield, and lastly, a ring adorned with a dark dragon motif. All appeared to be quite promising. First, I examined the attributes of the chest plate, and just as we had hoped, the most sought-after equipment had indeed emerged. Windrunner Helmet, exquisite artifact. Defense, 1000 magic defense, 920 agility, 355 stamina, 380 strength, 310 strategy, 29 bonus. Increases the user's hit rate by 80 bonus. Enhances the user's ranged physical attack power by 15 exquisite trait. Windrunner. Increases attack and movement speed by 15 trait. Windrunner set helmet description. Over 25 millennia ago, archery flourished across the continent. In pursuit of the title of archery god, various empires engaged in the archery god wars. After numerous battles, a boy from the deep mountains emerged with astonishing archery skills. It was later revealed that this boy was the embodiment of the heavenly domain archery god. Subsequently, during the war of gods and demons, the archery god disintegrated, his form transforming into 5 distinct pieces of equipment, which included the Windrunner leather armor set. Slots: 10 required level, 170 required reputation, 250. 000. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Dios truly outdid himself, dropping the final piece of the Windrunner set for us. This also meant that Biming Shui had now assembled a complete set of Windrunner gear. Handing the Windrunner helmet to Biming Shui, I smiled and said, "Here you go. Let us see what attributes the full set confers." Indeed, with a soft click, the Wind Chaser helmet appeared atop the young lady's head, only to be swiftly concealed. For the girl favored the enchanting appearance of flowing long hair. Before long, Biming Shui shared the attributes of the Wind Chaser set in the team channel. Wind Chaser set attributes: 1 piece, none 2 pieces. Increases the user's physical ranged attack power by 53 pieces. Increases the user's physical ranged attack power by 30 and attack speed by 64 pieces. Enhances the user's overall defense by 75 and raises the user's health cap by 70. 0.005 pieces. Triggers the full set effect, Blade of the Wind Chaser, increasing the user's movement speed by 150, ignoring 45 of the target's defense. With any attack having a 40 splash effect and a 35 chance to evade physical attacks. In an instant, Lin Yixin, Murong Mingyue, Lin Yixin, and I fell into a profound silence. This was indeed the extraordinary effect of a divine equipment set. Clad in the complete Wind Chaser set, Biming Shui was destined for invincibility. Upon closer inspection of the attributes, 80 attack, 75 overall defense, and 60 attack speed, these figures were already impressive, but the remarkable increase of 70,000 health was astonishing. This raised Bai Mingshue's health beyond 100,000. Was she still considered a mere archer? At this stage, renowned archer players such as October Rain and Floating Clouds barely reached around 70,000 health. With this equipment, Bai Mingxue likely boasted health around 120,000. Coupled with defensive enhancements that rivaled heavy armor, alongside a 45 defense ignoring effect and a 40 splash damage, a perfect blend of offense and defense for an archer. What was even more lethal was Bai Mingshue's 35 chance to evade physical attacks. Given that archers already possess a high evasion rate, combined with the set effects, her physical evasion would easily exceed 50. In the duels between archers and warriors, the outcome was evident. Typical warriors would struggle to land a blow on Bai Mingxue before being overwhelmed by her relentless assault. Lin Yixin, wielding the 7-star glazed sword, gazed at Bai Mingxue with a playful smile. Bai Ming, how about this? When you head to the 1v1 arena, just let me know, and I shall refrain from participating, she said cheerfully. I chimed in, and do inform your brother as well. I shall also abstain. Murong Mingyue responded, there's no need to tell Li Ge at this stage. In a one-on-one duel, only Li Ge likely has more than a 50 chance of defeating Bai Mingxue. Not necessarily. There are a few others, I countered. Who? Lin Yixin inquired. Jingxing Luoxin, Lin Yixin, Sansheng Mo, and Wen Yu. These individuals still have a chance against Bai Ming. Let us not forget that this set offers only 75 magic resistance. Mages possess magic shields, and the win rate of Jingxing Luoxin, Lin Yixin, and Sansheng Mo against Bai Ming is at least above 40. Bai Mingxue nodded in agreement. Brother is correct. The archer's struggle against mages is indeed formidable. If the shield cannot be broken, one would merely be obliterated. The 6th transition players face this challenge, as archers are inherently countered by mages. I smiled, fear not. Once we reach level 180 and master the 7th transition skills, the archer class may undergo a significant transformation. Let us first examine the equipment. Agreed. Next, there lay a shield glimmering with a blood-red sheen, seemingly forged from the scales of a dragon. The surface of the shield was adorned with intricate carvings of dragon motifs, and a series of esoteric runes flowed elegantly across it, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. As I extended my hand to share the shield's attributes, the surrounding figures were left in awe. Dragon God Shield, Artifact, Extraordinary, Defense, 7,200 Magic Defense, 5,500 Health, 920 Strength, 900 Agility, 850 Strategy, 120 Block Chance, 54 additional. Increases the user's defense by 70 additional. Enhances the user's health limit by 40. 000 Exceptional Trait, Divine Dragon's Protection. Summons the Dragon God to shield its bearer, maintaining an invincible state for 25 seconds. Description: in the ancient era, during the fierce conflict between humanity and the dragon race, humans suffered a devastating defeat. Numerous empires dispatched their finest warriors, including hundreds of sword saints and archmages, to the battlefield. Following a single confrontation, 17 sacred dragons were slain. However, the casualties among the sword saints and archmage legions exceeded 90%. Ultimately, a formidable figure known as the Thief God stealthily infiltrated the lair of the Dragon God and exterminated its progeny, acquiring the dragon scales, which were then forged into this Dragon God shield. In retaliation, the Dragon God unleashed its wrath, leading the Dragon clan to obliterate several border empires. Thus, this Dragon God shield became a witness to all legends. Socket: 12 required level, 175 required reputation, 300,000. In an instant, I was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming in glee, what luck! I have stumbled upon this artifact-like shield. Is this the hand of fate? Lin Yixin chuckled, playfully nudging me. You little trickster, equip it quickly. Its attributes must be incredibly formidable now. Indeed, having reached level 175, I was fully capable of donning this shield. I replaced the mediocre Blood Fortress shield with the Dragon God shield. Almost immediately, the emblem of a divine dragon manifested upon my arm, and I felt an unprecedented surge of power. Goodness, my defense and health had skyrocketed beyond belief. ID: Broken Halberd Sinking Sand. Title: Infernal Thunder. Class: Necromancer Swordsman, Earth Swordsman. Level, 175 health, 204, 290 attack, 56, 106, 870 defense, 15, 515 magic defense, 12, 950 reputation, 328, 900 strategy, 759, 672, luck, 54. This singular shield propelled my defense far beyond my attack power. In fact, this had already been evidenced in national battles, where the defensive capabilities of shield-wielding magic knights proved astonishingly formidable. It became exceedingly difficult for melee warriors to breach their defenses. Only the occasional barrier-breaking attacks yielded any effect, while most assaults failed to penetrate. To counter a shield formation, the most effective strategy was the area of effect spells wielded by mages, as class countering complemented one another, and only through harmonious cooperation could the full potential of the team be realized. Nonetheless, my current defense was indeed extraordinary. I could hardly contain my excitement and eagerly anticipated the opportunity to engage in a national battle, eager to demonstrate to the Northern Alliance what true fortitude looks like. The Dragon God Shield is a 6-star exceptional celestial artifact, boasting a remarkable 25-second invincibility effect. It is exceedingly sharp and possesses commendable magical defenses. Subtly, my defensive capabilities have begun to eclipse my offensive prowess. Overwhelmed with joy, I deemed the defeat of Dios worthy, gaining not only an excess of experience points, but also this precious shield, a significant triumph. At that moment, Bai Mingyue urged, "Brother, isn't there also a ring?" Indeed. I revealed the ring cradled in my palm, its surface adorned with the image of a dark dragon, a truly exquisite piece. As the attributes soared into the air, Murong Mingyue exclaimed in delight, "At last, my sister's equipment has emerged." Dark Dragon Arcane Ring, exceptional celestial artifact, intelligence, 790 stamina, 800 agility, 755 additional, increases the user's healing effects by 85 additional, raises the user's health cap by 24,000. Exceptional trait. Wings of the Dark Dragon continuously protects the user, reducing damage taken by 30 required level, 170 required reputation, 150,000. Chapter 873. Devouring the Heart with 85 healing, 240,000 health, and 30 damage reduction. Each attribute is akin to that of a divine being. Clearly, this equipment is tailored for priest-class players, and within our party, only Murong Mingyue fulfills that role, thus the ownership is evident. I tossed the Dark Dragon Arcane Ring to Murong Mingyue, who, having previously lacked the necessary level, was now equipped after we cleared the blood-colored shield domain. With the addition of this 85 healing effect, even her instant healing spells could restore at least 50,000 health. Should a healing critical strike occur, the recovery would exceed 100,000. If she employed a large-scale healing spell with a 3-second cooldown, she could potentially restore 850,000 health in one cast, a true king among priests. Once the equipment distribution was complete, a few miscellaneous items remained on the ground. Dios had dropped nearly 20 embedded gemstones, the finest being a level 12 Dragon Rock gemstone, currently the pinnacle of gems. I claimed it, intending to embed it into the Dragon God Shield, enhancing its overall defense by 60. Only fully gemmed equipment would do justice to the 6-star celestial status of the Dragon God Shield. At that moment, Prince Yunzan slowly rose from the pool of blood, surveying us and the remnants of his fallen soldiers. His elite army of tens of thousands, brought from the city of divine concealment, had been utterly annihilated. However, having vanquished the undead Saint Sorcerer Dios, he deemed it a worthy accomplishment. Respectable adventurers of the Sky City, Yunzan gazed at us solemnly, saying, "On behalf of the Divine Concealment Empire, I thank you for your bravery. It is your courage that has eliminated the threat. The citizens of Divine Concealment will honor you. Please accept my respect." With that, Yunzan performed a standard knightly salute. Ding! A notification chimed, and a vast influx of experience filled my being, completing Prince Yunzan's mission to gather military intelligence. I gained a hefty 82 experience points towards level 175. And I was but a fraction away from reaching level 176. Should I continue undertaking such main quests, ascending to level 180 would become an effortless endeavor. I stood within the depths of a pit, strewn with rubble, gazing up at Yunzan and inquired, "Your Highness, all your subordinates have perished in battle. What do you intend to do now?" In his clear, resolute eyes, determination shone brightly as he clenched his iron fist and declared, "I shall return to the Empire at once, rallying all stationed troops from the 7 fortresses, leading a 1,000,000-strong army to invade the Blood Shield domain. We shall strike while the night spirits have yet to fully cross from the eye of purgatory, and we will obliterate this realm of the undead, no matter the cost. We must restore the glory of the Talon Empire, for this land was once our home, a place fiercely defended by the 10 heroes." I nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall not accompany you back to the city. Take care of yourselves," he replied. Looking at me with a faint smile, Yunzhan added, "You are welcome to visit the hidden city. I shall remember you, my friends." However, before he could finish his words, the sky abruptly darkened, drenched in a blood-red hue. Thunder rumbling ominously as an overwhelming aura descended upon us. "What is happening?" Lin Yixin gasped in shock. Yet, Yunzhan suddenly opened his mouth wide, seemingly letting out a wail, his eyes filled with horror and despair as a torrent of blood erupted from his lips. Blood gushed forth, his hair disheveled, and he collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating rapidly. With a sickening sound, a bloodied arm burst forth from his back, piercing through his body, splattering crimson droplets all around. My hand, clutching the sword, trembled violently, nearly shattering my teeth. As the bloodied claw withdrew from Yunzhan, he fell to the ground in despair, emitting low, mournful sounds, desperately attempting to turn and glimpse the identity of his assailant. Beneath the blood clouds and amidst the fierce winds stood a warrior clad in dark crimson armor, his arm grotesquely transformed, resembling that of a beast, adorned with dark red runes. He held Yunzhan's heart in his palm, emitting a shrill, mocking cackle, his beast-like gray-brown eyes fixated on Yunzhan as he scoffed. "The 5th son of the king of Hidden City, hailed as its greatest commander, is but this? Yet your heart appears quite delectable. Consider it a tribute to me. Dear Prince Yunzhan." As Yunzhan's life force ebbed away, he gazed at the figure before him, blood spilling from his mouth as he weakly uttered, "You, Bloodfinger Ovia. Is it truly you?" The warrior, with his blood-red arm, laughed maniacally. "Does anyone still remember my name? Huh? Does anyone recall this fallen hero of the Empire?" Yunzhan's eyes brimmed with defiance. "Ovia, as one of the 10 heroes of the Talon Empire, how could you bring about its downfall? You wretched beast. How could you bear to slay countless innocents? I despise that I cannot personally avenge them upon you. This demon. What? One of the 10 heroes?" Lin Yixin gasped in astonishment. "Bloodfinger is one of the 10 heroes of the Talon Empire's ruins? How can this be possible?" Murong Mingyue relentlessly cast large-scale healing spells upon Yunzhan, desperately attempting to salvage his life. Yet, it appeared that Yunzhan could no longer endure. His complexion was ashen, and after losing his heart, even the strongest among us would likely succumb to death. Ah, the agony! Yunzhan wailed in anguish, gazing at the bloodied fingers, tears of defiance streaming down his face as he murmured, "Ancestors, is this demon, Ovia, truly one of the 10 heroes? Why, oh why is he so cruel? Treating human life as mere fodder? How can such a beast be called a hero?" Bloodfinger cackled wickedly, remaining silent but lifting his blood-stained palm. Abruptly, he opened his mouth, revealing sharp, beast-like teeth. With a sickening crunch, he bit off a significant portion of Yunzhan's heart, blood splattering across the ground. As he chewed, he laughed maniacally. "Indeed. Quite delectable. The bloodline of royalty is exceptional. Your Highness Yunzhan, I must thank you for this exquisite offering. Ha ha ha." Yunzhan writhed in agony, helplessly watching as Bloodfinger consumed his heart. After licking the last traces of blood from his fingers, Bloodfinger's expression shifted dramatically as he leaned closer to Yunzhan, fiercely declaring, "Now, I shall reveal to you why I have fallen into darkness." He pointed towards the imperial ruins behind him, his countenance transforming into a mask of rage as he bellowed. "It was in the northern reaches of this city that I, as the commander of the empire, besieged a dark castle of the night spirits with 200,000 troops. As we neared the city's fall, our supplies dwindled. I dispatched my aides repeatedly to demand provisions, yet the Duke of Kangi and Duke of Linen within the castle delayed their reinforcements. To make matters worse, they refused to send even the barest of supplies. My soldiers were left to gnaw on the grass, ultimately resorting to the putrid corpses of the fallen." Bloodfinger Ovia drew closer to Yunzhan, his face contorted in grotesque fury. "Do you comprehend that torment? My subordinates are heroes who fight without retreat. We did not wish to consume the flesh of our fallen comrades. Yet what did we receive in return? The 3 aides I sent back to the Empire to request reinforcements were branded as cowardly deserters by Duke Kangyi and burned alive upon the totem pole, merely because these pampered nobles feared my rising power and dreaded my potential to harness the strength of the undead. As he spoke, Bloodfinger threw back his head, trembling with rage. Thus, I seek vengeance for my fallen brothers. I forged a pact with the Abyss, selling my soul for greater power. With a sinister grin, he continued. In time, I returned to the Empire with my army, and in a single night, I slaughtered 3 of the 10 heroes, annihilating the entire Empire with a flick of my hand. I stabbed Duke Kangyi 107 times, allowing the unrefined ghouls to defile his wife and daughters, setting the imperial camp ablaze with the flames of the corpse necromancer, and letting the claws of the cavern demons tear out the hearts of all civilians. I seek vengeance. I shall shatter this unjust world for my brothers, whose blades have tasted blood. Why should those filthy nobles claim all the spoils? What is unattainable, I, Bloodfinger, shall personally destroy. You vile demon. Yunzhan is nearing his end, pointing at Bloodfinger and murmuring, 10 heroes stand alongside you as warriors of the Empire. Yet you dare to slay them, you beast. Ha ha. Bloodfinger suddenly stomped on Yunzhan's chest, relentlessly crushing him, declaring, those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Is this not a simple truth for you to grasp? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I abruptly leaped backward, my battle boots forcefully striking a massive stone, propelling myself off the ground with tremendous rebound strength. The Qingming sword, gleaming with the brilliance of the world-shattering strike, fiercely swung towards Bloodfingerovia as I roared. I don't care what infernal monarch you are, perish. Bloodfingerovia, slightly taken aback, had no time to evade and raised his blood-red arm to defend. Oh, another fly, he. Pooh. The world-shattering strike disregarded 90 of defenses. Even an infernal monarch could not withstand it. My sword pierced through Bloodfinger's arm and crashed down upon his head. 37,987. The sound of successive strikes echoed. As Bloodfingerovia staggered back a few steps, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Humph, still a formidable ant, he. You must be one of Yunzhan's subordinates, right? I didn't expect such a young adventurer in the city of divine concealment. You must be an outstanding graduate of the Demon Martial Academy. I haven't been to school for many years. I leveled my sword, suddenly unleashing a sweeping attack of the fiery blade slash. 3 blazing sword blades intertwined and struck Bloodfingerovia, sending forth bursts of fiery light. Bang bang bang. This time, Bloodfingerovia stood firm, absorbing my 3 consecutive strikes of the fiery blade slash with his formidable defense. 1928, 3,282, 6,226. In that instant, despair washed over me. What kind of defense is this? Chapter 874, Shattering Mountain Weapon. Crack. A purple arrow suddenly struck between Bloodfinger's neck, sparking against his armor. Although Biming Shue's bone erosion arrow was slightly off target, it thankfully succeeded in lowering his defense. Facing a boss of the caliber of the 9 monarchs, the bone erosion arrow did not reduce defense by 50, but rather by 35, its effectiveness significantly diminished. Nonetheless, it was still quite remarkable. Otherwise, we would have been unable to break through his defenses. Kakik, more help? Bloodfinger gazed at the 4 maidens appearing behind me, licking his lips, and remarked, for beauties, indeed, today Ovia is truly blessed. Bless my foot. I suddenly moved. Swinging my hand, the binding spell unexpectedly missed. Activating the earth transformation, my sword blade whirled rapidly, delivering a diagonal strike towards Bloodfinger's flank. There was a gap of about 0.5 centimeters between his arm and chest armor, a weakness only visible to my dark eyes. This boss was nearly flawless. Pooh. 47,127. The edge of the Qingming sword grazed Bloodfinger's weak point, inflicting significant damage, even startling me. Seeking death. With a fierce roar, Bloodfinger raised his crimson arm, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards my chest. Despite the resilience of the heavenly armor, I was unwilling to withstand the boss's strike head-on. In a split second, my left arm shot forward, and with a swift motion, the divine mark on my arm revealed a dragon pattern, the celestial dragon swirling with radiant light, rapidly coalescing into the form of the dragon god shield. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as Bloodfinger's ferocious blow collided with the dragon god shield, leaving a deep claw mark. Even the celestial artifact could not fully withstand his assault. As flames splattered, I stumbled back, and despite the shield's defensive properties, I still lost a significant portion of my health. 87,677 points. Such an outrageous attack power. Murong Mingyue exclaimed in astonishment while healing me. Meanwhile, everyone released their pets to join the fray. Only by exerting our utmost effort could we hope to vanquish this formidable boss. Roar. The phantom wolf king darted forward like lightning, sinking its teeth into Bloodfinger's thigh, the sharp fangs clashing violently against the armor, sparking fervently. The dark dragon growled softly, swirling in the air, unleashing dragon breaths upon the boss's forehead. The ghost car, thunder beast, and iron winged dragon each displayed their prowess, delivering rapid assaults. Although Bloodfinger's health plummeted dramatically, he seemed unfazed. After all, his health was in the tens of thousands, and losing hundreds of thousands felt akin to a mere tickle. Ha ha! You insignificant ants, perish! Bloodfinger's crimson claws swung, and with a resounding crack, he obliterated the ghost car, a massive damage number soaring up, 265169. It was a definitive one-hit kill, considering the ghost car was only level 120 and still juvenile. Without pausing, Bloodfinger seized the Thunder Beast's head, biting into its neck with ferocious force. And with a violent tug, he tore its head clean off. 2 damage numbers flashed before Biming Shue's astonished eyes. 182,737. 221,828. Clearly, even the level 170 Thunder Beast was no match for him. Die, ants. You do not deserve to exist in this world. Bloodfinger cackled madly, suddenly standing rigid, raising one hand to conjure a blood-red ice spear, which he hurled with ferocity. A shriek pierced the air as Ice Dragon Chris fell victim to Bloodfinger's onslaught, her neck pierced by the attack. With a thud, Bloodfinger leapt into the sky, evading our strikes. His battle boots smashed against Ice Dragon Mm's jaw, and as his claws swept through the air, a deep, unending wound was carved into her head. The next moment, Bloodfinger erupted into a sinister laugh, raising both hands high to gather a colossal fireball, exclaiming with glee, "You, the disgrace of the divine dragon, shall meet your end." Boom. Lin Yixin's face turned pale as she helplessly watched her beloved pet being ruthlessly slain in midair. The once indomitable Ice Dragon Chris, clad in impenetrable armor and boasting over 1,000,000 health points, crumbled like a delicate piece of tofu under Bloodfinger's relentless assault. Standing resolutely in the wind, Bloodfinger glared at our group, then suddenly charged down like an arrow, his fist crashing violently against the chest of my shadow clone. The mournful cry of the Ice Lin horse resonated as it, along with the clone, plummeted into the earth, obliterated by a single punch from Bloodfinger. Stay calm. Focus on containment, I shouted, raising my blade high. The ancient runes of the dragon-slaying blade imprinted onto Bloodfinger's forehead as the sword blazed with brilliance. With a swift motion, the blade spun, delivering a precise strike between Bloodfinger's neck. Damage numbers soared. 19, 782. 71, 281. 26, 736. The 3 consecutive blows inflicted significant damage, igniting a furious wrath in Bloodfinger. He looked down at me, cackling, "You detestable adventurer from Sky City, do you truly fear not for your life? Or perhaps you are so devoted to that little girl, Karen-san? Huh. After I eliminate you, I shall pay her a visit," grasping the returning hilt of my sword. I retorted, "There's no need for you to visit Princess Karen-san, for you will not live to leave this place today. Is that so? Let us see if you can keep me here then." With a swift motion, Bloodfinger moved like lightning, seemingly breaking the constraints of space, appearing before me in an instant. His blood-red fingers transformed into deadly blades, slicing directly against the dragon god shield. As if that weren't enough, he conjured a blood-red ice spear and hurled it at me. Boom, boom. The shield resonated with 2 explosive impacts, and I felt as though my very body was being torn apart. The force of his attack was overwhelming. The damage numbers were staggering. 172, 889, 212, 834. My base health was 200,000, enhanced by an additional 80 from the National Prestige, and with a Blood Knight card that boosted it by 40. I had a total of 440,000 health. Yet, even with such formidable health and defenses, Bloodfinger's relentless assault had reduced me to a critical state. Even Murong Mingyue's healing output was unlikely to sustain me. Raising my palm, the ancient runes heavily struck Bloodfinger's forehead, and I activated Death Resilience, restoring 110,000 health. However, I was still not out of danger. Bloodfinger stood his ground, palm raised, an ice spear swirling with frost flames poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, a beautiful figure swept past. Lin Yixin launched her attack. Under the moonlit gaze, the shattering barrier pierced through Bloodfinger's heart, inflicting a devastating blow exceeding 100,000 damage. Damn it! Bloodfinger roared in fury, turning to assault Lin Yixin. With a single swipe of his blood claws, he sent her flying backward. The seven-star glazed sword cracking under the force. Compared to Bloodfinger, even the celestial weapon was rendered insignificant. Just as Lin Yixin was on the brink of annihilation, Bai Mingyue cleverly unleashed a collective attack using the abyss of divine depths, narrowly saving Lin Yixin's life. Miss. The enmity level had reached its peak, and Bloodfinger, filled with rage, lunged at the formidable Lin Yixin. Throughout the past half-minute, Lin Yixin's ice spiral matrix remained steadfast at Bloodfinger's feet, each constriction draining nearly 70,000 health points, which incited profound fury in Bloodfinger, revealing his intent to eliminate Lin Yixin. "You villain!" Lin Yixin exclaimed, her face cold as she retreated swiftly, unleashing a series of energy fields that sent Bloodfinger crashing into them, resulting in grievous injuries. This incensed Bloodfinger even further. Die! The crimson claws of Bloodfinger surged with blinding light. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yixin, his claws piercing through her energy shield with a sickening sound, inflicting a staggering damage of 291,038. This is bad, I thought, realizing that Lin Yixin's energy shield had failed to protect her. Bloodfinger possessed the ability to shatter shields. This was disastrous. Worse still, as Murong Mingyue relentlessly healed, she inadvertently drew aggro. After dispatching Lin Yixin, Bloodfinger swiftly hurled an ice spear, obliterating Murong Mingyue's mana shield and killing our soul healer. In the blink of an eye, our formidable squad was reduced to just 3, with Lin Yixin barely clinging to life. Bai Mingyue could not withstand another strike. I alone could absorb Bloodfinger's onslaught, albeit just for a fleeting moment. With a crash, I charged forward, positioning myself to intercept Bloodfinger's assault on Bai Mingyue. As I wielded my sword, a surge of power coursed through my arm, filling me with exhilaration. Here came the finishing blow. With a mighty strike, I successfully stunned Bloodfinger and continued my assault, unleashing a series of ancient rune attacks that momentarily halted Bloodfinger's advance. Bai Ming, flee. If you have the chance, return to town. We cannot defeat this boss, I shouted. Bai Mingyue retreated rapidly, her expression filled with reluctance. Brother, she called back. On the other side, Lin Yixin clenched her teeth, her lovely visage marred by despair. We truly cannot win. Cackling, you insignificant ants, perish. Bloodfinger regained his composure, laughing maniacally as he struck twice, draining an additional 300,000 health points from Maine. I resolved not to retreat, activating the Earth transformation effect, and engaged him head-on. Ancient runes cascaded down, swiftly diminishing the boss's health. Yet, the sheer volume of Bloodfinger's total health was overwhelming. After a prolonged struggle, we had only managed to deplete about 3 of it, and his recovery rate was alarmingly rapid. Pitiful adventurers, since you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. Bloodfinger cackled. It is time for the world to witness the divine weapon I have sought in the depths of hell. Let this world be engulfed in ruin. With a piercing sound of a sword song, a radiant purple longsword materialized in Bloodfinger's right hand. Its blade was translucent, shimmering with brilliance, and inscribed with runes that signified its status as a super divine weapon. Goodness, Bloodfinger has summoned a weapon. What shall we do? Come, taste the might of this celestial weapon. Bloodfinger bellowed, swinging the sword towards me. Helpless, I could only raise the dragon god shield in defense, but to my dismay, my entire body trembled violently. Bang! With a single strike, the dragon god shield shattered into fragments. Ding! Combat prompt. Bloodfinger Ovia has triggered the Shatter Mount effect. Your dragon god shield's durability is 0. It cannot be used again until repaired. It's over. I staggered backward, tumbling off the back of the Ice Lin horse and landing on the ground. Die! Bloodfinger leaped forward, wielding a purple blade that came crashing down. I was on the brink of despair, ready to close my eyes. Clang! Amidst the sparks, energy surged, a rift in space appeared, and a blood-red spear emerged, forcefully deflecting Bloodfinger's sword. Chapter 875, Slay the Soul Scoundrel. Who goes there? Bloodfinger was jolted back, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes as he observed the rift in space, growing visibly tense. Splash! Red ripples danced in the air, and from within them, a pair of snowy white legs donned in stylish boots emerged, accompanied by the flowing hem of a battle robe. In the next moment, the enchanting figure of Xinyan burst forth, clad in black armor, wielding a dragon-bone spear, and smiled at me. Brother, it's been so long since you last visited Xinyan. I remained silent, unsure of what to say. Indeed, it seemed I hadn't seen her in quite a while. Come out, you lazy scoundrel. Xinyan reached out, delving into the spatial ripples, and with a firm tug, she summoned the flying silver dragon from another realm. The dragon appeared as its usual cheeky self, and upon seeing me, it immediately bowed its head and wagged its tail energetically, exclaiming, Dear brother of my beloved master, it has been too long. You have grown even more handsome, strong, and enduring. I shot at a glare. Be quiet. Yes, wise brother of my master. Lin Yixin could no longer contain her calm. This dragon can actually speak. Why doesn't my ice dragon talk? The moment the flying silver dragon spotted the stunning beauty, its eyes sparkled, and its tail wagged even more vigorously. Addressing Lin Yixin, it stated, Little beauty, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall reveal to you that I am of the ancient dragon lineage, a noble of the flying silver dragon clan, a close relative of the dragon god. How could I possibly be compared to the humble ice dragon? What is your name, beautiful lady? It is a pleasure to meet you. Please adopt me. My master is too cruel, and I have endured in the abyss like neither man nor dragon. Before it could finish, Xinyan's delicate hand swiftly struck the flying silver dragon's forehead, saying, If you dare utter another word, I will extract your heart to serve as wine for my brother. I chuckled. Sounds good. Really? Xinyan asked, her expression serious yet playful. The flying silver dragon turned pale. How could this be? Dear and kind brother of my master. You wouldn't actually consume me, would you? I have been so starved in the abyss, feasting on the brains of ghouls. My heart has long since spoiled. You wouldn't want to eat rotten smoked meat, right? Seizing the opportunity, I quickly regained my strength and cast a glance at Bloodfinger in the sky. Speaking with utmost calm, smoked meat has its own merits, but given your fervent devotion, I shall spare your life, provided you assist me in eliminating that individual above. The flying silver dragon shook its head and tail, glancing at Bloodfinger, trembling in fear. Heavens! Is that not Ovia, one of the 9 kings of the abyss? Such a murderous deity dares to command a lowly dragon like me to kill. It is utterly devoid of humanity and compassion. Such a demon can only be dealt with by my illustrious, beautiful, youthful, and generous master. I pouted, and lo, this silver dragon, having followed Chiron for but a short while, has already been tamed to the point of behaving like a dog, albeit a cunning one. Chiron gazed skyward, her enchanting eyes piercing through the very soul, and with a faint smile, remarked, Ovia, we meet again. Bloodfinger, gripping his long sword tightly, radiated a fierce energy as he bellowed, Chiron the Wind Caller, you traitor of the abyss. What are you doing here? Lord Sophie and Lord Linda are hunting you down. Why are you here? What is your purpose? Simply because of you, Chiron replied calmly, daring to bully my brother. Anyone who dares to harm him shall suffer a fate worse than death. As she spoke, a powerful killing intent emanated from her beautiful gaze, a demeanor unbefitting a mere girl. One could only fathom that a woman who had trained for years in the treacherous abyss and emerged unscathed had long shed her youthful innocence, honing a fierce aura of murder. Yet, before me, Chiron perpetually retained her youthful appearance, unchanged, reminiscent of the time she vowed to become a great priestess. Lin Yixin glanced at Bai Mingyue and remarked, This little trickster's sister seems even more formidable. Bai Mingyue clenched her delicate fist, declaring, I must strive harder. I cannot let Chiron surpass me too greatly. Bloodfinger suddenly threw back his head and laughed, pointing at Chiron. Traitor, even if your cultivation has risen again, what of it? I have the formidable legion of the abyss behind me, with Lord Lina as my support. What are you? Just because you've allied with the paltry Violet Empire. Do you truly believe you can dominate? Chiron, brandishing her dragonbone spear, smiled gently. Indeed, the strength of the Violet Empire is still quite limited. However, what I can achieve today is to eliminate you, beast. How dare you call me a beast? You are no stranger to such deeds yourself. Humph. Chiron lifted her dragonbone spear, stating, "Do not mention my past before the cycle of rebirth. I have forgotten those matters, and you are not to remind me." Ovia, as one of the 10 heroes of the Tran Empire, you ultimately brought about its downfall. A butcher like you should have long since met a wretched end. Today, I shall put an end to you. Silver Dragon, attack with me. Yes, my young and beautiful master. The silver dragon wagged its tail, eager to flatter. Bloodfinger roared, "If that is the case, let us engage in battle. I, Ovia, have traversed the abyss for a millennium without clashing with a monarch-level powerhouse. Chiron the Windcaller. Once among the 10 monarchs, let me test your mettle today." With that, Bloodfinger descended fiercely from the sky, his sword slicing downward with precision. Chiron let out a soft snort, and a whirlwind enveloped the ground. In an instant, the young beauty vanished, only to reappear in midair, raising her spear to clash against his blade. Clang! The deafening roar echoed, and with a single strike, Shinron staggered backward, while Bloody Finger was not faring much better, being sent soaring into the air. "Fly, Silver Dragon!" Shinron exclaimed. The silver dragon promptly flew forward. "Master, be gentle." With a swift motion, Shinron's battle boots landed with a resounding thud on the silver dragon's forehead, leaving a clear imprint. Using this leverage, she soared into the clouds, disappearing from our sight. The silver dragon gracefully descended, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, I am spared from confronting one of the infernal kings, Ovia, with my flesh and blood. These undead are truly terrifying. I was somewhat speechless. It seemed the silver dragon's role was merely one of utilizing strength. In the sky, dark clouds loomed ominously. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated like thunder, while the power of lightning surged, illuminating the sky with brilliant flashes. Flames, frost, whirlwinds, and meteorites erupted amidst the dense clouds. Faint glimpses revealing the fierce battle between Shinron and Bloody Finger Ovia, yet the specifics remained unknown. Standing on the ground, replenishing my energy, I felt an overwhelming urgency. Anxious about Shinron's condition. "Damn it, please don't lose, otherwise, we're all doomed." Just then, a message arrived from He. "Hey, Lu Chun, breaking news. The 7-star city in the Northern Alliance is under attack by the Infernal King, the Frostbard Sophie, leading an undead legion. Over half of the players holding hero banners have fallen, and even the Sadness of Vienna has been defeated. Sophie shattered the city walls with a single strike, and it seems the city will soon be lost. Haha, the Americans must be crying." I chuckled in response. "Excellent. Sophie is indeed formidable." Suddenly, a meteor fell from the sky, but upon closer inspection, it was not a meteor. It was the body of Bloody Finger Ovia, engulfed in searing flames, crashing into the ruins of the city, shaking the ground. With a swift motion, Shinron leapt from the blood clouds, gracefully landing. Her delicate legs, clad in combat boots, forcefully struck the ground, causing Bloody Finger's bloody body to be thrust upward, slowly collapsing to the ground, with only about 4 of health remaining. Under Shinron's assault, he was left barely clinging to life. However, Shinron was not in much better condition herself. Her shoulder armor had been shattered by Ovia's long sword, revealing a gash on her fair skin, a mark of the injury inflicted by Bloody Finger. "Shinron, are you all right?" I inquired. She shook her head, saying, "It's just a minor injury, brother. You should go and finish off Ovia. This vengeance must be avenged by you for true satisfaction." I was elated. Her intent was crystal clear. She wanted me to deliver the final blow to Bloody Finger, allowing me to gain more experience and potentially loot his equipment, as monsters slain by NPCs do not drop items. A glance at Lin Yixin revealed she understood, and together we approached Bloody Finger Ovia, ready to unleash our attacks. With a fierce strike and an ice flame slash, we began our ranged testing, leaving him howling in agony, utterly defenseless. With the purple sword firmly planted in the ground, Bloodfinger Ovia struggled to rise, his voice strained as he declared, "Windcaller, mark my words, vengeance shall come for me. Had I not been weakened by my battle against the infernal beast a month ago, you would never have been able to defeat me." Bah! Shinron, wielding the dragonbone spear, urged me forward, saying, "Brother, finish off this wretch." Once again, I summoned the fallen Phantom Wolf King and the ghostly avatar to launch an assault, coordinating with Lin Yixin and Baiming Shui. Indeed, Bloodfinger Ovia found himself ensnared by Shinran's domain power, utterly unable to retaliate. He was mercilessly battered. His once formidable presence reduced to a pitiful state, no longer resembling the mighty lord of the inferno. Although his vitality was substantial, our collective might was formidable, particularly Bai Mingshui, clad in a set of Windrunner armor. Each arrow she unleashed seemed to resonate with power, effortlessly bypassing the boss's defenses and dealing over 50,000 damage with nearly every strike. Effortlessly vanquishing one of the 9 lords of the inferno, Bloodfinger Ovia, was a prospect none of us had anticipated, filling us with immense joy. Yet, happiness is ever fleeting. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air, and Shinran gasped in pain. Her body rigid as her beautiful eyes widened in shock. A blade protruded from her chest, trailing crimson blood. Behind her stood a woman with her hair elegantly coiled. Her eyes of fierce crimson, adorned in gleaming white silver armor, brandishing a sword, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Windcaller, you have grown rather complacent, haven't you? Chapter 876. Never betray a. Shinran's exquisite face contorted in agony as she looked down at the blade piercing her chest, fury igniting in her gaze. In a sudden burst of determination, she seized the blade's tip, her body sinking slightly as she lifted her right leg, executing a swift kick that landed squarely in the assailant's abdomen with a resounding thud. The woman in silver armor staggered back, her sword drawn, her abdominal armor cracking under the impact. Though she had succeeded in her ambush, Shinran ensured she felt the repercussions. Shinran, I rushed to her side, my heart aching at the sight of her grievous wound. Shinran, you mustn't. Breathing heavily, her face drawn with fatigue, Shinran managed a smile. Brother, I am fine. This little injury cannot fell me. I hesitated, unsure of what to say. However, Shinran looked up, her eyes blazing with fury at the approaching woman. Sophie, were you not stationed in the boundless snowfield? What brings you here? The fierce woman was none other than Sophie, the second ranked of the 9 lords of the inferno, the snowfield bard. Sophie regarded Shinran with a nonchalant smile. I was leading an army to assault the human stronghold, 7-Star City. Yet, sensing Bloodfinger's essence fading, I deduced you must be here. Humph, in all of humanity, who but you, Windcaller, could possibly have the power to slay Bloodfinger Ovia? Ovia is inherently brutal. He deserves no mercy, Shinran retorted, biting her red lip. Yet it is not your place to exact his demise. Sophie brandished her sword, its blade pointed unwaveringly at Shinran, declaring, today, you shall not escape. The supreme decree from Lord Lina mandates your extermination, O wind singer Shinran. You have become a significant thorn in our side within this inferno. Today, I shall end your life, and Lord Lina will surely reward me handsomely. I remained silent, subtly summoning my shadow clones and the Phantom Wolf King, preparing for battle. Although I could not discern Sophie's level or rank, her formidable strength was evident. Yet, I could not surrender. If I did, Shinran would be in peril. With a sharp crack, blood seeped from my fingers, splattering onto the grass. Shinran furrowed her delicate brows, her strength rapidly waning. Sophie, with her blood-red eyes fixed on Shinran's wounds, suddenly gasped, What? Red blood? You, O wind singer, have indeed betrayed the underworld. You have forsaken the dignity of the undead and fashioned a human body? You are truly disappointing. A smirk graced Shinran's lips as she replied, Dignity of the undead? Spare me. I have seen through it all. The undead are merely vessels of greed and slaughter. I have traversed the ruins of the divine realm and have finally reforged my body, transforming my divine essence into a persona. Though my power may be diminished, she cast a determined glance in my direction and continued, but I aspire to be like my brother. Even with the body of the undead, I shall harbor compassion, using warmth to combat this frigid world. Sophie chuckled mockingly. A frigid world? Spare me, Shinran. Do you remember our camaraderie in battle? That year we stood against the malevolent emissaries, Longta and the spirit controller, Lugo? We fought for 16 long years, ultimately vanquishing those 2 demons and reclaiming our rightful dominion over the undead, avoiding being consumed by them. Have you truly forgotten? A tremor coursed through Shinran's frame as she murmured, Sophie, you. Sophie spread her arms wide, smiling. Shinran, return with me to the underworld. Lord Lina will welcome you back. You are our pride, not a traitor. An excellent opportunity lies before you. Slay these human adventurers. There is a half-dead prince among them, devoid of a heart. Kill them and present their heads to Lord Lina, and we shall rekindle our sisterhood beyond death, just as before. Let me kill my brother? Shinran faltered, shaking her head vigorously. Suddenly raising her dragonbone spear, she pointed it at Sophie, exclaiming fiercely, "You vile demon! I would rather face the entire world than harm my brother. He is the most important person to me in this world. I shall never betray him." Sophie sighed. "Then I shall have no choice but to reap your life." With a swift motion, icy whirlwinds danced around Sophie's blade as she smiled faintly. "Shinran, prepare to experience my newly perfected technique, honed over a millennium in the inferno. Let me see what realm you have ascended to after breaking your seals all these years." "As you wish." With a steady grip on the long spear, Chiron raised it high, crimson whirlwinds swirling around the dragonbone spear. Sophie wielded frost as her elemental affinity, while Chiron commanded the dual forces of ice and fire. A flawless amalgamation of these two potent elements, resulting in a chilling flame that bore formidable lethality. With a sudden stomp, Chiron surged forward, the dragonbone spear slicing through the air like a dagger aimed directly at Sophie's chest. With a flick of her wrist, the whirlwinds howled forth. "Ah!" Sophie gasped, swiftly twisting her sword, creating a spiraling vortex of ice that erupted around her. Chiron's spear pierced the very center of the vortex with a resounding thud, unleashing an immense burst of energy. Boom! Chiron was jolted backward, while Sophie too faced the brunt of the impact, letting out a muffled groan as she staggered back. Her armor fracturing further, a trickle of black blood seeping from her right chest. This was Chiron's retaliation. With a crunch, Sophie crushed the shattered bones beneath her foot, a cold smile gracing her lips. With a firm grip, she propelled herself skyward, her sword raised. The resonant roar of a dragon reverberating as a translucent ice dragon coiled around her blade, serving as a protective aura. Chiron gazed up, astonished. Could it be? A dragon speaker's ultimate move, Dragon Strike? "Now you know," Sophie replied coolly. "My former friend, prepare to meet your end." The invocation of Dragon Strike was imminent. A move of unparalleled power that darkened the skies above the ruins of the Tland Empire. If unleashed, this strike could spell doom not just for Chiron, but for all of us present. Facing the second boss of the 9 Kings of Purgatory is no trivial matter. I steadied myself, sinking slightly into a fighting stance, surrounded by a swirling cyclone of azure blades. Suddenly, I hurled the blades forward, transforming the azure sword into a spiraling tempest that soared towards the heavens, striking Sophie with unerring precision. The impact reverberated with a resounding crash, the azure sword clashing against her armor. 1717. I stood there, stunned. Was the disparity of realms truly this vast? Unfazed, Sophie's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice as she extended her left hand, commanding a forceful grip. "That human brat, perish!" she bellowed. Boom! The ground trembled violently under the weight of Sophie's power, and I, along with my companion, plummeted into a pit nearly 2 meters deep, the surrounding stone steps crumbling under the pressure. Sophie had not even approached. Her mere aura inflicted such devastation, leaving me in shock. After that blow, I had lost nearly 350,000 health points, barely escaping annihilation. "Do not harm my brother," Chiron roared in fury, stomping the ground as she charged forth, the dragonbone spear vibrating ominously, a shadow of a black dragon swirling around its shaft, embodying the dragon's soul's might within the spear. Aware of the ferocity of Sophie's dragon strike, Chiron held nothing back. "Prepare to die, Chiron," Sophie shouted fiercely, both hands wielding her sword as she brought it down with immense force, the energy of the ice dragon descending before she even arrived. In her gaze, filled with fury, Shinran wielded the dragonbone spear, unleashing a torrent of black dragon energy that clashed violently with the force of the war dragon strike. However, it was evident that the black dragon was no match. The residual power of the war dragon surged forth, enveloping Shinran in a tempest of icy rain. Her petite figure swiftly consumed. In the next moment, a deafening sound erupted. The clash of the dragonbone spear against Sophie's longsword resonated. Though the scene of battle was obscured, the intensity of the confrontation between these titans could be felt, as the collision of energies stirred the air, with a fierce wind that nearly blinded those nearby. Suddenly, a shadow descended like an arrow, Shinran. With a thud, she crashed to the ground. shattering countless stone slabs and carving a long trench into the earth that extended for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. At that moment, Shinran's right arm was a gruesome mess, bloodied and torn from countless sword strikes, her grip on the dragonbone spear faltering, on the verge of collapse. Raising her head to the sky, she clenched her silver teeth and exclaimed, "Sophie, even if I must perish, I will not allow you to act with impunity. Come, let us fight to mutual destruction. I fear you not." In the air, Sophie's form emerged, her once sacred silver armor now marred with bloodstains. A ghastly wound marred her right leg, a testament to the prowess of the dragonbone spear. It was clear that Shinran had not completely succumbed, should it come to blows. Sophie might not emerge unscathed. As she descended slowly to stand upon the altar of the ruins of the Trand Empire, Sophie's sword hung slightly lowered. With a sudden, soft sigh, she addressed Shinran. "Take care of yourself, Shinran. This time, I shall not press you. However, remember this. The Violet Empire is viewed as a rebel in the depths of hell and among the 9 great monarchs. The likes of Ophelia and Coldblade have long desired to wash the Violet Empire in blood, with Lord Lina standing behind them. You must understand the strength of your enemies." Shinran nodded, murmuring, "I understand." Sophie smiled faintly, then moved to the other side. Her beautiful eyes filled with hatred as she gazed upon the blood-stained Ovia lying amid the ruins. Suddenly, Sophie's lovely visage twisted in rage as she shouted, "Ovia, do you recall the last battle of the 10 heroes? You slaughtered our comrades who fought alongside us, forsaking the dignity of a human warrior. Today, it will not be I, Sophie, who slays you, but the souls of the fallen." "What?" Bloodstained Ovia gasped in horror, leaning on her purplish-red longsword. She implored, "Sophie, you cannot kill me. You must not kill me. Why should I not kill you?" Sophie replied, her gaze devoid of emotion as she brandished her sword. "Present me with a suitable reason, and I may spare you. Yet, should you fail to do so, I shall send you straight to the depths of hell. Once, we stood together as 10 heroes, yet you, a general of the frontier, chose treachery over loyalty to your nation, attacking the empire and assassinating several of our brethren, including my mentor, Araro. I have borne this grudge for 1,000 years. In the inferno, I was restrained, but now, Shinran has presented me with a splendid opportunity for vengeance." Bloodfinger trembled all over, rising with a single hand supporting his violet sword, declaring, "You cannot slay me. The reason lies in my enmity with the empire, half of which is for you." "For me?" Sophie quivered, her gaze rife with confusion. "What for?" "My father was a renowned general of the empire and has long since perished. My mentor was also slain by you. What is your purpose regarding me?" Gasping for breath, Bloodfinger replied, "Emperor Lulin of the empire issued a secret decree, instructing you to confront the undead in the Huangshe Desert. But did you know that at that time, Lulin had already conspired with your mentor, Aurelio? Upon your return to the Thailand Empire, a grand wedding was to be held." "A wedding?" Sophie was even more bewildered. "Indeed." Bloodfinger nodded. "Lulin, confident in his position, has long coveted your beauty. However, aware of your unparalleled martial prowess, he dared not approach you directly, but instead sought Aurelio's subtle encouragement. Consequently, Lulin promised to entrust the Empire's guard to Aurelio, who betrayed you by pledging a marriage, awaiting your return from the Huangshe Desert, so that the aging Emperor Lulin could take you as his bride." Sophie stood in a daze, her mouth agape, murmuring, "How could this be? Why has my mentor never mentioned this to me?" Bloodfinger Ovia smiled softly, raising the violet blade, his eyes filled with determination. "Sophie, we grew up together, adventuring side by side. For years, I have loved you and hoped you would accept my feelings. Yet, I realized your pride, and I deemed myself unworthy. All I can do is betray myself to prevent you from marrying a decrepit, despicable old man." Sophie stood there, her gaze calm, the sword in her hand lowered. Bloodfinger Ovia knelt on one knee, humbly bowing his head. "Sophie, I love you, always have. I hope you cherish my love for you, and this millennia-old affection." Sophie pressed her purplish-red lips together, and suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. The blade sang as it shot forward, a swift strike to Bloodfinger Ovia. With a sharp sound, a bloody head was severed, falling beside Ovia's headless corpse. With a clang, Sophie sheathed her sword, stating coolly, "Love? I desire no such thing." With a resounding crack, the stone slab shattered, and propelled by immense force, Sophie soared into the air, gazing at us with indifference. "Shinran, Perhaps we will meet again next time. I may have to kill you then, so think carefully. I truly do not wish to take your life. The power of the abyss calls to me. I must return. With a flash of brilliance, Sophie transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon with astonishing speed. No wonder she could reach the ruins of the Thailand Empire from Seven-Star City so swiftly. At that moment, Bloodfinger Ovia's spirit truly dissipated. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Mingyue for slaying one of the 9 Lords of the Abyss, Bloodfinger Ovia. Player Bai Mingyue gains 5 luck points. Level 5. All basic attributes 5. Bloodfinger Ovia has officially perished. With a resounding crash, the corpse of Bloodfinger Ovia erupted with countless pieces of equipment and items. In that moment, both Lin Yixin and I were filled with elation. The treasures dropped by the 9 sovereigns of purgatory are undoubtedly of divine caliber. Rushing over in exuberance, I exclaimed, I thought the boss was defeated by Sophie. How did you manage to vanquish it, Bai Ming? Bai Mingyue blinked playfully and replied, Brother, while you were charging at Sophie in a fit of rage, I never ceased my assault on Ovia. Look, even as he knelt before Sophie in a plea for affection, I shot 3 arrows into his forehead. You simply didn't notice. I was momentarily rendered speechless. Lin Yixin chuckled softly. All right, let's see what treasures the boss has dropped. Eagerly, I approached the boss, bending down to gather the equipment dropped. There were 4 items in total: a shimmering silver armor set, a rune-imbued silver shield, a frost-glimmering staff, and finally, a translucent purple glass longsword. The very weapon wielded by Bloodfinger Ovia. In an instant, my heart raced, and I slowly unveiled the items, forcing myself to remain composed as I shared their attributes in the team channel. First, the attributes of the silver armor. Tyrant Battle Armor. Exquisite Celestial Artifact. Defense. 2950 Magic Defense. 2800 Strength. 820 Stamina. 790 Agility. 720 Strategy. 70 Bonus. Increases the user's defense by 60 bonus. Raises the user's health limit by 32,000 points bonus. Enhances the user's resistance to all types of magic by 60. Exquisite Attribute. Guardian of 10 Heroes. Reduces damage taken by the user by 12 slots. 12 Description. The Tyrant Empire has stood for millennia, during which countless heroes have emerged. The 10 heroes are among the finest, renowned for their passion for forging weapons and armor. This Tyrant Battle Armor was crafted by the legendary hero, Greth, known as the Divine Smith, and is truly a masterpiece. Required level, 175. Required reputation, 300,000. I was momentarily taken aback and remarked, the Tyrant Battle Armor is comparable to my Burning Sky Armor, indeed an excellent celestial artifact. Your battle armor is still part of the prison set. I assent it? You should consider changing it, as its tier is rather low. Lin Yixin nodded. However, I still need 30,000 more points of reputation. It's insufficient for me to wear it. Not to worry, we can take the head of Bloodfinger and visit Princess Karen San in Sky City to complete the quest. That should suffice for the required reputation. Yes, indeed. Without hesitation, I handed the Tyrant Battle Armor to Lin Yixin. This way, aside from the Demon Bell and the 7-star glass sword, the Goddess of Fruit Knives has acquired yet another celestial armor, significantly enhancing her power. Continue. Behold the shield, Trailin Ruins Barrier, Defense, 6,000 Magic Defense, 5,100 Health, 620 Strength, 600 Agility, 550 Strategy, 50 Block Chance, 39 additional. Enhances the user's defense by 40 additional. Increases the user's health limit by 20,000. Exquisite Trait. Guardian of 10 Heroes. Reduces damage taken by the user by 15. Description. The Trailin Empire has stood resilient for millennia on the continent, during which heroes have emerged, among whom the 10 heroes are the most distinguished. These human champions were fervent in forging weapons and armor, and this piece of Trailin battle armor was crafted by the renowned hero, Greth, known as the Divine Craftsman, a true artifact. Slots. 11 required level, 175 required reputation, 150,000. Yet another piece of equipment exclusive to the relics of the Trailin Empire. Though merely a shield, it pales in comparison to my Dragon God Shield. For the Dragon God Shield is a 6-star exquisite artifact, while the Trailin Ruins Barrier is merely 3-star exquisite, presenting a significant disparity in attributes. Oh, what a beauty! I gazed at Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin pouted and chuckled. Little trickster, what are you up to? I raised the Trailin Ruins barrier shield and said, "This celestial shield is beyond your equipping capacity, thus according to our agreement, it belongs to us." Coincidentally, we had previously promised Eve that she would not participate in the subsequent mission of the Soul Town, but we must bring back a piece of respectable equipment for her. "This shield shall be gifted to Eve." Lin Yixin nodded. No problem. Let us see the rest of the equipment." "All right. Next is that staff, glimmering with lightning. Seemingly quite impressive. Thunder Goddess Staff, magical attack, 1900 intelligence, 850 health, 800 agility, 795 strategy, 95 additional. Enhances the user's magical attack by 70 additional. Reduces the user's spell casting time by 25. Exquisite trait, Wrath of the Thunder God. While wielding the staff, there is a chance to trigger the Wrath of the Thunder God effect, summoning countless bolts of anger to strike a designated area. Slots: 12 required level, 175 required reputation, 320,000. Upon gazing at the Thunder Goddess staff, I could not help but smile. Okay, splendid. This time, Lin Yixin certainly did not come in vain to the Blood Shield domain. The Thunder Goddess staff, a level 175 celestial weapon. I shall keep this for Lin Yixin. The two ladies nodded in unison. We're with you. The three pairs of eyes converged upon the translucent purple glass sword, which emanated a mesmerizing violet glow. The enchanting aura enveloping the blade was undeniably captivating, while the swirling runes within the sword's channel signified its extraordinary nature. Moreover, this was the fabled sword of Bloodfingerovia. Thus its significance was beyond compare. As I waved my hand, the sword's attributes materialized on our team list, prompting Lin Yixin and Bei Mingyue to widen their eyes in astonishment. Purple Ink Sword, Ancient Celestial Artifact, Exceptional, Attack, 3700 to 4450 Strength, 1250 Stamina, 1200 Agility, 1150 Strategy, 145 additional. Increases the user's attack power by 105 additional. Enhances the user's splash damage by 50 additional, while wielding the purple ink sword. There is a certain chance to trigger a 5-fold attack damage, which can stack with critical hits slot count. 15 exceptional trait, Mountain Shatter, when attacking a target. There is a slight chance to instantly shatter the durability of the opponent's equipment, rendering it unusable for a short duration. When attacking structures or resources, it significantly amplifies the shatter effect. Special effect, Mastery, reduces equipment usage level by 30. Special effect, Evolvable special effect, Lifesteal, absorbs 15 of the attack damage as health. Description: the purple ink sword, according to ancient legend, was forged during the creation of the heavens and earth, where the body of the ancient deity transformed into mountains, rivers, and forests. Its most resilient roots became this ancient sword. The terming symbolizes imperial authority, and this sword is revered as the Sword of Kings. In antiquity, the mighty deities wielded it to vanquish hordes of demons. However, much of its power is now sealed, and it may undergo further evolution. Required level, 200. Required prestige, 350. 000. Chapter 878. Dragonheart Knight, the purple ink sword, the Sword of Kings. Purple ripples swirled around the blade, its body transparent and luminous, with runes within the channel faintly resembling oracle bone script. The runes danced as if alive, undeniably marking the purple ink sword as our most significant acquisition from the blood-colored battle shield domain, an evolvable ancient celestial artifact of exceptional quality. Its formidable attributes are self-evident: an attack ceiling of 4,450 and a floor of 3,700, culminating in a total attack potential of 8,150, sufficient to dominate the realms. Additionally, it boasts an attack enhancement of 105 and a splash damage increase of 50, ensuring invincibility in both player combat and leveling. What captivates me most about this purple ink sword is its exceptional trait, Mountain Shatter. The chance to shatter an opponent's equipment, rendering it temporarily unusable, coupled with additional destructive effects against structures and resources, renders it quite lethal. One can only imagine the ramifications in a siege, where sturdy walls stand as the final bastion of a nation. Wielding this sword against such fortifications could potentially create a substantial breach, a trait that would incite envy in any nation. Fortunately, this exquisite sword has fallen into our hands. Had it been in the possession of Vienna Sadness, our Iron Spear Citadel might have faced peril. Brother, Bei Mingyue nudged me from my reverie, smiling as she said, "Don't be dazed. Do you not fancy this purpling sword? Lin Yixin brandished the 7-star glazed sword with a mischievous smile, saying, if you dislike it, that's all the better. I shall trade you my 7-star glazed sword, for I truly fancy it. Swiftly, I seized the Xing's sword, replying, well, you mentioned before that any exquisite warrior gear would be mine. By rights, this Xing's sword belongs to me, doesn't he it? Lin Yixin chuckled lightly, holding the 7-star glazed sword aloft. Although the Xing's sword is formidable, I am still more enamored with the appearance of the 7-star glazed sword. Moreover, didn't Sister Mingyue also say that Eve employs the 7-star gun while I wield the 7-star sword? It's quite harmonious, wouldn't you agree? She tilted her head, her beautiful face adorned with playful mockery. I felt an awkward urge to find a crevice to hide in. Lin Yixin was well aware of my affection for he and yet continued to put me in such an embarrassing predicament. I wrapped my arm around Lin Yixin's shoulders and, before biming Shui, I planted a firm kiss on her cheek, declaring, whatever you say, this Xing's sword is mine now. Heh! The little beauty blushed crimson in my embrace, shyly hitting me. Biming is here. How dare you be so bold? Biming Shui, seemingly unfazed, gently patted the bare head of the thunder beast. Good boy. After we return to Sky City, I'll feed you some better fodder. Lin Yixin, I clang. Joyfully, she equipped the Xing's sword, replacing the Qingming sword that had accompanied me in countless battles. At last, the Qingming sword's tenure had come to an end. I would hand it off to Du Shisan. Though the Qingming sword was a heavenly weapon with considerable attack damage and a 10 lifesteal effect, it paled in comparison to the Xing's sword and was still a valuable tool for monster hunting and PvP. The moment I grasped the Xing's sword, a surge of vitality coursed through me, an overwhelmingly potent energy flooding my body, making me feel significantly more powerful. My arm muscles felt as though they might burst. I longed to express my exhilaration. If only Zhu Ying and Vienna SRO were before me, wielding the Xing's sword, I felt audaciously confident, capable of taking on 2 opponents simultaneously. Upon inspecting its attributes, I marveled at its formidable strength. I had reached level 176. Although it was Biming Shui who ultimately vanquished the final boss, Lin Yixin and I had also gained a substantial amount of experience. ID, Zhiji Chunxia, Title, Purgatory Thunderclap, Class, Necromancer, Earthsword Master, Level, 176 Health, 214290 Attack, 981210820 Defense, 15515 Magic Defense, 12950 Reputation, 399400 Strategy, 850, 762, Luck, 54 indeed. I had become exceedingly powerful. My base attack value had decisively surpassed 10,000 points. A higher base value signifies more terrifying attack power after factoring in equipment and skill enhancements. With the combined boost from my gear, skills, and mounts, my actual attack power now subtly approached 40,000 points. What armor could withstand my might? Even a shielded Giguzi would struggle against my onslaught, as a single breach of defense would inflict no less than 100,000 damage. Moreover, the Xing's sword has bestowed upon me a considerable amount of strategy points, elevating my strategy value to an impressive 850 points. In fact, even with my ordinary 7th tier inspiring strategy, I can now augment my attack power by 190 points. When an individual's equipment is sufficiently formidable, the advantages of renowned general techniques become negligible. An ordinary 7th tier strategy can indeed surpass the effects of esteemed general techniques. Consequently, the Xilong strategy has become a coveted tome among military strategists. It is rumored that in Titan City, a copy of Xilong has been auctioned off for nearly $10 million, driving the affluent individuals of America into a frenzy. Furthermore, the higher the strategy value, the more potent the attack power of divine general techniques becomes, which is the root of my profound exhilaration. If my strategy value were to exceed 2,000 points, there would be no doubt that an ancient seal could annihilate even the bloodthirsty beast cavalry in a single blow. What a euphoric sight that would be. With the Xing's sword in hand, I surveyed the remnants of the ruins nearby and decided to test my attack power. I leaped forward and executed the Thousand Ice Slash, striking the unblemished corner of the altar. Boom! The ground shook as debris flew, and a multitude of cleaving sword energies cascaded down, astonishingly cleaving the massive stone altar as if it were a mere cake, leaving behind deep, striking gashes that rendered the 2 ladies beside me speechless. Goodness! The destructive power of this attack is utterly overwhelming. Lin Yixin exclaimed, her mouth agape. Bai Mingyue nodded in agreement, saying, brother, please refrain from using the Ziying sword in Sky City. Otherwise, if you damage the city gates, Princess Karen Sand will surely seek your demise. I too felt a tinge of apprehension, nodding in acknowledgement. This sword indeed comes with numerous considerations for its use. Much like a weapon of mass destruction, one must weigh the consequences before employing it. In any case, it is best to minimize its use on one's own territory. Lin Yixin dismounted and eagerly rummaged through the items dropped by the boss, presenting me with several pieces of blue fire gems with a cheerful smile. Here, level 13 and 14 blue fire gems. You must have level 112 stockpiles. Once you return, enhance the Ziying sword with the level 14 gems. Such a divine weapon deserves to be fully equipped with gems. Anything less would be a waste of resources. Thank you, I replied. No need for such courtesy. Lin Yixin turned to survey the desolate ruins of the Tlan Empire, sighing, our mission can be considered accomplished. But it is a pity that this magnificent main city has met its untimely end. I reassured her, it's all right. With the death of Bloodfinger Ovea, this place will inevitably fall under the control of the Shadow City. Perhaps, the Chinese region may even gain another Tlan main city. Bai Mingyue glanced at the motionless Prince Yunzan in the corner and remarked, with the finest commander of Shadow City now deceased, how can we possibly reclaim the Tlan Empire ruins? I furrowed my brow. Indeed, with Yunzan's demise, what hope remained? Approaching him while grasping the Ziying sword, I reached out to touch his nose, suddenly exclaiming, ah, Prince Yunzan still has a pulse. Is there a chance for him to be saved? What? Heartlessly resting against the wall, Chiron's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, is that true? Does Yunzan still breathe? Yes. I nodded vigorously, filled with exuberance. Chiron floated gracefully to my side, reaching out to touch Yunzan's chest, exclaiming, ah, yes, there is still a trace of life energy pulsating within. How wonderful. Perhaps I can revive Yunzan. I was taken aback. Yunzan's heart has been devoured by that beast, Bloodfinger. How can he be saved? Can a human survive without a heart? Perhaps not. Chiron turned back with a smile and said, brother, do you know why the life force of the sacred dragons is so resilient? Why? Because the hearts of dragons are remarkably robust, even if their bodies suffer fatal injuries. Their hearts possess the ability to heal, allowing them to resurrect. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I turned sharply to face the silver dragon. You? The silver dragon seemed to catch on as well, hastily retreating with its tail tucked. Ah, master brother, what exactly are you planning? The Ziying sword hung low as I gazed at the silver dragon with a smile. It is not my intention, but rather Chiron's. Chiron rose, laughing. Yunzan is an extraordinary talent, of noble lineage, and could potentially become a prominent general in this land. It would be a shame for him to perish here. Silver Dragon, if you contribute just a small portion of your heart, you can resurrect a powerful human general. What could be more beneficial? The silver dragon stared back with wide eyes. Do I have any other choice? Chiron shook her head, lamenting, no, if you do not sacrifice a part of your heart, you shall become my brother's dinner. Brother, have you ever tasted dragon heart soup, the kind infused with ample chili and fish oil? I licked my lips, never. The silver dragon fell into despair. You are all demons. In a swift motion, Chiron appeared before the silver dragon, her delicate hand striking him, rendering him unconscious. She then produced a dagger and carefully made an incision in the silver dragon's abdomen, creating a 10-centimeter long opening. With meticulous precision, she excised a portion of the dragon's heart, roughly the size of a human heart, and then hastily stitched up the wound, albeit in a rather unskilled manner, leaving the scar resembling a 5-pointed star. Next, she approached Prince Yunzan, gazing at his grievous wound. Chiron frowned slightly and murmured, Yunzan, I shall extend your life now. For the future of the hidden city, you must strive to live on. With a swift motion, she inserted the dragon heart into Yunzan's chest. Chiron spread her hand, unleashing a 6-pointed star array that continuously healed Yunzan's injuries. Before long, the wound began to mend, and the dragon heart seemed to integrate into Yunzan's bloodline. Suddenly, a violent cough erupted from Yunzan as he gradually sank to his knees, not lifting his head, murmuring, thank you, O Sir Wind Singer, for your life-saving grace. Chiron leaned against a fractured stone slab, panting heavily, her face pale, and declared, Your Highness, from this day forth, You shall be known as the Dragon Heart Knight Yunzhan. Do not disappoint those who hold high hopes for you. Yes, my lord, Yunzhan replied, lifting his face. Blood smeared across it, still appearing quite frail. I looked at Yunzhan and inquired of Chiron, since Yunzhan's heart is that of a dragon, will there be any rejection? Chiron widened her beautiful eyes, staring at me. Brother, what are you saying? Upon reflection, I found myself smiling lightly. Leaning on my dragonbone spear, I rose and remarked, this battle with Sophia has left me gravely injured. I must return to the divine domain ruins for healing and cultivation. Brother, I shall visit you again. Very well, go, he replied. With one claw of the silver dragon in her grasp, Heartless dragged the soundly sleeping creature, while her other hand clutched the lifeless body of Ovia. In an instant, she vanished into the sky aboard her flying shuttle. I was taken aback, pondering the purpose of Heartless taking Ovia's corpse. Chapter 879. Divine Martial Boots. Yunzhan approached, wielding his sword with a trembling hand, and performed a knightly bow. In a solemn tone, he expressed, Thank you, esteemed adventurer. Thanks to your efforts, the city of divine concealment has been spared from destruction. I, Yunzhan, shall rise anew to fight for the fate of humanity. I will return to the city immediately to gather an army to confront the remnants of Ovia in the forest. I nodded and picked up Ovia's severed head, declaring, I too shall return to the Sky City. I will take this head to Princess Karensan to claim my reward. Yunzhan chuckled lightly. Indeed, go forth, and may we meet again. We shall, I replied, bidding farewell to the proud prince of humanity. Accompanied by Lin Yixin and Bai Mingshui, we set off with Ovia's head in hand, retrieving our return scrolls to head back to the city. Lin Yixin and Murong Mingyue awaited us there to complete our quest. A main storyline task promising a reward of luck, which is paramount for any player's account. Lin Yixin's account had been deleted previously, yet her luck value remained intact. A testament to the efforts of Shuxing and Ling Snow, both of whom understood its significance. With a flash, we returned to the long-awaited Sky City. Not far from the magic circle, Lin Yixin and Murong Mingyue were already waiting. We've finally returned, Lin Yixin exclaimed. I stepped forward, producing the Thunder Goddess staff and tossing it to Lin Yixin. Here, this is the final reward dropped by Ovia. It belongs to you. Staring at the staff, Lin Yixin was momentarily frozen in disbelief, eventually blinking and exclaiming, a divine artifact staff, truly for me? Indeed, I replied with a chuckle. How splendid. Swiftly equipping the Thunder Goddess staff, our starry illusion mage now wielded a dazzling high-level staff, undoubtedly enhancing her magical prowess significantly. Let us seek Princess Karensan to submit our quest, I urged. Yes, with 4 charming companions, I wielded the newly acquired Ziying sword, radiating brilliance as we strode through the grand avenues of Sky City. As I prepared to log off for a break, I paid no mind to being ostentatious. Within the city, no one posed a challenge to me. Besides, with a divine fruit knife maiden, a dark archer, a starry illusion mage, and a superb healer by my side, who could we possibly fear? Upon reaching the palace gates, a few NPC guards intended to obstruct our path. However, upon revealing my noble title bestowed by Karensan, the guards promptly knelt, respectfully declaring, Esteemed Viscount, welcome to the Silver Moon Alliance Royal City. I nodded, smoothly entering with a few companions. Not far ahead, after traversing several stone bridges and forests, stood the Grand Palace Hall, an experience unimpeded by obstacles. The feeling of having a noble title is indeed unparalleled. Ascending the steps, I finally reached the hall, where I beheld Princess Karensan clad in armor, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her captivating gaze fixed upon the vast sand table depicting the continent, showcasing cities such as Sky City, Wind City, Hidden Empire, and Dawn City. Karensan pointed towards the edge of Dawn City and declared, the Iron Spear Fortress requires the reinforcement of 2 divisions of 10,000 troops. Lately, the movements of the enemy nation have become increasingly frequent. Additionally, from the direction of the Bloodshield domain, send a missive to the ruler of the Hidden Empire, commanding them to dispatch an additional 100,000 troops to guard the borders. A conflict is imminent in the Bloodshield domain. The ruthless Bloodfinger Ovia has long desired to lay claim to the Hidden Empire. Beside her, the commander of the Ice Legion, Xian, furrowed her brow and remarked, Your Highness, the ruler of the Hidden Empire, that old fellow, has repeatedly defied the orders of the Allied forces. During our last defense of Dawn City, We commanded them to send 50,000 troops worth of supplies, yet after several seasons, 3 long years have passed without any sign of provisions. I suspect that old man harbors ulterior motives towards the Silver Moon Alliance. Humph, they are all selfish bastards. Karen-san smiled gently. It is only human nature. Everyone wishes to amass more strength. We must not take our grievances out on the hidden empire, or we risk losing a powerful ally. If necessary, Stark, you shall lead the Black Wind cavalry of 20,000 through the Ice Skull Fortress to secure the Blood Shield domain. We cannot allow Bloodfingerovia to succeed, otherwise we shall be in peril. With a fierce demeanor, Stark raised his sword and declared, I shall obey your command, your highness. At that moment, I stepped onto the grand hall, the purple sword in hand, accompanied by my 4 companions. Who dares to intrude upon the council hall? A civil officer bellowed. With a clang, I drew half of the purple sword, its intimidating radiance causing the official to tremble. I remained silent, yet he was utterly subdued. Princess Karen-san glanced over, unable to suppress a smile. Ah, it is you? I nodded. It has been a long time, your highness. Karen-san covered her mouth, laughing lightly. Indeed. It has been a while. You must have urgent matters to discuss with me? I nodded, saying, my companions and I ventured into the Blood Shield domain, where we encountered Bloodfingerovia. With the assistance of Shinran, we successfully defeated him, and I have brought his head here to present to you, seeking a substantial reward. Ah? Karen-san gasped. You killed Bloodfingerovia? But he is the king of purgatory. Even with my strength, I could not possibly match his power. Linus, the commander of the Red Wolf Legion, clad in fiery red armor and wielding a sharp blade, looked at us and chuckled. Indeed, the king of purgatory is a being of divine strength. How could mere adventurers possibly slay him? The young warrior, despite the admiration we hold for your prowess. The notion of slaying Ovia is utterly implausible. Shortly thereafter, several noble lords displayed expressions of disdain. These delusional adventurers, having vanquished a mere band of brigands, dare to claim they have slain one of the 9 kings of purgatory, the Bloodfingerovia. Have you ever laid eyes upon the Bloodfinger? How utterly ridiculous. A group of those who looked down upon others, Lin Yixin remarked with pursed lips. I retrieved the severed head of Bloodfingerovia from my satchel and hurled it to the ground with a resounding thud, where it rolled directly to the feet of Karen-san. Instantly, her exquisite visage was etched with astonishment. This is truly real. Ziyuan gazed at the head, equally filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A handful of adventurers have actually slain one of the 9 kings of purgatory? I replied, I have already stated, it was with the assistance of Shinran. Karen-san nodded with relief. Ah, I see. A multitude of ministers and warriors stood aghast, rendered speechless, their earlier mockery replaced by flushed faces and silence. Princess Karen-san smiled gently, stepped forward, drew her gleaming sword, and with a mighty thrust, plunged it into the ground, declaring, in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Silver Moon Alliance, I bestow upon you glory. Thank you for vanquishing a demon and securing a tremendous victory for us. Come forth. This is the reward that belongs to the valiant. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the main divine quest, the betrayal of the Blood-Red Shield, earning 700 million experience points, 200,000 gold coins, 150,000 reputation points, 5 luck points, and the quest reward, divine martial boots. What? A pair of boots? I examined my gear, tsunami boots, a level 135 earthly artifact, long overdue for replacement. What tier are these divine martial boots? Opening my satchel, a pair of boots shimmering with a dark golden hue appeared in the first slot. Upon inspecting their attributes, I was filled with ecstatic joy. Divine martial boots, celestial artifact. Exceptional, defense, 2750 magic defense, 2500 strength, 800 stamina, 820 agility, 750 strategy, 60 additional. Increases user S movement speed by 175 additional. Boosts user S physical attack power by 40 slots. 12 exceptional attribute, divine phantom step. Enhances user S movement speed by 75 and attack speed by 20 required level. 175 The formidable attributes dazzled the eyes. These divine martial boots truly deserved to be the reward for a divine quest. With an increase of 250 in attack and 175 in movement speed, alongside 40 in physical attack power and 20 in attack speed, my previous tsunami boots paled in comparison. Swiftly, I donned them, and my attributes surged significantly. What a thrill! After indulging in a plethora of rewards, my level surged to an impressive 178. Upon opening the leaderboard for the Sky City, I was taken aback by the significant changes. 1. Bai Mingyue, level 181, class, Dark Archer 2. Lin Yixin, level 178, class, Celestial Illusionist 3. Zhiji Chengsha, level 178, class, Necromancer 4. Fengsa Huanxiang, level 177, class, Light Ranger 5. Chuan Zhua Yizhong de Yongzhe, level 177, class, Dragon Warrior 6. Zi Ho, level 176, class, Warrior 7. Murong Mingyue, level 175, class, Priest 8. Yaguzi, level 175, class, Death Knight 9. Ligay, level 174, class, Assassin 10. Yinger Xiangnier, level 174, class, Dark Mage 11. Shuri Weiyu, level 173, class, Archer 12. Zhantian, level 173, class, Warrior 13. Xiao Zhu, level 173, class, Frost Swordmaster 14. Zai Shui Yifeng, level 172, class, Magic Knight 15. Qingqing Shuixiang, level 172, class, Archer. A rather pressing reality confronted me. The first level 180 player in the Chinese region had emerged. Bai Mingyue had reached level 181 after vanquishing Bloodfinger and claiming quest rewards, which indicated she had embarked on the 7th job advancement quest for level 180. As for myself, I ranked 3rd, trailing only Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin. The experience gained from this journey through the blood-colored shield was immensely rewarding, elevating even our priest, Murong Mingyue, to level 175, thus securing her a place in the top 10. Noticing the time, I remarked, "It's night again, and I haven't eaten in a while. Bai Ming, why don't you log off to have a meal before undertaking the 7th job advancement? Your health is paramount." Bai Mingyue nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll listen to my brother." I turned to Murong Mingyue, saying, "Okay, Mingyue, please ask Eve to log off. Don't overexert yourself. Also, you should finish her meal and get some rest. This blood-colored shield expedition has drained all our energy." "Indeed," Lin Yixin smiled and replied. "But at least we fulfilled our mission. We managed to complete this map and even saved a player from the hidden god city. All right, let us log off then." As Lin Yixin flew back to the city to log off at the inn, a thought suddenly struck me, and I smiled slightly. "By the way, speaking of hidden god city, I have to ask Sanxing Mo for a favor." "What kind of favor?" Bai Mingyue blinked curiously. I grinned. "It's a secret. You'll find out later." "Oh, brother, don't be so mysterious. Who did you learn this from?" Sanxing Mo. Chapter 880. CCPL. As the girls logged off, I found myself devoid of any significant desire for sleep. I decided to check the arena and search for opponents in the 1v1 channel. Ding! A swift search commenced. And in the next moment, my opponent appeared. As a member of the top 10, my adversary was formidable. It was Xiaocang Tian, the foremost magic knight of the Battle Heaven Alliance. With a flourish, we both materialized in the arena, and Xiaocang Tian displayed a look of astonishment. "Zhiji Chengsha? Weren't you in the blood-colored shield domain?" I chuckled. "I'm done there. Let us wrap this up quickly so we can rest." "Hey," with a wry smile, Xiaocang Tian urged his warhorse forward, brandishing a gleaming spear. He charged in with a measured pace, neither too fast nor too slow, as he had honed his skills through countless battles. Once a prominent leader of a great alliance, he had led tens of thousands into a national war, serving as a valiant diversion for nearly 10 hours against an enemy 10 times his number. This remarkable feat had earned him a place in the CGL Hall of Fame. However, those days are now but a distant memory, as Xiaocang Tian has since become a warrior under the command of the battle god, relinquishing his status as a sovereign. In a swift motion, the spear lunged at an acute angle, flames flickering at its tip, a manifestation of the barrier-breaking effect. Xiaocang Tian had positioned himself well, and I had no time to parry this strike with my weapon. In an instant, I swung my left arm, invoking the divine arm seal as the dragon god shield radiated brilliance. With a resounding clang, I successfully deflected Xiaocang Tian's assault. My skill alone afforded me a 70 chance of blocking, and the dragon god shield further augmented that by 54. His strike was destined to fail. With a flourish, I raised my shield, repelling his attack, and, using the momentum of my body, drew the Xing sword from behind me. The violet glow was dazzling as I unleashed a mighty downward strike. "Ah, Xiao Songtian gasped, clearly awed by the sword's brilliance, hastily raising his shield to defend. Bang! The shield trembled violently as he emitted a pained grunt, stumbling back. Though he had managed to defend himself, the force of the Ziying sword combined with my strength was overwhelming. Without giving him a moment to recover, I pressed forward with 3 successive slashes of the flame blade. Clang, clang, clang. The blade reverberated against the shield, and suddenly, the image of a shattered mountain materialized atop the Ziying sword, triggering the shattered mountain effect. Crack! Xiao Songtian's shield shattered into pieces, having lost all durability. Seizing the opportunity amidst his bewilderment, I launched another strike. The Ziying sword enveloped in indigo flames, delivering a devastating blow that pierced through his ebony armor. Splurt! A staggering damage number of 428, 375 erupted, leaving Xiao Songtian's face ashen as he slowly tumbled from his mount, swiftly vanquished. Gazing at the Ziying sword in my hand, my blood surged with excitement. Indeed, this was the quintuple damage effect. Satisfied with my victory, I felt no desire to continue battling in the arena. I would save further confrontations for a leisurely time. For now, it was best to log off and rest. With that thought, I opened my friend list and located the avatar of Sansheng Mo, sending a call request. Within seconds, a response came through. Lu Chen, what is up so late? I'm busy fighting a boss with the others. Mo. There is something I wish to ask you. Go ahead. Where are you staying now? What do you want to know? I chuckled. I'd like to invite you to dinner. A face-to-face meeting. Sansheng Mo blushed. I'm not quite ready for that. I replied, you're overthinking it. I'm going with Eve to treat you. She chuckled lightly. Oh dear, that sounds a bit disappointing. The captivating beauty with fiery red lips has signed with the Lenovo Club, as you are aware. Over the past 3 days, we have been playfully engaged in a regular match at the Cece Valley in Changzhou, where several substitutes from Gujian also participated. In any case, I find myself in Changzhou. I was elated. That's splendid. It takes merely an hour to travel from Suzhou to Changzhou. Allow me to treat you to lunch tomorrow. Hurry. Share your phone number with me. Sansheng Mo replied. Sure, 134-1967, right? Shall we meet for lunch tomorrow? Once you arrive at Cece Valley, just give me a call. All right then, perhaps I might even get the chance to watch your match. I giggled. Okay, I shall focus on defeating the boss now. Good night. After logging off and removing my headset, I felt famished and quickly dashed out. Murong Mingyue, Beiming Shui, and Lin Yixin were already seated, indulging in cake. I took a seat beside He, and Beiming Shui poured me a glass of water. Observing the gloomy sky outside, I noted it was barely past 2 in the morning. As I munched on snacks, I turned to He and inquired, Eve, are you busy tomorrow? He smiled and asked, are you inviting me? Indeed. I nodded with a smile. I have arranged to meet Sansheng Mo offline. If you're free, would you accompany me to Changzhou for lunch with him? We need to discuss an important matter. Beiming Shui's eyes widened. Brother, are you trying to woo Sansheng Mo? Not at all. I replied, wide-eyed. This is a matter of great significance for our Gu Jian soul dream. Eve, will you be free tomorrow? He nodded. Yes, we can simply hunt for ghost cars in the blood-red shield domain. Our Gu Jian has nearly swept through 25 of those realms, and we've captured no less than 10,000 Ming snake babies. However, those ghost car pets seem to be even stronger. Li Chengfeng, Goei Guzi, Doji Yang, and Luan Yu each have one and are still capturing more. After this leveling session, our Gu Jian might boast nearly 20,000 Ming snakes and 5,000 ghost cars as pets. I exclaimed with delight, so many? That's fantastic. During our next great battle, our enemies shall be utterly astonished. He stretched lazily, her proud figure accentuated, and with a gentle smile, she said, Then I shall accompany you to Changzhou tomorrow. By the way, what is this important matter? I smiled enigmatically. A military secret. You shall learn of it upon meeting Sansheng Mo tomorrow. All right then. After a night of restful slumber, I arose at 9 a.m. the following morning and hurriedly prepared myself. As I exited the bathroom, he had already dressed elegantly and was standing in the hall, adorned in a warm orange outfit, complemented by a stylish coat, a short skirt, and boots, her smile radiating as if she knew my thoughts. She promptly explained, There are many beautiful girls at that fiery red lips gathering. I must accompany you, lest Sansheng Mo outshine me. I smirked. You're clearly intent on overshadowing Sansheng Mo. Let us go. We can eat breakfast on the way. All right. Descending the stairs, I decided to drive He's Lamborghini today to enhance my aura. I have a penchant for such sports cars. With a mere press of the accelerator, it roars to life. Driving this beast is far more exhilarating than the X12, and the Lamborghini's striking design is utterly captivating. Cruising in such a vehicle undoubtedly turns heads. After a quick breakfast, I ventured out, soon appearing on the highway at breakneck speed. I maintained a velocity of 150 miles per hour. Swift yet remarkably stable, such is the hallmark of a fine automobile. He sat in the passenger seat, listening to music, occasionally glancing at me with a playful smile, saying, "Slow down. You've even surpassed that Camaro. How fast do you intend to go? Be cautious of speeding tickets." "No worries. I have the means," I replied. He pursed her lips. "All right, as long as you're happy." By the time we reached Changzhou, it was merely 10:30 in the morning. The car rolled directly into Joy Valley, where the esports arena was bustling with activity. A grand advertisement hung prominently, proclaiming the CCPL League event featuring the likes of Flame Red Lips, Candle Dragon, Snow Silver Fur, and Ancient Sword Soul Dream. "Wait, isn't our Ancient Sword not participating in this CCPL competition?" he queried, astonished. I nodded. Indeed, Rose mentioned the total prize pool for the CCPL didn't exceed 1 million. Hence our main team wasn't sent. Only a few substitutes from the Bone Remnants were dispatched to represent us. The league spans half a month, a time frame we cannot afford to expend. He chuckled lightly. "We should have brought our gaming helmets today to substitute for the Bone Remnants in the CCPL finals and show MOMO a thing or two." I grinned. "If we end up overwhelming MOMO, my plans will be thwarted. Can we refrain from being so combative? We're here for business today." "Humph, slow down. There are students ahead." I gradually parked the car beside the esports arena, escorting He out. We each paid 50 renminbi for admission tickets. Such a ripoff. Entering the main arena, we were met with throngs of spectators. I held He's hand, squeezing through the crowd. It was overwhelming, and he whimpered as the students, oblivious to our identities, were eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Flame Red Lips, the guild leader, San Sheng Mo, along with the representatives from Snow Silver Fur, including Ching Ching Water Fragrance and the shadowy Chanel. With my arms around He's shoulders, we pressed forward. Although my game stats are formidable, my real-life stamina paled in comparison, and after nearly 10 minutes of shoving through, we reached the front row, near the stage. The beautiful host glanced at us several times. Her eyes filled with confusion, as if she recognized us but hesitated to acknowledge it, caught in a dilemma. We too maintained a low profile. Today was the showcase for Flame Red Lips and Snow Silver Fur, and we were mere spectators, unwilling to overshadow others. The large screen displayed the finals, Snow Silver Fur versus Flame Red Lips, in a best-of-5 format. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, Flame Red Lips triumphed over Ching Ching Water Fragrance, the shadowy Chanel, and Zichuanyu, claiming victory. He leaned in closer and whispered in my ear with a light chuckle. If the beautiful Lin were to join the fray, the outcome would undoubtedly be altered. I nodded, recalling Lin Yixin's current 7-star Lioli sword and the moon-chasing tiger. Indeed, if she were to take the place of Zichuanyu in battle, even Sanxing Mo would find it difficult to prevail. At the award ceremony's conclusion, Sanxing Mo lifted the championship trophy and noticed He and me. Immediately breaking into a grin, "You two have arrived." Just as I was about to speak, Sanxing Mo was enveloped in a bear hug by the plump so-called director presenting the awards. How disgraceful, I thought, that such behavior has become the norm in award ceremonies. Chapter 881. Luchin Boro's troops. After the awards concluded and the crowd dispersed, Sanxing Mo tossed the trophy to Ming Mo, who was as graceful as flowing water, and leapt off the stage, smiling. "Lu Chun, leader of the Evil Alliance, you arrived quite early." He and I exchanged amused glances. At that moment, a throng of students rushed over, each brandishing their phones, shouting, "Sanxing Mo, come take a photo with us. You have no choice, we are your loyal fans." Sanxing Mo stood stunned, jostled by the bustling crowd, her face bombarded by the flash of cameras. Naturally, many eyes were drawn to He beside me. Today, her attire was elegant and poised, complemented by her stunning beauty and alluring figure, which could easily outshine any male present. Even I found myself stealing glances at the enchanting leader, though he merely smiled secretly, choosing not to address it. After a while, Sanxing Mo managed to break free from the crowd, pointing at He and me, declaring, "The true celebrities are over there. Spare me your attention." A group of students stared at us, utterly astonished. Could that handsome guy be the legendary Zhejisentia? It's really Lu Chun. I've seen the photo of him kissing Lin Yixin on the forum. Yes, and there's the photo of him shopping with Bai Mingshui. It's him. The gorgeous woman beside him. Is that Shui Yifeng? Ha ha ha. It's truly remarkable that the two top figures from Gujian Soul Dream have appeared at the CCPL. In the next moment, a multitude rushed over, requesting photos. After snapping a few pictures, I quickly grasped He Yi's hand and Sansheng Mo's, making our escape. This place was not suitable for lingering. With the protection of the staff, the three of us made our way backstage. Joined by Ming Mo and a few other lovely ladies, totaling 5 charming women alongside He Yi and me, 7 of us altogether, who then exited the esports arena. We found a decent restaurant nearby, reserved a private room, and sat down to dine. We ordered some drinks, and the men poured drinks for the women, which, frankly, indicates a flaw in the men's character. I could never engage in such behavior. All right, let us introduce ourselves, I chuckled, standing up and proclaiming, I am Lu Chun, the vice leader of Gujian Soul Dream. Male. The ladies giggled. All right, we know, Lu Chun, please sit. He Yi rose, smiling. I am the leader of Gujian Soul Dream. My name is He Yi, ID Shui Yifeng, as you all likely know. Sansheng Mo nodded with a smile. No need for formality. Eve, please take a seat. Then, with a fleeting glance, Sansheng Mo caught sight of a group of ladies with fiery red lips beginning to introduce themselves. I am Ming Mao Si Shui. We have clashed in the arena before. Hee, let us spar again sometime. Ming Mao Si Shui exuded her usual competence. I am the beast soul summoner, Yu. I can summon countless goblins in an instant, as everyone knows. I'm the archer, Nua. Greetings to all. The latter seemed rather shy. I am Yutong. Just like Jia, a mage as well. The youngest girl, her cheeks flushed, stood up and softly uttered, the person I admire the most is Lu Chun. After dinner, could we take a picture together? I was momentarily taken aback. Of course we can. Sansheng Mo chuckled, saying, Yutong is the youngest among us. But don't underestimate her. Among all the fiery red lips, aside from me, she is the strongest mage. That is why I brought her along for this CCPL competition to hone her skills. Although she has great potential, she still cannot compare to Lin Yixin from Ancient Sword. I smiled and remarked, it's indeed rare for someone so young as Yutong to be so strong. Stop with the formalities, Sansheng Mo shot me a look. Playfully chiding, Lu Chun, when someone goes out of their way to be nice, it's either for ulterior motives or mischief. You've never actively contacted me before. So spill the beans. What is the reason for this dinner invitation? Humph, are you perhaps interested in one of our fiery red lips ladies? I pursed my lips and replied, interested in the ladies? Not at all. Am I that lacking in ambition? It's just that we in Ancient Sword have our own challenges. Well, speak up then, Sansheng Mo said, twirling her chopsticks with a smile. He looked at me curiously, and to this day, I had not revealed to her the true purpose of seeking out Sansheng Mo. Great matters of the world. After a prolonged union, must inevitably divide. After a prolonged division, must inevitably unite. I cleared my throat and proclaimed with righteous fervor. Since the establishment of Ancient Sword's Soul Dream, we have not sought supremacy, but rather aimed to make our name known throughout the land. This has already been proven in 3 national wars. The fiery red lips are our most steadfast allies. I'll get straight to the point. Not long ago, our foremost mage, Yu Guangshi, was poached by that scoundrel Zhu Yingluan. Along with thousands of other players ranked high among mages being taken by guilds like Zhu Long and Zhan Tianming, and even a few by the less reputable guilds like Kuang Long and Hua Jianpai. Sansheng Mo nodded. Yes, I am aware of this and sympathize. Ancient Sword's performance in the national wars has indeed been overwhelmingly dominant. Guilds like Zhu Long and Zhan Tianming may not tolerate your continued rise. And poaching is merely a standard strategy. I nodded in agreement, leaning back in my chair, taking a deep breath, and said, I don't know when the next national war will come, and the significant weaknesses of Ancient Sword are gradually being exposed. Although we possess the world's finest cavalry, our ranged professions are alarmingly lacking, especially the mages. Currently, Ancient Sword has only Lin Yixin as a mage. How far can one mage's firepower cover? 50 yards? 100 yards? That is already the limit. Once a national war commences, the front lines often stretch for miles. Therefore, the absence of a cadre of high-level mages to lead is a critical flaw. Yutong nodded and said, yes, I used to think the same way. I just didn't dare to voice it. Brother Lu Chen truly understands. He sees things clearly. Sansheng Mo took a sip of tea and smiled. Indeed. You are not mistaken. I continued. The world is ever-changing. The three major cities in the Chinese region are situated at the very heart of the continent. To the north lies Hero City and Seven Stars City, home to the Wolf Clan. To the south, Iron Horse City and Cold Sword City, significant cities of the Russians. To the east, we have Giant Elephant City, Purple Grape City, and Green Earth City, among others from India and Japan. While the west is densely populated by the night spirits, surrounded by adversaries, I fear we have almost no allies left. Should war break out, we would be attacked from all sides, and it is highly likely that the three major cities could be destroyed in an instant. Yu Tong shuddered. Brother Lu Chun. Could that really happen? Sansheng Mo, appearing more composed, smiled gently. There is no such thing as impossibility in this world. If we do not manage our affairs properly, this scenario is quite plausible. Lu Chen sees things with great clarity. The Central Plains are like a grand cake, and everyone is waiting to partake. Next, the national war will ensue. He chuckled and remarked. Thus, in the upcoming national war, the powers of super guilds such as Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, Fiery Red Lips, Candle Dragon, and War Sky Alliance will play a crucial role. Indeed, the positive guidance of a large guild can lead to victory in a city-level national war. I silently applauded. He seemed to have grasped my intentions. What a clever leader. Beneath the table, I grasped He's warm little hand, and she reciprocated with a gentle squeeze and a secret smile. I continued. It is precisely because the power of the guild is so vital that we are committed to its robust development. Fiery Red Lips is our ally, and they possess the most formidable team of mages in all of China, even surpassing the Purple Lily by a considerable margin. It is well known that the number of mages in Fiery Red Lips constitutes nearly 25 of their total members. At that moment, I sensed a hint of ominousness. Sansheng Mo eyed me warily and asked, Lu Chun, what exactly are your intentions towards Fiery Red Lips? I chuckled lightly. Oh, come now, that sounds rather sentimental. How could I have any ulterior motives towards Fiery Red Lips? I merely hope that in our most critical times, this loyal ally might extend a helping hand to us. Sansheng Mo immediately laughed. Ah, I see. But the landlord's household has no surplus grain. Our base at Fiery Red Lips has only just begun to develop. We lack both funds and manpower. The only way we can assist Ancient Sword is by rallying support for you. I pursed my lips. There are plenty of people to rally support. Your contribution is but a drop in the ocean. Yutong blinked and inquired. So what does Brother Lu Chen truly intend to do? I took a deep breath and declared with conviction, requesting troops. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. After a long pause, Sansheng Mo licked his lips and asked, requesting troops? What does that mean, Lu Chen? It seems there is no such concept as requesting troops in the game, is there? I nodded, acknowledging the absence of such a force previously, but recognizing the urgent need for a formidable team of mages to elevate the entire mage profession within the realm of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Therefore, I sought to borrow 5,000 high-level mages from the Crimson Flame for a duration of 2 weeks. What? 5,000 mages? Exclaimed Sansheng Mo, suddenly standing up. You might as well take my life. He rose to support Sansheng Mo's shoulders, urging her to sit down, and with a gentle smile, reassured, Mo. There's no need to get agitated. Everything can be negotiated. Sansheng Mo pouted. No way. That scoundrel Lu Chun demands such an exorbitant number of top-tier mages from us. This would surely spell disaster for the Crimson Flame. I interjected, we can negotiate. No borrowing. Mo, you are so stingy. Stingy is just being prudent. A stingy girl cannot inflate her chest. She'll inevitably remain a 31A cup. Sansheng Mo appeared somewhat conciliatory, gazing at me with pleading eyes. At most, 100 people. Or there is nothing more to discuss. I gestured towards the lavish spread before us, given the exorbitant price of these dishes. How can you justify offering only 100 mages? Look, you have your favorite mapo tofu and stir-fried cucumbers. How can you possibly say just 100? I continued, my eyes wide with disbelief. Sansheng Mo pouted. Then, at most, 200. I pressed on. This morning, Eve and I spent nearly 3 hours preparing just to meet you. We were nervously apprehensive about neglecting our allies. Along the way, we encountered 4 trailers tailgating us, and we nearly missed you. We traversed 70 kilometers of highway in just 20 minutes. You must recognize the profound camaraderie we share. Sansheng Mo gripped her chopsticks tightly, glaring at me. Then, at most, 500, and no more. I clenched my fists on the table, continuing, 3 months ago. Our ancient sword soul dream traveled great distances to assist your ally, the White Emperor's city, in seizing a territory. We endured countless hardships, from facing sandstorms to going hungry and drinking dew. Geguzi and Li Chengfeng even boiled their belts to eat, and we trudged through battles while starving, reaching the city only to face the formidable enemy, Zhulong. Have we ever uttered a single refusal? Many of our comrades perished at the White Emperor's city's garrison, including Su Yang, who fell victim to Zhu Ying's chaos, trampled by Konghen and others. How can you so easily forget such bonds? Sansheng Mo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Then, at most, 800. Truly, I cannot offer more. I tightened my grip, holding a plate of stir-fried cucumbers, asserting, for the sake of our sincere friendship, I demand 1,200 mages, a firm offer. Do not refuse me further. Sansheng Mo pouted. 1,200 is too many. Let us settle on 1,000. Agreed. I grasped Sansheng Mo's hand. 1,000 it is, and I will draft the list of names. Additionally, I require Yutong as well. What? Sansheng Mo gasped. Yutong is ours. Just a brief loan, please. I retorted playfully. One must inquire about her own intentions. Sansheng Mo gazed at Yutong, subtly signaling her, and said, Yutong, would you be willing to go to Ancient Sword? With a bright smile, Yutong replied, of course. Brother Lu Chun is my idol. Sansheng Mo placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, I truly wish I could just headbutt a cucumber. With that, she sat down and quickly regained her composure, stating, well, since we, the fiery red lips, have decided to lend our forces to Ancient Sword, we cannot simply offer them without some show of sincerity in return, can we? I nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, Mo, if it's feasible. I shall comply without hesitation. Sansheng Mo declared, lend me 1,000 dragon Yao iron cavalry. I immediately rose, my face flushed, and protested no. Why not? There are only 2,001 dragon Yao iron cavalry in total. If we lend away half, we shall be left with nothing to sustain ourselves. Besides, those souls would never willingly part from Ancient Sword. They are constantly preoccupied with the likes of Luan Yu, Bei Ming, Yu Lu, and Sister Mingyue. Even if they were to leave, they would return 3 times a day just to check on the ladies. Do you truly wish for such troops? Sansheng Mo appeared utterly flabbergasted, as if struck by a heavy blow, and suggested, then let us consider an alternative form of compensation. I nodded. Let us first enjoy our meal. Take your time to ponder. Whatever can be done, we at Ancient Sword shall expedite it. Sansheng Mo nodded, took a piece of mapo tofu, savoring the tip of her chopsticks, and suddenly proposed, all right then. Our fiery red lips require approximately 1 million units of various resources to upgrade our territory, the Crimson Nation, to level 8. Given that Ancient Sword's Soul Dream City has already reached level 9 and has ample storage, how about we contribute a total of 4 million units of resources to Fiery Red Lips? We could dispatch our territorial convoy to deliver them. After all, the level 9 territory has a market building capable of facilitating this, correct? Each type of resource totaling 1 million units? He opened her mouth in astonishment. That is far too much. Dark Moon City is currently accumulating resources for its own upgrade to a level 10 castle. I quickly interjected to halt his train of thought, smiling warmly at Sansheng Mo. Humph. Do not say that brother Lu Chun lacks sincerity. 1 million units of each resource. Is that not agreeable? Let us settle on this. I shall promptly send a directive to our people. Sansheng Mo nodded with a smile. Yes, do so. I swiftly dialed Geguzi's number. I was just asleep. What brings you to call, Big Boss Shiji? Geguzi roared. I replied, it's quite a significant matter. What is it? Please contact Lin Yixin, and in her capacity as Vice Alliance Leader, command the City Guard of Dark Moon City, the Dark Knight Odal, to transport 1 million units of various resources to the territory of Fiery Red Lips, the Crimson Nation, traversing through the City of Divine Concealment. It should take approximately 10 hours. Dispatch 1,000 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry and 10,000 Qin Hu Iron Cavalry to escort the convoy. It is imperative that no mishaps occur. That's an enormous sum. We're bleeding resources here. No matter, just get it done. Understood. I ended the call, turning to Sansheng Mo and remarked, do you now see our sincerity? Sansheng Mo nodded. a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Yes, this is much more like it. Allies ought to be just so. With a sly smile, I retrieved my notebook from my bag and handed it to the enchanting Ming Mao. Ming Mao, please download the player list for the Blazing Scarlet Alliance. Once I finish my meal, I will select from the list. Sure. Before long, the roster of 50,000 players from the Blazing Scarlet Alliance appeared. I meticulously sifted through the names and requested Yutong's contact information, for such an astute mage should not be overlooked. Half an hour later, I had finalized a selection of 1000 players. When I presented the list to San Sheng Yimo, she was momentarily taken aback. Oh. Aside from Yutong, are they all male mages? I nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Men are reliable, without a doubt. Well, all right then, San Sheng Yimo replied with a faint smile. I will notify them to join Gu Jian as soon as I log in. Who will manage this? Let them contact Luan Yu directly. As for Yutong, I'll add you as a friend, and you can handle her directly. Yutong beamed sweetly. All right, sounds good. After finishing our meal and engaging in conversation for nearly an hour, we parted ways. On the way back, He drove with a buoyant mood. Lu Chun, what's on your mind? I felt a twinge of suspicion regarding this recruitment of mages. What are you really thinking? Why only male mages? The Blazing Scarlet Alliance evidently has a plethora of high DPS female mages as well. I chuckled, removing my headphones. It's quite simple. Once these male players arrive, I will disperse them entirely and assign them to the exclusive teams of Yu Lu, Wan Yu, and Bei Mingxue. I am quite confident in the charm of the women in our ranks, and after mingling in Gujian for half a month, these male mages will likely become familiar with our ways. Who would want to return to the Blazing Scarlet Alliance? As for Yutong, I will handle that. What? He exclaimed, releasing the accelerator and staring at me in disbelief. Are you planning to keep these 1000 mages? You don't intend to return them? I clenched my fists. Have you ever seen me make an unprofitable deal? My 4 million resources are not to be given away lightly. I haven't even bestowed resources upon Yi's Silver First City. Why would I offer so much to MOMO? Since I have borrowed these 1000 high-tier mages, I have no intention of returning them. Let them take root in Gujian and serve my purposes. He was left speechless. You cunning rascal. I leaned back in my chair and laughed. It's not cunning, it's the art of warfare. Moreover, losing these 1000 mages is inconsequential to the Blazing Scarlet Alliance. But it is entirely different for us. In the future, we can offer more assistance to the Blazing Scarlet Alliance. We have always treated MO quite favorably. Indeed. Ample compensation is in order, he said, suddenly chuckling as she drove. What is so funny? I inquired. She pursed her lips and replied. I just remembered an old fox's words from Gu Fun. In the midst of chaos, securing even one can bring peace to the world. Reflecting on it now, Gu Fun was certainly correct. He recognized your strategic mind and valor years ago. I was at a loss for words. This is strategy. Not the cunning of an old fox like Gu Fun. He pouted. It's the same. You're a little fox, just like Luchuan Feng. I closed my eyes. Well, since you liken me to Luchuan Feng, I shall concede. Upon returning to the company in the afternoon, I swiftly logged on. I contacted Giguzi, who informed me that he was personally leading the transport of supplies. Li Chengfeng and a few others, brimming with spirit, were also present, while Wan Yu was receiving reinforcements from the Flaming Red Lips. Without my prompting, Wan Yu effortlessly divided these individuals into various teams, ensuring each squad included a beautiful female player. Indeed, Wan Yu truly understands my heart. Ding. I sent a friend request, targeting the enchanting Yutong. Soon after, the friend verification was complete. Yutong, come to the east square of Sky City. Oh, mere seconds later, Yutong appeared at the teleportation array. I immediately approached her and submitted an application to join the alliance, then assessed her readiness. Retrieving a pair of divine boots from my inventory, far superior to those she currently wore. Here, this is a gift to commemorate our meeting, I said, presenting the boots that had dropped from an unknown boss or quasi-boss yesterday. Yutong exclaimed, Are you truly giving these to me? Absolutely. I affirmed with a resolute nod, stating, From now on, you are one of us in the Ancient Sword clan. We must unite and support one another. Yutong smiled and nodded. Thank you. Brother Lu Chun, I shall graciously accept. With Yutong secured, I reached out to Luan Yu concerning the Flaming Red Lips mages, then teleported to the Hidden City to personally escort the resource convoy to the Flaming Red Lips encampment, demonstrating my sincerity. Chapter 883, WL upon appearing in the hidden city. I contacted Guguzi and joined his party. Li Chengfeng, brimming with enthusiasm, was among the group. Our coordinates were displayed in the southern forest of the hidden city. Less than a 3-hour journey from the territory of the flaming red lips. Logically, there should be no mishaps along the way. Riding out of the city, my ice Lin steed galloped swiftly along the forest's edge, accompanied by the phantom wolf king, and within 10 minutes, I had caught up with the convoy. At present, I was donning the divine martial boots, which enhanced my speed by 250. Combined with the ice Lin steed, my speed was now 5 times that of an ordinary pace. In the distance, various vehicles emerged from the forest, a lengthy convoy originating from Darkmoon City, each wagon adorned with a fluttering banner of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Heavily laden with minerals, the wheels were nearly deformed under the weight, while the warhorses neighed, pulling the carts across the damp earth. Surrounding the convoy was a large contingent from the ancient Sword Soul Dream, with 1,000 dragon Yao Iron Riders already in formation. I pursued at an angle when Guguzi approached, laughing heartily. Zheji, leave this matter to me and Li. There's no need for you to come personally. It's all right. I came to ensure everything is in order. Li Chengfeng, wielding the spear of Augustus, approached with a smile. Lu Chun, I heard you sought out the flaming red lips San Shengmo at noon. Surely, you must have brokered some deal. For you would not so readily relinquish millions in territorial resources to the flaming red lips. Humph, given your usual demeanor. I doubt you've ever offered such resources to your girlfriend, Lin Mainf. I smirked and said, indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. I have indeed reached an agreement with San Shengmo. Is it regarding the borrowing of troops? Li Chengfeng remarked with a knowing smile. With unwavering determination. He brandished his war hammer and added, Ah, I see. The fiery red lips has temporarily dispatched 1,000 high-level mage players to join Gu Jian, bolstering our mage team. I am well aware of this. It has been discussed in the forums. Borrowing for half a month should certainly help us amass a considerable force. Su Yang chimed in. Yes, this will enable us to raise the banner of Gu Jian's mages. Otherwise, even Xian and the others are utterly exhausted. This morning, under the title of vice leader of Gu Jian's Soul Dream, Xian has been tirelessly recruiting high-level mages in the plaza of Sky City. The results have been satisfactory, but progress is still too slow. Guguzi remarked, borrowing troops for half a month, and we have sacrificed 2 days' worth of production from our territory. That price seems rather steep. Li Chengfeng suddenly smiled. Little ghost, Doji, Suyang, your thinking has not kept pace with Lu Chun. Why do you say that? Guguzi asked, perplexed. Li Chengfeng turned to me and said with a grin, is Lu Chun the type to suffer losses in business? I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. From what I know of Lu Chun, those 1,000 mages are likely to come and never return. Guguzi gasped in astonishment. What on earth? I chuckled softly. That is a matter for later discussion. For now, we must prioritize delivering resources to the territory of the fiery red lips. This is of utmost urgency. Agreed. I opened the large map and examined the surrounding situation, suddenly furrowing my brow. Little ghost, Chengfeng, who selected this route for our advance. The NPC chose it. What's wrong? Li Chengfeng replied, surprised. I pointed towards the southeast and said, there, less than half an hour's journey away, lies the territory of Chongqing Palace. It is merely a level 6 territory, and they are in dire need of resources. I suspect that once they learn of our situation, they may take action, for the bloodthirsty warlord is exceedingly greedy. Not to worry, Li Chengfeng retorted with a chuckle, wielding his spear confidently. With our 1,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and 10,000 Qinghu Iron Riders as guards. Even if the bloodthirsty warlord has such intentions, he may lack the courage. That is not necessarily the case. Desperation reveals the true nature of a hero. And the bloodthirsty warlord is indeed a formidable figure. Just wait and see. Send a team of Qinghu Iron Riders to patrol the southeast. We must be ready to respond at any moment. Understood. Not long after, we heard the unmistakable sounds of the Yuyun 18 riders. Damn it. It seems they are indeed coming. The bloodthirsty warlord is leading a force of several thousand. Ahead, in an open area beyond the jungle, the thunderous sound of hooves approached. Indeed, it was the ghostly Iron Riders of Chongqing Palace, numbering around 20,000. Although these cavalrymen were vastly inferior to our Dragon Dawn and Qinghu Iron Riders, their sheer numbers could prove problematic in battle. As I surveyed the distant jungle, I noticed more players from Chongqing Palace emerging, mages, archers, and other ranged classes. If they were to join the fray, we would be in grave danger. With a clang, I drew my Ziying sword, its blade pointing towards the southeast. I proclaimed loudly, "Qingfeng, you stay back to protect the convoy. Gue Guzi, Doji, Suyang, you all gather your men and accompany me to confront the people of Changxing Palace. We must not allow them to set their sights on our resource convoy. Absolutely not." Li Qingfeng nodded, cautioning all to be vigilant. He turned his horse, leading approximately 2,000 men forward, where they faced off against the phalanx of the ghostly iron cavalry of the Changxing Palace in a clearing of the jungle. Neither side made a hasty move. With a glint of greed in his eyes, the bloodthirsty war emperor observed the distant convoy. However, upon seeing me and Giguzi leading the ancient sword iron cavalry, he was compelled to reconsider his approach. "Long time no see, Zhiji." The bloodthirsty war emperor greeted me proactively. I smiled, lowering my Ziying sword, and rode forward until I was merely 10 paces away from him. "Bloodthirsty war emperor," I said with a grin. "Behind me lies the 4 million resources gifted from the Dark Moon City to the Red Lip Kingdom. If you truly desire them, come and seize them. However, whether you have the life to do so is another matter. This time, the ancient sword soul dream has not brought many men. We have 10,000 Qinghu cavalry, 1,000 Longyao iron cavalry, 2 divine generals, and a dozen notable commanders. If you truly have the guts, then let us battle." In response to my aggressive provocation, the bloodthirsty war emperor adopted a strategy of restraint, smiling slightly. "Nonsense. The ancient sword soul dream is one of the top guilds in the Sky City, while we at Changxing Palace are among the elite in the divine hidden city. As the saying goes, we do not interfere in each other's affairs. I merely brought my men here to observe. After all, this area is under our Changxing Palace's jurisdiction. Your ostentatious passage through here has compelled us to consider the risk of a potential ambush. Wouldn't you agree?" I remained silent, smiling. Giguzi whispered, "Boss Zhiji, this fellow is clearly stalling for time." "That's fine. I too require a moment," I replied with a smile, swiftly sending a message to San Shungyamo. "Saner, your 4 million resources have arrived at coordinates 173270929, but the Changxing Palace is attempting to seize them. I do not have many men here. Quickly dispatch the Silver Leopard Cavalry of the Flaming Red Lips for support. Send as many as you can." San Shungyamo responded immediately, "All right, hold your ground. Mingmu will bring people over shortly. I will lead 100,000 as the second wave for support." Humph, this group of fools from Changxing Palace is quite audacious. It seems I must find an opportunity to conquer their territory. Thus, both sides remained in a stalemate. I stood at the forefront of my ranks, brandishing the Ziying sword, upon which swirled translucent, radiant purple cyclones, making it evident that I was not to be trifled with. The members of Changxing Palace exchanged glances, uncertain whether to attack or to remain stationary. "What shall we do, boss?" a cavalryman inquired of the bloodthirsty war emperor. Narrowing his eyes, the bloodthirsty war emperor gazed into the distance. Indeed, the ancient sword has brought only a little over 10,000 men, but each one of them is an elite. Let us wait 10 more minutes. Once we have gathered 10,000 mages and archers, we will launch our attack. Why not strike now? Our cavalry alone outnumbers theirs by threefold, a knight asked in astonishment. With a cold glare, the bloodthirsty war emperor reprimanded, "Are you questioning my judgment? I must inform you that the ancient sword iron cavalry, particularly the Dragon Dawn iron cavalry, dares to confront even the most formidable cavalry units of the Northern Alliance head-on. Such a military force is indeed terrifying. To achieve a surefire victory, we require not merely thrice the strength of our adversaries, but at least tenfold the numbers of the Dragon Dawn iron cavalry to ensure our triumph." The knight players were left in astonishment. Yet the words of the bloodthirsty war emperor brooked no dissent. At last, after considerable waiting, the continuous influx of mages, priests, archers, and strategists from the Eternal Life Palace arrived in waves. The bloodthirsty war emperor was ready to strike. Suddenly, an ancient seal soared from my hand, stamping fiercely upon the ground ahead, causing grass to scatter and earth to fracture. Aghast, several ghost iron cavalry hastily retreated. Giguzi could not help but chuckle. "What are you afraid of? With such cowardice, you dare to engage in PK? Bah!" The ghost iron cavalry flushed with embarrassment. The bloodthirsty war emperor, enraged and humiliated, raised his blade and bellowed, "Brothers of the Eternal Life Palace, arm yourselves. Damn it, Giguzi has insulted my brethren. We shall plunder their convoy. An eye for an eye. Kill them. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed, indicating that the slaughter was about to commence. However, at that moment, the nearby forest suddenly stirred, and countless figures sprang forth, a formidable group of silver leopard cavalry, led by the fiery-lipped vice leader, whose eyes sparkled like water. You have arrived too late, I declared solemnly. The vice leader, with a light laugh, replied, Oh, we rushed over as soon as we received the news. Halt, commanded the bloodthirsty war emperor, abruptly stopping in his tracks. Addressing the players of the Eternal Life Palace, understand the situation and the principles of the world. True heroes know when to advance and retreat. Today, victory is unattainable. We must withdraw. As the dust swirled, the group from the Eternal Life Palace vanished swiftly beyond the horizon. No one pursued. We continued to escort the convoy forward. Upon reaching the base of the Crimson Lips Kingdom, completing our handover and preparing to return to the city, a message arrived from the long-absent leader of the association club. Rose, Luching, are you there? Just wanted to give you a heads up that a grand online and offline tournament is imminent. The Global Elite Competition, WEL, formerly known as the WSL of Lingtong. This time, you, Baiming Shui, Shui Yifeng, and Murong Mingyue will be our main competitors. And we have decided to sign Lin Yixin at a price of 11 million. The board has high hopes for you all. Chapter 884. Time. Please slow down. The commencement of WL is undoubtedly explosive news. Following the conclusion of the Lingtong era's WSL, there has been no significant global event for the flagship game products under Yuehing Company. Now, as Tianzong enters the Divine General version, it will finally launch its first official global tournament, WEL, which will surely stir the tranquil depths of war into a tempest once more. Rose, do you have any further news? I inquired. Rose chuckled. The official announcement regarding WL will be released within an hour at most. I merely possess a slight advantage in knowing ahead of time. Furthermore, WL will adopt a hybrid format of both online and offline competitions. Initially, the domestic tournaments will determine the top 4 teams that will participate in the international event. The competition structure mirrors that of WSL, consisting of 4 1v1 matches and 1 2v2 match, all played in a best-of-5 format. This, after all, aligns with your intention to recruit Lin Yixin, does it not? I inquired with a smile. Rose blushed. Ho, why ask so inquisitively if you already know? Lin Yixin is a pivotal player in Gu Jian, and upon her return, she will assume the role of vice leader of Gu Jian's Soul Dream, commanding the ranged faction. Her skills and prowess are of top-tier caliber. Therefore, our club has no reason to let her slip away. Luchin will be able to persuade her to join us, ensuring that our main team comprises players from Gu Jian. I pondered for a moment and replied, I can certainly persuade Lin Yixin. However, I have a condition. Go ahead. What is your condition? I will do my utmost to accommodate it, she replied. In previous tournaments, players' IDs bore the prefix of their teams. This time, I insist that not only must the team's prefix be present upon registration, but it must also include the prefix of Gu Jian. This will serve as a contribution to Gu Jian, and you must agree to this condition. Rose was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that your final ID for WL might be Lin Yixin of Gu Jian, meeting a bitter end? Is that correct? Indeed, clever of you. I responded with a chuckle. I believe this should pose no issue, especially since the core team consists of players from Gu Jian. I will discuss this with the club manager, Rose said with a smile. Very well, I will have a word with Lin Yixin. Thank you. You're welcome. I sent messages to He, Baiming Shui, and a few other girls before logging off. Later, around 8 p.m., in the Studio S lounge, 5 of us gathered around a cozy coffee table. He, holding a pink notebook, glanced at the official homepage and remarked, once WL commences, numerous hidden talents will undoubtedly emerge like mushrooms after rain. And this is an extraordinary premiere event. Murong Mingyue inquired, what makes it extraordinary? He set down her notebook and addressed the rest of us. See for yourselves. On the official homepage of Tianzong, a prominent line read, Tianzong's global premiere event WEL is about to commence. Registration begins within 3 days, with the first online elimination match starting on the first day of the new lunar year. Following that, a smaller line stated, the nation that claims the championship will have its largest main city crowned with the title of City of Kings, boasting a city defense of 50, an NPC attack power of 50. Players stationed in this city will possess an attack and defense power of 15. Moreover, All players within the city will enjoy a 50 reduction on repair and purchase costs. The title of City of Kings will last until the next annual WL competition. Wow. I clenched my fists, exclaiming, "This is utterly magnificent." If our Sky City secures the title of City of Kings, it would stand unyielding upon the central continent. He smirked, succinctly revealing the truth of the matter. I smiled and clenched my fist, stating, "In these tumultuous times, with wars raging incessantly, the prospect of seeking a peaceful corner has become increasingly improbable. One must engage in the struggle for supremacy and seize the title of the king of this city, fortifying the defenses of the Sky City. It is time to let our fists do the talking, compelling all the cities to kneel and heed our commands." Bai Mingyue gazed at me with wide eyes, her beautiful orbs filled with enchantment, and she chuckled, saying, "Brother, your words exude such charisma. I find myself quite enamored." Lin Yixin, embracing Bai Mingyue's shoulders, added, "I too am captivated. We must endure, for he is not one of us." He and Murong Mingyue sighed in exasperation. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth and inquired, "Bai Ming, you have reached level 181. Have you undergone your 7th transformation? Did you acquire anything remarkable?" Bai Mingyue nodded. "Yes, I have successfully achieved the 7th transformation, gaining 5 points of luck. Furthermore, the 7th transformation for archers has granted me a powerful area attack skill called Sky Piercing Arrow, which doubles the range and strikes all players within a 20-yard radius, particularly advantageous in group combat." I exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, what effects does it have?" After pondering for a while, Bai Mingyue could not come up with an answer. Lin Yixin gestured to illustrate, forming a parabola with her fist, then suddenly spreading her fingers and laughing, "Just like this. Shoot an arrow into the sky, and it bursts into countless iron arrows that rain down upon the ground. An undeniably lethal weapon, especially when wielded with Bai Ming's attack power. It could leave many unrecognizable to their mothers." I smirked. "Very well. Then, recalling something, I said, Lin Yixin, has Rose from the Lenovo Club reached out to you? The signing price of 11 million renminbi is among the highest salaries for players in the country. You must agree to it, right?" "Indeed." Lin Yixin nodded vigorously, smiling. "With Lu Qin's assurance, there's no doubt it will work out. Hee. With so much money, I hardly know how to spend it. I'll start by buying 10 outfits for my mother." He made a phone call to Rose, and soon confirmed that tomorrow morning, Rose would come specifically with the documents to finalize the contract. Clearly, Lenovo values Lin Yixin highly, rushing to secure the contract lest she be signed by another club. After all, such a formidable sorceress is a rarity coveted by any team. In the evening, I continued to level up online, having reached level 178. I aim to ascend to level 180 and complete my 7th transformation before the WL tournament, ensuring a competitive edge. Despite possessing formidable weapons like the Purple Yin Sword and the Dragon God Shield, one must remain vigilant, for the vast Chinese region is teeming with talent. Not every expert prefers the arena. One might easily stumble in unexpected ways. A silent night passed, and I retired early. The following dawn, before I had fully awakened, the sound of Bai Mingyue's laughter resonated through the studio hall. "It's snowing. It's snowing. The 24th snowfall has arrived." Flipping through the calendar, I realize it is indeed the 24th, just 6 days away from New Year's Eve. Today, according to Chinese custom, we send the kitchen god to heaven to report on a year of favorable weather and abundant harvests. I recall that when I was very young, my mother would prepare an array of delicious foods for this day. At the thought of it, my eyes glistened with unshed tears. My mother passed away many years ago. Each time I remember the moment of her departure, her affectionate and reluctant gaze upon my innocent childhood self, I now comprehend the profound, unbreakable love that is forever beyond my grasp, a love I shall never experience again in my lifetime. My nose tinges with sorrow as I rub my eyes and draw back the curtains, revealing the wintry landscape outside, blanketed in snow, which continues to fall heavily this year. In the morning, Rose arrived as promised, accompanied by an executive from Lenovo, who signed a lucrative contract with Lin Yixin. We reserved a table at a nearby hotel for a modest celebration at noon. In the afternoon, I logged on to practice and advanced to level 179, just a step away from level 180. Before dinner, as I logged off, he sent me a message. "Lu Qin, it's the 24th today. Aren't you going to call your uncle?" I replied that I would call him right away. As dusk fell and the snow continued to swirl outside, I dialed my father's number. After nearly 10 seconds of ringing, he finally picked up. "Lu-chun," he exclaimed. "Dad," I replied, hearing the sounds of car horns in the background. Unable to restrain my curiosity, "Aren't you at home?" My father chuckled. "No, it's the 24th. I came to Suzhou with your uncle. He has never been here, so I brought him to see the city. But you've never been to Suzhou either. Where are you now? I'll come to pick you up." I felt a surge of urgency. With such heavy snow, my father and uncle, both over 50, should not endure such hardship. We've just arrived at the station, but we're unsure of our location. "It seems to be a department store named Taiwan Mall," he explained. "Given the snow, you and your uncle should stay put. Wait for me at Taiwan Mall, and I'll be there in 20 minutes. "Understood." After hanging up, he, who had been listening, smiled gently and offered, "I'll go with you." "All right." We hurried downstairs, starting the X12 and racing into the snowstorm. Taiwan Mall wasn't too far. Within 20 minutes, we arrived. The heavy snow rendered visibility nearly non-existent, obscuring anything beyond 3 meters. "Go find your uncle. I'll park the car and join you shortly," he instructed. "Okay." I exited the vehicle, tightening the collar of my down jacket against the biting cold, wondering how my father and uncle were faring in this weather. I searched for a few minutes at the entrance of Taihua, but could not spot my father. Thus, I began to scan the outdoor display windows, which showcased luxury brands like LV and Gucci, alongside some newly released high-end electronic products. The frigid wind howled, slicing across my face like a knife. Ultimately, outside a display window, 2 elderly gentlemen stood transfixed, gazing at the items within, an ultra-modern helmet developed by Yuang, designed to alleviate fatigue and priced at 170,000, alongside an assortment of laser keyboards and authentic CDs. My father stared blankly at a promotional poster for the SC4. Snowflakes resting on his eyelashes and a thick layer of snow accumulating on his shoulders. With his legs faltering, he leaned on a cane, supported by my uncle beside him. "Have you not seen enough after all this time?" my uncle inquired. My father rubbed the snowflakes from his eyes and replied, "When Lu-chun was young, he had a particular fondness for games. Back then, I often chastised him for it. In retrospect, I realize I was overly harsh on my child." As he spoke, my father rummaged through his coat pocket, saying, "Old third, how much money do you have?" "I have 5,000 here. Can you lend me 3,000? I wish to buy that top-of-the-line computer for my son. I made over 4,000 selling cotton in the autumn. And you must have earned quite a bit selling watermelons in the city all summer. Please lend it to me." My uncle dug into his pocket and remarked, "When traveling far, who carries such a sum? You truly indulge that boy Lu-chun. How many tables and chairs must you sell to earn enough for this computer?" My father chuckled, "But he is my son." "Dad," I called softly, gazing at my father's frostbitten face and graying temples, tears welled in my eyes. In Chapter 885, I am versatile. Under my father's care, I grew up, but the price was his rapid aging. Once, my father no longer scolded me. While I toiled away from home, I failed to comprehend the deep-seated worries he harbored. For an elderly father, a son embodies pride in everything. "Ah, it's Lu-chun. You're here," my father said, tugging at my sleeve and pointing to a high-end desktop computer in the window. "Do you like this computer? If so, I will purchase it for you. Working outside is arduous, and with such high rent and utility bills, your salary hardly suffices. It's better than our farming. At least we have some savings each month." I looked at the glowing screen and the glaring price, while my father continued to gaze. Snowflakes fell gently upon us, as if resting on a statue, while my father's hands trembled from the biting cold. "Dad, it's unnecessary. I already have a laptop. I don't need a desktop. Besides, I promised you I would stop playing SC." My father cupped his hands over his mouth, exhaling warmth, and said, "Are you still upset with me? 3 years ago, when you wanted to go to Beijing for a competition, I gave you not a penny and scolded you, preventing you from going." With a tinge of regret, I looked at my father and replied, "Dad, actually, I secretly went that time. It was Uncle who gave me 400 yuan for the fare." Uncle widened his eyes. "You little rascal, how could you say that?" Yet my father chuckled softly despite his trembling. That's good. That's good. And what happened afterward?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, I was eliminated in the first round of the competition. In truth, during those 7 days in Beijing, I slept in the subway station each night, subsisting on takeaway meals. Yet I still could not save enough for the registration fee. Alas, such is the world we live in." At that moment, he, clad in a leather coat, approached me with a smile and said, "Uncle, third uncle, Lu-chun, Why are you all standing in the snow? Hurry back, it's quite cold outside. You and third uncle haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's find somewhere to dine. My father, slightly taken aback, looked at Hee, rubbed his eyes, and inquired, Aren't you that manager, Hee? Hee nodded, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Yes, uncle, I live with Lu Chun in a rented apartment from the company. So we are neighbors. Come on, let us find a warmer place to eat. Seeing the elegant demeanor of Hee, my father and third uncle felt somewhat awkward. My father quickly shook his head and said, No need, third uncle, and I just had a meal. I asked, Third uncle, what did you eat? He pointed not far away and replied, Roasted sweet potatoes, 2 each. That is hardly a proper meal. Let us go eat, I said, supporting my father's arm. Reluctantly. My father and third uncle had no choice but to follow. The space in the X12 was quite ample. Despite my father's mobility issues, he managed to sit down. Observing the effort it took for him to settle into his seat made my heart ache. I have owed him far too much over the years, failing to fulfill the responsibilities of a son. This car is really spacious, third uncle remarked as he got in. He, seated in the front passenger seat, glanced back and smiled. Yes, this is the car Lu Chun bought. He has a good eye. Lu Chun's car? Third uncle exclaimed, Last time. I thought it was a company vehicle. I assumed Lu Chun was just a driver. He was taken aback. How could that be? Lu Chun is one of our company's elites. He could never be unable to afford a car. Third uncle craned his neck to examine the emblem on the steering wheel, saying, This is a BMW, right? I've heard it's incredibly expensive. How much did Lu Chun spend? I quickly interjected, Not much, not much. He added, Uncle. Third uncle, why didn't you let us know you were coming? My father chuckled, Knowing you're busy, I didn't want to disturb you. My brother and I are just wandering around the city. It's quite nice. Third uncle remarked, It's just a bit too cold. And the cars in the city are all over the place. He laughed lightly. Next time, please let us know in advance so Lu Chun can pick you up. After discussing with He, the car drove into a hot pot restaurant. It was too cold, and we needed to ensure the 2 elderly gentlemen had something warm to eat. Inside the hot pot restaurant, we ordered a plethora of dishes, and my father and third uncle indulged heartily. Lu Chun, are you coming home for the new year? My father asked cautiously, adding, If you're really too busy, don't feel obligated to return. I smiled and replied, Oh, I've already made arrangements to come home for the new year. Indeed, he subtly nudged my leg, prompting me to continue. This year, there aren't many people at home. My mother is traveling and feeling a bit lonely. So I plan to visit Yangzhou to enjoy the scenery and spend the new year at my home. Dad, is that all right? My father nodded enthusiastically. You're welcome. Of course, that is no problem at all. However, Sanshu detected a certain scent and chuckled. Old Lu. You've been nagging me about Lu Chun not having a girlfriend lately. I believe we need not dwell on this matter any longer, haha. Hee's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, repeatedly nibbling on a pitiful slice of lotus root. My father laughed, his wrinkled face blossoming with an unprecedented smile of happiness. That evening, upon returning to the studio with the 2 elderly men, I let them sleep in my room while I took refuge in Hee's room, and she went to sleep with Murong Mingyue. Upon entering, we were met by Bai Mingshui, Murong Mingyue, and Lin Yixin, all impeccably dressed and sweetly calling out uncle, which left my father and Sanshu in a state of bewilderment. They had never anticipated that our residence would be filled with so many young girls, each more youthful and beautiful than the last. Lu Chun, what kind of company do you work for to have so many young ladies? Sanshu inquired. I pondered for a moment and replied, They are all colleagues from the customer service department. Of course they are female. Girls tend to be detail-oriented. Oh. I felt a sense of relief as the 3 young women were appropriately attired, covering what needed to be concealed, a stark contrast to their usual style. Typically, they spared no modesty around me, often donning nothing but pajamas. The sight of their snow-white thighs was indeed alluring. Yet today they recognized the inappropriateness of such attire and opted for warm clothing instead. After settling my father and Sanshu comfortably, he eagerly pulled me to the supermarket, where we purchased numerous festive goods, each prepared for my father and Sanshu. The following day, when my father and Sanshu decided to depart, they expressed their desire not to disrupt our normal working environment. Despite Hee's attempts to persuade them otherwise, they insisted on heading to the station to purchase tickets. Unwilling to accept this, Hee made a call to the Suzhou branch of Yuli Square, and shortly thereafter, they dispatched 2 young drivers in a brand-new Buick van. They packed all the festive goods and took my father and Sanshu back home without delay. For For this gesture, he generously raised the two drivers' monthly salary by 1,500, leaving the young men as delighted as if they had savored honey. After bidding farewell to my father and Sanchu, we returned to our previous environment. Get online, get online. The main city has already opened registration for WEL, and we must not fall behind. Bai Mingyue exclaimed. He replied, yes, let us go. One by one, we logged in, and he organized the group. The registration point for WL was located within the royal city, specifically at an NPC known as the WL Messenger. Upon our arrival, we found ourselves amidst a throng of people, and after squeezing through for a good half hour, we finally reached the inner circle. With my left arm draped around Bai Mingyue's fragrant shoulder and my right arm around Lin Yixin, he held on to Murong Mingyue. In such a crowded environment, the strength points of the warrior class proved to be paramount. Both he and I were well equipped, allowing us to remain steadfast amidst the crowd as we steadily approached the NPC. When we were within 5 yards, he triggered a dialogue with the NPC, and a line of options appeared, inquiring whether we wished to register for the team under club certification. After confirming with he, I added a custom title, and immediately the system notified me of a successful registration. Following an online verification by Lenovo officials, our team roster is as follows. Lenovo's at the water's edge, Captain, Lenovo's Broken Halberd, Lenovo's Northern Snow, Lenovo's Lin Yixin, Lenovo's Murong Mingyue, Lenovo's Remains of the Skeleton, Lenovo's Heart, Like Water, Lenovo's Dark Fragrance, Lenovo's Night Calm, Lenovo's Butterfly Dance. The maximum limit is 10 members. So on Rose's side, they selected the Warrior Remains of the Skeleton, the Dark Priest Butterfly Dance, and a few others as substitutes. Should any of our main players be unavailable, these substitutes will take the field. For instance, if we cannot return on the first day of the new year, Remains of the Skeleton and others will step in to compete. Of course, the domestic tournament is an elimination format. Losing a single match means it's over. Thus, we will strive to attend every match with our main roster to ensure victory in each encounter. With a flurry of activity, several individuals appeared within the teleportation array. He led everyone behind the Grand Hall, where we gathered beneath a row of silver firs to discuss strategies for the WL competition. He began, well, there are 4 1v1 matches. Clearly, Mingyue is not suited for solo duels. For the 4 individual PKs, Lu Chun, Lin Yixin, Northern Snow, and I will take the field. As for the final 2v2 match, do you have any suggestions for combinations? Northern Snow replied, a powerful double-ranged combo. Lin Yixin and I are ready at any moment. Murong Mingyue chuckled, Eve and I can form an offensive and defensive duo, with healing and a tank, capable of overpowering any pair. Lin Yixin remarked, I believe I can coordinate well with brother Lu Chun, a warrior and a mage, truly unbeatable. He smiled lightly. Indeed, Northern Snow and I can also team up. I grinned. I am versatile. I can pair with any of you. Murong Mingyue proudly puffed out her chest, teasingly saying, you really aren't picky at all. With such a hearty appetite, you can team up with anyone. I maintained a straight face. What can I say? All of you are so formidable. As I glanced down at Murong Mingyue's chest, I inquired, Mingyue, confess honestly, have you been indulging in papaya daily? Your measurements seem to have increased recently. Murong Mingyue provocatively looked at me, proudly accentuating her curves. Humph, so what if I have? What are you staring at? What do you want? I felt my cheeks flush. I want. The girls fell silent for half a minute, then suddenly realized. Murong Mingyue shyly punched me with her delicate fist. You little rascal. Are you asking for trouble? If you dare, come at me. All talk and no action. I responded, I lost again. Chapter 886. Spiral of the Dragon. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Through diligent leveling, I reached level 180. When that golden light enveloped me, it felt as though I was about to ascend. Professionally advancing, I had achieved my 7th promotion. With the purple ing sword in hand, I spurred my Ice Lin horse into the city, directly teleporting to my mentor's abode, the lair of Bone Soul Linzel. Having not visited for several days, I pondered how my skeletal mentor was faring. In a flash, I appeared in the snowy expanse, where Linzel stood majestically amidst the snowflakes, seemingly lost in contemplation. As a respectful disciple, I refrained from disturbing him, patiently waiting at his side for nearly 10 minutes. Suddenly, a whispering sound filled the air, and I was instantly filled with rage. To my dismay, he was not meditating but fast asleep. Teacher, I shouted at a volume of 80 decibels. The cold blade and his undead legion are upon us. What? In an instant, Linzel vanished and reappeared 100 meters away. My, what an astonishing escape speed. Truly worthy of my mentor. I galloped forward, catching up to him as he finally awakened, cursing, "You little rascal. Teacher, I feel powerful enough," I exclaimed, flexing my arms to showcase my impressive biceps. It is time for me to ascend to a new realm. Look at these robust muscles and my perfect physique. Have you ever seen a more formidable warrior? Linzel's skeletal eyes widened. Boy, since you have come with such earnest intent for a professional upgrade, I shall grant your wish. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have received the opportunity for a professional promotion. After paying 500,000 gold coins, you will officially achieve a career advancement. I was incensed, growling. Old man, are you trying to fleece me? With a nonchalant demeanor, Linzel replied, you can choose not to. Is that how you want to play it? Very well. You know I only respond to such tactics. I grasped the purple-ing sword and swiftly returned to the city, heading to the Air Force One convenience store. White Fox, please withdraw 500,000 gold coins from me, quickly. I urged the attendant. White Fox gasped, blinking in disbelief. Master, 500,000 gold coins is half of our total savings. Are you certain you wish to withdraw this amount? Yes, it's urgent. Understood. In the next moment, I received the coins and immediately returned to the teleportation array, reappearing beside my mentor. Linzel counted the coins, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Well done, my most esteemed disciple. You have proven your courage and sincerity. Now, the true glory belongs to you. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. You have completed the 7th promotion for the Necromancer class, earning the title Abyssal Warlord. Title attributes: Attack 10. Defense 15. As the 7th player on the entire server to achieve this promotion, you are awarded Luck 1, Level 1. Alas, the warrior class indeed faces great challenges. Despite my rapid leveling, I still only secured the 7th slot for the 7th promotion, with mages and archers claiming the rest. Nevertheless, the title of Abyssal Warlord is quite impressive, not merely a visual delight, but also bestowing substantial attribute enhancements. My luck has officially reached 60 points. How remarkable! Upon opening the rankings of the Sky City, I discovered that the individuals who have reached the 7th transmutation are Baiming Shui and Lin Yixin, with myself being the 3rd. Alas, in the grand scheme of the world, I find myself ranked merely 7th. The skills of the 7th transmutation. Engaging in conversation with Lin Zayer, I soon encountered 2 skills available for acquisition. Undead Shield summons a shield of death, safeguarding oneself from harm. The resilience of the Undead Shield is contingent upon the user's magical prowess, requiring a level of 180. Dragon Wind summons a spectral dragon, inflicting substantial damage upon targets within a radius of 1010, with the damage correlated to the user's magical power, also necessitating a level of 180. Alas, both skills are tailored for mages. Had I been a mage player, these abilities would have been exceptionally beneficial. Regrettably, I am a warrior, lacking in intelligence enhancements on my equipment, and even if I had such enhancements, my magical growth remains minimal. Thus, these skills are rendered utterly futile. Swiftly, I opted for fusion. The Undead Shield, being a defensive skill, was merged with the Demon Armor. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your professional skill, Undead Shield, has successfully fused with your skill, Demon Armor, yielding a brand new skill, Demon Shield. Demon Shield. LV1 summons a field of power, coalescing the effects of the Demon Shield around the shield. This significantly boosts defensive capabilities and converts the shield's defensive value into a holy shield effect, providing equivalent protection against magical attacks. The defensive effectiveness is related to the total value of one's defense, currently enhancing defense by 15 points. In all, I beheld the Demon Shield. Its power is formidable. At level 1, it augments defense by 15 points. Without a doubt, upon reaching level 10, it will grant at least an additional 150 points of defense. Furthermore, the ability to convert into a holy shield implies a considerable reduction in the damage inflicted by mage players upon me. Historically, warrior classes have harbored a deep-seated fear of mages, as magical attacks inflict additional damage on heavy armor, and even with a shield, one may not withstand the onslaught of magic. However, this Demon Shield alters that dynamic, enabling the conversion of defense into a holy shield effect. Under such equivalence, Even formidable mages like Lin Yixin will find their assault capabilities significantly curtailed against me. How exhilarating. I shall first elevate the demon shield to level 10 in preparation for the forthcoming WSL competition. Continuing with fusion, I pondered the dragon wind skill, a crowd control ability. With whom shall I merge it? Perhaps with the fiery blade strike? It pains me to consider this, for the attack power of the fiery blade strike is nearly unparalleled. And should the fusion fail, it would be disastrous. I am also reluctant to fuse with the Chinkoan break. And the Thousand Ice Slash possesses a freezing effect that I cannot bear to part with. Ultimately, I reluctantly settled on merging it with the blade spin. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your professional skill Dragon Wind has successfully fused with your skill Blade Spin, resulting in a new skill Dragon Spin. Dragon Spin. LV1 summons the effect of the Dragon Wind, attacking enemies along an arc, causing widespread devastation. The damage inflicted is contingent upon 1's attack power. And this skill can penetrate the magical shields of mages, inflicting an attack effect of 33. The current skill level possesses an attack power of 110. Overwhelmed with joy, I found myself in possession of yet another formidable skill. The original limitation of the blade spin lay in its restricted attack range, targeting only players along a straight line. When confronted by mages or archers, its lethality was severely diminished. However, the incorporation of the dragon spiral's sweeping effect has significantly enhanced its potency. Furthermore, it can penetrate magical shields, delivering an impressive 33 points of damage. With the might of my purpling sword, I can inflict at least 100,000 points of damage on an unshielded mage. Even with the aforementioned 33 points, it still amounts to 30,000. At this stage, even top-tier mages like Xian and Sansheng Mo boast health exceeding 40,000, allowing for a potential one-hit kill. Excited beyond measure, I eagerly decided to test the skill. With a low shout, I invoked Demon God Shield. A resonant hum filled the air as the power of the demon god surged forth, transforming my demon god armor into a blood-red shield that enveloped my dragon god shield. This shield possessed the tenacity of skills, and the system informed me that my defense had converted into a dual mode of physical and magical protection. A sensation of unwavering solidity coursed through me. This was true resilience. Unlike Gue Guzi, who only enjoyed physical defense, I, equipped with the demon god shield, no longer feared the onslaught of mages. In contrast, Gue Guzi would find his health rapidly depleting when faced with formidable mages such as Xian, Jingsheng Luoshan, or Sansheng Mo. Continuing my skill experimentation, I raised the purple Ing sword, locking onto a distant, black, protruding boulder. With a sudden flourish, I unleashed the dragon spiral's skill effect. A resounding roar echoed as dragon shadows danced upon the blade. The entire purple Ing sword transformed into a spiraling dragon, soaring forth with elegance. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the massive boulder shattered into fragments, obliterated by the overwhelming force of the dragon's might. The once mountainous stone had been reduced to mere powder, shaking the very peak of the Dragonbone Mountains. The combination of the dragon spiral's attack and the purple Ing sword's devastating effect truly had the power to reshape the very landscape. "What are you doing?" Lin Yixin exclaimed, wide-eyed. With a firm grip on the returning purple Ing sword, I chuckled, "Teacher, nothing of consequence. I'm just taking my leave. Go then. May you return alive to see me next time." Lin Yixin huffed, seemingly wishing for my proud disciple to meet an untimely end in battle. I refrained from further comment. Pulling out a return scroll, and with a swift motion, I found myself back in Sky City. I contacted Murong Mingyue. "Sister Mingyue, are you busy at the moment?" "Yes. I'm eager to reach level 180. "What's up?" she replied. "I am here to help you level up," I stated. Murong Mingyue gasped, "Oh, is there such a delightful opportunity? Luchin personally assisting me? Do you harbor some ulterior motive?" I paused momentarily before responding. "No. I simply wish to level up together with you." Hee. Swiftly, Murong Mingyue discerned my true intentions and formed a small team. Together, we re-entered the Blood Shield domain, battling the undead monsters left behind by the Blood Pointer, Ovea. These high-level, ghostly dance creatures inflicted considerable pain, significantly enhancing the proficiency of the ghostly shield skills. Simultaneously, we required a priest to consistently heal me, thus achieving dual benefits. Murong Mingyue amassed substantial experience. while I could elevate the ghostly shield to level 10 amidst the relentless onslaught of monsters within a mere 24 hours. Chapter 887. New Year's Eve time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everything progressed according to our plan. Following the ascension of Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin, He and Murong Mingyue finally reached level 180, successfully completing their 7th transition. Notably, after the 7th transition, priests acquired a life-healing skill that instantly replenished the target's health at the cost of sacrificing 50 points of their own magic. The cooldown for this skill was neither overly lengthy nor short, lasting 120 seconds. In both player killing and boss battles, this skill proved to be immensely powerful. As for the Magic Knight, they gained an extraordinarily formidable skill, the entangling net, casting a divine net that ensnares the target for up to 7 seconds, rendering them immobile while allowing for attacks and healing. The cooldown was 30 seconds, with an attack range of 20 yards. It can be said that the 7th transition of the Magic Knight was somewhat overpowered. Once the entangling net was deployed, the dynamics of any battle would shift dramatically. Players of any profession would need to consider the implications of being ensnared for 7 seconds, an exceedingly perilous duration. Unsurprisingly, a new group PvP strategy emerged, for Magic Knights could successively use the entangling net to indefinitely ensnare any target, allowing ranged teammates to launch a devastating assault. Such a tactic was undeniably formidable. At the very least, one must remain vigilant of the Magic Knight's positioning and movements during outdoor PvP encounters. Should a Magic Knight appear within 20 yards, one must either flee, invoke invincibility to return to town, or possess exceptionally strong attributes and quick reflexes to maneuver scientifically within 0.5 seconds to evade the entangling net. Otherwise, death would be inevitable. In the studio's hall, the morning sun shone brightly. No longer must I strive tirelessly for levels. The 180-level Magic Knight has emerged. He lounged on the sofa, lazily stretching her arms overhead. Instantly, the alluring curves of her figure were accentuated by her attire, her proud silhouette captivating, while her slender waist appeared effortlessly enchanting. Her fair skin was utterly irresistible, causing my tea-holding hand to nearly freeze in awe. Observing He's perfect contours, Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin bowed their heads, tears welling in their eyes. The disparity between the undeveloped younger sister and the mature older sister was stark. Have all the things been moved downstairs? He inquired, glancing at me. Last night, Sister Mingyue took me to the supermarket 3 times, and my heart swelled with emotion as the trunk of the car filled gradually with an abundance of food. Sister Mingyue is truly a foodie. He chuckled softly, linking arms with me, and said, well, bringing home more food is a positive thing. This way, your father and uncle need not be overly busy preparing meals. I have already agreed with Mingyue that we shall prepare the dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner, allowing uncle to take a well-deserved rest. Indeed, I shall assist you in cooking. What can you do? You just need to wash the rice and put it in the pot. I'll handle pressing the cook button. Just then, my phone rang. It was Lin Yixin's number. Lin. He glanced at me. Yes. She immediately released my arm and said, then focus on your call. Upon answering, Lin Yixin's sweet voice resonated. Little trickster, have you gotten out of bed? I woke up an hour ago. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, E. By the way, I'm returning to Shanghai to celebrate the New Year with my parents. Lin Yixin chuckled. Let us meet again next year. Sure, I want to see you off, little trickster. My dad bought me a car. Should I take it or not? That depends on what car it is. Anything over $1 million is a must. Oh, I scoff at you. Lin Yixin laughed. It's a Porsche 4.8L Panamera. With an engine sound that's simply extravagant. The latest imported model, supposedly costing over $3 million. I widened my eyes in astonishment. Wow, your father is truly wealthy. Lin Yixin giggled. Little trickster, when I return, shall we go drifting on the mountain roads? I swallowed hard. You expect my X12 to race with a Panamera? That is asking too much. Are you afraid? Lin Yixin teased. Afraid of what? I gritted my teeth. Let us race. Who is afraid of whom? But afterward, you'll help me change for tires. Drifting wears them out quickly. How stingy. I laughed heartily. This is called being economically wise. Lin Yixin chuckled then, after a few seconds, softly said, Little trickster, when will you buy me a sports car? If you buy one for me, I'll get rid of the Panamera. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Do you think I'm made of money? The financial power in Dark Moon City is transparent and public. I'm not the sole ruler, merely a shareholder. How could I afford a better car? You have a shop in a prime location in Sky City. That would take half a year of business to afford a Panamera. Humph. Lin Yixin laughed, then asked, have you had breakfast yet? Eating too much breakfast will make you fat. I sighed helplessly. What exactly do you want to say? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. After a full 5 seconds, she softly uttered, I miss you. I paused for a moment and replied, I'll return to Suzhou tomorrow. Are you coming back? Otherwise, I could visit you in Shanghai tomorrow afternoon. No. I want to return until the second day of the new year. Don't make the trip. It's too tiring. All right then. By the way, how is your club preparing for the WL competition? She asked with a playful tone. With unwavering confidence, I proclaimed, the 5 main competitors have all reached the 7th transition. What do you think? In this domestic qualifier for WL, our ancient sword team is determined to claim the championship trophy. Lin Yixin immediately responded with a teasing smile. Don't be so sure. Do you think our Apple clubs for 7th transition players are pushovers? Humph, if we meet, Chanel, and the others might not necessarily lose to you. Then we shall see in the finals. The loser treats the winner to a meal, and the one who loses pays for the accommodation. Lin Yixin was momentarily speechless, playfully retorting, you rascal, you can't flirt with me. I'm the only one allowed to tease you. As Lin Yixin's laughter faded, our conversation concluded. He, seated beside me, adjusted her brown fitted dress and remarked with a hint of jealousy, I increasingly feel that Lu Chun and Lin are a perfect match. Bei Mingyue, nibbling on a piece of bread, looked up and mumbled, Eve, don't be disheartened. I think you and brother suit each other quite well too. Lin Yixin chimed in. Exactly. The boss and Lu Chun are indeed complementary. Lu Chun, do you actually like the boss? I glanced at he and replied, of course he does. Lin Yixin, the notorious flirt, responded with bemusement. At that moment, Murong Mingyue emerged, clad in a white down jacket, her figure striking even beneath the layers of fabric. She looked at us and astutely remarked, let us not make things difficult for poor Lu Chun. Eve and the beautiful Lin are both rare beauties. If he inadvertently becomes fond of both, what can he do? Abandoning either would only burden him with guilt and self-reproach. I sipped my tea in silence, choosing not to speak. He stood up, smiling, whatever, let it be. We're ready to depart. We aim to reach Yongle town before noon. It's been a while since our last visit. Indeed, let us go? I drove my Lamborghini with He, while Murong Mingyue took the X12 with Lin Yixin and Bei Mingyue. The 5 of us set off to conquer the pristine dungeons of Yongle town, Yangzhou. The journey was exceptionally smooth. On New Year's Eve, the highway was nearly deserted, and we arrived home before noon, drawing the attention of many neighbors. This time, the 4 young ladies I brought back were each strikingly beautiful, with radiant smiles and fashionable attire, leaving the local aunties and uncles wide-eyed with astonishment. They commented on how they had spent most of their lives in the fields and town markets, yet had never encountered such a plethora of stunning young women as today. They then inquired about which one was Lu Chen's girlfriend, pointing at Bei Mingyue, He, Lin Yixin, and others in a flurry, making the young ladies blush profusely and feel bashful. Feeling quite awkward, I clarified, I didn't bring my girlfriend back today. These are my colleagues, here to celebrate the spring festival and experience rural customs. Thus began our immersion into country traditions. In the afternoon, we steamed buns and wrote couplets. I penned 2 couplets, while he also wrote 2. However, upon comparing my handwriting to that of the beautiful guild leader, I wished I could find a crevice to hide in. In this day and age, finding a woman with an impeccable sense of style is relatively easy. However, discovering one with a graceful handwriting is akin to scaling the heavens. I have witnessed He's exquisite penmanship, which is indeed remarkable, yet I was taken aback by the elegance and vigor of her calligraphy, leading Bei Mingyue to surmise that He must be the daughter of a scholarly family. On New Year's Eve, the reunion dinner was prepared by He and Murong Mingyue, 2 young ladies who epitomize the essence of modern successful women. They effortlessly navigate the realms of both the banquet and the kitchen, code proficiently, identify anomalies, combat malware, scale walls, drive fine cars, purchase new homes, contend with mistresses, and confront ruffians. Essentially, both He and Murong Mingyue are capable of achieving all these feats. After enjoying a delightful New Year's Eve meal, He and I joined my father and 3rd uncle for a game of mahjong, playing diligently until the late hours of the night. Both He and I lost over 2,000, much to the delight of my 3rd uncle, who praised us for our maturity. On the first day of the new year, we drove the X12 to visit relatives, exchanging New Year greetings. After enjoying another reunion meal at noon, we returned to Suzhou in the afternoon. That evening, the WL group stage and domestic elimination rounds were set to commence, spanning 3 days to determine the final 4 teams to compete internationally, potentially leading to an overseas tournament. By the time we arrived in Suzhou, it was already evening of the first day of the new year, and unfortunately, not a single restaurant was open, leaving us without dinner. Ultimately, we settled for a meal at a noodle shop before hurriedly returning to the studio to prepare for the online competition. Tonight, from 18 to 2200 hours, the WEM China regional qualifiers were to begin, determining the final 64 teams, with the ultimate 4 teams and the regional champion to be decided the following day. Upon logging in, I found myself within the Grand Castle Hall of Darkmoon City, where I had last logged out. The castle hall of the 9th level Undead City was truly magnificent, resembling a formidable fortress. The perimeter was adorned with jagged, glimmering bone spikes of the undead, while nearly 100 fully armored undead knights stood solemnly within, resembling statues. "Master," said the Dark Knight Oder, kneeling on one knee. He no longer addressed me as my lord, as I had delegated the management of the city to He, Murong Mingyue, Bei Mingxue, Lin Yixin, Li Chengfeng, and Luan Yu, effectively forming the city's management committee. Oder, a valiant and loyal warrior, leaned on his sword and inquired, "Master, what commands do you have for me?" I glanced at him and asked, "When can the city be upgraded to level 10? After a moment of contemplation, Oder replied, "Master, the conditions for upgrading are still insufficient. Our Knight's Grave, Dragon Tomb, Jungle Abyss, and Graveyard Spring are all only at level 8. They must reach level 9 to meet the requirements for upgrading the castle to level 10. Then prioritize upgrading these 4 structures and cease recruiting the dark insects." "Yes, master." Soon, as per my directive, the Knight's Ruins and Dragon's Tomb enter an upgrade phase, expected to reach level 9 in approximately 24 hours. Initially, we could have upgraded 4 structures simultaneously. However, a significant quantity of resources was dispatched to Sansheng, which regrettably resulted in a depletion of our production capacity. We must await the replenishment of city resources before proceeding with further upgrades. Nonetheless, the output from Darkmoon City is quite substantial, yielding tens of thousands per hour. And it is anticipated that within 10 days, we shall achieve the grand aspiration of elevating to level 10. This would indeed be a marvel, the first level 10 undead stronghold on the entire server. Glancing at the time, there are approximately 10 minutes remaining before the competition commences. I hasten to the Sky City to rendezvous with the 4 ladies in my team. Meanwhile, several other members of the team club, and Xiangying Rao, Dai Wu, and others, arrive and join my group, totaling 10 participants. Ding. System notification. 10 minutes remain until the WL preliminary round. Would you like to enter the competition waiting area immediately? Friendly reminder. Please prepare your supplies, as you may encounter consecutive fierce battles. My equipment has long been restored to pristine condition, and my inventory is well stocked with provisions, cards, and holy elixirs. For such a significant event, I shall employ the Ghost Car cards, which enhance attack power by 65 and reduce target defense by 35. The formidable attributes of these cards are undoubtedly tailored for grand tournaments. Furthermore, I possess an ample supply of these cards, over a dozen, totaling in the hundreds. With these on hand, should I face a sufficiently powerful adversary, the Ghost Car cards will be indispensable. Otherwise, a Battle Axe Warrior card will suffice, allowing us to conserve our resources. In truth, over 99% of teams do not warrant the use of cards for grinding. I soar into the battle waiting area, a wooden chamber of approximately 20 square meters. Peering outside reveals the arena's grandeur, with numerous cages and combat arenas sprawling across an expansive plaza, filled with the thunderous applause of spectators, igniting a fervor within. Beside me, He, Bei Mingxue, Murong Mingyue, and Lin Yixin appear in succession. Soon, 2 men and 3 women materialize, namely Gu Haikan Lu and others. Clearing his throat, Gu Haikan Lu smiles and greets me. "Lu Chun, greetings." I nod in response. "Good to see you all." Xian Ru Shui steps forward and cheerfully inquires, "Lu Chun, may we discuss something?" "Certainly, go ahead." In the 3 minutes preceding each match, we can view the complete roster of the opposing team. If the opponents are weak enough, we could take the opportunity to practice our skills, Yixin Rushui remarks, sticking out her tongue in jest. After all, we are contracted players for Lenovo. If we don't participate in a match, wouldn't that hefty salary be for naught? I pondered for a moment and replied readily, no problem. If the average level of the opponents is below 170 and they lack hidden classes, then let the Frost Cloud Studio take on 3 matches, while the remaining 2 will be handled by your team. This is an elimination round, and we cannot afford to lose a single match. We must secure 3 stable scoring points, as you understand. Guhai Kanlu, wielding a giant blade, grinned. We certainly understand. It is settled then. This way, the 5 of us won't be left sitting on the sidelines. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to engage in a fiercely competitive elimination round. Today, the gaming channel will be live from 6 to 10 o'clock, though the precise duration of the matches remains uncertain. Each round permits a maximum decisive duration of 120 seconds. Should this time elapse, the system will determine the outcome based on health and attack metrics. Hence, swift victories are imperative. In the Chinese region, a total of 5 million teams are participating, and to secure a place among the top 64 today, we must engage in at least 1,517 matches. This truly is a test of endurance, which explains why everyone has just consumed 2 bowls of noodles. We are nearly bursting at the seams. Moments later, preparations for battle commence, and our first adversary materializes on the bluish screen of the small room, revealing a group of players with an average level of 165, collectively known as the Chrysanthemum Explosion Squad. Indeed, the initial opponents do not appear overly formidable, faced with such a team in the wild. I could easily vanquish a dozen foes alone. Who shall take the field? I cast a glance at He, our captain. She smiles softly and suggests, let Lin Yixin and Bei Ming take the lead. For the 2v2 match, it will be Mingyue and I, and as for the remaining 2 matches, Guhai. Who will join you? Guhai responds, I will team up with Dai Wu, 1 fighter, 1 mage. With that, He submits the roster. And soon the first match commences, the battle unfolding with palpable intensity. In the opening match, Bei Mingyue faces off against Silver Scale Chestplate, a mounted warrior from the War Sky Alliance, riding a fierce Frost Scale steed. With a flash, 2 beams of white light illuminate the combat arena, revealing Silver Scale Chestplate as a middle-aged man. He observes Bei Mingyue and exclaims, what a delightful opponent to encounter in the first round. The team from Lianxiang is truly impressive. Bei Mingyue remains silent, awaiting the system's countdown. Her innocent charm captivates the older gentleman, who frequently engages her in conversation. Thus, she has learned the art of silence in such encounters, aware that any response could lead to an entanglement from which there is no escape. As the countdown concludes, Silver Scale Chestplate adopts a serious demeanor, maneuvering his steed along the arena's edge. He executes a rapid curve and accelerates towards Bei Mingyue, activating his charge skill mid-approach. A slight smile graces Bei Mingyue's lips as she deftly retreats 2 steps, her longbow raised. With a swift release, she fires a precise shock arrow, instantly rendering the gentleman dazed. Before he regains his senses, she unleashes a mountain-shattering arrow, the formidable attributes of her pursuer set on full display, shattering his mount status and leaving him half-kneeling with diminished health. Suddenly, a demonic arrow pierces through the man's armor, inflicting a staggering damage total of 179,044. A critical hit, resulting in an instant defeat. The ease of this victory is astounding. The Frost Scale Steed Rider foolishly showcased his skills before Bei Mingyue, essentially inviting his own demise. Even in practice, I would employ a series of cautious maneuvers before launching a lethal strike. This gentleman, however, offered no opportunity for feigned attacks and, as such, was destined to lose. In a best-of-5 format, the second match yielded the same outcome. The older gentleman struggled momentarily before managing to score a point. North Mysterious Snow swiftly and decisively claimed a significant score. Following this, Lin Yixin took the stage as the foremost mage of the ancient sword, his prowess beyond question. He's intent was clear, to allow the 2 ranged aces to secure 2 points first. Stabilizing the situation was paramount. To their surprise, Lin Yixin's opponent was also a mage, yet the disparity in skill was stark. They exchanged fierce spells, with the adversary casting fire dragon techniques, while Lin Yixin unleashed a formidable ice spiral matrix. Bolstered by the Thunder Goddess staff, the ice spiral matrix's attack power surged, effortlessly shattering the opponent's magical shield in just 2 strikes. Subsequently, a dimension storm followed, resulting in a decisive victory with no uncertainty. As he continued to knock out the competition. In the third match, Bone Remains entered the fray against a level 172 archer, equipped and skilled, proving to be somewhat challenging. Fortunately, Bone Remains had been signed by Lin Yixin, a testament to his strength. After a few probing attacks, he executed a swift charge, locking onto his opponent and unleashing a rapid series of strikes, leaving no opportunity for the archer, ultimately securing 2 consecutive victories. The fourth match saw Butterfly Dance take the stage as a dark priest. Upon entering, she immediately summoned 4 totem pillars to encircle her. The opposing warrior hesitated to engage with the pillars, and in that moment of hesitation, Butterfly Dance unleashed a series of dark dragon waves, swiftly dispatching the foe. Indeed, the power of this dark priest was formidable. Although still significantly below Lin Yixin's level, she was more than capable of handling the earlier rounds of competition. In the final match, he joined forces with Murong Mingyue, a combination of knight and priest, embodying a perfect balance of offense and defense. Once on stage, he brandished the 7 stars glazed spear to shield Murong Mingyue, while their opponents were a warrior and a mage. The mage, with a piercing gaze, declared, "Old 3. You hold them at bay while I eliminate Murong Mingyue first. We must secure at least 1 point." The warrior nodded in agreement. However, before he could finish speaking, he launched a sudden attack, feigning a thrust before swiftly casting a massive gray-brown net from above. The net ensnared the warrior for a full 7 seconds, a distinct advantage of the 7th transformation of a magic knight. With a mighty neigh from his dragon steed, he closed in on the mage after 2 quick jabs, igniting the 7 stars glazed spear into a fiery spear tip, shattering the mage's defenses. 128,376. Under the enhancement of the renowned general's skill, He's attack power was indisputable, swiftly eliminating the mage, and dispatching the warrior alongside Murong Mingyue was an effortless task. In the first round of the competition, they achieved a resounding victory. Holding the Ziying sword, I was eager to step up. He glanced at me and chuckled. "All right. You'll be the first to go in the next match." Chapter 889, Advertising. The competition progressed swiftly. The second round commenced in under 5 minutes, and this time, the opponents were slightly stronger, with an average level of 172. Strategizing once more, the lineup for this battle consisted of myself and North Mysterious Snow, Heart Like Water, and Dark Fragrance, each taking on one opponent in a 1v1 format, followed by a dual-range combination of North Mysterious Snow and Lin Yixin for a 2v2, ensuring a solid winning strategy. My first opponent, Murong Mingyue, a level 175 female mage, appeared before me. As the barrier shimmered, we exchanged vigilant glances. The luster of Murong Mingyue's equipment was obscured, indicating her preparation. She wielded a staff crowned with a magnificent sapphire, glimmering with an enigmatic glow, evidently a rare treasure. Initially, I had aspired to at least reach the top 256, but Murong Mingyue regarded me with a wistful smile, lamenting, "What a pity to encounter the main force of Gujian in the second round. Alas, ill-fated." I chuckled. "No worries, let us prepare for battle." As the barrier vanished, I surged forward with remarkable speed, thanks to my ice scale horse and war boots, catching Murong Mingyue off guard. With a startled gasp, she unleashed an ice blast, retreating swiftly as the formidable energy encased my horse's hooves in ice for 4 seconds. I was momentarily taken aback. Ice Blast was a signature skill of Sanqing Mo, and here I found a mage who had also mastered it. Clearly, I had underestimated her, and the risk of failure loomed large. A subtle smile graced Murong Mingyue's face as she raised her staff high, proclaiming, "If my strikes fail, pray that I do not land a critical hit, or else your demise is assured." With that, 2 successive dragon roars descended upon me. As they neared my head, a flurry of violent effects erupted, an ominous precursor to a spell's critical strike. Instantly, Murong Mingyue's smile radiated even more brilliantly. I too smiled inwardly, raising my Dragon God Shield and activating the Demon God Shield. The impacts resounded, 4,894, 5,280. The 2 critical hits from the dragon roars barely depleted 5 of my health. This outcome was undoubtedly not what Murong Mingyue had anticipated. She stood there, mouth agape, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My dragon roar can deal at least 50,000 damage, even on a critical hit." It seemed that the formidable principles of my demon god shield's balanced physical and magical defenses remained largely unknown to the world. Now, receive my strike, I declared as I emerged from the ice. With my Ziying sword in hand, I shouted, coiling dragon spiral. A surge of energy enveloped the sword, and with a powerful throw, the Ziying sword transformed into a raging dragon, sweeping through the air and piercing Liu Guangyue's form. The damage of 33, bypassing her magical shield, erupted forth. 57,289. Liu Guangyue stood motionless, her health extinguished, and she slowly collapsed, dissipating into a beam of white light. I had won with ease. After a brief pause of 20 seconds, Liu Guangyue reappeared, eyes wide with astonishment. Coiling dragon spiral. How could it strike me when my magical shield still had 25 resilience? I explained, coiling dragon spiral possesses a damage threshold that ignores 33 points of magical shield. Even without breaking the shield, it could inflict that 33 damage, roughly equivalent to 70 of my normal attack. Oh, I see now, she conceded with a smile, transforming into white light as she departed. This outcome surprised me. The extraordinary coiling dragon spiral had secured my victory without a fight, conquering a formidable mage with but a single skill, truly remarkable. As the match unfolded, Murong Mingyue, standing beside me, chuckled teasingly, what a formidable little king. Just a twist of the waist, and that girl has conceded without a fight. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Why does that sound so off, Sister Mingyue? Do you wish to challenge me? Come on then, join me in my room later. Murong Mingyue boasted with invincibility. Defeated, I stood beside He with my Ziying sword and remarked, if we must go, let's head to Eve's room. He smiled slightly. If you two ever cease your bickering, I would be grateful to the heavens. Bai Mingyue, it's your turn to take the stage. Indeed. Bai Mingyue entered the fray without any suspense, swiftly annihilating one of the opposing magic knights. In this era, encountering Bai Mingyue was akin to meeting one's nemesis for a magic knight. The formidable long-range attack of the Wind Chaser set was not the only advantage. One of its effects allowed it to disregard 45 points of the target's defense. No matter how robust the defenses of a magic knight, they would have to yield against Bai Mingyue, with the set's effect ignoring 45 defense points and the bone erosion arrow reducing an additional 50. The knight's defense plummeted to a mere 275. How could one survive such an encounter? Even I would dread facing Bai Mingyue, for the only chance of triumph would be to execute a stunning ambush, one successful strike, or else fall prey to this enchanting young lady. The arena erupted with brilliance as the opponent, fortified by Blood Knight cards, saw damage figures soaring. 110,282, 97,722, 127,171. 3 arrows concluded the battle, leaving everyone in awe of Bai Mingyue's attack power. Even Diu gasped, wow, is Bai Mingyue truly an archer? I doubt even the mightiest warriors possess such strength. The remnants of bone on the battlefield twitched, acknowledging that set must have properties to ignore defense, and with the bone erosion arrow reducing defense by 50. Bai Mingyue's PK prowess is utterly ruthless. This isn't merely a duel, it's sheer slaughter. Lin Yixin clenched her small fists, cheering, go Bai Ming, kill fiercely. I too felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. With Lin Yixin back, the two most beautiful girls from Gu Jianhunming, both formidable long-range assassins, had joined forces. It was a catastrophic combination. I truly felt anxious for the opposing team's 2v2 in the 5th match. Facing the duo of Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin was undoubtedly a dire predicament. This reminded me of the 5v5 team battles we had fought before. If the female players of the Chinese region were to form a team, Lin Yixin, Bai Mingyue, Lin Yixin, Jingxing Luoxin, and Sanxing Mo would undoubtedly be a lethal combination, akin to a force of nature that leaves nothing but desolation in their wake. Regrettably, these 5 individuals each have their own allegiances, and it seems unlikely they will ever unite for a team PK. Perhaps it is for the best, for anyone encountering such a combination would likely be paralyzed with fear, without even needing to engage in combat. In the 3rd match, Xin Rushui knocked out one of the opposing warriors. In the 4th match, Dark Fragrance encountered a formidable mage, Drunken Soul. To her surprise, this mage had also mastered the Ice Blast skill, instantly freezing Dark Fragrance upon entering the arena. Under the relentless control of ice and fire magic, Dark Fragrance was afforded but a single opportunity to charge, which unfortunately missed due to a timely blink from her opponent. Consequently, after 2 consecutive rounds, with a score of 0-2, Dark Fragrance relinquished a point despite our 3-point lead. Dark Fragrance, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Do not let it distract you. We have Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin in the final match. We shall win 4-1 without a doubt, I reassured her. Dark Fragrance nodded. Yes. I understand. Soon, Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin appeared in the arena, and with a beep, the system announced, "Hello. Your team's match is currently being broadcast live on the CATV gaming channel." How fortunate we were to be featured in a live broadcast amidst thousands of matches. Such was the brilliance of our luck. In the arena, Lin Yixin remarked, "Bai Ming, this match is live. We must give it our all." Bai Mingxue's face flushed with excitement as she said, "Sister Lin Yixin, should we prolong the battle a bit to extend the broadcast time?" Lin Yixin, bewildered, replied, "What purpose does delaying serve? To advertise for the team and Gujian? I am at a loss for you. Let me handle this." Our opponents, Murong Mingyue and Drunken Soul, were both formidable mages, yet they seemed aware of their slim chances. They immediately targeted Bai Mingyue, hoping to breach Lin Yixin's defenses. However, given Lin Yixin's significantly higher mana, it appeared unlikely they could overpower her. In all likelihood, Bai Mingyue could eliminate them dozens of times with her spiral arrow blade. The magical clash was fierce, broadcasted live, with both sides engaging in an intense exchange. Bai Mingyue adeptly evaded the stellar storm while unleashing a barrage of spiral arrow blades and chaotic shots. Although the chaotic shot was erratic, it struck precisely against the opponent's magical shields. Bai Mingyue's accuracy and bow skills were maturing rapidly, approaching the level of a master archer. The young girl, intelligent and fond of strategizing, possessed a true advantage. Lin Yixin coordinated seamlessly with Bai Mingyue's attacks, deploying dimensional storms and ice spiral matrices to assert complete dominance. Just as Murong Mingyue and Drunken Soul's shields were breached and they were defeated, Lin Yixin unleashed 12 energy fields, which, combined with the firewalls on the ground, formed the letters GJHM, an abbreviation for Gu Jian Soul Dream, the only advertising method Lin Yixin could conceive. Lenovo was too lengthy, and Gu Jian Soul Dream had too many characters. This was the sole solution. After 2 rounds, we emerged victorious with a score of 4-1. Lin Yixin, beaming with joy, said, "Boss, I have thought of a way to advertise." "What method?" he inquired. Lin Yixin pouted, "I will place stickers on Brother Lu Chen's cloak, advertising for Gu Jian Soul Dream, recruiting mages up to level 175. With a magical power of 5,000, offering monthly salaries, and possibly providing accommodation and meals in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. How does that sound?" I maintained a stoic expression. If I must don such a battle robe, I would rather perish. The group erupted in laughter. The competition unfolded seamlessly in the initial 10 rounds. We executed our strategies with remarkable prowess, scarcely encountering formidable opponents. Perhaps, even if we did, the might of our fully equipped main roster would intimidate any adversary. A sigh escaped my lips. He tilted her head and inquired, "Why the sigh?" I gazed upwards, my expression melancholic, and mused. I wished to confront Zhu Yingluan before the 15th round, to vanquish Zhu Long, and let them experience the bitterness of failing to reach the top 64. He pursed her lips, chuckling softly. I share that sentiment. Diwu Mm's expression turned alarmed. Could you refrain from being so direct? I am a member of the Zhu Long main alliance. It pains my heart. Chapter 890. The Assassin. Suddenly, the large screen flickered, revealing a team along with the names of 5 challengers. It was none other than a squad under the Zhu Long's first sub-alliance, composed of just 5 members, with an average level around 175. Remarkably, this team boasted commendable strength and even received sponsorship from the Zhu Xian Alliance, Club, Tanhua Keyboard, Zhu Jiu Si Qin, LV 177, Warrior Lang Zi Wu Ya, LV 175, Mage Tian Xiao Wu Zhe, LV 174, Assassin Shui Se, Xian LV 175, Mage Ji Jing Feng Bao, LV 176, Gladiator. I pondered aloud, gazing at the opposing lineup displayed on the screen, unable to contain my thoughts. What are your opinions? This opponent appears formidable. Bai Mingyue's lovely visage bore an expression of caution as she remarked, "This is quite rare. A team featuring 2 players with hidden classes, an assassin and a gladiator, which I have never heard of before." He blinked, her bright eyes sparkling, and replied with a light laugh, I am familiar with this team. Aside from Ziqinshi's squad, this is the strongest in Zhulong's first sub-alliance, particularly with the two hidden class players. The assassin possesses exceptional penetration capabilities, while the gladiator boasts remarkable agility and a plethora of finishing moves. We must tread carefully. We are facing a thorny challenge. Diao playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, Ji Jingfeng Bao's skills are exceptionally strong. He is rarely bested even within Zhulong's first sub-alliance. Perhaps we should abstain from participating this round and let the main team handle it. I expressed my surprise. Given that Ji Jingfeng Bao is a hidden class with impressive skills, why hasn't Zhu Yingluan brought him into the main alliance? That seems illogical. Diao chuckled lightly. Because Ji Jingfeng Bao is the vice leader of the first sub-alliance, and his independent nature means he is not entirely under Zhu Yingluan's control. He and Ziqinshi originally established the first sub-alliance. Consequently, Ji Jingfeng Bao remains with the first sub-alliance, forming a team to compete in WEL and securing noteworthy sponsorship. He is quite a capable and charismatic individual. I have encountered him once, and he left a favorable impression. He looked at me with a smile, asking, Do you have any further thoughts? I licked my lips, took a deep breath, and said, The Silent Storm has never participated in the arena nor engaged in national warfare. Its strength remains shrouded in mystery, posing a potential threat to any one of us. As for the assassin, should Bai Mingshui and Lin Yixin encounter him, the possibility of failure looms. Therefore, we must not underestimate this battle. Although our odds are favorable, we must carefully strategize our formation. Are we merely gambling? Lin Yixin inquired. Indeed. The strongest opponent is the Silent Storm. Can you guess in which round he will appear? Let me take him on, I declared, clenching my fist. Bai Mingshui, with her short bow in hand, her long legs swaying in the breeze by the window, smiled and remarked, The most formidable individual will likely be arranged for the third match. Such roles are pivotal for maintaining the atmosphere. Murong Mingyue concurred. Bai Ming is absolutely right. Let us place Lu Chun in the third round. Bai Mingshui continued. The victory in the first round is crucial for morale. So we need someone with a high chance of winning. Aside from my brother, who do you think possesses the greatest 1v1 capability in our team? He smiled, wrapping her arm around Bai Mingshui's shoulder, and said, With the Windrunner set, Bai Ming's health exceeds 100,000. Her defenses are formidable, and she wields the Windrunner blade's effects. In terms of single combat prowess, Bai Ming is indeed the strongest. Even against the assassin, she may not falter. Agreed, I nodded. Then Bai Ming will fight in the first round. Lin Yixin in the second to bolster our position. I will take the third, Eve the fourth, and for the final round, a doubles match. Who shall join me? He gazed outside, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Let the versatile deity take the stage. I placed my hand on the hilt of the Ziying's sword, grinning. In the 2v2, who will partner with me? Instantly, the two young ladies raised their hands in unison. Lin Yixin and Bai Mingshui were eager to join me in the 2v2. In truth, we had seldom fought in tandem, making this an excellent opportunity for practice. Thus, the matchups were officially announced, and soon the opposing lineup emerged. With 30 seconds remaining before the battle commenced, both teams were displayed on the grand screen. 1v1. Bai Mingshui LV-183 Dark Archer vs. Longzi Weia LV-175 Mage 1v1. Lin Yixin LV-182 Starry Illusionist vs. Tianxiao Wuxia LV-174 Assassin 1v1. Zhiji Qinsha LV-182 Necromancer vs. Silent Storm LV-176 Fighter 1v1. Zai Yifeng LV-180 Magic Knight vs. Blood Melody LV-175 Mage 2v2. Bai Mingshui LV-183 Dark Archer. Zhiji Qinsha LV-182 Necromancer vs. Silent Storm LV-176 Fighter. Blood Melody LV-175 Mage. Upon seeing this lineup, I was filled with excitement. Indeed, the Silent Storm was set to appear third, and the astute Bai Mingshui had already anticipated the opponent's intentions. As we prepared to begin the 11th round of combat, I rallied the spirits. Victory is our destiny. Let us fight valiantly. However, the young ladies gazed at me languidly, their expressions playful. By the time we finish these 15 rounds, it will already be midnight. Shall we go out for a bite to eat? On the eve of the new year, one cannot remain hungry. I pursed my lips, declaring that if we were to breach the top 64, I would treat everyone to a sumptuous meal at the food stalls. A few young ladies swiftly acquiesced, and Bei Mingxue transformed into a streak of white light, darting into the arena below, where her opponent, the seasoned mage Lang Ziwuya, awaited. In the game, mages hold a distinct advantage over archers. Their magical shields are notoriously resilient, making it exceedingly difficult for archers to inflict damage when their attacks are limited. However, Bei Mingxue's Wind Chaser set grants her the ability to ignore 45 points of defense, effectively diminishing the resilience of the magical shield by the same amount. This is her edge. How fortunate to encounter you in this WL, the youthful mage, appearing to be in his late 20s, remarked politely, raising his staff. Bei Mingxue, gracefully poised with her longbow amidst the arena's woodland clearing, retorted, "Isn't it rather unfortunate to face our ancient Sword Soul Dreams main team? Enough with the pleasantries. Let us prepare for battle." As the countdown began, Lang Ziwuya's expression shifted to one of caution. He planted his feet firmly, and the magical shield rose in response, while his staff conjured a series of fiery draconic spells. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, Bei Mingxue had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forth at an astonishing speed that took everyone by surprise. "What?" Lang Ziwuya hastily waved his staff, summoning waves of fire around him. Alas, he underestimated Bei Mingxue, a ranged attacker, especially formidable after activating her archery god ability. Swiftly, 2 arrows pierced through the flames, her penetrating arrow and armor-piercing arrow. With a resounding crack, Lang Ziwuya's body trembled violently. Bei Mingxue's assault swiftly diminished the resilience of his magical shield by over 40 points, leaving onlookers astonished. The mage's magical prowess was indeed formidable. Otherwise, his shield would not have succumbed to Bei Mingxue's consecutive strikes. In the midst of the inferno, with visibility severely compromised, Lang Ziwuya relied on instinct, wielding his staff to unleash a series of starry tempest fire spells. At the forest zone's edge, the shrubbery where Bei Mingxue had concealed herself was ravaged, causing her to tumble out, her health plummeting by 2 segments, 28,721, 19,283. However, these 2 strikes failed to significantly deplete her total health of 33. With her Wind Chaser boots gliding over the damp ground, Bei Mingxue swiftly vacated her original position, unleashing an ice dragon roar as she retreated. As she elegantly nocked an arrow, drawing her longbow into a perfect crescent, she released 12 arrows in a chaotic flurry. The successive explosions rang out as the arrows flew forth. The accuracy of her shots was remarkable, with 11 arrows striking Lang Ziwuya's magical shield. A muffled grunt echoed as the shield cracked, resembling a spider's web before shattering, only to be followed by 2 arrows piercing through, directly hitting his now vulnerable form. 42,727. 52,823. In an instant, the onslaught of malevolent spirits proved insurmountable for the wayward hero, Lang Ziwuya. With the first round decisively won, the score stood at 1-0. In the second match, Bei Mingxue remained remarkably composed in the face of Lang Ziwuya's formidable magic, which rivaled even that of the Moonstone level. Regrettably, it was utterly ineffective against Bei Mingxue, who had harnessed the prowess of the Bao God. Had she chosen to deploy the Abyssal Well in such a scenario, she could have effortlessly diminished her opponent's vitality by half, and then launched a lethal ambush the moment he exited the well, a truly devastating maneuver. After another barrage of malevolent spirits, Lang Ziwuya found himself humiliated, falling prey to the same attack twice in succession. With a flourish, Bei Mingxue returned to our side, gracefully wielding her longbow and smiling with ease. "No pressure at all," she remarked. I noted, Lin Yixin is ready for battle. Indeed, Lin Yixin, staff in hand, stood prepared to face her adversary, a level 174 assassin reputed for impressive skills. Ordinarily, such an assassin would spell doom for any mage. However, Lin Yixin was no ordinary sorceress. Even against formidable opponents like the god of war from the capital or the likes of San Shengmo, she would hold her own. The petite mage stood confidently in the glade, propping her staff against her figure, her presence radiating assurance as she gazed silently at the assassin clad in dark leather armor. The assassin, known as Tianxiao Wuza, regarded Lin Yixin with a frosty stare, retreating a step and vanishing into thin air, a display of the finesse characteristic of a master assassin. "Do you think you can elude my gaze, little thief?" Lin Yixin quipped, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings as she caught a whiff of movement. Behind us, The remnants of bones chuckled softly. What is Lin Yixin up to? Does she truly believe Tianxiao Wuzi would be foolish enough to reveal himself? I maintained a calm demeanor, simply observing. At that moment, the arena stirred with the autumn breeze, swirling leaves dancing across the ground, creating ripples in the air. This is the spot. Lin Yixin's eyes sparkled with determination as her staff twirled, unleashing 8 precise energy fields. With a series of explosive sounds, the energy fields encircled a confined space, and radiant matrices illuminated the ground, summoning whirling ice blades that cascaded down like a tempest. A thunderous boom echoed as the attack struck true, reducing the shadowy figure to mere fragments, an astonishing display of power. All onlookers were left in awe. None anticipated such a swift conclusion to the battle. Lin Yixin had effortlessly lured the assassin into her trap, immobilizing him with a sequence of energy fields that rendered any evasion futile. The devastating ice matrix left Tianxiao Wuzi with no chance of survival. Moreover, the divine thunder god staff in Lin Yixin's grasp, a rare weapon acquired during our confrontation with the bloodthirsty Ovia, ensured that Tianxiao Wuzi's demise was wholly deserved. He sighed, a beautiful smile gracing his lovely face, and said with relief, "Yes, we are practically assured of victory." I initially thought that Lin Yixin would face formidable opposition, but unexpectedly. The remnants of the skeletal figure wielded a sharp blade and remarked, "I had presumed that the Operation No Thieves in the World was quite effective. Yet it turned out to be utterly vulnerable." I shook my head and replied, "It's not that no thieves in the world was lacking. Rather, Lin Yixin's senses were simply too acute." In the fleeting moment when the wind caused leaves to fall, the position of no thieves in the world was exposed. Even if it had been replaced with a maneuver as skilled as Candle Shadows in Disroor's Song of Departure, it would have been impossible for Lin Yixin to evade the encirclement of her psychic abilities. The ice spiral matrix is formidable. It is entirely reasonable for a mere assassin to falter against it. Diawu exclaimed in admiration, "How impressive!" Capturing the moment when a leaf rolls down, she effortlessly eliminated such a powerful thief as no thieves in the world. Lin Yixin's prowess is indeed extraordinary. Murong Mingyue chuckled with pride. "Humph. Our Lin Yixin is a soft girl who has studied abroad. It would be unjust if she were not powerful. What is no thieves in the world? Merely a trivial challenge." As Murong Mingyue asserted, in the second round, Lin Yixin once again afforded her opponent no opportunity. The map randomly transitioned to a snow-covered terrain, transforming the scene below into a patchwork of snow and ice. Lin Yixin stood in a small expanse of snow, awaiting her adversary's emergence. No thieves in the world lay in ambush for a considerable time, while Lin Yixin unleashed waves of fire and dimensional storms, executing a nearly flawless combination of attacks that left no thieves in the world with no chance. Ultimately, amidst the brilliance of the extreme ice rain and the ice spiral matrix, countless shards of ice adorned no thieves in the world, leading to his demise. In the 11th round of the competition, we had already secured our second consecutive victory, which came as no surprise, yet was still a cause for celebration, as it affirmed everyone's strength. In the 4 1v1 matches thus far, no member of the Ancient Sword team had underperformed. I, wielding the purple shadow sword, and he, equipped with the 7-star glazed spear, were self-evident. Bai Mingshui, a versatile warrior, possessed exceptional assassination capabilities as a dark archer, and Lin Yixin, one of the few mages of her caliber in the country, needed no further introduction. In the third match, the versatile handsome fellow approached Murong Mingyue, who smiled at me. Holding the purple shadow sword, I moistened my slightly dry lips and declared, "Watch closely. I am about to witness firsthand the true strength of the legendary fighter, Silent Storm." Diawu nodded and cautioned, "Luqing, be careful. Silent Storm is indeed formidable. It is said that in his duels with Biqua Hen, Silent Storm's victory rate is no less than 50. In terms of combat prowess, he is hardly inferior to the super elites of the main alliance." "Understood," I affirmed. It was not arrogance, but rather an unwavering confidence. In a contest of skill, Silent Storm would find no advantage against me, and in terms of equipment and abilities, I could easily outclass him by several streets. As the match commenced, in accordance with WL's competition rules, aside from beast tamers, players of all other classes were prohibited from summoning pets, although they could mount their steeds. Essentially, it was a battle between individuals, relegating pets to the role of mere bystanders for the time being. The verdant expanse of the grassland unfolded before me, a vast arena conducive to cavalry combat. I remained mounted upon my ice-scaled steed, the purple sword in my grasp emanating a faint, chilling glow as I gazed calmly at the approaching player. Clad in a suit of ebony armor, the formidable fighter known as Silent Storm stood before me. He bore no mount, his battle boots crunching upon the grass, fists bare yet adorned with luminescent gauntlets. A dagger hung at his waist, while a long sword rested upon his back. The versatility of the fighter class was indeed remarkable, capable of wielding an array of weaponry or none at all. With a slight bow, Silent Storm offered me a smile and said, "To encounter one another at the 11th round is both a fortune and a misfortune. I wonder which it shall be." I raised my purple sword in acknowledgement and replied, "Fortune and misfortune are but reflections of the heart. What matters is to engage fully in the contest." He chuckled lightly, well said. "Although the Candle Dragon and the Ancient Sword are sworn adversaries, our enmity shall not preclude my admiration for you, Lu Chun. Indeed, the current landscape of China's gaming realm is rich with remarkable talents. Beyond the likes of Candle Shadow and the Chaos Martial God, figures such as Wind Color Fantasy, Capital S Goddess, Lament, War Heaven, and Three Lives Stranger deserve commendation. Yet, among them, you, Lu Chun, stand out most distinctly, not merely for your valor and cunning, but for your performance in the Dawn City battle. You are the one I respect beyond Candle Shadow. I hope you do not disappoint me. Let us prepare for battle." "Thank you." A smile graced my lips as I fell silent, my gaze fixed upon the system's countdown, which began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. With a fierce neigh, my ice-scaled steed surged forward the instant combat began, its speed amplified by the attributes of my divine martial boots, tracing a swift arc towards Silent Storm's position. Startled, Silent Storm hesitated briefly before retreating sharply. In the next moment, my purple sword cleaved the air downwards, striking the ground with a resounding impact, unleashing a burst of violet ice blossoms. I was taken aback. My determined strike had been evaded by my opponent. Just as Butterfly Dance had suggested, Silent Storm was indeed a concealed master, his prowess rivaling that of Azure Sky's Mark, perhaps even surpassing it. "Come forth." Silent Storm roared, his boots propelling him with electrifying speed to my side. As my ice-scaled steed spun around, he summoned a fierce conflagration around his iron fist, launching a powerful punch. Excitement surged within me. He had not disappointed. Such skill warranted a formidable challenge. Lowering my stance, I extended my left arm, summoning the effect of the Dragon God Shield. Silent Storm was taken aback, unable to retract his fist as his fiery blow collided with the shield. Boom. 17,283. Flames erupted forth, and the battle prompt declared, "Player Silent Storm has utilized the Fire Fist skill, inflicting 17,283 points of damage upon you. And the Fire Fist will inflict a burning effect for 10 seconds, causing 400 points of burn damage per second." Before Silent Storm could withdraw his fist, I seized the opportunity to thrust forth my purple sword. Its blade ignited with indigo flames, and the Qiankuan strike skill erupted almost instantaneously. In the eye of the Silent Storm, a flicker of surprise darted across, prompting a swift rotation of the body. The right arm was raised high, armored to intercept my blade, attempting to nullify the impact of my Qiankuan break. Clang. The instant the sword met the opponent's gauntlet, I realized that this time, the Qiankuan break would not inflict full damage, as the blocking effect had already activated. Without hesitation, I leaped off the horse. And before my right hand could complete its strike with the Ziying sword, my left hand surged forward for a shield bash, merely a basic attack. Bang! Bang! The Qiankuan break shield bash inflicted 2 hits on the Silent Storm, with damage numbers soaring above 31,202, 19,283. Clearly, the Silent Storm was caught off guard, especially by the Blood Knight card, which boasted a health ceiling of 200,000 points. Seizing the momentum of my shield, he raised his knee and struck forcefully against the Dragon God shield. Clang! I was jolted, bracing against the shield, under the strain of our opposing forces. The Silent Storm found himself at a disadvantage, rebounding off the Dragon God shield. Yet, this appeared to be his true intent. Before he could regain his footing, the Silent Storm had already planted his feet on the damp grass, his right fist swirling with potent energy, bellowing, "Qigong Ball!" Bang! A pale blue energy sphere, approximately a meter in diameter, was unleashed, crashing against my Dragon God shield, shaking my body and displaying a staggering damage figure of 50,929. Momentarily stunned, I witnessed the silent storm, equally astonished, exclaiming, "How can this be? My Qigong Ball is a dual magical and physical attack, capable of obliterating over 100,000 health points. Yet it barely grazed yours." I smiled silently. "While you devised a clever scheme, I possessed a means to circumvent it. With my Qigong Ball being a fusion of magical and martial prowess, my Ghost God Shield mirrored that duality. The enhancement of physical defense translated into magical resilience. What remarkable magical resistance this is." The battle concluded. With a hearty laugh, I thrust forth the Ziying sword, unleashing a sweeping blade strike. The silent storm, unable to resist, raised his arms in a defensive posture. Amidst the rampant sword light, his health plummeted, and he retreated rapidly, his right fist igniting once more with flames. Here it came again, Qigong Ball. Whoosh. I suddenly activated the Earth Transformation effect, bolstered by the 10th level Ghost God Shield. With a mighty shout, I wielded the Dragon God Shield, sweeping it out just as the opponent's Qigong Ball approached. Bang! Lightning surged, leaving the silent storm in a daze. Under the might of my domain, the Qigong Ball was forcibly deflected by the Dragon God Shield. The Ziying sword rose, and without further ado, I unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sword flying forth in a spiraling dance. Boom! 90,283. The silent storm let out a pained grunt, caught unprepared. Before he could recover from the shockwave of the blade strike defense, he was swiftly taken by the lightning-fast spiraling attack. Thus, the first battle concluded. Although the silent storm was formidable, he fell short of the caliber of figures like Li Gu, Zhu Wan, and Lin Yixin, barely posing a significant threat to my form transformed by the earth. In the second round, as soon as I entered the arena, the earth transformed. After 2 minutes of deft maneuvering, I seized a moment of opportunity to unleash a series of strikes, vanquishing the silent storm and securing a significant point with near perfection. Regardless of the outcome of the remaining matches, the triumph of this entire contest already belonged to Gu Jianhunming. Chapter 892, The Precious Vase. With a swift motion, I was ejected from the arena, returning to the spectator room where several ladies congratulated me. "Lu Chun, well done. You really nailed it." Holding the Ziying sword, I strode confidently, replying with a smile, "A small feat. The silent storm is merely at the level of Bai Konghen." After overcoming the latency, I achieved a 100 win rate. The modest yet amused He smirked, appearing somewhat resigned. Diawu blinked and remarked, "In truth, Lu Chun is exceptionally strong. Do you know why the silent storm is so formidable? It's due to his offensive prowess. His fire fist and energy blast combo almost swept through the invincible ranks of Tianfeng City. Only a few, like Zhu Wan, the capital's Luotian, and Qingqing Zijing, could stand against him, while others were mostly annihilated. However, when facing Lu Chun, the energy blast and fire fist posed no lethal threat, sealing the fate of the silent storm. Lu Chun truly lives up to his reputation as our versatile champion. Keep it up." I felt a swell of pride. Diawu, you have a way with words." Murong Mingyue rolled her eyes and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "How can you be so shameless yet so endearing?" Come on." Lin Yixin tugged at He's hand, smiling. "Boss, it's your turn in the next match. Make sure to give it your all against that opposing mage." With the 7 stars Lioli spear in hand, He chuckled, "Absolutely. Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." He's opponent was the mage, Blood Melody, who boasted impressive levels and equipment. Unfortunately for them, they were up against the current He. 6 months prior, Blood Melody's win rate was nearly 100, but now, with the rise of Gu Jianhunming, He had dedicated ample time to honing his skills in the game, training alongside top players such as Guguzi, Baiming Shui, Li Qingfeng, and Luan Yu. Through rigorous practice, although He's skills may not be deemed elite, they had certainly reached a first-class standard, not trailing far behind Guguzi, who was known for his indomitable spirit exceeding his actual gameplay. Upon entering the competition arena, he mounted his steed, calmly surveying the terrain. Each map possessed unique details, generated randomly by the main system, and players must first familiarize themselves with the layout before engaging in the actual contest. Blood Melody, clad in a fiery red robe and wielding a staff, fixed a fierce gaze upon He and remarked after a moment, "What a stunning beauty." Instantly, the female guild leader was incensed, Her 7 stars Lioli spear pointed threateningly at Blood Melody. Are you seeking death? Blood Melody chuckled. I've heard the saying that women with ample bosoms lack intellect. There might be some truth to that. In the water's edge, are you perhaps a prime example? Indeed. Our Jusian alliance may have faltered, but this match will not end in defeat. Even with my eyes closed, I can easily overpower a mere vase like you. He, surprisingly, had calmed down, gracefully mounted on her steed, her spear lowered, and with a gentle smile remarked, So it's Blood Melody, is it? If you lose this match, you shall delete your account. Humph, do you think I'm afraid? Blood Melody's gaze was fierce. In the water side, if you lose, do you dare to delete your account? Why would I delete my account? He replied with remarkable composure. You looked down on me first, and besides, I possess absolute confidence to defeat you within a minute. You just keep boasting. Blood Melody's face twisted with resentment. I clenched my fists, my eyes filled with anger, muttering, Damn. Is Blood Melody a piece of gauze? Let's just compete without personal attacks. After we finish with WL, I'll make sure that this foul-mouthed scoundrel deletes their account. Murong Mingyue chuckled lightly. Stay calm. In this world, one will inevitably face criticism. You cannot ensure that everyone possesses civility. There will always be uncouth individuals who will leap out to nip at you. You can't retaliate in kind, can you? Little Lu Chun, if you truly intend to make him delete his account, take me along. In the arena, the battle between He and Blood Melody had commenced. After a series of S-line movements, He took several fireballs from her opponent, but utilized the wind of revival to restore her health. Yet, she managed to strike Blood Melody twice with her 7 stars glass spear, continuously chipping away at the opponent's magical shield resilience. Why doesn't he, the beautiful fighter, use a combo skill directly? A skeletal remnant gripped his fists and questioned. I smirked subtly and replied, Eve is not the type of girl who relies solely on her ample bosom, although she certainly has a generous figure. She refrains from using a combo attack merely to conserve her skill cooldowns, gradually wearing down the mage's shield resilience while searching for the perfect moment to eliminate her opponent. Eve's PK tactics have indeed reached an exceptional level. Murong Mingyue glared at me, saying, How do you know how large Eve's bosom is? Speak up, you little rascal. Did you measure her? I did not. I protested, my face flushed. At least, not yet. Murong Mingyue continued to glare. Then why don't you hurry up? How dare you speak so loudly to me? You useless one. Don't you know Eve might be waiting for you to measure her? I felt my face grow even warmer. Bai Mingshui giggled, taking my hand. Brother, I told you not to argue with Sister Mingyue. How could you possibly be her match? I sighed, I know. At that moment, the situation in the arena had drastically changed. Blood Melody relentlessly unleashed ice arrows and fire blasts, wearing down He's health through a kite strategy, reducing her health to over 65. However, just as their movements intertwined, He suddenly unleashed a lethal strike. After breaking the shield with a normal attack, the barrier break triple slash surged forth, and the 7 stars glass spear swiftly pierced her opponent, leaving them riddled with wounds. It was an unambiguous victory in the first round. The second round nearly replicated the tactics of the first, leaving Blood Red Melody utterly confounded by He's composed and strategic mindset. One could imagine him regretting his decisions, almost to the point of despair. In his final moments, He's exquisite visage bore an expression of feigned anger as she declared, Blood Red Melody, you might as well delete your account. Do not wait for me to bring you down to level 0. That would only exacerbate your suffering. With a swift motion, she dispatched her opponent, exiting the arena in a flash. In an instant, she reappeared beside me, still radiating fury. Beneath her elegant armor, her pristine form heaved in sync with her agitation, leaving onlookers in awe. Gripping her 7-star glass spear, she exclaimed, That imbecile. I absolutely detest being called a mere ornament. Clenching her fist in frustration, she added, How infuriating. I shot her a glance, unable to suppress a chuckle. A few nearby girls giggled, while Bai Mingshui, armed with her longbow, remarked, Brother, it's our turn for the upcoming 2v2 match. I nodded. Let us resolve this battle within a minute. What strategy shall we employ? If you can daze Silent Storm with your stunning arrow, I can eliminate him in a mere second. The other Blood Red Melody is merely a bystander. Agreed. Both of us teleported into the arena, where Blood Red Melody still bore a venomous expression. Addressing Silent Storm, he lamented, Storm, I faltered earlier, otherwise I would have surely vanquished that girl. Silent Storm's eyes blazed with fury as he retorted, Shut your mouth. Did she provoke you in any way? What right do you have to insult her as an ornament? Look where we are now, defeated. If I were you, I would delete my account. I truly regret having you on our team for this WL. Blood Red Melody was taken aback. Silent Storm gritted his teeth. What is wrong with me? I simply cannot respect those who lash out indiscriminately. Even in opposition, one should at least extend a modicum of respect. Games are meant to be played with principles of equality and camaraderie, which should never be forgotten. In your old age, you will be grateful for those who shared this experience with you, be they allies or foes. They are the individuals you will cherish the most in life. Blood Red Melody questioned, have I truly erred? Silent Storm shook his head lightly. I do not know. After this WEL match, we will be eliminated. So you might as well prepare to delete your account. Listening to their exchange, I could not help but feel a profound respect for Silent Storm. A person who can both embrace and release is the epitome of true manhood. Baiming, strike swiftly and spare them unnecessary suffering, I instructed. Baiming Xue nodded. Understood, brother. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Baiming Xue unexpectedly raised her arm and unleashed a well of divine abyss. With a resounding crash, a vast blood-red vortex engulfed both Silent Storm and Blood Red Melody. Before the time limit expired, as they struggled to extricate themselves, Baiming Xue's evil spirit rain of arrows descended. Crack! The magical shield shattered, and Blood Red Melody was obliterated. Silent Storm hastily prepared to defend himself, only to be caught off guard by Baiming Xue's stunning arrow, leaving him dazed for 3 seconds. Seizing the moment, I charged forth with a thunderous force, the brilliance of the Xing sword erupting in a radiant glow. Delivering a fierce strike, 3 fiery blades intertwined, and with a muffled groan, the Silent Storm was sent flying. Clean and decisive, 10. In the second round, having learned from its previous lesson, the Silent Storm positioned itself alongside the blood-colored Melody at opposite corners of the map. Alas, it could not escape the relentless pursuit of Baiming Xue. The arrows seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly tracking the two. My Xing sword, akin to a divine weapon harvesting lives, flickered with light, once again sending both adversaries out of the arena. 50, triumphantly achieving a flawless 100 across the 11th round. Chapter 893, The Kiss of the Dragon. In the 12th round, we encountered an opponent that was not particularly formidable, the third team of the Huajian sect, with an average level of merely 172. Never mind, I shall refrain from participating in this battle. I observed the waiting room opposite, where several players from the Huajian sect were flexing their muscles, chuckling as they suggested. As usual, Baiming, let Lin Yixin compete in 2 matches, for the 2v2. Let Sister Mingyue Eve take the lead. I shall merely spectate this time. He nodded, smiling softly. Indeed, it is well, after all. The MVP player selection points for the domestic competition only commence from the top 64 finals. Luchun, you must participate starting from the top 64. Every match counts in the pursuit of the WL domestic MVP title. It is said that MVP players receive substantial rewards. We cannot afford to miss out, lest we inadvertently benefit those like Zhu Ying, Lu Gu, and the Purple Robe Marquis. Understood. Soon after, Lin Yixin and Baiming Xue, the 2 ladies, took to the field, claiming victory in 2 consecutive matches without any doubt. Subsequently, Xinru Xue and Dai Wu engaged in 2 rounds, securing 1 win and 1 loss. Seizing this interlude, I opened the guild channel to inquire. So, how is everyone faring in the WL matches? What are the results from the Asus Club and Dell? Li Chengfeng chuckled. We are currently battling in the 12th round. We have not encountered any formidable opponents thus far. Xiao Gui, Wan Yu, and Doji. These 3 stable scoring points are immensely reliable. I can hardly get a turn. I couldn't help but smile. And how about the Dell Club of the Blood Mercenaries? Su Yang replied solemnly. We are also in the 12th round, but the situation is not particularly optimistic. We faced a 4th team from the War Alliance. I managed to win 1 point with a score of 21, but that rascal Du Shisan surprisingly lost to an assassin, falling victim to skillful maneuvers. Fortunately, Lu Bu Yi has joined us recently, winning a duel against an archer. Yue Guangshi also secured a point. In summary, we managed to win. Baiming Xue chimed in. Please send our regards to Sister Yue Guang. We all miss her dearly. Understood. Su Yang replied with a warm smile. I nodded, saying, everyone, let us strive to ensure that our main teams from Gujian advance smoothly into the top 64. Rewards await us there, and we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Shut off the communicator. Although Moonstone has joined Candle Dragon, she remains affiliated with the Dale Club as per the initial contract. Even though Candle Shadow may exert pressure, it cannot prevent Moonstone from participating in this WL match. I sincerely hope that the team led by Du Shi-san and Su Yang can advance further, thus bringing Moonstone closer to us. In my subconscious, she will always be one of us. In the arena, He and Murong Mingyue, a formidable tank and healer duo, have already overwhelmed the duo from the Huajin sect. He stands invincible at the forefront, wielding the 7-star Lioli spear with dazzling brilliance. His skill, Barrier Break, Ice Rock Purgatory Slash, stuns the audience, while the level 187 Transmutation Demon Knight ensnares the opposing archer in a net, effectively binding him. Murong Mingyue then elegantly wields her staff, swiftly eliminating the opponent with a magical strike. It is undeniable that He's defensive capabilities and health are extraordinarily robust in this 2v2 battle. If the opponents are not formidable, the presence of a healer becomes redundant. The resurrected war god restores 100 health points in 60 seconds, which highlights the advantage of the Demon Knight. The match concluded with a score of 9-3, achieving a total victory score of 41. Only Xian Rushui faltered twice, while the rest triumphed, allowing us to smoothly advance to the 13th round. Suddenly, the large screen ahead displayed our new opponents. E-City Mad Heroes, Justice Warrior LV-175, Heroic Essence LV-175, Loyal Heart LV-175, Vast Changes of the Right Path LV-175, and Conscience Unclouded LV-175. Remarkably, we are facing a pure warrior combination. It is evident that this is a family forged by passionate individuals, and most notably, these IDs are all seized from trending keywords. It is truly impressive that they managed to acquire such names. A pure warrior team. Bai Mingxue chuckled lightly. Who shall we send into battle this time? I raised my arm, the Ziying sword sheathing with a resonant sound, as I lazily leaned against the windowsill. It doesn't matter. I won't engage in tormenting a pure warrior combination. For the 4 1v1 matches, you can handle it, and for the final 2v2, I'll team up with Eve. How does that sound? He's bright eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded. All right, I'll take care of matches 11 and 22 as warm-ups. Soon, it was decided. He would lead Bai Mingxue, Lin Yixin, and Dai Wu into the 1v1 matches, while the final 2v2 would see He and me take the stage. With a flourish, the beautiful guild leader appeared in the arena, her shimmering armor accentuating her enchanting figure. She brandished a long spear, urging her warhorse forward as the breeze lifted her battle cloak, revealing a glimpse of her delicate snow-white legs. Everything was breathtakingly magnificent. Prepare to commence. The adversary, a valiant warrior wielding a heavy sword, rode upon a cerulean battle tiger, emblematic of the Blue Tiger Iron Cavalry. However, such attire was not exclusive. The ancient sword was not one to monopolize a leveling spot. The Blue Tiger jungle had long been accessible, making it commonplace for others to tame cerulean battle tigers as steeds. Yet, even with such a mount, I could ascertain the opponent's defeat, for he rode the king of Dragon Yao warhorses, whose attributes far surpassed those of the Blue Tiger. As anticipated, the two engaged in a quintessential warrior-style battle, exchanging attacks and defenses in a dynamic duel. After several exchanges, he had lost approximately 25 of his health, while the gallant warrior had plummeted to less than 15 health, pierced by He's 7-star glass spear. Gritting his teeth, the gallant warrior exclaimed, "I am not at my best today, fair maiden. We shall settle this another time." With that, he turned to flee. He, momentarily taken aback, hastily pursued him, raising a hand and declaring, "Where do you think you're going?" In an instant, a trapping net descended from the heavens, ensnaring the gallant warrior. Following this, an ice rock inferno slash unleashed a flurry of 5 strikes, tearing through the opponent's defenses, and before the gallant warrior could utter a sound, he had already perished. In the second round, the outcome remained unsurprising. He not only boasted superior equipment and skills, but also displayed operational prowess that left the opponent far behind. With impeccable timing and positioning, he triumphed once more, causing the gallant warrior to fall yet again. In the subsequent match, Bai Mingxue faced off against the Heroic Essence. Confronted by the pure and charming Dark Archer, the Heroic Essence, a man at least 30, was barely able to contain his drool. Upon entering the arena, he raised his sword and exclaimed, "Bai Mingxue, oh, it truly is you. What a pleasure." Might I inquire, where do you hail from? You cannot be from the north, for your complexion is too fair. If you are from the south, with those bright eyes and pearly teeth, you must be from the banks of the Yangtze, am I correct? What is your QQ number? Bei Mingxue, wide-eyed and at a loss for words, could only murmur, I haven't used QQ in ages. Oh, the heroic essence continued. What a pity. I happen to run a film company currently remaking The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. Would you be interested in portraying the role of Han Lingsha? Your demeanor is strikingly similar. If that doesn't work, you could also play Yun Tianhe. Bei Mingxue replied, we are not a fly-by-night operation. Nor are we a knockoff. I can assure you of our integrity. We are transparent and have no ulterior motives. I am the producer. And I certainly do not covet your beauty. As she spoke, the heroic essence had closed in on Bei Mingxue, and as the countdown concluded, his expression morphed into a menacing visage. Brandishing his sword, he bellowed, young lady, let us engage in a life-or-death battle. Today, victory is assured for me. With a swift motion, the sword descended ominously. Caught off guard, Bei Mingxue instinctively raised her bow to shield her chest, successfully parrying the blow but still losing 10,000 health points. Utilizing the force of the recoil, she gracefully leaped back, appearing like a butterfly 20 yards away. With a face full of indignation, Bei Mingxue glared at the heroic essence and declared, despicable old man, watch how I shall deal with you. The oscillating arrow firmly secured the essence of the hero, followed swiftly by a well of divine abyss. After a brief pause of several seconds, the erratic shots of the malevolent spirit filled the sky, leaving the essence of the hero with no time to react, collapsing to the ground with a pitiful cry. Meanwhile, the cunning uncle finally knelt beneath the skirts of the little girl. In the second round, Bei Mingxue emerged like a formidable weapon, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught of spiraling arrows and celestial bolts that blanketed the battlefield. The sheer prowess of the archer left everyone in awe, as the essence of the hero struggled momentarily before succumbing once more with a mournful groan. In the third match, Lin Yixin took the stage against the valiant and loyal warrior, another man in his 30s. Clad in a radiant, flowing robe, Lin Yixin appeared elegant and refined, her robe billowing gracefully as she moved. The high slits of her garment revealed her slender, snow-like legs, and as a sorceress, her neckline plunged low, accentuating her burgeoning figure, which swayed enticingly in the breeze, leaving the loyal warrior entranced. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, the loyal warrior exclaimed, this team is too lethal. May I concede? In the match room, the essence of the hero glared and bellowed, absolutely not. Fight with all your might to defeat this young lady. You are at match point, and if you lose, our dreams of reclaiming our place in the arena will vanish. Turning his back, the loyal warrior continued to gaze at Lin Yixin's voluptuous form and said, young lady, I shall not hold back. Lin Yixin turned, her face flushed, and implored, Brother Lucien, what should I do? Resting my arms across my chest against the windowsill, I was momentarily distracted from my banter with He by her query and swiftly replied, what should we do? Dispatch him within 7 seconds and come over to chat and strengthen our bond. The loyal warrior was momentarily petrified, and in the next instant, Lin Yixin transformed into a berserker, unleashing 3 powerful abilities in rapid succession: Ice Spiral Matrix, Dimensional Storm, and the 7th turn advanced spell, Dragon's Kiss. This latter spell, a single target magic of immense might, was devastatingly powerful, evoking tears of despair. The damage was staggering: 90,772, 82,737, 152,723. A complete annihilation, instantly eliminating a level 175 Night Warrior. The ferocity of Dragon's Kiss, taking the form of a dragon's head, left the loyal warrior in utter dismay. Chapter 894. Confrontation with the Hall of Eternal Life. I shall return. With a resolute declaration, the loyal warrior disconnected. In the air lingered the ominous afterglow of Dragon's Kiss, the menacing dragon's head seemingly mocking him. Under Lin Yixin's magical prowess, a single Dragon's Kiss had obliterated 150,000 of his health points. An astonishing feat, it's over. Lin Yixin has grown this powerful. He shrugged, laughing lightly, her demeanor carefree. I couldn't help but chuckle, leaning against her shoulder. Fortunately, that loyal warrior relies solely on physical defense. His magical resistance is likely poor. A mage dealing 150,000 damage is indeed extraordinary. Bai Mingyue blinked. What does it mean that the loyal warrior said he would return? With a smile curving at the corners of my mouth, I mused that he would indeed be taken away again. As anticipated, in the second round, the valiant uncle returned, only to be ruthlessly ensnared by Lin Yixin's gravity trap, rendering him incapacitated. Subsequently, a barrage of ice arrows descended upon him. In truth, while ice arrows are merely a deceleration spell with limited offensive power, under the might of Lin Yixin's Thunder God staff, they unleashed over 50,000 points of damage. Before long, the steadfast uncle fell to the ground in a dog-paddle motion, never to rise again. Indeed, how swiftly he departed. We had already secured victory. In the fourth match, Bosom took to the battlefield, sweeping away the opposition. The Dark Priest's abilities proved exceptionally formidable, granting no opportunity to the adversaries. The fifth match featured a doubles competition where he and I joined forces. With a swift motion, we appeared side by side on the verdant grass, the air fragrant with the scent of Diawu's presence, rendering the arena exquisitely beautiful. Alas, within mere seconds, the heroes, Ben and the valiant uncle, made their entrance, rather spoiling the ambience. Upon laying eyes on Ben gasped in astonishment. His gaze almost transfixed, hand clutching his heart. Surely this cannot be the grown version of Bai Mingyue? How stunning! Such grace! The valiant uncle, fists clenched, remarked. This is Zai Shui Yifang, the leader of the ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild. It's hard to fathom that such a beauty could forge one of the premier super guilds in China. How splendid it would be to win her affection. Then my mother wouldn't need to pressure me into blind dates incessantly. You wouldn't believe. Just days ago, I went on a date with a girl who resembled Feng Jie, demanding I purchase a seaside villa. What nonsense. I have the means. With different beauties in my bed every night. Why must one conform to the institution of marriage? Ben shrugged. How would I know? However, do not harbor illusions about Zai Shui Yifang. I've heard she was once the vice president of GGS and is now the CEO of Yuli Square, a partner of Blue Star. Within a month, they captured 30 of the virtual technology market that Yueheng Company held in China. Truly remarkable. The valiant uncle gazed enviously, licking his lips. How enchanting. If only such a beauty were my wife, I would no longer need to toil away at the office, escaping the whims of that tyrant. Wong. Indeed, it is a shame that a woman of such caliber would ever look your way, given your stature and appearance, Ben retorted. Perhaps you should continue your search. Such is the fate laid before you. Tears streamed down the valiant uncle's face. He remained expressionless, turning her gaze elsewhere. I too stood there, petrified, overwhelmed with sorrow, uncertain how to console these two elderly gentlemen reliving their youthful aspirations. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown concluded, he and I moved in unison, devoid of any tactical arrangement. We took to the flanks, then abruptly halted, raising the Ziying sword and the 7-star Liuli spear in unison, unleashing a devastating strike of the ice rock purgatory slash, immediately followed by a dragon coil spin. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the world fell silent. He gazed at me and suddenly broke into a sweet smile, exclaiming, I can no longer contain myself. I tilted my head back to gaze at the sky, pondering aloud, the righteous path in the mortal realm, I shall navigate with ease. In the competition room, Bai Mingyue pursed her lips and remarked, I cannot comprehend what my brother is saying. Murong Mingyue replied nonchalantly, he is merely posturing. If you understood him, it would indeed be strange. With 2 successive victories, we triumphed in the 13th round, securing a score of 50, truly impressive. As we approached the 14th round, we faced minimal obstacles. Our opponent was merely a team from the city of divine concealment, averaging a level of 174. Though Dai Wu and Bone remains, each lost a minor point. Our overall score remained at 50. Ding. The system announced, congratulations. Your team has entered the top 128 of the WL tournament in China. Win one more round to advance to the top 64. All players entering the top 64 will receive a minimum reward of level 1 and luck value 1. I exchanged glances with he, exclaiming, the rewards for this WL tournament are indeed bountiful. Achieving the top 64 grants us a luck value. Previously, only the top contenders in national battles received such rewards. Bai Mingyue added, the specific rewards for the domestic competition should be announced tomorrow morning. Additionally, I heard that the waiting area will no longer be in these sealed small rooms during the day. The top 64 matches will commence in the center of the arena. And from the top 16 onward, each match will be broadcasted live on the gaming channel. Filled with confidence, I clenched my fist and declared, "Let us play each match diligently, aim for the top 16, fight for the finals, and seize the championship. This is yet another splendid opportunity to promote Ancient Sword." He chuckled softly. By the way, Rose mentioned that as members of the club, according to our agreement, 25 of the league prize money will be allocated to the club. However, Lenovo is not short on funds, so the rewards will still belong entirely to us. Moreover, if we can secure the championship domestically, the club will provide additional rewards. My face gleamed with excitement at the prospect of wealth. Murong Mingyue regarded me with disdain, stating, "This fellow only thinks about money. All right, the final round is upon us." At that moment, the large screen ahead flickered, and soon our last opponent appeared. Much to everyone's surprise. What a coincidence, it is a familiar face. Chongqing Hall, sponsor, Rongwang Probe, Bloodthirsty War Emperor LV-179 Berserker LV-180 Destruction Warrior Starfall, Mage LV-180 Dark Guardian LV-178. These were the mainstays of Chongqing Hall. He furrowed her brow and questioned, "Is this our good fortune, or merely the misfortune of the Bloodthirsty War Emperor?" Clenching my fists, I replied with a smile, "This is splendid. Last time, when I escorted 4 million resources to the city of Sanshengmo, the people of Chongqing Hall attempted to seize the opportunity to rob us. We were few in number then, but today we can finally take our revenge, eliminating the main team of Chongqing Hall before they reached the top 64. Delivering a heavy blow to that conceited fellow, Bloodthirsty War Emperor." He nodded with a smile. "Indeed, let us go." The butterfly dance remarked, "Do not underestimate your opponent. 2 players with hidden professions are formidable. The Shattering Falcon is a brutal warrior, rumored to possess extraordinary attack power, while the Celestial Mage is a renowned sorcerer in the country, known for his formidable magical prowess and high ranking in the arena. The Dark Guardian and the Bloodthirsty Warlord are no novices either. This match will certainly be competitive." He suggested, "Let us strategize." After contemplating, I declared, "For the first match, I shall take the lead. They will undoubtedly strive for a strong opening, dispatching their mightiest player. In response, we shall confront them head-on. I will eliminate their strongest contender. Then, Lin Yixin will follow, with Eve commanding the center, and Bei Ming Shui will strike in the 4th wave. The 22 combination will feature Bei Ming and Lin Yixin." Agreed. The group of ladies nodded in unison. Soon, the matchups appeared on the large screen. Excellent. This was the final match of the day. My stomach rumbled with hunger. I would take down the Eternal Life Palace and then indulge in a late-night snack. 1v1. The Broken Sword in the Sand LV-182 Necromancer vs. the Celestial Mage LV-180 Sorcerer 1v1. The Star of Compassion LV-182 Starry Illusionist vs. the Bloodthirsty Warlord LV-179 Berserk Knight 1v1. On the other side of the water, LV-180 Magic Knight vs. the Shattering Falcon LV-180 Destruction Warrior 1v1. Bei Ming Shui LV-183 Dark Archer vs. the Dark Guardian LV-178 Magic Knight 2v2. Bei Ming Shui LV-183 Dark Archer. The Star of Compassion LV-182 Starry Illusionist vs. the Celestial Mage LV-180 Sorcerer. The Dark Guardian LV-178 Magic Knight. In terms of levels, we did not hold a significant advantage. Several of their players were also of high caliber, and our professional roles were quite comparable. We had 3 hidden professions, while they possessed 2, creating a relatively equitable contest. I would be the first to enter the fray. With a swift motion, I was teleported securely into the arena, where their strongest assassin, the Celestial Mage, had already appeared. In our previous encounters, the Celestial Mage had exerted considerable pressure on us, a supremely powerful sorcerer with unique defenses and attacks, and equipped with remarkable gear. "Oh, the Broken Sword in the Sand, we meet again," the Celestial Mage said with a confident smile, brandishing his staff. "I know many spectators believe that the Eternal Life Palace will surely fall to the Ancient Sword. However, upon seeing this matchup, I feel fortunate. Fortunate that we encountered the formidable Ancient Sword in the top 64, eliminating them in the top 128, a feat that surely others did not foresee." With my sword lowered, I chuckled lightly. "You must first have the ability to slay. Let us see the true skill beneath your hands." The tension was palpable. The Eternal Life Palace belonged to the Zhu Long faction, historically in opposition to the ancient sword. This encounter in the WL was indeed a stroke of fate. With a hum, the demon god armor transformed into the demon god shield, affixed to my left arm. The divine arm seal radiated brilliance as the dragon god shield materialized, ready to manifest its protective effect upon any incoming attack. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the formidable Fa Pushing Kong stood resolutely, stomping one foot to summon the energy shield, a hallmark of advanced mage prowess. The resilience of this shield surpassed that of ordinary magical barriers by a factor of 2. The system commenced its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown concluded, I surged forth, my ice-scaled steed whinnied, raising its blade high, executing a direct strike with the dragon-slaying blade. Boom! The azure blade struck the ground, and without a hint of doubt, Fa Pushing Kong deftly evaded the attack, as I had anticipated that such a lengthy casting time would not deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 895, The Knight's Torment. With a crack, my ice-scaled steed leaped abruptly, separating me from the mount. The sword veered off course, but with a swift succession of strikes. The Ziying sword landed forcefully against Fa Pushing Kong's energy shield, causing it to warp significantly, its resilience plummeting by at least 75. What? Fa Pushing Kong gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for my swiftness. He hastily blinked away, reappearing 20 yards distant, brandishing his staff, and shouted, "Die, Lu Chun!" Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice spikes danced in the air, a signature technique of Fa Pushing Kong, the ice flame spike. The fiery ice projectiles descended indiscriminately, engulfing a vast area. Without my steed, my mobility drastically diminished, rendering evasion impossible. I resolutely raised the dragon god shield, braving the onslaught of ice flames, thrusting my sword forward. Clang, clang, clang. The fiery ice spikes collided with the dragon god shield, emitting a resonant sound that stirred the heart. Simultaneously, damage numbers erupted above me. 21, 773. 19, 293. 21, 277. Fa Pushing Kong stared in disbelief, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "How can the damage be so minimal? My ice flame spike cannot possibly be this weak." With one hand on the shield and the other wielding the blade, I charged forward, chuckling softly. Did you truly believe the ice flame spike would be formidable? In the stands, Bei Mingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Brother is victorious. Butterfly Dance widened her eyes, asking, "Why are you so certain that Lu Chen will win?" Bei Ming, Fa Pushing Kong's attacks are quite fierce. The ice flame spike can both slow and deal damage. This battle is far from over. Bei Mingxue chuckled lightly, explaining, "My brother is an elite warrior class player, arguably the best in the world. When faced with such a warrior, if a mage is drawn into close combat even twice, their demise is assured. The first engagement shatters the shield, and the second ensures their defeat." The remnants of the skeleton nodded in agreement. Bei Ming is correct. Distance is always a mage's lifeline. Fa Pushing Kong executed well, managing to keep Lu Chun at bay for so long. Had it been any other mage, they would have been obliterated by Lu Chen's basic attacks long ago. Butterfly Dance inquired, why didn't Lu Chen use the Chinquan break during their initial encounter? Ignoring the energy shield, he could have easily secured a kill. He could not help but smile, saying, "Did you see the graceful dance of the butterfly?" As Lu Chen approached Fa Pushing Kong, the latter instinctively retreated in a serpentine manner. As a top-tier mage, he was well aware of how to evade barrier breaches. At that moment, even with Lu Chen's maneuvers, there was at least a 70% chance that his Qianquan strike would miss. Thus, Lu Chen remained unhurried, seeking the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike, determined not to grant Fa Pushing Kong any chance of survival. Meanwhile, having lost approximately a quarter of my health, I finally spotted an opportunity. In a moment of intricate timing, the thousand ice slash enveloped the scene, and with a swift motion, an indigo flame cone surged forth from the blade of my Ziying sword, abruptly piercing Fa Pushing Kong's energy shield. However, in that instant, Fa Pushing Kong was already slain, his body beginning to fade from existence. Yet, he had retreated swiftly, and before he could move far, my Ziying sword slipped from my grasp, performing a spiraling dragon sweep across the ground. Boom! The earth beneath us cracked, extending far into the distance. as the spiraling dragon swept through the lifeless form of Fa Pashing Kong, leaving behind a striking scar on the terrain that resembled the aftermath of a divine assault. In truth, this was merely the devastating effect of the Ziying sword's shattered mountain attack, exceedingly formidable. I easily secured the first point. In the stands, Bei Mingxue and Lin Yixin cheered exuberantly. Fa Pashing Kong was the ace player of the Eternal Life Palace, while I was the champion of the Ancient Sword. In a battle of titans, we held an undeniable advantage. Fa Pashing Kong soon returned to the arena, his expression filled with confusion as he softly inquired, "Lu Chun, what is going on? My ice flame cone should not have dealt such minimal damage to you. I chose to keep my ghostly shield skill a secret, especially since this was merely the preliminary round. I had no desire to reveal my trump card so soon, so I simply shook my head and said, 'It's nothing. Just accept your defeat with grace.'" With a scoff, Fa Pashing Kong found himself in disarray within 30 seconds, repeatedly sent out of the arena by my relentless assaults. The attack power of the Ziying sword was overwhelming. Once I breached his shield, he was left with no escape. Victory in the first match came rather easily. In the second match, Lin Yixin faced off against the bloodthirsty War Emperor. The delicate and graceful young girl stood confidently in the icy expanse, her staff in hand, as a mystical halo floated beneath her feet. This was Lin Yixin's passive skill, allowing her to rapidly regenerate mana. In the chaos of combat, mana equated to a mage's lifeblood, particularly against high-level warriors. Typically, a level 10 heart-stopping slash could drain over 50 points of a mage's mana. With my level of attack power, it was plausible to deplete the opponent's mana even through their magical shield. So mages must always be prepared to consume mana when facing warriors. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty War Emperor descended, adorned with the emblem of the Eternal Life Palace. Glaring menacingly at Lin Yixin, with a cold sneer, he remarked, "The star of the day, moon, and stardust, Lin Xinghe, after the battle at Baiyang Valley. You've returned with great strength. Today, let me witness the prowess of one of the 4 elders of the ancient sword soul dream. Hey, your figure is quite impressive. And your bosom is substantial. It's no wonder that Lu Chun would want you back in the ancient sword. I suspect you've already succumbed to his charms." "Haven to you?" Lin Yixin calmly regarded the bloodthirsty War Emperor and replied, "Brother Lu Chun is not the person you imagine him to be. Your arrogance is quite telling. I've heard your father is the deputy director of a certain bureau and has embezzled quite a sum, which is likely why you feel emboldened to invest so heavily in this game. Just look at yourself. Aside from throwing money at equipment, what skills do you truly possess?" The bloodthirsty War Emperor gritted his teeth and roared, "You little vixen, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare." Lin Yixin continued with her cool demeanor. "Such a second-generation scion. If you have the guts, challenge me to a PK. Otherwise, you shall forever remain a mere second-generation scion." The bloodthirsty War Emperor was infuriated by Lin Yixin's taunts, his eyes almost bloodshot with rage. He brandished his battle blade and charged at Lin Yixin suddenly. An invisible barrier manifested before him. It was Lin Yixin's psychic field. Caught off guard, he slammed into the field, losing 30,000 health points, as if striking tempered glass. Lin Yixin, ever astute, strategically placed several psychic fields in his path. Infuriated and humiliated, the bloodthirsty War Emperor disregarded all tactical maneuvers, advancing recklessly. He collided repeatedly with the barriers, sustaining grave injuries before he even reached Lin Yixin, losing a total of 140,000 health points. Fortunately, his maximum health was a staggering 270,000, sparing him from immediate defeat. "You vile woman, seeking your own demise," he bellowed in fury. Without nearing his target, he raised his blade for a furious strike, flames engulfing his weapon as he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! Lin Yixin's psychic shield distorted under the impact, reducing its resilience, which attested to the formidable power of the bloodthirsty War Emperor's attack. Nevertheless, Lin Yixin remained steadfast, unleashing ice arrows that struck the War Emperor's face, waiting for him to get closer while his health dwindled. "Vile woman, perish!" He swung his long blade, breaking through the barrier in a fit of unbridled rage. In an instant, Lin Yixin's smile vanished. She planted her feet firmly, shifting her position with a soft rustle, as the War Emperor's anticipated strike resulted in a glaring miss. At that moment, Lin Yixin appeared behind the bloodthirsty War Emperor, leaping gracefully into the air. her figure enchanting as she wielded the Thunder Goddess staff with great force. Crack! A damage number of 4,892 emerged as her staff struck the back of the War Emperor's head, marking the end of his health. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, filled with rage and humiliation, having been bested by this exquisite little sorceress in such an ignominious manner. A top-tier berserker, ultimately felled by a mage's staff. I noted with certainty, Lin Yixin's propensity for violence seems to be escalating. He nodded, chuckling softly. Otherwise, how could she have clashed with the beautiful Lin so fiercely? Murong Mingyue remarked. Wasn't he at all for you? His cheeks flushed as he replied. All right. No more of this. Let us stop here. As we conversed, Lin Yixin swiftly defeated the bloodthirsty warlord for the second time, employing the power of the elemental field to thwart the enemy once more. This time, he abandoned his playful taunts and unleashed the ice spiral matrix. A series of ethereal energy matrices swirling beneath the bloodthirsty warlord's feet, transforming into lethal icy blades that mercilessly shredded him. In mere moments, regardless of the warlord's formidable vitality, he succumbed to defeat. Lin Yixin's movements exuded the grace of a seasoned expert, far surpassing the prowess of lawbreaker. He skillfully manipulated his abilities to ensure that the bloodthirsty warlord could not close the distance. Such mastery was enough to command respect in the arena. A seamless victory, achieving 2 consecutive wins with ease. With a flourish, Lin Yixin appeared beside us, a cheerful smile gracing his face. What do you think? He inquired. I replied, excellent. Let us take a moment to rest and watch our leader in action. The third match commenced. He versus the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster, a member of the beastly humanoid race, boasted exceptionally high attack growth. My necromancer, with a mere 5 points of strength translating to an attack power of 35, paled in comparison to his 5 points, rumored to yield an attack power of 46, especially as he was a player dedicated to maximizing his offensive capabilities, excelling in siege warfare. However, with the purple yin sword in my possession, I too was a formidable weapon in the realm of conquest. Chapter 896. The clash begins. The Beastmaster brandished a long-handled battle axe that shimmered with a blood-red hue, his gaze burning with intensity as he scrutinized He. He licked his cracked lips and remarked, "This is the first time I've observed you from such proximity. Alas, it is lamentable. The leader of the ancient sword soul dream is indeed a breathtaking beauty, rivaling even the finest of daggers." He remained composed, responding coolly, "I already have someone I care for. Your flattery is of no consequence." The Beastmaster grinned. "This match is the pivotal point for the Eternal Palace. So I shall show no mercy, giving my all. In the water's depths, do not blame me for my ruthless approach." He smiled gently. "Has the leader of the Sacred Rose Alliance warned you? The more beautiful the rose, the sharper its thorns. I believe you shall not emerge victorious today." With a scoff, the system swiftly initiated the countdown. At the moment the countdown concluded, both combatants surged forward simultaneously. The Beastmaster's movements were resolute as he charged directly at He. Before he could close the distance, he unleashed a devastating 3-hit combo, the battle axe soaring high, sending forth 4 radiant strikes towards He. As the dust settled, He seized the reins of her steed, coming to a sudden halt. Her shield danced as she adeptly defended against the 3-hit assault following the barrier breach, sustaining a modest loss of approximately 100,000 health points. For He, who had activated her royal path, this was merely a trivial matter. I was perplexed as to why He would allow herself to be hit. With her skill, it seemed impossible for her to miss evading such an attack. However, the next moment revealed her strategy as she acted decisively. Her alabaster fingers soared, and a net of entrapment descended from above, ensnaring the Beastmaster unexpectedly. It turned out that He had deliberately sacrificed herself to absorb the attack, thus ensuring a 100 success rate for the entrapment net. The ensuing battle unfolded effortlessly. The Ice Rock Purgatory Slash unleashed a barrage of 5 strikes, decimating a significant portion of the Beastmaster's health. Following this, He retreated a few steps, then charged forth with a barrier-shattering normal attack that ultimately expelled the Beastmaster from the arena. In the fervently contested second round, the outcome remained unchanged. Although the breakthrougher possessed formidable siege capabilities, its prowess in melee combat was not as sharp, particularly when confronted by the exceptionally resilient He. Additionally, He had begun to employ tactical strategies, rendering the breakthrough even less capable of overcoming the challenge. With a decisive victory in the midfield, he announced that the Gu Jian Hunming team had secured a place in the top 64 of the WL China division. Tomorrow, the entry ticket for the WL China division's preliminary round had already been secured. The fourth match proved to be even simpler, Bai Mingyue versus the Dark Guardian. This Dark Guardian was a heavy armored knight with extraordinarily high defense and health, albeit with slightly insufficient attack power, relying on its formidable attributes. It generally posed a significant challenge to ordinary archers. However, its opponent was none other than the Dark Archer Bai Mingyue. With a resounding thud, 2 arrows struck the Dark Guardian's chest. Bai Mingyue remained composed, first utilizing the Bone Corrosion arrow to reduce the Dark Guardian's defense by 50, followed by the Ice arrow, Spiral Blade arrow, and the Chaotic Spirit Skyward arrow, playfully circling the battlefield. Under the forceful onslaught, the Dark Guardian ultimately knelt in defeat, fully acknowledging its loss. Following 2 consecutive victories, the 2v2 matches commenced, with Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin taking the field. They afforded their opponents no opportunities. Bai Mingyue controlled the arena with the Spiral Storm, rendering the opponent, Fa Pashing Kong, too intimidated to show itself. While Lin Yixin disrupted the Dark Guardian's movement with her elemental abilities. The Ice Spiral Matrix wreaked havoc, and within 3 minutes, they achieved 2 successive victories, triumphing with a perfect score of 50, accumulating 100 points. The day's battles concluded flawlessly. Ding! System notification, congratulations. Your team has entered the top 64 of the WL China division. The finals will commence promptly at 1:00 p.m. tomorrow at the Central Arena. Players arriving late will be disqualified. Within 10 hours, the ultimate WL China division's top 4 and champion will be determined. Good luck. After a brief wait, the list of the top 64 teams in the WEL domestic competition appeared on the system interface, with flames rising beneath the summoning system sprite, signifying that the flames of battle had engulfed every corner during the WL tournament. Today, countless teams from the China region participated, yet the vast majority were merely there for the experience and had already been eliminated. The top 64 list featured well-established powerhouse teams, including Lin Yixin, San Shengmo, Jing Cheng Luo Shun, Zhan Tian, and Zhuing Luan, all of whom advanced as expected. As long as they did not face each other, it was unlikely anyone could impede their progress. Simultaneously, the WEL official site released the final rewards for the WL China division. 3,364th place reward. Level 1, Luck 1. Each player receives 5,000 renminbi. 1,732nd place reward. Level 2, Luck 1. Each player receives 20,000 renminbi. 916th place reward. Level 3, Luck 2. Each player receives 100,000 renminbi and 1 chance to enter a lottery for the opportunity to win high-tier items. Reward for 58th place. Level 3, Luck 3. Each player receives a reward of 250 renminbi, 000, and gains a chance to participate in a lottery, with the potential to win a celestial grade item. Rewards for 3rd and 4th places. Level 4, Luck 3. Each player receives a reward of 500 renminbi, 000, and receives a lottery chance, with the possibility of winning a celestial grade item. The runner-up reward. Level 4, Luck 4. Each player receives a reward of 500 renminbi, 000, and gains a lottery chance, with the potential to win a fairy grade item. Champion reward. Level 5, Luck 5. Each player receives a reward of 2 renminbi, 000, and gains a lottery chance, with the potential to win a Cambrian artifact. The bounteous rewards left me nearly breathless. Bai Mingyue blinked, her eyes wide, exclaiming, "Wow! Is it really 2 million cash for each champion? That's an immense sum." Level 5, Luck 5, and the chance to win a Cambrian artifact. Yueheng Company is truly generous this time. I nodded in agreement. This is all about building momentum. After a decade, Yueheng Company has been crafting its own legacy. The WL League is the successor of the WSL, the most brand-effective league globally. Yueheng's goal is clear: to attract more renowned players to participate with these substantial rewards, thus establishing the WEL event's brand and making it a true classic. Murong Mingyue chuckled lightly. 5 points of luck is exceedingly precious. Lu Chun, Eve, Baiming, Lin Yixin. You all must perform exceptionally well and secure the championship. If we do, even those of us who are merely coasting along will receive rewards. He suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the system interface. Look, there's a small stipulation. Only players participating in the final match are eligible for the lottery. Otherwise, other team members will only receive rewards for their level and luck. Guhai Kanlu chuckled. That is quite reasonable. It prevents the presence of slackers. However, if we truly manage to clinch the championship, the rewards of level 5 and 5 points of luck would be more than enough for us to enjoy ourselves. I believe that Diawu and Anxiang should treat Lu Chun and the others to a meal. Diawu smiled. 5 points of luck. If we really win the championship. Treating everyone is a must. I replied. Indeed, treating everyone is necessary. Let us all rest well. The match will commence tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp. This time, the team from Shuangyin Studio will be competing, correct? Yes. After logging off, my stomach grumbled in protest. I needed to go out and grab something to eat. The door to the room opened, and several young ladies were preparing. Just then, who mentioned treating everyone to supper? He asked with a smile. I patted my chest. That would be me. It's just a supper treat. It's hardly a big deal. The street corner at Aunt Wang's stall offers meals for less than 50 yuan. Let us go. He remarked. Where is Sister Mingyue? Why hasn't she come out yet? Soon. Before long, Murong Mingyue emerged from her room, and I donned a black coat before stepping out with several young ladies. Cramming into the elevator together. A fleeting glimpse of her captivating beauty appeared even more enchanting within the dim confines of the elevator. Draped in a thick coffee-colored fur coat, her alluring figure was tightly enveloped. Eve has worn quite a lot today, I mused. He chuckled softly. Actually, it's not that much, really. How so? Turn around. He pulled me to turn away from the elevator's surveillance camera. Then, she lifted the collar of her coat and loosened her fluffy scarf. In an instant, the sight that met my eyes nearly caused a nosebleed. Under the dim light, the coat concealed not just any garment, but 2 full, voluptuous breasts emerged before me, their snow-white skin starkly contrasting with the wintry landscape outside. The deep valleys between them resembled an endless abyss of beauty, drawing one irresistibly into its depths. Goodness, is she wearing nothing but lingerie underneath? I widened my eyes in disbelief. He looked at me, giggling. There's air conditioning in my room, so I wore pajamas. I was too lazy to change when heading out, so I just threw on this coat. It's quite chilly outside, I remarked. No worries. He replied with a soft laugh. I reached out to help her fasten her collar. He stood quietly, gazing up at me with her beautiful eyes, filled with enchanting brilliance. Oh dear, sighed Murong Mingyue beside us. You two shouldn't flaunt your affection here. As an older single woman, it's quite distressing for me. I turned to her and said, once the new year is over, you're hardly past 25. What else with the single woman act? I am single, she retorted. How about I post a matchmaking notice for you in Darkmoon City? Just say, Murong Mingyue, 25, female, perfect measurements, 34E, youthful and beautiful. With a fortune of over 30 million, owning 3 properties in Suzhou, an only child, with both parents alive, both retired officials. Murong Mingyue blinked in surprise, staring at me, and suddenly lunged forward, grabbing my collar with an assertive glare. You little rascal, how do you know so much about me? Speak up, or else I won't marry anyone but you. I widened my eyes in shock. Sister Mingyue, have some decorum. What decorum? Your 34E is practically touching me. Murong Mingyue exclaimed. The other girls were both amused and exasperated, and the small elevator was filled with warmth and laughter. Chapter 897. Tossing a coin upon exiting the community. The biting cold wind greeted us. Will Aunt Wang's food stall be open today? I wondered aloud. If not, we'll have to settle for KFC, which I detest. He expressed her concern. It should be open, I replied confidently. Last time, I drank there with Shursan. Aunt Wang and her husband are both laid-off workers. They have 2 sons, one in high school and the other in college, both of whom are quite expensive to raise. Any parent can empathize with their plight. For the sake of their sons' futures, they will undoubtedly set up shop, even on the first day of the new year. Bai Mingxue blinked and said, but during our chat in the guild, Li Changfeng and the others mentioned that going to college is just a fleeting dream. Ultimately, one ends up working for others. And some might not even have the qualifications to do so. I chuckled softly. However, apart from the Gaokao leading to university, do the children of impoverished families have any other avenues? He smiled lightly. Indeed, for the children of the poor, without the Gaokao, what do you have to compete with the rich? I sighed. Spare me the details. It pains my heart. Murong Mingyue glared at me. Spare me your heartache. I wrapped my arm around Bai Mingshue's shoulders and said, "Sister, Mingyue just scolded you. Hurry, challenge her one-on-one. I shall rally for you and cheer you on." Murong Mingyue rolled up her sleeves. "Oh, come on. If I cannot defeat little Bai Ming in the game, in reality, my sister is a master in combat." Lin Yixin inquired, "Combat?" He chuckled. "Didn't Team Mingyue boast to me before about being a master in the art of seduction?" Murong Mingyue, just joking around. Moments later, we arrived at the street corner, and as I expected, amidst the biting cold, the small stall wrapped in oilcloth was still there. The night had deepened, and the city management officers had clocked out. Those who toil for a living could finally emerge to conduct a little business, thus managing to survive in this world governed by ironclad rules. I lifted the curtain and entered the slightly warmer little shop, where Aunt Wang's familiar face greeted me with a smile. "Lu Chun, it's you all." "Yes, Auntie. Please stir-fry a few dishes for me and warm up a bottle of erguo too." "Certainly." After we sat down, Bai Mingshui asked, "Brother, are you still going to drink?" I replied, "A little drink helps me sleep well." "I shall have a bit too," said he and Murong Mingyue. Lin Yixin nestled against he's arm, resembling a little sister, and said with a smile, "If the boss gets drunk, I'll help you home." He laughed. "No worries. A whole bottle of erguo to one tea get to me. I am quite seasoned in this." Nearby, Aunt Wang's husband was vigorously stirring with his spoon, flames dancing, skillfully showcasing his craft, clearly a profession of expertise. Next to him stood a bottle of vegetable oil. The cooking process here was entirely transparent, a small business. Yet it never deceives its customers. Before long, steaming dishes arrived at our table. Aunt Wang understood that we were not short on money, particularly he and Murong Mingyue, whose attire was unmistakably that of modern, affluent women. They didn't care about the few coins. In fact, the presence of these beautiful ladies in such a humble eatery was merely due to my unrefined self, savoring the spicy stir-fried pig heart. I took a sip of the strong white liquor. Such a scene in the deep of night was truly delightful. I indulged in my meal, while the few ladies also bowed their heads to eat, with he and Murong Mingyue accompanying me in my drinking. A few minutes later, another group entered, lifting the curtain. They were all dressed like students, youthful and naive, and compared to them, I, a seasoned adult who had been battered by society for years, felt like an old hand. 5 students settled at a table not far from us, the dim lighting obscuring our presence. The girls, clad in thick down jackets and facing away from them, were not easily recognizable and thus did not attract attention. One student with a buzz cut remarked, "Just now, when I climbed over the school gate, I nearly slipped and got skewered by the spikes on the gate." Another student in a leather jacket chuckled, "Getting skewered would be great. MLGBD, the WL competition has dragged on for so long, it's truly frustrating." Nevertheless, we have managed to secure a place among the top 256. I should share a screenshot of our matchup in the forums at school to boast a little. The buzzcut head remarked, "This is indeed something to take pride in. After all, we lost to the formidable team of Sansheng Mo, which is no disgrace." Now, the bunch from the Technical Institute will be left dumbfounded, constantly bragging about how exceptional they are. Bah! Nearby, a student with bleached hair interjected, "What is there to boast about?" After I logged off, I saw a post from the Technical Institute claiming that one of their junior teams made it to the top 128, only to lose to the team led by the fruit knife goddess of Fengsahuanga. Now that's impressive. Compared to them, our achievements seem rather trivial. "Damn." The team from Fengsahuanga, said a leather-jacketed individual, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "I heard the fruit knife goddess is a student at the University of Science and Technology. Is that true? If only I could catch a glimpse of her in real life, it would be worth anything." "How pathetic," scoffed the buzzcut head. "A classmate of mine from the university has seen the fruit knife goddess, and she is indeed an absolute beauty. But let's not get our hopes up. Her father is no ordinary man, and she has several bodyguards on campus. Otherwise, with her looks, she would have been snatched away long ago." At that moment, Bei Ming Shuen nudged my arm and teased, "Brother, someone seems to be eyeing your potential girlfriend. Don't you have anything to say?" I sipped my drink, bitterness creeping in as I murmured, "The falling flower has intentions, while the flowing water is heartless." Murong Mingyue nearly spat out her drink, glaring at me as she exclaimed, "You shameless person. You've already kissed the beautiful Lin and still dare to speak of heartless water and falling flowers. Pooh, pooh, pooh. You've even kissed our Eve. No one else has such good fortune." Bei Mingshui looked up at me, curious. "Brother, is that true?" Does that mean I count as one too? He's cheeks flushed as she stared at me in disbelief. You, of all people, have even kissed Bei Ming? How many girls have you actually kissed? I froze, feeling as if I had been exposed, wishing I could instantly flee and jump down a manhole. Lin Yixin giggled. Raising her hand, I declare that brother Lu Chun has not kissed me yet. Oh, Murong Mingyue raised her glass. Let's celebrate. Also, that little rascal Lu Chun hasn't kissed me either. He looked at Murong Mingyue with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What? Are you trying to get involved too? Without hesitation, Murong Mingyue proudly puffed out her chest. I won't let him kiss me. If anyone is to initiate, it will be me going after him. Don't worry, Eve. Who could resist someone as charming as your Lu Chun? Murong Mingyue chuckled softly. Lu Chun, shall we play a game? What game? I found this game coin. One side is a sword, the other a shield. Look at you, so indecisive. Unable to choose between Eve and the beautiful Lin. Why not let a game decide? The sword represents the beautiful Lin, and the shield represents Eve. Just one toss. Whichever side it lands on will determine who becomes your girlfriend. No more hesitation. What do you say? I was taken aback. While he chuckled softly beside me. This is indeed a clever method. Otherwise, it would be overwhelming to endure such pressure daily. My mother keeps asking if I wish to go on blind dates, and it drives me to distraction. Bei Mingyue blinked her eyes and inquired, Brother, tell me honestly, do you prefer Sister Eve more, or Sister Lin Yixin? I took a deep breath. I'm not quite certain yet. Let us flip a coin. That's a surefire way. Lin Yixin exclaimed, eager to stir the pot. Very well. I picked up the coin from Murong Mingyue's hand and tossed it into the air. Murong Mingyue reached out to catch it, pressed it down, and smiled at us. The answer is about to be revealed. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her to lift her hand. As her palms slowly moved away, we finally beheld the outcome of my coin toss. In an instant, several girls were left dumbfounded. The side facing up bore a splendid chrysanthemum. You, he, and I glared at Murong Mingyue in unison. Murong Mingyue's cheeks flushed. Oh dear. I mistakenly used a 1 yuan coin. Moreover, matters of affection cannot be decided so rashly. Little brat Lu Chun, this is for your own good. Both the beautiful Lin and our Eve are such passionate beauties, you must not let either slip away. Embrace them both, and I shall facilitate your double date. I was utterly petrified. Bei Mingyue pointed at Murong Mingyue. Mingyue, you are quite the rogue, always teasing my brother. Murong Mingyue let out a queenly chuckle, drawing the attention of several students dining nearby. As the lights shifted, they finally noticed Bei Mingyue sitting beside me, and in an instant, they were all stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, equally transfixed. After a moment, one of them spoke up. Old 3, am I seeing things? That beautiful girl looks so familiar. Indeed. She resembles the dark archer Bei Mingyue from the promotional page of Yuang. That dimple, when she smiles, is uncanny. The one beside Bei Mingyue also looked familiar. Could it be? Is that Lu Chun? It must be Lu Chun. I recognized that gaze. Sensing the situation was dire, I quickly asked the girls. Have you all eaten enough? Yes. Auntie, the bill, please. I hastily settled the payment and rushed out with the girls, standing under the city streetlights. Relieved to be safe from recognition, what an embarrassing predicament that would have been. Back at the studio, everyone quickly fell asleep. We needed proper rest to prepare for the crucial battle in the WL China Regional Finals scheduled for noon the next day. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in, and the room door swung open. In a delightful little skirt, Bei Mingyue cheerfully entered. Brother, it's 11 a.m. Time to wake up for breakfast. Chapter 898. Snow and Moon returned to the Jianghu at noon. Fully sated, we logged in, ready to battle in the WL Top 64 competition. Now, we were in the inner rounds, and today would determine the champion of the China region. Countless individuals yearned for this title. Zhu Long needed this championship to affirm its royal status. Gu Jianhunming sought it to rectify past regrets. Zhang Tianming aimed for it to stand out. Shui Yinshan needed it to secure additional prize money, and Lai Yanhongchun required it to solidify its position as the premier guild in the hidden city. In summary, regarding the champion of the WL China region, amidst the fierce competition, the outcome remains uncertain. None can predict who will emerge victorious. All we can do is to give our utmost effort, honoring the fervent dedication of this past year. Upon logging in, I received a notification from WL. Greetings. You are among the top 64 members of the WL China region. Would you like to teleport to the central arena immediately? I opted to decline. Having played through the night yesterday, my purple yin sword and equipment had significantly worn down, so I first attended to repairs. Subsequently, I gathered some level 9 and 10 ingredients in the square and crafted several level 10 divine potions, distributing them among He, Bei Ming Shui, Lin Yixin, and others. After all, one should not be stingy in the WL competition. Perhaps these potions could be the key to securing a championship trophy, a most worthwhile investment. With preparations complete and merely 20 minutes until the match commenced, I could not afford to delay. Entering the arena, I decided to assess the situation. The 5-member teams began to filter in. The bone remnants and their companions had already taken their places. However, they were destined to remain on the sidelines during this decisive phase of the finals. He, Bei Ming Shui, Lin Yixin, and I were the genuine scoring points. Any one of us could take down the bone remnants, and the duo of Dai Wu was a combination they had to acknowledge. Before me lay the expansive central arena of the WL China region, a grand hall that served as the largest venue of the Sky City Coliseum. The arena featured a brightly lit stage, encompassing a space of 100 by 100 yards, a boon for archers and mages, as a larger space offered greater survivability. Surrounding the main stage were 4 auxiliary stages, designated for the top 64 to the top 16 matches. Only from the top 16 onward would every match be broadcast live, while the earlier rounds would simply be recorded. We positioned ourselves in the contestant seats closest to the stage, which encircled the platform. Numerous players had already gathered outside the railings, and from a distance, I spotted a group from the Zhulong Guild congregated together. Zhu Ying was seated on the steps, calmly observing the surroundings while cradling a heavy sword. Flanking him were Bai Kong Hen, Lai Feng Ying, Shunji Wu, and Piao Yunyan. Additionally, a girl wielding a staff stood nearby. Yi Yusei, the current vice leader of Zhulong, a formidable talisman master of divine rank. In this WL competition, Yi Yusei was participating as a mainstay, representing a significant variable. Our unfamiliarity with this talisman master posed a challenge. In contrast, our ancient sword experts, such as the Dark Archer and the Necromancer, were renowned figures, with their skills well known to our opponents. This presented us with a considerable disadvantage. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, yet we were unaware of Yi Yusei's true capabilities, which were deeply concealed. Boss Jiji. Not far away, Goei Guzi approached, brandishing a spear with a cheerful expression. Haha, you all have finally arrived. What luck! Our HS team has also made it into the top 64. Behind Guguzi, Li Chengfeng, Do Jiang, Wan Yu, and the 18 riders of the Ghost Cloud followed closely. I cast a glance at them and remarked, goodness, even Li Chengfeng is in the ranks. If we can't make it to the top 64 with this lineup, it would be a wasted existence. Do Jiang, wielding a war hammer, chuckled heartily indeed. It is only fitting that we enter the top 64. Little ghost, cease your modesty. I fervently hope to encounter Zhu Yingwan today, as I yearn for a contest against him. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, while I too wished to conquer Zhu Yingwan. Encountering the Zhulong main team would not bode well for us. Wan Yu nodded in agreement, indeed. Zhu Yingwan has a slightly higher win rate in the arena compared to you, Little Li. Bai Konghan's win rate surpasses Do Jiang's. And Shun Jiwu has a slight edge over you, Little Ghost. Our odds are not particularly high. Perhaps we should let Lu Chen's formidable team take on Zhulong. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even secure the runner-up position. Li Chengfeng could not help but laugh. Your expectations are rather lofty. Even if we avoid Zhulong and Lu Chen's formidable team, we are bound to face the Fengse Fantasy team, the Sansheng Mo team, the Zhantian team, and the Jingqing Luotian team. Do we truly have confidence in overcoming these squads? Wan Yu fell silent. I can hardly bear this. So many formidable teams. At that moment, a group approached slowly, led by the enchanting fruit knife goddess, Lin Yixin. She deftly toyed with a small, glimmering dagger, showcasing a skill that likely surpassed that of many assassin-class players. Ah, Shui Yinsen has made it to the top 64, Guguzi exclaimed with a grin. The purple robe marquis, brandishing a sharp blade, retorted, hey, if your ancient sword 222 team can make it to the top 64, what does it matter that our Shui Yinsen main team has qualified? Guguzi glared. Which 222 team are you referring to? They all looked up at the large screen displaying the names of the 64 teams, and indeed, the resplendent title of Ancient Sword 222 appeared, featuring members Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, Wan Yu, and others. Enraged, Geguzi exclaimed, "What the heck? It should just be ancient sword too. Who came up with this name?" Li Chengfeng, taken aback, replied, "Let us not dwell on the past. On the day of registration, my hand slipped, and I accidentally clicked an extra 2. You all won't hold that against me, will you?" Luan Yu tilted her head. "It does seem overly too." Lin Yixin giggled melodically. I stepped forward, holding the Ziying's sword, and said, The first match from 64 to 32 won't be broadcast live. I hope we can all surpass our initial opponent." Lin Yixin nodded, her gentle smile brightening. "Yes? Let us not encounter each other too soon." "Absolutely." Just as we spoke, another group approached. Several burly men wielded various weapons, accompanied by a sprightly young girl. She looked somewhat familiar, possessing a charming face and a figure that was blossoming into beauty. Clad in heavy armor, she approached confidently, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword, and addressed me. "Lu Chun, long time no see. Have you made your decision? Are you willing to join our Soul Return Battle Robe?" Soul Return Battle Robe? I suddenly awoke to a profound realization, hastily shaking my head as if it were a rattle drum. "Forget it. The valiant souls of the battle garb truly do not require my kind to join. Watercloud Melody, please spare me. I shall never depart from the ancient sword's soul dream." He revealed a smile of approval. Watercloud Melody tilted her head to glance at me, letting out a light chuckle. "Very well then. Since it is so, I shall not say much more. Let us meet in the competition. I hope you all can progress further." "On what grounds is this little girl so audacious?" Geguzi clenched his fists and remarked. I surveyed the several warriors behind Watercloud Melody, furrowing my brow, and replied, "Not necessarily. The players participating alongside Watercloud Melody this time bear no resemblance to those from last time. Moreover, there are 2 hidden class players among them. And have you noticed? Watercloud Melody has already reached level 180. She must have formidable allies." Lin Yixin blinked her bright eyes and smiled. Soul Return Battle Garb once stood as a peer to the Snow Moon, the Kingly Guild. Could it be on the verge of resurgence? Who can say? I looked up at the large screen, my eyes sparkling. Look, the name Snow Moon appears on the list. The team roster revealed names that captivated all present, unveiling several astonishingly familiar IDs before our eyes. Last summer LV-180 Mage, Nangong Lexi LV-180 Archer, Ice of the Past LV-180 Warrior, Flowing Yearflower Fire LV-180 Magic Knight, Silent Rainfall LV-179 Priest. Impossible. Hi's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the screen. These 5 individuals. Lin Yixin's mouth fell agape as she murmured, "Eve's sister." They are all members of the renowned Snow Moon's 24 Iron Cavalry from years past. Even Nangong Lexi and the Twin Dragon Knight, Ice of the Past, and Flowing Yearflower Fire are participating in this WL competition. When did they reach such high levels? I shook my head. I do not know. I haven't followed Snow Moon's movements for quite some time. I never expected they would participate in this WL competition under last summer's leadership. Is Snow Moon attempting to make a comeback? Li Chengfeng leaned against the railing with his sword, lazily closing his eyes to rest. A slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "In truth, they are not as formidable as you imagine. We ought to be grateful that only the ground cavalry of the 24 Iron Cavalry has resurfaced, and not figures like Shadow Following the Wind and Bittersweet Breeze." Lin Yixin raised her delicate fists, laughing lightly. "Well, I am quite looking forward to sparring with Bittersweet Breeze and Shadow Following the Wind once more." I widened my eyes in astonishment. Have you battled against the twin winds of Snow Moon?" "Indeed, 3 years ago, while I was still in high school." "And what was the outcome?" Lin Yixin blinked, chuckling as she replied, "Against Bittersweet Breeze, I had 7 wins and 6 losses. Against Shadow Following the Wind, 9 wins and 5 losses. How do you find such a record?" Instantly, Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, and others gazed at Lin Yixin in shock. I remained silent. Indeed, years ago, Lin Yixin was an exceptionally strong player. Otherwise, the ID beautiful little chili would not have become a legend. The Marquis in purple, wielding his sword, chuckled and recounted, in those days, the enchanting little spicy pepper first emerged into the world, spending an entire summer challenging numerous formidable foes. He had engaged in duels with figures such as Shadow and the Gentle Breeze, and as the inheritor of the Order Temple, he nearly swept through all the experts of the Snow Moon realm, save for the Flamboyant Scholar and the Gentle Breeze and Flying Snow, with whom he never fought. Li Chengfeng placed a hand to his forehead and smiled. "Ah, the past is a bittersweet memory." Guizhi inquired. "Surely, young Li must have challenged them as well?" Pray tell, what was your win rate against the gentle breeze? Li Chengfeng gazed upward at a 45-degree angle and sighed. 0 wins and 27 losses. All is but an illusion. Chapter 899. The kings of the north and south. As they conversed, a group approached, members of the Battle Heaven Alliance. Zhang Tian, bearing a fiery red longsword and adorned in black armor with a deep blue cloak trailing behind him, appeared as a top-tier warrior, flanked by a retinue that included figures such as Shi Yuyu. Zhang Tian. I stepped forward, positioning myself in front of him with a smile. What brings you to our resting area? Zhang Tian grinned widely, raising his hands in a gesture of camaraderie. I merely wish to extend my greetings. Is that a crime? And you, Lu Chun, are rather unfriendly. Just get to the point, be straightforward, I replied. Ah, straightforwardness is indeed refreshing. Zhang Tian sheathed his sword and continued. Following this WL competition, the 29 major cities in the north, including Xinyang, Beijing, Yinshuan, Lanzhou, Xi'an, Zhengzhou, Taiyuan, and Suzhou, have formed an alliance on the forums. Dubbed the Northern Players Alliance, aimed at enhancing our strategies for city sieges and defenses. All members are registered under real names and can be easily contacted online. Lin Yixin remarked, that sounds promising, but we are players from southern cities, so it seems to have little relevance to us. Zhang Tian chuckled awkwardly. In truth, the primary aim is, the Northern Players Alliance comprises a staggering 70 million participants, yet we must elect a civilian leader, the chairman. After discussions with the other guild leaders, we decided that whoever performs best in this WEL competition will be appointed as the leader of the Northern Players Alliance. I, Zhang Tian, humbly nominate myself. I couldn't help but smile. And then what? Shi Yuyu stepped forward to speak on behalf of Zhang Tian. The Battle Heaven Alliance ranks second among the top 10 alliances in China. Zhang Tian is known for his generosity and clear-headedness. Having him lead the Northern Players Alliance would undoubtedly be beneficial. Therefore, if we encounter each other in this WL competition, we hope you might show a modicum of leniency. It is not that the Battle Heaven Alliance fears challenges, but rather that we desire a leader for the northern cities who possesses both wisdom and courage, something we all would likely appreciate, wouldn't we? I nodded in agreement. If Zhang Tian is to reign over the north, I shall not oppose. However, the WEL is a competition grounded in fairness and equity. We shall not yield. Moreover, winning the championship for the WL China region is our dream, one we will not relinquish for any reason. Zhang Tian chuckled, scratching his nose, and remarked, I anticipated this outcome from the negotiations. Regardless, it is as it is. Lu Chun, should I rise as the sovereign of the north, would you reign in the south? Echoing my call, I shook my head with a gentle smile, remaining silent. Why not? Zhang Tian inquired. Luan Yu stepped forward, brandishing her sword, and said, Lu Chun is not your comrade. Why should he respond to you from afar? Goodness, Zhang Tian, your audacity seems to grow with each passing day. Do you truly wish to stage a North Lu Chun, South Zhang Tian? What of the feelings of the likes of Jingcheng Luoxin, Zhu Yingluan, Lin Yixin, and San Shengimo? I smiled. Indeed, amidst the chaos of competing heroes, it is prudent to maintain a low profile, lest we become targets of scorn. Zhang Tian. Though the Zhang Tian alliance is advancing rapidly, you must have noticed that during this WL competition, venerable guilds like Soul Return to Battle Garb and Snow Moon have begun to stir. I advise you to gather the people's hearts before declaring yourself king. I never claimed I wished to rule the north, he retorted. That's plainly written on your face. Overcome the likes of Snow Moon, Soul Return to Battle Garb, and Zhu long before you speak of such things. I paused, then continued. Moreover, the influence of this WL competition is immense. While the nation's war dynamics will remain tranquil during the event, once it concludes, hostilities will undoubtedly arise. Be prepared. The Northern Alliance, Giant Elephant City, and the City of Purple Grapes are all coveting our fertile lands. It is our duty to defend every inch of territory. Understood. Zhang Tian raised his hand, grinning. Let us observe the matchups of the top 32 and hope we can advance further. Goodness, the number of formidable teams this time is truly overwhelming. Indeed, it is. Zhang Tian departed with his entourage, while we remained in our designated section, a group of us leaning against the railing, gazing down at the vast arena that awaited us. Soon, we too would confront our unknown adversaries on that complex battlefield. In any case, this WEL competition is bound to bring many surprises. As the subtle rise of powers such as Snow Moon and Soul Return to Battle Garb, alongside the emergence of previously unseen guilds, guarantees the introduction of unheard-of new professions and skills. Among those who have reached the top 64, over 80 are already 7th-tier players. I possess some knowledge of the skills associated with 7th-tier professions. The warrior class boasts the Berserk God of War, which enhances attack and speed for 12 seconds while providing magic immunity, rendering them invincible during that time. During this window, mages and archers cannot hope to restrain the warrior, who remains unaffected by stun effects. The 7th-tier Knight of Magic wields the Net of Captivation, a well-known skill. Mages unleash the formidable single-target magic, Dragon's Kiss, while archers employ the Skyward Arrow. Rangers utilize Storm's Fury, enhancing attack, defense, and magical resistance. Priests acquire the Healing Art, instantly restoring 100 health to their target at the cost of 50 of their own magic. Assassins possess the Death Shadow Dance, a terrifying state of enhanced attack that lasts for 12 seconds, during which they ignore 40 points of target defense. This period is the assassin's time of fury and desperate struggle. As for the other professions, the Beast Tamer holds the grip of divine beasts, the strategist embodies the battle song of the Dragon Clan, and the Bard offers the Heavenly Blessing, enhancing the target's attributes by 50 across the board. This signifies the dawn of a new era for the Bard class, one that fully embraces the augmentation of offense, defense, and vitality. Gazing upwards, one can see the audience surrounding the player's seats. Entry into the central arena requires a modest expenditure of gold coins. Otherwise, one must rely on the system's imaging function for broadcasts, which, while nearly equivalent in effect, lacks the personal touch. Yet, many players opt to spend their gold to witness their idols in person, to cheer and support them, making the ticket prices comparable to those of a Jay-Chou concert. Zhu Yingluan, you are forever the #1 martial god of China. A female archer stands, raising her arm and shouting hoarsely. Zhu Yingluan glances upward, offering a slight smile without uttering a word. At that moment, another female, a mage, rises, staff in hand, proclaiming loudly, Lu Chun, give it your all. Defeat Zhu Yingluan and present China with a righteous and virtuous martial god. Little king, you are the true champion of the Chinese region. Zhu Yingluan does not deserve it. The speaker is none other than Yu Tong, a newly inducted player in the realm of ancient sword soul dream. Following Yu Tong's declaration, the audience nearly erupts into chaos. As the supporters of Ancient Sword and those of Zhu Long are nearly equal in number, a conflict seems inevitable. Suddenly, the stage is illuminated with dazzling light, and a familiar figure coalesces in blue radiance. Fei Er, the legendary host. In this grand global league of WL, her presence is indispensable. Holding a microphone, Fei Er addresses the crowd in her uniquely melodious voice. Everyone, please quiet down. Whether you support Lu Chun or Zhu Yingluan, I ask you to listen as I announce the commencement of the match. Feel free to engage in your PK as you wish, but do remember to leave me a share of any dropped equipment. Her words swiftly quell the tumultuous atmosphere. Indeed, after hosting 3 WL competitions, she has honed her skills adeptly. First and foremost, gratitude is owed to Yueheng Company for crafting such an extraordinary game. Then, heartfelt thanks to all participating players and game enthusiasts. It is your support that allows this industry to thrive and flourish. Thank you. Pausing briefly, Fei Er chuckles. Today, the top 64 in the WL China division have emerged. They will compete for the top 4 and ultimately the champion. The 4 strongest teams will don our 5-starred flag to represent us in the international arena, vying for glory on behalf of Sky City, Wind City, and Divine Hidden City. Amidst thunderous applause, Fei Er continues. Now, let us commence the first round of the finals, where the top 64 will be narrowed down to 32. All participating players, please take note. In 120 seconds, the matchups will be announced. Prepare your formations immediately. A blue screen materialized before us as He Yixin skillfully approached, her fingers dancing across the interface, inputting our formation. Moments later, the screen flickered, revealing our adversaries. 1v1. Baiming Shui LV-183 Dark Archer vs Chun Ni LV-178 Warrior 1v1. Lianxing LV-182 Starry Illusionist vs Yishang LV-179 Archer 1v1. Zheji Qinsha LV-182 Necromancer vs Yu Ying LV-180 Warrior 1v1. Zai Yifang LV-180 Mage Knight vs Le Shao LV-179 Warrior 2v2. Bai Mingyue LV-183 Dark Archer, and Zhejichen Sha LV-182 Necromancer versus Yishang LV-179 Archer and Yuing LV-180 Warrior. What a twist of fate. We had unexpectedly encountered the Huajian faction, including the 3 traitors from the Crazy Man studio among their ranks. He Yixin remarked, her mouth agape in disbelief. Advancing to the top 32 seems almost too effortless. I chuckled softly. May heaven bestow its blessings upon us. Let us conclude this battle within 5 minutes. Shortly thereafter, Bai Mingyue entered the fray first. Facing Chun and I, who had yet to undergo his 7th transformation, Bai Mingyue offered no quarter. With a relentless barrage of spiral arrow blades and skyward arrows, she sent Chun and I sprawling, forcing him to circle the arena before finally kneeling in defeat. Next, Lin Yixin took to the stage, displaying equally unrefined tactics as she unleashed her formidable magical prowess against Yishang. In a long-range showdown, Yishang, lacking any self-protection skills, stood no chance against Lin Yixin's protective Psi shield, barely achieving a 10 chance of victory. With 2 consecutive victories, we secured 2 points courtesy of our 2 female champions. As I prepared to enter the arena, my opponent was the level 180 Yuing, once a member of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Lu Chun. Yuing glared at me. What is it? I inquired, gripping my Ziying sword with a calm demeanor. It is because of your return to the ancient sword that we were cast out. I will forever remember this grudge. Yu Ying's hand trembled around her sword. It was all your fault that we left Murong Mingyue, that we departed from He. I took a deep breath. Was it I who instilled fear in you? Or perhaps it is that you held no genuine loyalty to Eve and Sister Mingyue. To you, I am merely a pawn. Is that not so? Frankly, individuals of your ilk are unworthy of remaining by Eve's side. I am relieved you have departed. Go to hell, you scoundrel. Yuing seethed, activating her 7th transformation skill. War God S Rampage, a 12-second boost of 40 to attack power at the cost of 25 defense, alongside magic immunity. With a single stroke, I plunged my sword into her, and in that fleeting moment of transformation, the fierce blade's strike shattered through Yu Ying's chest, concluding the battle in a mere 7 seconds of match time. Chapter 9. The Necromancer. With 2 victories under our belt, we had secured a point, officially marking the end of our ancient swords journey against the Huajian faction in the WEL. Nevertheless, their ability to reach the top 64 was commendable, as their team composition was quite standard, likely relying on the equipment of Chun and I and Yuing, with the latter being a consistently reliable scoring point. As a level 187th transformation warrior, once activated, the effects of War God S Rampage rendered him nearly unbeatable in the preliminary rounds. On the contestants' bench, Li Lu glared at us and remarked, although Gu Jian has secured 3 consecutive points, we must complete the next 2 matches. I nodded in agreement. Out of respect for our opponents, we consent to playing the full 5 matches. In the 4th match, He faced off against Li Lu, a battle between the leaders of 2 major alliances. However, it was evident that there was a significant disparity between them. Although Li Lu had invested substantial sums of RMB to equip himself with top-tier gear, the one thing that money could not procure at this stage was a high-tier transcendent celestial weapon. Therefore, the 7-star glazed spear and the Trailon barrier shield in He's possession were beyond Li Lu's reach. Additionally, He had diligently honed his skills in full immersion tactics and realistic combat strategies over the past 6 months, resulting in a rapid improvement in his operational proficiency, far surpassing Li Li's capabilities. The confrontation between the 2 cavalry combatants was decidedly one-sided. He's adept maneuvers, characterized by swift changes in speed and direction, effortlessly evaded Li Li's barrier breach and triple strike attempts. The 7-star glazed spear mercilessly dispatched Li Lu twice, bringing the total score to an overwhelming 40. In the final match, Bai Mingyue and I took to the field, and, once again, there was no suspense. We charged through with ferocity. As I prioritized the swift resolution of the battle, the quicker the fight concluded, the more combat points the victors would accrue, thereby enhancing their DPS value. Ultimately, the MVP player in the WL China region would be determined by these points, a title coveted by any elite player. With a final score of 50, we concluded Huajian Sec's journey in the WL competition. Li Lu stood there, his face ashen, while Chun and I, unsure of what to say, likely sought to console him. Li Lu gazed up at the scoreboard displaying the match results, his expression darkening further. Damn it, even that trash, Longxing Tiantang, made it into the top 32. Yet, we were eliminated the moment we stepped in. What a disgrace. Chun and I replied, it's all right. Longxing Tiantang won't go far. This defeat can only be attributed to our misfortune. We encountered Gu Jian in the first round, and they are the favorites to win. There's no comparison. Li Lu grimaced, let us log off and go drinking. I'll call a few lovely ladies over tonight. We won't be returning to the club. Chun and I agreed. Sounds good. Soon after, results from the various small stages emerged. Before long, Fei Er, donned in the only female uniform of the game, ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and with a gentle smile, announced, after a lengthy 20-minute showdown, we have compiled the list of the top 32. Next, the main system will randomly assign the matchups for the upper and lower brackets. Everyone held their breath, gazing skyward as the grand screen flickered to life, revealing the matchups for the upper bracket of the top 32 teams. A group, War Alliance vs. Peach Blossom Depth Violet Lily vs. Meteor Fire. B group, Soul Return to Armor vs. Sacred Rose Crimson Lips vs. Snow Moon. C group, Thunder vs. Silver Soul Snow Silver Fur vs. Overlord Hall. D group, Mad Dragon vs. God Slayer White Emperor City vs. Ancient Sword Team 222. The absence of Ancient Sword in the upper bracket meant that they could not encounter Snow Silver Fur, and the War Alliance faced formidable opponents before the finals. The upper bracket was brimming with strong contenders. War Alliance, Violet Lily, Soul Return to Armor, Snow Moon, Snow Silver Fur, and Ancient Sword Team 2, all gathering heroes from all corners, promising a thrilling competition. Soon, under Fei Er's command, the matchups for the lower bracket were unveiled. E group, Candle Dragon vs. Sovereign Weeping Blood vs. Righteous Path. F group, Who Dares to Compete vs. Conquer Red Pavilion vs. Listening Rain Pavilion. G group, Decepticon vs. Wing Chun Sect Mini vs. Sword Wielding Jianghu. H group, Ancient Sword Soul Dream vs. Sky Feather City Panda vs. War Elegy He. We are fortunate, Lin Yixin exclaimed, clenching her fists with a smile. We are in the lower bracket with Candle Dragon. It seems only one of us can emerge. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, our grouping is favorable. Our adversaries are not overwhelmingly strong. Aside from Candle Dragon, there appears to be no one who can thwart us. At least, reaching the top 4 should pose no problem. Yes, let us prepare. He concurred. At that moment, Fei Er announced the commencement of the matches. Starting with the upper bracket A group contests, War Alliance vs. Peach Blossom Depth and Violet Lily vs. Meteor Fire, both matches unfolding simultaneously. However, War Alliance remained consistent, with War Tian, Li Gu, October Rain, and Lin Bingdo entering the fray for the singles match, followed by War Tian and Li Gu in the 2v2. Their demeanor was notably composed, and within minutes, War Tian and Li Gu successfully knocked out their opponents, while October Rain scored a point as well. Lin Bingdo faced the leader of Peach Blossom Depth, Qing Zijin, a true gentleman who boldly led his brothers to challenge Candle Dragon in Tianfeng City, showcasing his formidable prowess. After a consecutive win, Qing Zijin managed to claim a point back, making the score 1-2. Nevertheless, the strength of War Alliance proved overwhelming. In the final 2v2 match, Li Gu offered no chances to his opponents, swiftly incapacitating Qing Zijin with deft maneuvers, while War Tian wielded the Ghost Banner, executing divine skills to rapidly secure a significant lead. Ultimately, War Alliance triumphed with a score of 4-1, sending yet another strong team out of the WL tournament. Upon concluding their match, Violet Lily also secured victory, with stable scoring from Jingxing Luotian, Wenyu, and Yinsha's Moonlight, decisively defeating Meteor Fire with the same score of 4-1. The outcomes of these two matches were entirely anticipated. The alliance of Sky Warriors and the Violet Lily are among the top 10 guilds in China. Thus, it was unreasonable for the first team to be eliminated in the round of 32. The matches progressed with great intensity. In the second match of Group B, the battle between Soul Return Robe and Sacred Rose unfolded, yet another confrontation among the formidable. On the large screen, the roster of Soul Return Robe was displayed. Shui Yunyao, Level 180, Magic Knight. Bing Ji Huaji Go, Level 181, Icebound Berserker. Jieling, Level 180, Necromancer. Xingu, Level 180, Iron Blood Knight. Just by glancing at this list, one could discern its exceptional caliber. I couldn't help but furrow my brow and remarked, when did so many hidden class masters emerge in the China region? Why were we unaware of them before? Bei Mingxue grasped my hand and said, "Brother, many leaders of smaller guilds are actually top-tier experts. It's just that you haven't had the opportunity to encounter them." Similar to Sky City, several guild leaders have interacted with us and possess formidable PK abilities, but they are reluctant to engage in arena battles. Since you spend all your time leveling up, it's no surprise you don't know these individuals. He gazed into the distance in a trance and murmured, "It's strange. Although Shui Yuniao established Soul Return Robe as an old guild, how could she attract so many exceptional experts? Moreover, she is merely a young girl. How could this be possible?" Beside us, Lin Yixin smiled softly, her beautiful eyes turning to He and saying, "Sister Eve, what you may not know is that I have inquired about the current state of Soul Return Robe. Indeed, they have been rising rapidly in the past month. The reason? They have a benefactor assisting them." "A benefactor?" I asked in astonishment. Who is this benefactor?" Lin Yixin chuckled softly. "You little trickster. Hasn't Shui Yuniao been trying to recruit you? If you were to join Soul Return Robe, you might just meet the legendary CGL Hall of Fame figure, the Bull Demon King." "What?" Bei Mingxue exclaimed, her mouth agape. "Sister Lin Yixin, what on earth is going on? Please stop teasing us." Lin Yixin shrugged with a smile. "All right, the truth is, Shui Yuniao is the sister of 7-Star Lantern, her biological sister." "What?" Both he and I gasped in shock. 7-Star Lantern is a legendary name, the only one in the era of Ling Tong who could stand toe-to-toe with the Ling Tong King and the guild he founded. Soul Return Robe has left behind a legacy of heroes, revered by all. Lin Yixin pursed her lips and chuckled softly. "So, little trickster, if you were to win over Shui Yuniao, you might have the chance to get close to 7-Star Lantern. Shui Yuniao is pure and adorable, and she seems to have a bit of affection for you, perhaps." I could already sense an undercurrent of hostility and immediately clenched my fists, declaring, "Enough. I will not join Soul Return Robe. A man of honor keeps his word. If I say I won't go, then I shall not." He and Lin Yixin exchanged satisfied and beautiful smiles. "Oh, that's good." A large bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. Thank goodness I hadn't misspoken, otherwise I had no doubt that Lin Yixin would team up with He to pin me down and deliver a flurry of kicks. The scene was all too vivid. Here I was, a minor celebrity, being pummeled by the goddess of the fruit knife and the leader of the Ancient Sword Alliance. Such an event would undoubtedly tarnish my reputation for life. The competition was about to commence. The purple-robed Marquis gently reminded Lin Yixin, his gaze tinged with sorrow, seemingly expressing to her, "Leader, we are your people. Why do you insist on frolicking with those from the Ancient Sword?" In the arena, a few members of the Soul Return Battle Robe stepped into the fray, facing off against one of the top 10 guilds of the Hidden City, the Holy Domain Rose. The first combatant from our side, the enchanting Shui Yuniao, sent forth a necromancer known as Jieling, while the Rose sent their formidable warrior, Tianhuan. Tianhuan, a magical knight, possessed impressive offensive and defensive capabilities, ranking among the top 100 in the arena. With a flicker, Jieling materialized in the arena, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Tianhuan. "It has been ages since I last fought in the realm. Encountering a renowned figure like you is quite the stroke of luck." Tianhuan, brandishing his blade, replied, "Jieling, the necromancer? Haha, you seem formidable. But I wonder, which is mightier, the necromancer or the fallen swordsman?" Jieling chuckled derisively. "We shall find out soon enough." With a sudden surge, Tianhuan spurred his steed forward, calling out, "Here I come." The warhorse neighed and charged forth. Tianhuan indeed exhibited the valiant spirit of a knight, launching a straightforward and forceful assault that would overwhelm most opponents. Around 30 years old, Jieling narrowed his eyes, his staff swaying gracefully. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Bone prison," with a series of explosive sounds. Numerous skeletal arms erupted from the ground, entwining around Tianhuan's steed like creeping vines. The bone prison effectively halted Tianhuan's charge, rendering his horse immobile for a brief moment. Jieling wielded his staff, bloodlight shimmering at its tip, gathering energy for his next magical strike. Tianhuan, quick to react, leapt from his mount, forsaking his steed as he brandished his long sword and charged at Jieling. Before he could close the distance, he raised his sword and shouted, "Take this." A radiant arc of light descended, a sword energy attack. Jieling remained composed, raising his staff and declaring, "Bone wall." With a resounding crash, a row of skeletal walls erupted from the earth, standing firm against the onslaught. Though formidable, it could withstand the attack. Tianhuan's strike met the bone wall, causing no harm to Jieling. Before Tianhuan could attempt a second strike, Jieling swiftly retreated while wielding his staff, channeling energy for a second. Thunderous attack, the Black Dragon Wave. Boom. 79-0-22. At the moment the Black Dragon Wave engulfed Tianhuan, Jieling grounded himself and roared, "Death Puppet! Come forth and eliminate this foe." The earth split asunder, and two armored skeletal warriors emerged from the depths, summoned forth by the chilling arts of necromancy. Their levels mirrored that of the formidable wraith, brandishing their bone blades as they charged towards Tianhuan, unleashing a flurry of strikes that drastically diminished his mobility. I clenched my fists. Indeed, a single WL match had stirred the seemingly tranquil Chinese region, provoking even a master of the mage class like the wraith. With the conclusion of the WL competition, the Chinese region was destined to be engulfed in tumultuous upheaval. Tianhuan had little chance, his tactics and skills being thoroughly countered by the wraith, particularly by the two skeletal minions. With the wraith's formidable three-line maneuvers, one skeletal warrior engaged in fierce attacks while the other obstructed, complemented by the wraith's relentless Black Dragon Wave. Tianhuan's health plummeted to nearly zero in an instant. With a resounding impact, the Black Dragon Wave swept across, granting the wraith a well-deserved point. In the second round, the outcome bore no suspense. The Soul Return Cloak faced the Saint Domain Rose. In the subsequent match, the agile Water Cloud Melody took to the field against an archer from the Saint Domain Rose. The archer displayed commendable skill, executing a series of stuns and kiting maneuvers. However, Water Cloud Melody, wielding a shield atop a high-tier warhorse, utilized the God of War's revival to regain health. Though unable to secure a quick kill, she seized the opportunity to eliminate the archer twice, leading to a decisive defeat for her opponent. In the third match, the Iron-Blooded Knight confronted the piece de resistance of the Saint Domain Rose, the Guildmaster, Rose Thorn. With a flourish, he mounted a gleaming armored steed, his countenance stern as he wielded a radiant blade, gazing with a smile at the approaching Rose Thorn. Rose Thorn remained equally composed, sword held before him, and in a calm tone remarked, "Godbone, with your prowess, why stoop to align yourself with a second-rate guild like the Soul Return Cloak? Join us at Saint Domain Rose. I assure you, in the city of divine concealment, you will find your rightful place. What say you?" Godbone smiled serenely and replied, "I appreciate your kind offer, Guild Master Rose Thorn. But my allegiance to the Soul Return Cloak is not dictated by its prospects. Rather, I am unable to forget a glorious chapter of my past, for a promise. I must remain with the Soul Return Cloak and help it thrive." "Whose promise? What chapter of history?" Rose Thorn inquired. Godbone shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is nothing. Some matters must reside within our hearts. If spoken aloud, they may be met with derision." Rose Thorn was taken aback. Their conversation ceased as the system's countdown echoed ominously. With a flourish, Rose Thorn activated his signature skill, Guardian Spirit, dramatically enhancing his defenses and rendering the opponent powerless to counter. In an instant, he dashed forth, unleashing a tempestuous storm slash, executing a 4-hit combo. Godbone retreated 2 steps, deftly maneuvering in a reverse Z pattern, blocking twice with his shield and parrying once with his weapon, ultimately sustaining only a single blow from Rose Thorn. The damage was formidable, 27 for 172. Godbone remarked in admiration. Rose Thorn's expression darkened with intent as he forcefully unleashed the barrier-breaking strike. The divine bone remained remarkably composed, its body slightly inclined as it swiftly gathered strength. With a resounding crash, the shield struck against the Rose Thorn's defense, immediately followed by a confident onslaught of successive attacks. The blades unleashed a tempest of blows upon the shoulder of Rose Thorn, executing a rapid succession of 2 skill combos, the names of which flashed across the screen: Bloodbreak Slash, Cold Blood Combo. The former disregarded defenses, while the latter unleashed 3 lightning-fast strikes. 4 damage figures soared into the air: 76,723, 31,029, 31,282, 29,833. The barrier of Rose Thorn was shattered, leaving it reeling, stunned, and gazing at its meager health bar, utterly devoid of confidence. Subsequently, the divine bone unleashed the barrier break killing skill with fierce determination, sending Rose Thorn flying from the arena. It was a remarkable display, devoid of any suspense. Even though Rose Thorn was a renowned master within the hidden city, its prowess overshadowed only by the leaders of the Eternal Life Hall and the Ascending the World Alliance. It was a figure of both strength and prestige. Yet, under the ironclad assault of this hidden-level expert, the Divine Bone, it found itself bereft of even the slightest chance for retaliation. The synergy of the Divine Bone's skills and techniques was nothing short of exquisite, completely eclipsing its opponent. With a resounding victory, the Soul Return Battle Rogue triumphed over Rose Thorn. Feier inquired, "Shall we proceed with the next two matches?" Shui Yunyao, standing at the edge of the arena, shook her head and replied, "No, we decline to continue with the subsequent matches, for we have already emerged victorious and see no point in engaging in meaningless contests." Feier nodded, "Understood. I hereby declare that the Soul Return Battle Robe wins this match." Rose Thorn stood at the sidelines, shoulders trembling, a visage of regret etched upon its face, never having anticipated that the formidable Holy Domain Rose would be eliminated in the round of 32. "Brother Lu Chun, why did Shui Yunyao refuse the upcoming 1v1 and 2v2 matches? Isn't that a sign of disrespect towards the opponents?" Lin Yixin inquired, looking up at me. I gazed into the distance at the Divine Bone, Shui Yunyao, and the Spirit Guardians, responding, "This is no longer a matter of disrespect." It seems Shui Yunyao harbors considerable ambition. Even upon reaching the top 32, they chose to conserve their strength, only fielding 3 participants, with another fierce warrior, the Icebound Berserker, yet to make an appearance. That individual, the Song of Ice and Fire, appears quite formidable, with a gaze that is unervingly sharp. What fuels Shui Yunyao's audacity? Hani pondered aloud. Lin Yixin smiled softly. Shui Yunyao is the sister of 7-Star Lantern. Given 7-Star Lantern's esteemed reputation in the Moonlight series of games, it is hardly surprising that she could enlist a few formidable allies. At the very least, everyone would extend a measure of respect to this remarkable figure. However, it was unexpected that the talents procured through such influence would be so overwhelmingly strong, leaving the Holy Domain Rose without a trace of resistance. I raised my hand. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Another thrilling spectacle approaches, the Snow Moon faction." Indeed, everyone turned their gaze, about 100 meters away, where 7 or 8 individuals stood ready, each adorned with the emblem of Snow Moon upon their shoulders. The next match was upon us, and these competitors were eager to showcase their prowess. The adversary of Snow Moon is none other than our ally, Fiery Red Lips. 3 Lives MO has already taken several ladies from the team into battle. Coincidentally, both Snow Moon and Fiery Red Lips are exclusively female squads, devoid of any male presence. However, it is beyond doubt that both sides possess formidable strength, truly extraordinary. In the first match, Bright Eyes Like Water faced Last Summer. With a swift motion, the vice leader of Fiery Red Lips appeared majestically on her steed, her sword poised, and her gaze resolute. Before her, the teleportation array flickered, revealing a lovely young lady, Last Summer, the current leader of Snow Moon, and a level 180 mage. Judging solely by her level, she exuded formidable prowess. Without exchanging a word, the 2 ladies awaited the countdown, weapons in hand, and charged forward. As the vice leader of Fiery Red Lips, Bright Eyes Like Water was a woman of considerable skill, trusted by 3 Lives MO. After several deft maneuvers, she closed in on Last Summer. In a flash, she breached the magical barrier and struck, inflicting over 20,000 points of damage, causing Last Summer's health to plummet. With a decisive stance, Last Summer unleashed a powerful skill, but Bright Eyes Like Water retaliated fiercely. With a swift flick of her sword, she executed a series of 3 strikes, shattering both Last Summer and her shield, resulting in a swift elimination. In consecutive matches, Bright Eyes Like Water decisively defeated Last Summer, leading the latter to lament upon her return to the sidelines. What a struggle. It's been ages since I last engaged in PvP, and I've become so inept. Tonight, I'm sure my brother Scholar will ridicule me. Beside her, the holy archer Nangong Lexi, wielding a longbow, smiled and reassured her, "It's all right. Scholar knows your worth and won't blame you. Besides, didn't you all come to WL because you found your work too tedious? You insisted on dragging us along. We initially only wished to gather equipment for a living, not to compete for supremacy." Ice's Grace nodded in agreement. Indeed, when we play games, we were once vibrant young ladies, but now we find ourselves as older single women. It's absurd to compete for the WEL championship against contemporary titans like Lu Chun and Lin Yixin. You should let Scholar handle it himself. Last summer pouted. Do you think I don't want to? Scholar's account is only level 23, and he's begging Lin Yixin to accompany him from the very beginning. Ice's Grace interrupted. All right, enough talk. Lexi, it's your turn. Go for it. Nangong Lexi, with her longbow in hand, soared into the arena. Her opponent was 3 Lives Mo, one of the top mage players in the China region. With a flourish, 3 Lives Mo appeared confidently on the grassy field. Staff in hand, a relaxed smile gracing her face. Nangong Lexi, one of Snow Moon's 24 Iron Cavalry, has made a return. What a pleasure. Nangong Lexi chuckled lightly. Hello. 3 Lives Mo, farewell. 3 Lives Mo. This match is mine to win. Chapter 902. You are not qualified to call me ugly. In a fit of rage, San Sheng Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Nangong Lexi would emerge so aggressively after her comeback. With hands on her hips, she pointed an accusatory finger and declared, Nangong, do not be so arrogant. Humph. If only I had debuted earlier, even with your flamboyant scholar backing you. I would not fear you. Nangong Lexi chuckled cheerfully. Oh, are you upset? Humph. The leader with fiery red lips is hardly impressive. San Sheng Mo stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, Bah, I love this. If only I had not debuted late. I would challenge the Snow Moon's 24 Iron Cavalry like the beautiful little spicy pepper, making you all weep and wail. Instantly, Nangong Lexi's expression shifted, the earlier bravado faded, and her face turned pale as she uttered, Beautiful little spicy pepper? Do not even mention her. If she encounters us in the WL semifinals, it will be quite a spectacle, regardless of the snow silver fur or the wind color fantasy. San Sheng Mo laughed. Are you panicking? Humph. I foresee your defeat in this match. After their war of words, the system began its countdown with lethargic persistence. At the moment the countdown concluded, San Sheng Mo summoned the energy shield, twirling her staff as a fire dragon surged forth towards Nangong Lexi. With a resounding roar, the fire dragon blazed fiercely, prompting Nangong Lexi to swiftly evade to the right. After a series of rapid maneuvers, she narrowly escaped the fire dragon's pursuit, raising her wrist to release an arrow with lightning speed. With a soft pop, the arrow ricocheted off San Sheng Mo's energy shield, prompting a confident chuckle from San Sheng Mo. Are you seeking death, Nangong? With a stomp of her foot, a torrent of frost spread across the ground, invoking the ice explosion skill. Immediately following, she unleashed the kiss of the dragon's touch. Given San Sheng Mo's magical attack prowess, if both strikes landed, Nangong Lexi's archer physique would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Amidst the swirling frost, a damage number floated up, 31,928. The sheer lethality of a single ice explosion attested to the strength of the fiery-lipped leader. However, at that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the frosty haze, Nangong Lexi. Her enchanting gaze fixed steadily upon San Sheng Mo, quickly assessing the distance. She stepped back thrice in rapid succession, drawing her longbow, which shimmered with a silver glow. In a flash, as the arrow was released, San Sheng Mo, wielding her staff defensively in front of her chest, braced for impact. However, Nangong Lexi was far from predictable. The silver arrow, upon reaching approximately 10 yards, dissipated with a pop, only to reappear instantaneously within the magical shield, exploding with a thunderous crack between San Sheng Mo's 34D. 41,029. Battle alert. Player Nangong Lexi employed the blink arrow's leap effect, inflicting 41,029 points of damage on player San Sheng Mo. Following this, a halo of holy light enveloped Nangong Lexi's bowstring, forming a half circle as she unleashed a powerful strike. Holy light arrow, San Sheng Mo. Your time is up. Boom. A silver trajectory arrow, enveloped in spirals of energy, pierced through the energy shield of San Sheng Mo, depleting her last vestiges of vitality. The sacred light arrow's effect astonishingly managed to partially disregard the shield's defensive capabilities, which explains why Nangong Lexi was so brimming with confidence. San Sheng Mo had undeniably lost a round. Returning to the sidelines, Ming Miao Si Shui remarked, Mo, what shall we do? That Nangong Lexi is formidable. Her archery skills are simply overwhelming. Yu nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, the flickering arrow is extraordinary. I wonder how it evaded the magical shield's defenses. However, San Sheng Mo maintained an unusual calmness, replying lightly, Do not worry, I will certainly secure this victory. Otherwise, I shall no longer be the leader of the flame-red lips. Mingyue Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. If you cease to be our leader, what will you do? Gripping her staff, Sansheng Mo blushed. That scoundrel Lu Chun borrowed 1,000 men from me and has yet to repay. I shall go to the ancient Sword Soul Dream and serve as a deputy leader. Mingyue Shui gasped in astonishment, pointing an accusatory finger at Sansheng Mo. Mo, you little rascal, how can you still entertain such thoughts? We have misjudged you. Tonight at dinner, you shall eat the stale buns. In the second round, Sansheng Mo entered the fray once more, remaining composed. Nangong Lushi, wielding her longbow, silently regarded Sansheng Mo. As the system counted down, the battle commenced in an instant. Fire Dragon Technique and Ice Explosion were unleashed. Sansheng Mo employed the same strategy as in the previous round, successfully reducing Nangong Lushi's health by nearly half. With the cover of frost dust, Nangong Lushi resorted to her previous tactics, rolling out of the mist. Kneeling on one knee, she resembled a hunter in the jungle, drawing her bow as the flickering arrow manifested once more. Sansheng Mo observed with a subtle smile, suddenly leaning forward and dashing 5 paces across the grass. The flickering arrow detonated behind her, causing no harm whatsoever. Nangong Lushi hastily retreated. But Sansheng Mo would not allow it. With flames dancing at the tip of her staff, she declared, Nangong, the flickering arrow has a jump distance of 30 yards. Did I miscalculate? You. Nangong Lushi finally comprehended why this formidable figure could withstand the competition among so many powerful guilds in the city of divine concealment. It was her keen judgment and calm demeanor that were the true keys to Sansheng Mo's triumph. Dragon's Kiss. A fearsome, magical dragon head erupted from the ground, clamping down on Nangong Lushi's fair thigh. In the next moment, the last remnants of her vitality were completely extinguished. Sansheng Mo had decisively reclaimed a round. In the third round, the intensity remained palpable. This time, Nangong Lushi opted for a strategy of maneuvering to engage in direct combat, while seeking opportunities to strike Sansheng Mo from afar with the flickering arrow. Alas, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. Sansheng Mo's intellect shone through as she adeptly varied her speed and direction to outwit the incoming arrows. They exchanged health potions and awaited skill cooldowns for a full 127 seconds. Ultimately, Sansheng Mo's combat prowess proved superior, delivering a decisive ice explosion that sent Nangong Lushi flying. In a remarkable display of prowess, the fiery red lips secured consecutive victories, rendering even the once mighty Snow Moon, despite deploying members of the legendary 24 Iron Cavalry, unable to score against her. Upon returning to the sidelines, Nangong Lexi paused in contemplation before speaking to Last Summer. Summer, I must confess that my performance last year was lacking. You must understand. Last Summer nodded in acknowledgement. Ice of Elegance turned to Flowery Fire of the Year and remarked, it seems we can only rely on the two of us now. Flowery Fire, brandishing a crimson spear, smiled lightly and replied, no worries. Their strongest, the watery-eyed Ming and the enigmatic Sansheng Mo, have already been deployed. If we fail to win the next 2 matches, we shall return to Hangzhou to sell flowers. Ice of Elegance nodded in agreement. Indeed, prepare for the match. The third round is yours. Absolutely. In the next moment, Flowery Fire entered the arena, resplendent in the attire of a beautiful knight, mounted on a frost-scale warhorse, wielding a spear wreathed in flames. Clad in silver armor and a flowing red cape, her gallant demeanor was undeniable. Raising her spear, she addressed the opposing Beast Soul Master. Oh dear sister, I truly hesitate to bully you. The opponent, pouting, replied, come on, enough with the pretense. As the battle commenced, the Beast Soul Master unleashed 3 pets, a ghost car, a red-eyed mantis, and a lightning mouse, 2 melee and 1 magic type. The Beast Soul Master showcased commendable skill, and at that very moment, with a flick of her whip, she commanded, Grip of the Divine Beast. A cascade of radiant light enveloped the pets, bestowing them with the formidable power of an 180 level 7th tier skill, augmenting their attack by 120. Flowery Fire, maintaining her composure, swiftly assessed the situation, dashing forth to launch a direct assault from the flank. The red-eyed mantis roared, while one of the 5 ghost car babies gifted to Sansheng Mo surged forward, its umbrella flaring open. The ghost car executed a sweeping strike, inflicting a staggering 110,000 damage on Flowery Fire. Momentarily startled, Flowery Fire quickly regained her focus, raising one hand to summon a net that ensnared the ghost car. In the next instant, she charged towards the Beast Soul Master. With a swift strike, she unleashed a series of devastating blows, shattering defenses and securing the victory. In a relentless display, Flowery Fire consistently eliminated the Beast Soul Master under the relentless onslaught of the three pets, epitomizing the strategy of capturing the leader before the minions. Ultimately, thanks to Flowery Fire, Snow Moon reclaimed a victory. In the fourth match, Ice of Elegance faced off against the archer Nono. The outcome was evident. The warrior had the upper hand, and Ice of Elegance decisively triumphed, tying the score at 2 apiece. This match is intensely contested, Li Qingfeng remarked, clenching his fists. I nodded. Indeed, it all comes down to the final 2v2 showdown. How exhilarating that the strength of Snow Moon's 24 iron cavalry can match the formidable fiery red lips. Bei Mingxue chuckled softly. Mo must be feeling anxious now. I cast a glance at San Sheng Mo in the distance. She was counting coins. And I couldn't help but chuckle. Even if knives were to fall from the heavens, she would remain unperturbed. What a woman. So imperturbable and unflinching in the face of calamity. Murong Mingyue remarked with a light laugh. Indeed, if one encounters such a girl, one should marry her. Yuyan Shibaki, with a rather exaggeratedly elder visage, proposed. Shall I give it a try? Do Jiangyang, with a face full of determination, retorted boldly. Pa, you are so hideous. Shibaki, how dare you even consider trying? If I were in your shoes, I would have long since relieved myself and washed my face. Yuyan Shibaki, enraged, pointed an accusatory finger at Do Jiangyang. Pa, you, scoundrel, have no right to call me ugly. I immediately drew my Ziying sword and thrust it into the ground, declaring, enough of this bickering. Each of you is as beautiful as a flower, as radiant as a celestial maiden, standing tall and graceful. What is there to argue about? Yuyan Shibaki remarked. It is indeed pleasing to hear the Vice Guildmaster speak. Do Jiangyang agreed. Yes, indeed. At that moment, the final match between Lian Hongyun and Shuiyue commenced. Featuring San Sheng Mo with her eyes sparkling like water against the ice-cold Nangong Lishi, a showdown of champions. Chapter 903. Advancing to the top 16, the deciding match. In the first round, it was evident that the strength of Ice of the Abyss surpassed that of Ming Mao Si Shui. Nangong Lishi employed a strategy of attrition, eliminating Ming Mao Si Shui before taking down San Sheng Mo to secure the first point. In the second round, San Sheng Mo altered her strategy. Ming Mao Si Shui danced around, evading damage while San Sheng Mo activated her energy shield to counterattack. After dodging Ice of the Abyss's barrier, she unleashed the Ice Explosion, Dragon's Touch, decisively defeating Nangong Lishi, with Ming Mao Si Shui joining forces to vanquish Ice of the Abyss, reclaiming a point. In the final round, San Sheng Mo once more adjusted her tactics. Ming Mao Si Shui charged forth as a feigned attack, promptly retreating after her advance, leaving Nangong Lishi and Ice of the Abyss bewildered. In that critical moment, San Sheng Mo executed a bold flicker that turned the tide. An ice explosion, Star River Storm engulfed Nangong Lishi, simultaneously leaving Ice of the Abyss severely weakened. Although Ice of the Abyss managed to eliminate San Sheng Mo through sheer skill, the weakened state of Ice of the Abyss was no match for the fully powered Ming Mao Si Shui. With a score of 21, Lian Hongyun secured an exceptionally valuable point, officially advancing to the top 16. As for Shuiyue, her journey in the Jianghu concluded at the top 32 of the WL domestic competition. One could only lament her misfortune in encountering a seed team like Lian Hongyun so early on. San Sheng Mo is undeniably one of the top mage players currently active in the country, not an easy opponent to face. The matches from the top 32 to the top 16 proceeded at a rapid pace. Subsequently, Thunder obliterated Silver Soul with a score of 4-1 in the Bawang Palace. Facing off against Shuiyin Shan, was swiftly defeated. Lin Yixin, Zi Ho, and Ning Zhixiang Nai Air each claimed a point. Despite the formidable prowess of Bawang Palace's Xiao Xiaozhu, who eliminated Qing Qing, Shui Xiang with a score of 20, they ultimately lost with an aggregate score of 14. In the final 2v2 match, Xiao Xiaozhu and Shengwan Waner faced off against Lin Yixin and Zi Ho. The outcome was predictable, with Zi Ho acting as bait, and the Blade Goddess striking stealthily, effortlessly dispatching both Shengwan Waner and Xiao Xiaozhu. with a heavy sword in hand. The diminutive figure of Little Pig stepped outside the arena, gazing skyward with a long sigh. He had harbored hopes of claiming a prize in the WL. Yet here he was, merely among the top 32, and the reward was decidedly paltry. Indeed, the prize for merely reaching the 32nd position was a meager 20,000 RMB. A trifling sum for someone with such grand ambitions as Little Pig. Following this, the matches in Group D commenced, although the suspense was rather minimal. Under the leadership of the formidable Baitian Blade, Maizhen dispatched the fierce Long Long, leaving Longxing Tianxia to lament in defeat. Throughout 5 consecutive matches, only Hanyue Meiguei managed to secure a single point from the dominant Qixin, suffering a devastating defeat with a score of 110. The Ancient Sword 2 team, led by Li Changfeng and Wan Yue, entered the fray with a sharp and decisive 5 o'clock victory over Baidi City. Baidi City, our ally. Sa Jin Yi Lai Can Shui a member of the CGL Hall of Fame, unfortunately encountered the adept dragon warrior Li Changfeng during their strategic deployment. Li, displaying his tactical acumen, refrained from transforming into his earth-shattering form and instead engaged Jin Yi in a direct contest, ultimately losing the second round and concluding Baidi City's journey in the WL with a score of 21. Alas, only 4 teams could earn a ticket to the global competition, and even allies had to engage in fierce battles. Despite the undeniable prowess of Ancient Sword 2, featuring talents like Li Changfeng, Geguzi, and Wan Yue, they had become one of the favorites to win the championship. With a touch of fortune, advancing to the top 4 would be well within their grasp. As the first half of the competition drew to a close, the second half commenced with great anticipation. The opening match featured the formidable Zhu Long against our allies, Junlin. Ling Xueshang led a cadre of core players from Junlin onto the stage, her gaze calm as she surveyed the formidable Zhu Yingwan, who seemed to possess a significant increase in strength, bolstered by new members from the Divine General class. The lineup presented by Zhu Yingwan was astonishing. Zhu Yingwan, level 182. Warrior Yi Yu's, level 181. Spellcaster Shen Zhiwu, level 182. Dark Fire Mage by Kong Hen, level 180. Wind Knight remarkably. 3 of the 4 members dispatched by Zhu Long were of hidden professions, and the lone non-hidden member, Zhu Yingwan, was a standard warrior who was more formidable than any hidden class. It was unclear when Shen Zhiwu and Bai Konghan had transitioned to their hidden classes. Shen Zhiwu had evolved from a standard mage to a dark fire mage, while Bai Konghan had transformed from a typical warrior into a wind knight, presumably acquiring a plethora of new skills. With the addition of Yi Yu's, Zhu Long's main lineup was indeed fearsome, garnering significant acclaim for the championship, rivaling that of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Ling Xueshang, wielding a longbow, stepped forward as the first challenger, facing off against Yi Yu's, a hidden profession and divine general, a type of mage. The audience held their breath, eager to witness the true capabilities of Zhu Long's trump card. As the gentle breeze swayed, Yi Yu stood amidst the grass, her long hair dancing lightly. Brandishing her staff, she summoned a magical shield, her gaze fixed intently on her opponent, betraying a hint of nervousness, for she faced a seasoned master well known in the CGL Hall of Fame. As the battle commenced, Ling Xueshang adeptly exploited the distance, seizing the opportunity to launch undamaged assaults on her adversary. 3 swift arrows struck against the opponent's magical shield, leaving Yi Yu unable to endure the pressure. In the next moment, she was unexpectedly ensnared by Ling Xueshang's spiraling arrow, which capitalized on the shield's breach to deliver a lethal blow. Thus, Ling Xueshang claimed the first victory. It appeared that the so-called divine general was not as formidable as anticipated, exclaimed Gui Guzi, his eyes wide with astonishment. Li Changfeng squinted, chuckling softly. Is it not too early to judge? I believe she is merely testing the waters, having even spared her earth transformation. Humph. Let us observe the next round. The 2 opponents re-entered the fray for another bout. This time, Yi Yu not only summoned her magical shield, but also activated the earth transformation effect, exquisite green lotus leaves shimmering beneath her feet, creating a stunning spectacle. With a flick of her arm, Ling Xueshang unleashed a rapid volley of arrows. However, at that precise moment, Yi Yu suddenly executed a blink, appearing directly before Ling Xueshang, within a mere 20 centimeters. In the next instant, a smile graced her lips as she raised her staff, paralysis spell. With a resounding clap, A large crimson character for paralysis materialized above Ling Xueshang's head, rendering her motionless, her eyes wide with surprise. Yi Yusei wasted no time, immediately launching her next skill attack. Raising her arm, a blood-red tower manifested in her palm as she smiled faintly. God-restraining tower. Boom. The tower descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Ling Xueshang, resulting in a staggering damage output of 78,992. The severity of the blow left Ling Xueshang's health plummeting. Yet the impact simultaneously released her from the paralysis, prompting her to hastily retreat. Yi Yusei swiftly pursued her, raising her staff once more to conjure a spell, exclaiming, "Petrification technique. Miss." The resounding miss provided Ling Xueshang with a much-needed opportunity. She quickly rolled into a thicket, unleashing a barrage of cold arrows that struck against Yi Yusei's magical shield. Yi Yusei was not to be outdone. She brandished her staff and unleashed a divine general technique, the spectral curse. Boom. Within a radius of 50 yards, several were ensnared by its effects. And with a 50% chance, Ling Xueshang found herself entrapped in a state of inebriation, her graceful form swaying as she wandered with her longbow in hand. Yi Yusei chuckled, raising her arm once more to cast another god-restraining tower spell. Bang! Predictably, Yi Yusei secured another point. In the third round, the suspense was minimal. Despite Ling Xueshang's commendable prowess, she could not contend with the might of this divine-level spellcaster, especially given the opponent's debilitating status magic, so ruthless. Yi Yusei emerged victorious. Subsequently, the next 4 matches devolved into a massacre. Although Ling Xueshang's companions were formidable in their own right, the opposing force was overwhelmingly strong. With the combined tactics of Zhu Yingluan and Yi Yusei, they executed flawless strategies, culminating in a perfect conclusion to the double journey of Junlin during the 2v2 battles. The first match of the second half was thus concluded, marking it as one of the most intense encounters. Next, the scores fluctuated wildly. The Righteous Path of Humanity scored 41, Blood of Tears 23, Red Man Hall 50. Tyrant Tiger 41, Wing Chun Sect, Mini 14, Sword of the Jianghu, Ancient Sword Soul Dream 50, Tianyu City, Panda 32, Hunt Moon Dynasty. The Ancient Sword team decisively swept aside their opponents with a magnificent score of 100. Following this match, there was a 30-minute intermission before the round of 16 commenced. In Group A, the contenders are War Sky Alliance versus Purple Lily, Soul Returning to Armor versus Fiery Red Lips. In Group B, Thunder versus Silver Fur, Annihilator versus Ancient Sword Team 222. In Group C, Candle Dragon versus Righteous Path of Humanity, Conquer versus Red Man Hall. In Group D, Tyrant Tiger versus Sword of the Jianghu, Ancient Sword Soul Dream versus Panda. The groups will merge, with the sole victor from each group advancing to the Final Four. Representing the Chinese region in the global competition, an eagerly anticipated event for all. Group A is undoubtedly the group of death, with no weak contenders. Any team advancing would be unsurprising. In Group B, Silver Fur and Ancient Sword Team 2 possess greater chances, perhaps slightly favoring Silver Fur, as Li Chengfeng faces Lin Yixin with less than a 50% win rate. In Group C, Candle Dragon appears most likely to advance. In Group D, it goes without saying that Ancient Sword Soul Dream has the highest probability of progressing. Fair, clad in a short skirt, stepped onto the stage with a warm smile. Thank you to all the players for delivering such an exhilarating competition. We now enter the stage of advancing from the round of 16 to the Final Four. Our rule is to determine the ultimate victor in each group, qualifying for the top 4. All matches will be broadcast live. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, eagerly anticipating the imminent battles among legendary figures. A fierce contest among CGL Hall of Fame players. This is the true highlight of the tournament. Fayer continued. First, let us invite our player representative to say a few words. The player representative, emboldened and fist clenched, remarked, "It's bound to be that scoundrel Candle Shadow Chaos again. MD, how can someone of his caliber represent us? Who can he stand for?" Li Chengfeng smiled knowingly. Let him amuse himself. Indeed, Candle Shadow Chaos ascended the stage wielding a heavy sword, his gaze sternly surveying the players. In a deep voice, he declared, "WEL is a competitive event, and the Final Four will represent the Chinese server against masters from around the globe. This is a grand gathering. We fight not for ourselves, but to bring glory to the Chinese server, to inform the wolf clans of the north, east, and south that the three cities of the Central Plains shall forever stand tall on the celestial continent, inviolable. The audience erupted into applause. His words were indeed fitting. Chapter 904. The Wrath of the Goddess of Death. In the midst of the competition, the system interjected a segment of footage, not just any footage, but a preview of the new expansion soon to be released. In a misty valley, the sound of hooves shattered the morning tranquility. A battalion of beast soldiers, wielding battle axes, urged their robust, beastly steeds into the canyon, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Having ventured no more than 10 meters, they buried a mound of blood-red substance in the ground, resembling gunpowder. Gradually, signs of corrosion began to appear on the surface, and the valley was filled with graveyards and pools of blood, echoing with the growls of ghouls and abominations. A few orcs proceeded calmly, reaching the depths of the gorge, where a scarlet iron gate emerged before them. One orc nodded, and another began to bury a large quantity of gunpowder at the gate. In the next moment, the orc mage hurled a fireball, and a thunderous explosion reverberated through the canyon, shredding countless undead bodies to pieces, their wails merging into a cacophony. Even the iron gate was left riddled with holes. With a creak, the gate trembled and slowly opened, revealing swirling crimson vortices within. Moments later, an elegant figure stepped forth, clad in fiery red armor, with blood-red eyes, a dark cloak, and an expressionless pale face, gazing at the group of orcs. The female warrior spoke softly. "Orcs, you are finally stirring. Are you seeking your own doom?" With a hand outstretched, swirling energies encircled her as her gaze turned icy. The orcs were taken aback. One burly orc wielding a battle axe bellowed, while another werewolf exclaimed in horror, "Chieftain, it's over. We have truly found the lair of the goddess of death." The chieftain roared, "Warriors, our battle has come. Let us fight for the future of the Orcish race and all living beings. We cannot allow death to consume our homeland. We will fight to the bitter end for our future." With that, the chieftain charged ahead with a band of fierce orc soldiers. Bang! Under the onslaught of the blood-red death, many orcs fell to the ground. Clang! The chieftain's axe spun for a long moment before crashing down, slicing into a massive boulder. The undead female warrior slowly opened her eyes and roared in fury, "Undead, no longer lie in wait. Launch an immediate attack. Infiltrate the territories of humans, elves, orcs, and shadow demons. We shall tear apart all hypocrisy and let the power of death reign over the entire continent." Instantly, the ground of the canyon heaved with countless mounds, and in the next moment, numerous colossal beasts of death erupted from the earth, their roars shaking the heavens. The entire scene rapidly contracted, and the blood-red canyon coalesced into bold letters, "The Wrath of the Goddess of Death." "A new version is about to be released," I whispered. He, observing the remnants of the scene, remarked, "Isn't that goddess of death the same as the snowy bard Sophie we saw last time?" Indeed. The leader of death who even Shinran could not defeat is truly deserving of the title Goddess of Death, Bei Mingyue chuckled. The Goddess of Death is enraged. "I wonder how many main cities will suffer." Murong Mingyue added, "Yueheng Company has always been troublesome. Perhaps Sophie will lead the undead army to directly assault the main city of the Silver Moon Alliance. Or maybe she will first target the player's stronghold, our Dark Moon City. How long until we can upgrade to a level 10 territory?" I pondered for a moment. It's still early. After finishing the WEL international competition, we might be able to start upgrading to a level 10 castle, but who knows how long that process will take. He said, "Let us finish WEL first." Yes, the top 16 matches are about to begin. On stage, Fei stood radiating with joy as she announced the matchups for the top 16. First up was Group A's clash, the Battle Alliance versus the Violet Lilies, followed by the Soulbound Armament versus the Fiery Lips, for teams of extraordinary prowess. And even Fei couldn't help but express her astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, Group A is indeed a death group. I hope the strongest team emerges victorious." And I believe we will witness two spectacular matches. The first match featured the Battle Alliance against the Violet Lilies, both sides fully prepared. Jing Luoshan, accompanied by Kiss Moon and others, exuded in eager anticipation, while Zhan Tian, wielding his battle blade, maintained a resolute composure, clearly intent on defeating the Violet Lilies. Moments later, the match roster illuminated the big screen. 1v1. Jing Luoshan LV 185 Mage versus Zhan Tian LV 180 Lava Warrior 1v1. Kiss Moon LV 181 Assassin versus Li Gu LV-181 Assassin 1v1. Moonlight Beneath the Rocks LV-180 Warrior vs Lin Bingdo, Zhe LV-180 Warrior 1v1. Xiang Ru Gu LV-180 Warlock vs. October Rain LV-180 Archer 2v2. Jingcheng Luoshan LV-185 Mage, and Kiss Moon LV-181 Assassin vs. Zhan Tian LV-180 Lava Warrior, and Li Gu LV-181 Assassin. Once the matchups were revealed, an electrifying fervor swept through the audience. In a well-coordinated move, both sides sent their leaders to battle first. Zhan Tian vs. Jingcheng Luoshan. Although Jingcheng Luoshan was hailed as the foremost mage in China, Zhan Tian had recently ascended to the hidden class of Lava Warrior, concealing an unknown depth of power. Thus, the odds of victory for Jingcheng Luoshan were not as favorable as one might expect. In the second match, Kiss Moon faced off against Li Gu, the top assassin of the Violet Lilies, challenging the premier assassin of China, further heightening anticipation. Following that, Moonlight Beneath the Rocks, the leading warrior of the Violet Lilies, would clash with the Battle Alliance's Lin Bingdo, while Xiang Rugu took on the CGL Hall of Fame's brilliant strategist, October Rain. In the 2v2 scenario, the Violet Lilies fielded a combination of assassin and mage, while the Battle Alliance countered with an assassin and warrior. A thrilling encounter awaited. Lin Yixin widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the center of the arena, and chuckled. This is destined to be an exhilarating match. Two championship contenders meet in the top 16. Fate is indeed whimsical. I replied, indeed. Murong Mingyue, with arms crossed, lazily leaned against He, smiling as she remarked, I believe you three are the true products of fate's whimsy. I felt a sudden awkwardness. What do you mean by that? Lin Yixin's cheeks flushed as she retorted, let's just watch the match. He feigned ignorance. What should we eat after the match? Recently, Yuli Square is preparing for its listing. Mingyue, keep a close watch and stop idling about. I feel embarrassed to even mention it. All the lights focused on the main stage of the central arena as the system automatically selected the map. In an instant, the stage transformed into a snowy terrain, a snow-capped area with a high cliff, less than 3 meters from the ground, an excellent spot for tactical cover. Perfectly suited for skillful players to compete. In the midst of an intense battle, Zhan Tian and the capital's Luo Shun were teleported into the arena without the slightest hesitation. Zhan Tian, recognizing the limitations of his steed despite its formidable attributes, promptly abandoned his mounted form. The cumbersome nature of the mount impeded maneuverability, leaving him vulnerable to tactical maneuvers like the butterfly step and zigzagging movements. In a true contest of skill, neither competitor dared to ride, for the risk of being outmaneuvered and swiftly dispatched was all too real. As the system initiated the countdown, both players remained tense and focused. 3, 2, 1. With a sudden surge, Zhan Tian charged into the snowy expanse, his battle robe billowing behind him. He rolled into the fray just as Luo Shun unleashed a devastating kiss of the dragon attack, which detonated upon the cliff's edge. From the very start, Zhan Tian showcased his prowess, even against the renowned Luo Shun. The snow lay thick beneath them, approximately 40 centimeters deep. Calmly, Luo Shun ascended the cliff, brandishing his staff, and conjured an ice spear before Zhan Tian could anticipate his move. Huh! Zhan Tian shouted as he launched an assault, only to find himself colliding with the ice spear. Entirely anticipated by Luo Shun, the impact dealt a staggering 58,922 damage. Luo Shun's speed was astonishing. He scarcely required the incantation time for his spells, swiftly following up with a fireball that inflicted an additional 110,283 damage. In mere moments, Zhan Tian's health plummeted to below 10, and he fell, sword and all, into the snow, quickly gulping down a health potion and becoming motionless. Come out. Luo Shun raised his staff, summoning a fiery inferno that scorched the snow. Yet Zhan Tian remained unresponsive. Where is he? Dead. Luo Shun mused, bemused, as he approached with the ice spear. Suddenly, Zhan Tian erupted from the cliff's base, brandishing his sword with lethal intent. His spectral banner fluttered behind him as he unleashed a divine technique. Miss. Unfortunately, the spell failed to penetrate the shield of the unbroken mage. Zhan Tian, patient as a wolf, bided his time for nearly 2 minutes before unleashing a blinding strike. The cold radiance of his blade intent on obliterating Luo Shun in an instant. Yet, Luo Shun merely smiled, his energy shield twisted slightly, losing 29 resilience. With a flourish, he deftly parried Zhang Tian's assault, shattering his barrier with a resounding clang. With a fierce impact against the ground, a fiery explosion erupted, forcing Zhang Tian to kneel. Thus, the first point was conceded to Luo Shun. The rapid pace of the match left the spectators breathless. Before they could catch their breath, the second round commenced with fervor. The map, Qingxi Valley, featured grassy expanses flanking a shallow stream that could alter player mobility. Once again, Zhang Tian sought the opportunity for battle, aware that he must close the distance to Luo Shun, lest he become a mere target. Luo Shun's magical prowess was formidable, and none wished to tempt fate. As the match began, Luo Shun quickly retreated, his staff weaving through the air, conjuring flames that ignited the banks of the stream. Ice spears followed, raining down upon Zhang Tian and inflicting grievous wounds. In no time, he was left bloodied and battered. Zhang Tian swiftly withdrew from the range of Luo Shun's attacks, attempting to regroup. Meanwhile, Luo Shun pursued with a gleeful demeanor, relishing in the torment he inflicted upon Zhang Tian. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhang Tian locked onto a cluster of shadowy grass behind the city of Beijing's goddess of war and charged forth with a sudden burst of energy. With a swift motion, Zhang Tian executed a nearly flawless maneuver. His sword was enveloped in a brilliant blaze, revealing a unique skill of the lava warrior, Lava Fury Slash. With a resounding crack, the area around the goddess of war was engulfed in a sea of lava, causing a significant reduction in the resilience of her energy shield and plunging her vision into darkness. Yet, Zhang Tian's perspective remained remarkably clear. After deftly maneuvering in a zigzag pattern, he baited the goddess of war into a failed block with her staff, and with a horizontal sweep of his blade, he shattered her defenses. The damage dealt was a staggering 79,092, an instantaneous defeat. Against all odds, Zhang Tian had managed to claim a point from the goddess of war. Chapter 905. Who is the best? The unforeseen defeat on the sidelines. Kiss Moon, gripping a short dagger, chuckled, "Boss, you once claimed you would never underestimate that Zhang Tian fellow. What do you have to say now?" The goddess of war replied with calm composure. "Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. It is entirely normal. He is familiar with my skills, yet I remain unaware of his. This defeat has afforded me valuable insight into the lava warrior. Worth it." Under the moonlight, Moonlight gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, boss, your calm demeanor is truly captivating." Kiss Moon leaned against the railing, teasingly retorting, "Moonlight, you naive little sister. Haha." In the decisive third match, the goddess of war and Zhang Tian re-entered the arena. This time amidst a jungle map, which favored warrior-type players who could exploit the terrain to evade the mage's spells. A flicker of delight crossed Zhang Tian's eyes as he stood in the open space of the jungle, observing the goddess of war before him. She maintained her air of tranquility, wielding her staff and gazing serenely at the distant green foliage, exuding an aura of confidence. However, the flames flickering at the tip of her staff hinted that this enchanting sorceress was far from fragile. In terms of individual prowess within the Chinese region, aside from Lin Yixin, the goddess of war was arguably the strongest female player. As anticipated, before the battle commenced, Zhang Tian slipped into a thicket, the rustling sound indicating that the guild leader was emulating an assassin's stealth. The goddess of war stepped forward, her staff striking the ground with force, unleashing an inferno that rapidly engulfed the area. In an instant, Zhang Tian's silhouette emerged from the thorns, resembling a general in dire need during a march, brandishing his blade as he charged from the underbrush. Can it really be this simple? Unable to contain her laughter, the goddess of war unleashed a flurry of ice and fire magic, bombarding Zhang Tian with icy shards that drastically reduced his mobility. With a swift lunge, Zhang Tian exhibited a remarkable understanding of positioning, utilizing the terrain to enhance his magical resistance. Withstanding her magical onslaught, he retaliated with a series of strikes, unleashing the blue tiger shattering flame slash and a sequence of ordinary attacks, both landing critical hits, and causing the resilience of the goddess of war's energy shield to plummet below 25. In a flash, the goddess of war reappeared 30 yards away, her staff slightly lowered. And from her original position, the touch of the kiss dragon erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping Zhang Tian's form. The damage dealt was a staggering 102,923. Despite the transformation of the earth, Zhang Tian still found himself battered and bruised, his health rapidly depleting. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer ferocity of the attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his sword, unleashing a molten fury that cleaved through the air, enveloping half the arena in a volcanic haze. Seizing the opportunity amid the smoke, Zhang Tian surged forward, the effects of his barrier-breaking strike coalescing upon his blade. He launched a fierce assault, mirroring the events of the second round precisely. In the capital, Luo Shun's eyes narrowed, her staff dancing with a life of its own, striking with precision against the oblique edge of Zhang Tian's sword. Instantly, she absorbed over 50% of his attacking damage. Simultaneously, she was forced to retreat, and above her, the damage from Zhang Tian's barrier-breaking strike soared to 48,282. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Shun locked onto her target, and with a resounding roar, unleashed the starry river storm, the dragon's kiss. In a muffled groan, Zhang Tian collapsed, his remaining health extinguished. Ultimately, he could not best the formidable mage, Luo Shun. At last, she secured the first point. Returning to the sidelines, when you chuckled, boss, that was quite the impressive defense. An ordinary mage would have surely fallen by now. Luo Shun nodded in agreement. Zhang Tian is significantly stronger than before. In the past, I could take on 10 of him alone. But now I can barely manage 1.5. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian exited the arena, thrusting his blade into the ground and propping himself on the railing. Observing the battle, he turned to Li Gu and Shi Yu, stating, "The upcoming matches are up to you." Li Gu grimaced, "The pressure is truly overwhelming." Shi Yu shot him a glance. "It's your turn now, Zhang Wenyu." "Humph. That girl has made remarkable progress and is continually striving to surpass you as the top assassin. This is your chance to redeem yourself. If you lose to her, you'll be relegated to second place among the assassins in China." Li Gu's expression twitched. "I must win. I refuse to be second." With a swish, two figures teleported onto the verdant battlefield, Li Gu and Wenyu positioned on opposite sides of the dividing line. They exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously bent low, their forms gradually vanishing from sight. Clang, clang, clang. In the shadowy night, 3 brilliant sparks erupted, and within a flash, the two engaged in a fierce contest. Their silhouettes barely visible as they shimmered in a flurry of fluorescent pink, slipping back into stealth mode. The onlookers were nearly breathless. This was the epitome of a duel between peak assassins. The grass rustled underfoot, the only hint of their positions, while both must remain vigilant to conceal their own whereabouts. The assassin class demands unparalleled technical prowess, an art that ordinary folk cannot master. With a soft exclamation, Wenyu emerged first, her dagger slicing through the air in a graceful arc, drawing forth a crimson spray. Li Gu had been struck, the blade grazing his side. Yet, rather than retreating, he pressed forward, effortlessly deflecting Wenyu's strike with his left-hand dagger, his body surging ahead. He leaped with ferocity, his knee slamming into her chest, while his right-hand dagger shimmered with a deadly vortex, crashing into Wenyu's back. Miss. 38,812. Miss. The evasion rate of the assassins was astoundingly high. Kiss Moon endured 3 consecutive assaults, gritting her silver teeth as she fell. Yet, with a sudden thrust of her hand against the ground, her form froze momentarily, and her long, snowy legs executed a swift kick beneath the moonlight. Bang! 6,991. Li Gu was struck squarely on the chin, caught off guard before she could lower her head. Kiss Moon, already poised with her slender waist, flipped back up, her dagger drawn with barely a moment's thought. The icy spirals of her blade fell upon Li Ji's chest. Li Gu, unable to glance down in time, instinctively parried with her dagger, producing a series of resonant clangs as she defended herself. The messages erupted. Miss. 31,092. Miss. 31,028. She narrowly escaped annihilation. With a sharp cry, Li Gu activated her assassin's 180 level 7th transformation skill, Death Shadow Dance, granting her a movement speed of 120 and attack power of 40, and reducing her target's defense by 40 for 12 seconds. As she retreated, stepping on the crushed grass, Li Gu hurled her right-hand dagger, executing the ranged attack skill. Cold Night Meteor. Thud. 41,027. Kiss Moon's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood there, a dagger protruding from her chest, blood gushing forth. Slowly, she sank to the ground, disintegrating into scattered starlight. Li Gu remained, gazing at her sliver of remaining health. a shiver of trepidation coursing through her as she glanced at the spot where Kiss Moon had fallen, whispering, "Damn it." 10. And Li Ge claimed the first victory. The second round commenced swiftly, the two once again entering the arena in silence, resuming their stealth mode. Clang, clang, clang. The night sky ignited with sparks from the clash of daggers. After a tentative assault, Li Ge vanished into strong invisibility, but Kiss Moon executed a surprising maneuver. Suddenly swinging her dagger, a crimson aura enveloping her. This time, she preemptively unleashed her death shadow dance skill, her speed surging as she soared into the air. The icy spirals of her blade struck thrice in succession, forcing Li Ge from her invisible state. Kiss Moon ascended, replicating Li Ji's previous attack. Her fair legs adorned with silver knee armor, delivering a fierce knee strike to Li Ji's chest, followed by a flurry of 3 consecutive hits. Numbers of damage soared, and Li Ji's health plummeted to 0. Assassins are known for their high DPS yet frail health. Thus, their duels are decided in the blink of an eye, particularly in such aggressive confrontations. Li Ge fell, her eyes icy, and with one hand, she propelled herself off the ground, mirroring Kiss Moon's earlier maneuver. Her combat boots delivered a powerful side kick, forcing Kiss Moon to stagger back repeatedly. The daggers unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Kiss Moon with no choice but to defend against the relentless onslaught. Under the rapid-fire attacks, both their health bars dwindled. Thud! A blood mark streaked across Li Ji's cheek, a narrow escape thanks to a health potion. Otherwise, she would have perished. As the cold wind swept by, Kiss Moon suddenly froze, a new gash appearing on her neck. Ultimately, she faltered, kneeling slowly to the ground. 20. And Li Ge emerged victorious. Observing her dwindling health, just under 1,000 points, Li Ge gasped in awe. What kind of person is this? How can a woman be so strong? In the end, Li Ge upheld the dignity of the #1 assassin, while Kiss Moon's challenge faltered, resulting in a tie of 11 matches. In the next match, Yinsha's Moonlight faced off against Linbing Doja. To the surprise of all, Linbing Doja, the vice leader of the Battle Heaven Alliance, effortlessly secured the first round. However, in the second round, he was unexpectedly defeated by a series of devastating hurricane strikes from Yinsha's Moonlight. In the third round, Yinsha's Moonlight showcased astonishing prowess in player combat, executing flawless maneuvers to vanquish Linbing Doja. Following this encounter, the perception of Zihua greatly transformed. It was previously believed that only Jingxing Luotian and Wenyue were the pinnacle players. But it became evident that even Yinsha's Moonlight, a warrior-type player, had been honed to an exceptional level by Jingxing Luotian, proving to be formidable indeed. With this, Zihua surged ahead once more. In the fourth match, another thrilling contest unfolded between Xiang Rugu and Xiyu. In the first round, Xiyu feigned weakness, conceding a point. In the second round, however, Xiyu erupted with brilliance, employing kite tactics to devastating effect, mercilessly defeating Xiang Rugu. The third round offered little suspense as the rhythm of the match was dominated by Xiyu, leaving Xiang Rugu with no opportunities to retaliate. Consequently, the teams were tied at 2-2, leading to a decisive doubles battle, Jingxing Luotian and Wenyue versus Zhantian Ligay. As the match commenced, Jingxing Luotian exchanged whispers with Wenyue, while Zhantian engaged in hushed conversation with Ligay, eliciting shivers from the spectators. Chapter 906, Bone Wall. The battle commenced. Fei Air declared. Jingxing Luotian retreated immediately, while Wenyue seemed to vanish into thin air, exuding an air of maturity and competence. Zhantian mounted his frost-scale warhorse, brandishing his blade defensively, as Ligay, too, disappeared. Both assassins operating from the shadows, while Zhantian and Jingxing Luotian remained in plain sight. Brilliant fireballs blazed fiercely. Jingxing Luotian launched several probing fireball spells, each inflicting nearly 10,000 points of damage to Zhantian's health. Not excessively painful, yet not to be disregarded. Zhantian maneuvered with careful precision, wary of advancing without caution, for he could not withstand the magical force of Jingxing Luotian should he activate his earth transformation. Zhantian. Ligay's voice suddenly resonated from the void, startling Zhantian as a ghostly banner unfurled behind him. With a fierce cry, he commanded, "Arise." In a flash, the power of the spirits surged forth, and a beautiful figure materialized, immediately rendered dazed by Zhantian's divine skill. I couldn't help but applaud. Utilizing Ligay's insight in conjunction with Zhantian's divine ability, they completely thwarted Wenyue's ambush, their coordination reaching perfection. The Qinghu breakthrough barrier struck Wenyue directly, combined with Ligei's attack, leading to Wenyue's defeat in a single moment. Jingqing Luotian, naturally unwilling to let Wenyue fall without a fight, hastily raised his staff, invoking the touch of the dragon, as the starry river storm engulfed the battlefield, severely diminishing Zhantian's health. Ligei leaped gracefully, re-entering stealth mode. At this juncture, the Battle Heaven Alliance had established a clear advantage. Zhantian galloped back, consuming health potions, while Jingqing Luotian pursued, launching a series of ice-fire strikes to whittle down his opponent's health. With a sudden flash of bloodlight, Ligei initiated a surprise attack, stunning Jingqing Luotian as Zhantian surged forward, unleashing the breakthrough barrier once more. The Alliance of War Heaven has achieved its first victory. The turn of events was entirely unexpected. No one anticipated the seamless cooperation between War Heaven and Li Gu, a level of synergy only attained through long-term companionship in battle. The second round commenced swiftly, and this time, the tactics were nearly a mirror of the previous match. The War Heaven general skillfully countered the stealth of Kiss Moon, while Li Gu, akin to a hunter of the night, consistently managed to unveil Kiss Moon's presence before she could react. Amidst the rustling sounds on the grass, War Heaven unleashed the ghost banner once more, leaving Kiss Moon with no chance to retaliate before she was eliminated. Ultimately, the Alliance of War Heaven triumphed, defeating Purple Lily with a score of 32, successfully advancing to the top 8. In the capital, the goddess Luo Shun observed as Kiss Moon was teleported to the periphery, her expression one of resignation. How could the members of the Alliance of War Heaven be so formidable? She mused. Yanxiao's Moonlight replied, Li Gu ranks above you in the CGL standings. What do you think? Kiss Moon pursed her lips, acknowledging, I must strive harder. Luo Shun remained silent, gazing at the arena for a while before stating, next, we shall witness the performances of Ancient Sword Soul Dream, Snow Silver Fur, and Candle Dragon. It is time for our curtain call. Kiss Moon announced, the second match of Group A, Fiery Red Lips vs. Soul Return Battle Robe. Sansheng Mo stood amidst a throng of ladies, brandishing her staff, her demeanor exuding spirited encouragement. Ladies, let us rally. Although Soul Return Battle Robe is an established guild, without the likes of 7-Star Lantern, Shadow with the Wind, and Gregory, they are not to be feared. Winning this match will secure our place in the top 8. If Fiery Red Lips advances, I shall treat you all to a month of feasting. Bright-eyed and cheerful, one girl quipped, is a month really enough? Another chimed in, is that the only reward? Sansheng Mo, her expression stoic, retorted, what more do you desire? With a bashful demeanor, another replied, I've been of age for 2 years, yet have yet to find a boyfriend. I wish for a handsome partner, one who is skilled, like Lu Chun. Sansheng Mo scoffed, puffed, I wish for that too, but alas. At that moment, I approached them, offering a friendly warning. Sanner, be cautious. Although the leader of Soul Return Battle Robe, Shui Yun Yao, may not be impressive, her subordinates are exceptionally skilled, including the Necromancer, the Iron Blood Knight, and that yet-to-be-seen Ice Warrior, Song of Ice and Fire. Please take care. Sansheng Mo responded with a hint of exasperation. Why do you sound so disheartened? We will definitely win. Understood. I shall endeavor, I replied. Shortly thereafter, Fei Air announced the commencement of the second match. The round of 16, Fiery Red Lips vs. Soul Return Battle Robe. To everyone's surprise, Sansheng Mo was the first to take the field. Appearing in Qingxi Valley with her staff, her opponent none other than the previously unseen Ice Warrior, Song of Ice and Fire. Song of Ice and Fire. A man in his mid-30s with stubble on his chin, donned a dragon bone helmet and wielded a sharp sword, dressed in black armor. His gaze was unwavering and resolute as he fixed his eyes upon Sansheng Mo. Suddenly, he wiped his mouth and said, Sansheng Mo, after the match, would you like to join me for a meal? Sansheng Mo was taken aback, her composure shattered. A sense of foreboding washed over me as Lin Yixin leaned against the iron railing, casting a glance in my direction. I nodded in acknowledgement. Me too. At that moment, a group from the Battle Heaven Alliance passed by, and Shout Songtian, observing Lin Yixin leaning against the railing, could not resist whistling and remarked, the curvature of the fruit knife's backside is truly enticing. Instantly, Lin Yixin turned around with a fierce expression, drawing her resplendent 7-star glazed sword with a clang, and admonished, Battle Heaven, keep your people in check. Battle Heaven pursed his lips, responding, understood, Songtian, you ought to mind your words and actions. Xiao Songtian nodded in agreement. Battle Heaven continued, though what you say holds truth. Lin Yixin was on the verge of an outburst, desiring a duel outside the arena. I quickly intervened, embracing her and urging, calm down. Momo and the others have already begun their match. We must avenge our allies. Matters concerning the Battle Heaven alliance should be left to Ziyi Ho and Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng, astonished, turned to Ziyi Ho, asking, are we truly the unfortunate ones? Ziyi Ho nodded, it appears so. Meanwhile, in the arena, Sanxing Mo and the Song of Ice and Fire were already engaged in combat. Amidst the swirling ice and fire magic, the Song of Ice and Fire was enveloped in a faint frost shield, mitigating over 50% of Sanxing Mo's magical damage, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Moreover, the positioning of the Song of Ice and Fire was exceptionally unique, its figure swirling like a specter around Sanxing Mo, the blade relentlessly striking against his energy shield. Regardless of Sanxing Mo's struggles, he could not escape the grasp of this formidable opponent. In the blink of an eye, Sanxing Mo's energy shield had dwindled to around 15, while the health of the Song of Ice and Fire had also dropped to 10. As Sanxing Mo's staff emitted the dragon's kiss, the Song of Ice and Fire abruptly retreated several steps, swiftly conjuring an ice coffin to envelop himself, and declared, Ice Blood Recovery. With a clang, the ice coffin rose, effectively blocking Sanxing Mo's anticipated dragon's kiss, and simultaneously restoring 50% of the Song of Ice and Fire's health. Sanxing Mo's heart sank, caught off guard by a sudden thrust followed by a flurry of strikes, leading to his downfall. Throughout the encounter, his tactics and skills were thoroughly countered, particularly by the Icebound Berserker's Icebound Shield skill, which consistently negated 50% of his damage, a feat comparable to Guguzi's Undying Shield. Returning to the sidelines, Sanxing Mo was nearly on the brink of rage, his staff striking the ground with a heavy thud as he exclaimed, This Song of Ice and Fire is utterly infuriating. Ming Mu, with eyes like shimmering waters, remarked, Boss, your skills should be beyond this. What happened? Sanxing Mo, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, That middle-aged man kept gazing at me, causing me to feel flustered, which led to my lack of focus. Ming Mu's gaze fell. Staring at your 34D? Sanxing Mo widened his eyes. You saw that and still looked? Is it appealing? He mused, by the way. The design of this robe is truly exquisite. No wonder the Song of Ice and Fire was so transfixed. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he added, If it weren't for the fact that it is a 3-star superior celestial robe, I wouldn't wear it even if I were dead. Darn Munheng Company, always designing such garments. I chimed in, isn't it splendid? Just a benefit for male players, wouldn't you agree? Ziyi Ho, Li Chengfeng, and the others, filled with enthusiasm, responded with fervent applause, indeed. Lu Chun, you speak wisely. This is certainly a benefit. In the midst of an intense battle, Sanxing Mo declared with determination, This time, I shall not allow you to win. As the second round commenced, the tension was palpable. The enigmatic figure known as Ice and Fire Song fixed her gaze intently upon Sanxing Mo, particularly drawn to her captivating presence. Unfazed, Sanxing Mo turned her face away, asserting, If I ignore your piercing eyes, victory shall be mine. A subtle smile graced Ice and Fire Song's lips as the confrontation began. Sanxing Mo unleashed a powerful spell, the Ice Exploding Galaxy Storm, which swiftly diminished her opponent's vitality. Ice and Fire Song remained composed, skillfully maneuvering to dismantle Sanxing Mo's energy shield. In a sudden shift, Ice and Fire Song's battle rhythm transformed. She proclaimed, Sanxing Mo, you have lost. With a swift motion, her sword struck the ground, conjuring a formidable wall of bone that ensnared Sanxing Mo within its confines. Sanxing Mo gasped in astonishment, instinctively attempting to teleport, only to find her efforts thwarted by the restrictive nature of the bone wall. The ensuing barrage from Ice and Fire Song shattered the energy shield, and as the ice encased Sanxing Mo, her vitality was extinguished. In that fateful moment, she faced yet another defeat. Unexpectedly, the vibrant and formidable Sanxing Mo succumbed to this setback, leaving many astonished, particularly as she was regarded as the favored sorceress. In the following chapter, the atmosphere grew tense as Sanxing Mo, frustrated and pale, struck the ground with her staff, sending sparks flying. Such a despicable skill. The bone wall even prohibited teleportation. How shameless. Her companions, with encouragement, reassured her, Do not despair, we still have a chance. If we win the next 2 1v1 matches, You can avenge yourself in the 2v2. With renewed hope, Sansheng Imo nodded. I am counting on you. Please grant me the opportunity to return to the arena. In the subsequent match, Yu took the stage, facing off against the formidable necromancer, the Wraith. The Wraith embodied the essence of a dark sorcerer. Wielding a dragon bone staff that radiated an ominous aura, surrounded by a chilling mist from the effect of the bone shield, which greatly enhanced his magical resilience. With a determined huff, Yu summoned 3 powerful pets, positioning her strongest, the ghost chariot, at the forefront, ready for battle. As a beast tamer who had reached the top 16 in the WL, Yu's prowess was evident. Yet, the Wraith was unlike any other competitor. A unique force in this tournament. With a fierce thrust of his staff, he bellowed, "Souls of the underworld, heed my call and emerge." With a thunderous crack, the earth split open, and a horde of spectral warriors emerged from the depths, their skeletal forms grotesquely exposed, draped in decaying flesh. The sight was so unsettling that Yo trembled in repulsion, exclaiming, "What a revolting pet." Yet, the Wraith's taste for the macabre was evident as it licked its lips and remarked, "I find it rather endearing, my dear. What is this ghostly umbrella-like creature you possess? Could it be the fabled ghostly chariots captured in the Bloodshield realm by the ancient sword spirit, Dream? If so, I am eager to experience its prowess." Yo retorted, "You shall soon discover its might." Thus, the battle commenced. The Wraith commanded several undead puppets to assault the foe, while black dragon waves launched relentless ranged strikes. Yo, merely a beast tamer, was frail and could scarcely endure the onslaught. 2 dragon waves left her severely weakened. She swiftly retreated, creating distance, and directed her crimson-eyed mantis to attack. The giant mantis raced forward with a thunderous clatter of its legs, raising its formidable blades, and with a swift motion, attempted to cleave the Wraith in 2. Alas, the presence of the frostbone shield rendered it momentarily invulnerable. The ghostly chariot dashed forward, its umbrella-like blades whirling, executing a ghostly slash that ignored the magical shield, inflicting a staggering 928 damage. The Wraith's health plummeted by a third, its pallor betraying alarm as it raised its staff and intoned, "Bone prison." Countless skeletal arms erupted from the ground, ensnaring the chariot and halting its advance. In the same breath, the Wraith blinked to Yo's rear, staff aloft, unleashing another black dragon wave. Yo hastily consumed a health potion, brandishing her fire-laden whip, which cracked against the Wraith's cheek, leaving a crimson mark. The Wraith chuckled sinisterly, raising its palm and proclaiming, "Knight of the Undead Dragon." In an instant, the earth around Yo fractured, as legions of bone dragons surged forth, their serrated edges inflicting devastating damage. In mere moments, Yo fell, unable to withstand such formidable magical onslaught with her frail constitution. Knight of the Undead Dragon. Lin Yixin's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the Wraith's display, murmuring, "Goodness! How can such a powerful necromancer exist? This skill is overwhelming." To think Yo, one of the top beast tamers in China, could be so easily dispatched. I pondered aloud. The strength of the soul-bound battle robe is indeed formidable. Momo has already faltered. Not far off, Sansheng gripped her staff, trembling, her eyes filled with resignation. "Have we underestimated the strength of the soul-bound battle robe?" He responded, "It's not merely underestimation. None of us anticipated that the participants in the soul-bound battle robe would possess such immense power." As the conversation unfolded, Yo was once again eliminated, falling victim to the Knight of the Undead Dragon. According to WL regulations, skills with a cooldown exceeding 30 minutes, including my own resurrection technique, were rendered unusable. Yet, this Knight of the Undead Dragon seemed to function like a grand spell, still available for use. 02. The Crimson Lips had completely fallen behind. In the third round, Shui Yunyao stood at the sidelines, softly addressing the iron-blooded knight, Xingu. 20. That is the only score I can accept. The iron-blooded knight nodded with a smile, gripping his long spear, and replied, "Rest assured, young master, I shall secure this point." Thus, the clash between the iron-blooded knight and the enchanting Ming Miao unfolded. 2 formidable players of the cavalry genre engaging in a fierce contest for a full 5 minutes. The iron-blooded knight, leveraging his formidable skills such as iron armor and cold-blooded strikes, conquered 2 rounds, officially eliminating the fiery red lips from the top 16, a significant upset. As even the #1 guild in the Hidden City, the red lips, faced immediate elimination. With a score of 30. Shui Yunyao turned to Feier at the sidelines and said, "Sister host, please inform everyone that we are withdrawing from the upcoming matches. We have already achieved a score of 30. Feier nodded and communicated to San Sheng Mo, to everyone from Red Lips. The Soul Returns to Battle has won with a score of 30 and will not participate in the next 2 matches. Thank you for the splendid competition." San Sheng Mo's face turned pale, her fists clenched as she glared at Shui Yunyao. Biting her silver teeth, she muttered, "Humph, the Soul Returns to Battle is too arrogant. I shall remember this grievance for a lifetime." I shuddered slightly nearby. This girl harbors grudges so deeply. If she discovers my borrowing of the 1,000 mages from Red Lips and my unwillingness to return them, will she chase me to the ends of the earth? Sensing my gaze, San Sheng Mo shot me a glance and asked, "Why are you looking at me so sneakily?" "And no, nothing." I quickly shook my head. "Then why do I feel your gaze is so unscrupulous?" San Sheng Mo pouted. Li Chengfeng immediately interjected, "He was merely admiring your 34D figure. Truly, he means no harm. Right, Lu Chen?" I wished to bite him in half, hastily retorting to San Sheng Mo. Even if I were looking, it would merely be appreciation. I am a person of pure intentions, free from lowly tastes, as you surely know. Mo, San Sheng Mo's expression remained impassive. Free from lowly tastes? Who was it that constantly called me Sinair before? "Humph, Lu Chen, you scoundrel, I shall surely make you pay for this." Clang. In an instant, Lin Yixin's 7-star glazed sword emerged slightly from its sheath. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she gazed at San Sheng Mo, saying, Mo, you must be joking, right? How could you possibly eliminate Lu Chen?" Lin Yixin similarly raised her staff, stomping the ground, causing a luminous energy shield to rise beneath San Sheng Mo's feet. A frosty matrix ready to manifest. She remained silent, yet her intent was unmistakable. For the first time, Lin Yixin and Lin Yixin formed a united front. San Sheng Mo's complexion turned ashen, retreating several steps as she pouted. What is so special about this Lu Chen that so many beautiful girls are rallying to protect him? Humph. Both Lin Yixin and Lin Yixin's faces flushed slightly. Meanwhile, Guguzi remarked, "When will I ever have so many lovely companions fighting to protect me? That would be worth dying for." Li Chengfeng lounged against the railing, chuckling lazily. "Who says? Isn't the burlap sack always cherishing you?" Shouting down the corridor, "Little brat, come eat. It's braised pork. I perceive that others are distinct. The burlap sack represents unwavering love for you." "True love, my foot," roared Guguzi from the depths of his throat, suddenly raising his foot to kick Li Chengfeng down. With a swift motion, the dragon warrior fell gracefully to the edge of the stage, sprawled in a star shape at the feet of the host, Feier, leaving a perfect hexagram imprint on the ground. Feier, taken aback, gazed at Li Chengfeng and exclaimed, "Huh? Is this not the brave hero from the legend of the ancient sword? What are you trying to do?" Li Chengfeng looked up at Feier's short skirt, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. "Damn Guguzi, I will surely bring you to ruin." He swiftly regained his footing, leaping back onto the stage, and landed a heavy punch against Guguzi, shouting, "Damn it, if I don't get you drunk under the table tonight, I won't bear the surname Li." Guguzi chuckled lightly. "You've already landed at Feier's feet. How can you be so audacious as to act coy after such a great fortune?" Veins bulging on his forehead, Li Chengfeng retorted, "I stand upright and justly. When have I ever engaged in such sordid deeds? Am I the person you imagine me to be?" I turned to him and said, "Stop pretending. Tell me, what color is it?" Li Chengfeng, somewhat bashful, touched his nose and replied with a smile, "It's pink." Instantly, Feier's face flushed crimson, and she glared. For the next match, Thunder against Snow Silver Fur. Please prepare, both teams. Thunder is a super guild in Tianfeng City, boasting over 200,000 members. While not many players are exceptionally strong, their sheer numbers are their strength. Thunder is also one of the 6 allies of the Candle Dragon Guild, which has extensively forged alliances. The 3 major guilds of Shenin City, Chongqing Hall, Sacred Rose, and Wending Tiantang, and the 3 major guilds of Tianfeng City, Thunder, Silver Soul, and Wings of Awakening, are all allies of Candle Dragon. Lin Yixin has always had a contentious relationship with Candle Shadow, and Snow Silver Fur has long been in a state of opposition to Candle Dragon, making their rivalry particularly pronounced now. Clang. Lin Mingyue drew her 7-star glazed sword and declared softly, "Everyone from Snow Silver Fur, listen up. Let us wash Thunder in blood with a score of 100. Chapter 908. The battle for the top 8. In truth, when the matchups were announced, the members of Thunder, including Peerless, were utterly stunned. They had never anticipated facing Snow Silver first so early. The likes of Lin Yixin, Ziho, and the Shadower Chanel were all top-tier experts. Their chances of victory almost negligible. However, midway through the competition, Peerless truly found himself dumbfounded as crimson scores flashed across the big screen. Ziho 20. Peerless Shadower Chanel 20. Abyssal Bone Wind Color Fantasy 20. Weeping Blade Clear Water Fragrance 20. A Ground of Tragedy Ziho Wind Color Fantasy 20. Peerless Weeping Blade. A glaring score of 5 o'clock appeared on the screen, as Snow Silver Fur effortlessly swept Thunder out of the top 16, demonstrating to the members of Thunder what a team forged in the fires of battle truly looked like, while Thunder, which had advanced to the top 16 purely by luck of the draw, was destined to go no further. Top 8 yay? Ziho raised his blade, laughing heartily. The fragrant waters of Qingqing stirred with excitement. Hooray! The rewards for reaching the top 8. Level 2, luck value 3, and 100,000 RMB. Ho ho. We're about to strike it rich. We're going to be wealthy. Lin Yixin cast a sidelong glance at her best friend, smiling slightly. Qingqing, you insatiable creature. Didn't you just receive 100,000 last week? Have you spent it all? Well, my brother is buying a house, so I contributed 100,000. That's why I can only survive on instant noodles this Sunday. Never mind. I'll give you another 100,000 gold coins later. You can convert it to RMB yourself. No, I want to be self-reliant. All right, as long as you're happy. As Shui Yinsan celebrated their victory, Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, Duziyang, and Luan Yue were already geared up, ready for their next battle against their old rivals from Sky City, including the formidable Maizhen and the mighty Batian Dao leading the charge with the likes of Duba Zhanshun. In the first match, Li Chengfeng faced off against Batian Dao, a clash between the two teams' aces that lasted just 12 seconds. Utilizing his impeccable maneuvering skills, Li Chengfeng executed a series of 2 consecutive skills, sending Batian Dao out of the arena. Despite Batian Dao's desperate attempts to block the assaults with his weapon, Li Chengfeng's angles of attack were astoundingly precise and exceedingly swift. For a master of Li Chengfeng's caliber, the time for prediction was painfully scant. His heart moved in sync with his shadow, and as his eyes perceived the target, his mind simultaneously issued commands for attack, striking at the vulnerabilities of Batian Dao. Even with decent equipment, Batian Dao was swiftly knocked out in a mere 12 seconds. In the second match, Giguzi squared off against Duba Zhanshun, who had invested all his points in strength, while Giguzi had a distribution of 3 in strength and 2 in health, brandishing his shield and riding the Dragon Yao warhorse. Giguzi engaged in a fierce exchange with Duba Zhanshun, delivering a flurry of blows enhanced by the 100 amplification effect of the Night God. The disparity in their attributes was stark, and Giguzi's skillful maneuvers allowed him to land hits on his opponent twice before Duba Zhanshun could even graze him once. Consequently, when Duba Zhanshun fell from his mount, Giguzi still boasted 80 of his health, a remarkable difference indeed. In the third match, Luan Yue confronted Duba Fazhen. Once faced with the adept maneuvers of Gujian Hunming, the well-equipped Luan Yue forced Duba Fazhen to adopt a kite-flying strategy, utilizing distance to his advantage. It was evident that Duba Fazhen had made significant progress over the past 6 months, his skills far surpassing those from their time in Ice Floating City. His mastery of ice and fire magic, along with positional judgment, was commendable. Alas, his opponent was Luan Yue, who had made even more astonishing advancements in that same time frame, exhibiting strong learning abilities and a charismatic presence. Luan Yue's favorite pastime involved sparring with Li Chengfeng, Duziyang, and Giguzi, refining her tactical operations and positional attacks to an elite level. With a feigned strike, she exploited an opening to shatter Duba Fazhen's defenses, sending him out of the arena twice in succession. With a score of 30, victory was already secured. However, Li Chengfeng and Giguzi felt the need to display humility, thus they pressed on to the next battle. In the fourth match, Duziyang roared as he swung his war hammer, relentlessly pursuing Duba Qixin to the point of no escape. Even as Duba Qixin raised his shield in defense, he was nevertheless crushed to pieces by Duziyang's hammer. With a score of 40, it was undeniably a resounding triumph. In the fifth match, the combination of Li Chengfeng and Luan Yue showcased a purely tactical synergy, to the extent that Li Chengfeng did not even need to employ his divine skills. Under the intricate cover and relentless pursuit, the Ba Tian Dao and Fa Shin combination stood no chance. In terms of decisiveness and tactics and the harmony of their collaboration, the Mieshin combination was left far behind. After the 50-point mark, Li Chengfeng wielded the spear of Augustus and laughed heartily. "Partner, our coordination is becoming increasingly flawless." Luan Yu tilted her head at him and asked, "And then?" Li Chengfeng blushed and replied, "The little ghost said we complement each other well." Luan Yu unsheathed a blade from behind with a clank, saying, "Does Gui Guzi want to die? The only one I fancy is that scoundrel Lu Chen. No one else can harbor designs on me." Both Gui Guzi and I trembled slightly at her words. Lin Yixin and He Yi were engrossed in their conversation, pretending not to hear. Thus, the top four of the first half were determined. The War Alliance, Soul Returns in Battle Armor, Snow Silver Fur, and Ancient Sword 2 team. Indeed, the group of death was truly formidable. Only two of these teams would advance to compete in the international tournament. I chuckled softly. The group of death. How many dreams will be shattered at the WL finals? Li Chengfeng nodded silently in agreement. Yes, in the next round, we will face Lin Meinu's team. Lin Yixin smiled and said, "We won't go easy on you." Li Chengfeng clenched his fist and asserted, "Rest assured, WL is a battle of honor. We will not hold back and will give our all to defeat you." Lin Yixin leaned against the railing beside me, her head tilted toward me. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Chengfeng, her laughter enchanting, as she replied emphatically, "Giving your all is certain, but defeating us? Save that thought, you have no chance." Li Chengfeng chuckled mischievously, "Just you wait and see." As he spoke, the second half of the match began. Zhulong versus Ren Jianjingdao. The fiery Zhang Chun brandished his blade as he moved among the contestants, observing the chaotic shadows of Zhu Yingluan. "Feng Zhua, it's our turn. I wonder how many points Ren Jianzhengdao can secure." Zhu Yingluan smiled slightly and replied, "Zhang Chun, we will give our utmost. So if you fall at the top 16, do not blame us." Zhang Chun nodded. "Haha, understood. Friendship first, competition second." Bai Konghen chuckled, but said nothing as he took the stage. The outcome of the battle was exceedingly clear. Zhu Yingluan 20, Zhang Chun 20. Yi Yusei 20, Ji Ji Wei Dao 21, Feng Hui Zhu Chen 20, and the Divine Dance 20. The match concluded with a decisive score of 50. Striking hard against Ren Jianzhengdao's face, Zhu Yingluan indeed showed no mercy to his old friends. Throughout the match, Ren Jianzhengdao only managed to score a mere point. The formidable Feng Hui Zhu Chen, a magic knight, displayed exceptional skill. Though Bai Konghen was momentarily caught off guard in the second round, but managed to rally and defeat his opponent. The score unfolded as anticipated. If Ren Jianzhengdao could vanquish Zhulong, it would be a monumental upset, which Zhu Yingluan would not allow. For how could a team with two divine generals possibly face defeat? In the upcoming two matches, we are set to witness guild confrontations previously unheard of, in which we have not invested much attention, merely observing each participant's tactical style, as these individuals may soon become our adversaries. Before long, the scores were revealed. Redman Hall 41, Conquer 5, and Swordmaster's Realm. Notably, both Redman Hall and Swordmaster's Realm have secured their places in the top 8. It is worth mentioning that the Swordmaster's Realm team comprises 3 hidden classes, which explains their remarkable progress. In the quarterfinals, they will be our opponents, and we must eliminate them. Otherwise, we will forfeit our qualification for the international competition. The final match features Ancient Sword Soul Dream against the Panda team. Upon encountering the opposing lineup, He Yi and Lin Yixin could not suppress their laughter. The team consisted entirely of middle-aged men, each with a round belly, resembling the appearance of expecting mothers. Clearly, they were seasoned levelers, with all their ranks exceeding level 7, their eyes shadowed from late-night gaming. It is no wonder they are dubbed the Panda team, for their physiques and appearances are strikingly reminiscent of pandas. In the first match, I took to the field against a hefty paladin riding a gaunt, bony warwolf. The poor wolf, burdened by its rider, appeared to be gasping for breath. The paladin wielded a war shield weighing over 1,000 pounds, roaring with laughter. "You, the 5th-ranked contender of the CGL Hall of Fame, come forth. Let me show you that age brings wisdom. Prepare to taste my blade." The paladin, armed with a ranger's specialized knife weapon, certainly possessed a unique flair. Clang! The blade struck my dragon god shield, sending sparks flying. The paladin was momentarily surprised as I shifted my shield, unleashing my purple spirit sword in a swift strike. The powerful blade executed a 3-hit combo that reverberated against his shield. Since the round of 64, he was the only opponent who dared to face my assault without any defensive measures. Boom. The fiery sword strikes rained down upon the paladin's shield. 48, 289, 72, 673, 91, 097. Despite his valiant efforts to defend, he could not withstand the blows. His health plummeted to 0, and with a slight tilt of his head, he fell. Winning so effortlessly left me incredulous. The second round was even more decisive. The paladin opted for ranged tactics instead of engaging me in close combat, only to be swiftly taken down by my 2 dragon slashes and a spiral strike, effortlessly securing another point. Bai Mingyue and Lin Yixin, the 3 ladies, similarly exerted minimal effort to solidify the score at 40. In the final 2v2 match, Bai Mingyue and I teamed up once more, our chemistry proving advantageous. Our combination of melee and ranged attacks was indeed scientifically sound, with my defense locking down the opponent and Bai Mingyue raining destruction from afar. The Pursuer set's level 40 ability to bypass defenses and magical shields became our ultimate weapon for victory. With great ease, the competition has progressed to the top 8. And Fei joyfully ascended the stage to announce the results. The grand screen in the WL China region illuminated with the matchups of the quarterfinals. Upper bracket, Zhang Tianming vs Han Gue Zhan Pao Shui Yinshan vs. Gu Jian 222 team. Lower bracket, Zhu Long vs Hong Renguan Gu Jian Hunming vs. Ji Jianjiang Hu Chapter 909. Zhang Tian struggles at last. The WL battles have reached their most intense phase, with 8 formidable teams vying for the crown of supremacy. Both halves of the bracket have transformed into veritable death groups. Zhang Tianming, Han Gue Zhan Pao, Shui Yinshan, and Gu Jian 2 team are fiercely competing for a spot in the upper bracket finals, while Gu Jian Hunming seeks to secure their place against Zhu Long. Only one among the highly favored Zhu Long and Gu Jian can advance to the finals. With grace and poise, Fei stood upon the stage and remarked, "Thank you all for your attention. The WL has now reached the quarterfinal stage. I believe the teams that have made it this far are well-known superpowers, though there are certainly some surprising underdogs among them. I am confident that the upcoming matches will be nothing short of thrilling. First, let us invite the teams competing in the first quarterfinal match to prepare. Zhang Tianming vs Han Gue Zhan Pao. Captains, please input your lineups." Zhang Tian and Shui Yunyao summoned their respective system interfaces and entered their rosters. Soon, the matchups appeared on the grand screen. 1v1. Ice and Fire Song LV-181 Icebound Berserker vs Zhang Tian LV-180 Lava Warrior 1v1. Shui Yunyao LV-180 Magic Knight vs. Li Gu LV-181 Assassin 1v1. Jieling LV-180 Necromancer vs Lin Bingdo, Zhe LV-180 Warrior 1v1. Shingu LV-180 Iron-Blooded Knight vs. Shiryu LV-180 Archer 2v2. Ice and Fire Song LV-181 Icebound Berserker, and Jieling LV-180 Necromancer vs Zhang Tian LV-180 Lava Warrior, and Li Gu LV-181 Assassin. Damn. I couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the matchups. "What is it, brother?" Bai Mingyue inquired, glancing at me. I clenched my fists, stating, "Zhang Tianming is in peril. This unfortunate matchup could spell disaster for them. They must be devastated right now." He nodded in agreement. Indeed. Zhang Tian's expression is quite grim. Everyone turned to gaze, and sure enough, Zhang Tian bore a pallid countenance, gripping his battle blade while conversing with Li Gu, Shiryu, and Lin Bingdo, who also wore serious expressions, acutely aware of the dire circumstances. In stark contrast, the members of Han Gue Zhan Pao, particularly Shui Yunyao, wore smiles, evidently pleased with the current matchups. It was glaringly obvious that Zhang Tianming's strongest assassin, Li Gu, was pitted against the opponent's weakest, Shui Yunyao. Even securing this point would not guarantee victory, as Ice and Fire's Song, Jieling, and Shingu possessed formidable strength, while Zhang Tian, Shiryu, and Lin Bingdo were brimming with confidence in their chances. The first match would showcase a clash between 2 hidden-class warriors. As the battle unfolded, Zhang Tian and the Song of Ice and Fire found themselves transported to the arena. The latter, maintaining an aura of coldness, brandished his sword without the aid of a steed, while Zhang Tian, in perfect synchrony, abandoned the mounted state. In this arena where skill, equipment, and technique were paramount, to ride into battle would be tantamount to courting disaster. The Song of Ice and Fire gracefully wielded his blade, conjuring a shield of ice that enveloped him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zhang Tian, undeterred, raised his hand, summoning a fiery shield that surrounded him, a signature move of the lava warrior, the Flame Guardian, which diminished incoming damage by 50 for 12 seconds. Once the protective enchantment enveloped him, Zhang Tian charged forth, closing the distance without hesitation. The Song of Ice and Fire did not evade. Instead, he met the onslaught head-on. The clash of steel echoed in the night sky as three brilliant sparks erupted from the fierce exchange of blows. With a powerful shout, Zhang Tian leveraged a slight advantage in strength, forcing his opponent to stagger backward. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Zhang Tian seized the opportunity, launching a devastating strike that left his adversary dazed. The Blue Tiger's barrier shattered upon impact, striking the Song of Ice and Fire squarely in the chest, followed by a standard attack that yielded a trio of damage numbers: 68782, 71263, and 21209. Despite the Song of Ice and Fire's fortified icy shield, which provided formidable defense, he remained standing with a mere 10 health points remaining. With a swift motion, a card was hurled into the air by the Song of Ice and Fire, an enigmatic ghost card, the origin of which was unknown. This card instantaneously amplified his attack and penetration power, allowing him to thrust forward, his boots slamming against Zhang Tian's arm. As he raised his blade, the icebound skill erupted forth: 62783, 52282, 62109. Under the relentless barrage, Zhang Tian was left stunned, and with a slight smile, the Song of Ice and Fire declared, "Zhang Tian, the guild leader, it is time for you to depart." With a decisive thrust, the barrier breaker pierced through Zhang Tian's chest armor, draining the last remnants of his vitality. Thus, the Song of Ice and Fire secured the first point. Zhang Tian's expression darkened, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of his opponent's assault. In terms of skill, the Song of Ice and Fire had outperformed him, executing a blend of offensive and defensive maneuvers with a finesse that few could master. This proficiency, typically reserved for the likes of Zhu Yingwan and Lin Yixin, was seamlessly employed, creating a gaping opening that led to Zhang Tian's swift demise. In the second round, the outcome remained unchanged. After sustaining a loss of 77 health points, the Song of Ice and Fire finally seized a rare opportunity to strike, ensnaring Zhang Tian with a bone wall. The icebound slash unleashed devastation once more, immobilizing his foe while inflicting tremendous damage. Bound by the bone wall, Zhang Tian could not evade the icebound slash, and a single misstep led to total defeat. With a powerful display, the Song of Ice and Fire claimed a precious point from the guild leader of the second guild in the Chinese region. "Well done, Ice and Fire." Water Cloud Melody cheered from the edge of the stage. The Song of Ice and Fire nodded appreciatively, replying, "Thank you, Captain." With a sense of resignation yet unyielding spirit, Zhang Tian stepped to the sidelines and declared, "A single defeat is inconsequential. Li Gu, Xiaoyu Linbing, I entrust the next 3 matches to you." A chorus of affirmations followed. In the second match, Li Gu faced off against Shui Yunyao. True to his promise, Li Gu did not disappoint Zhang Tian, delivering a continuous barrage of stunning attacks that rendered Shui Yunyao incapacitated. With the exquisite butterfly step, Shui Yunyao found herself utterly defenseless, unable to even catch a glimpse of Li Gu as she succumbed, resulting in a swift loss of 2 rounds. 11. Zhang Tian's alliance gained a victory. As the competition progressed to the third match, Jieling confronted Lin Bing Doja. Zhang Tian whispered a caution in Lin Bing's ear: "Be wary of this necromancer's summoning abilities. He possesses a skill known as the Bone Cage, which summons skeletal hands to ensnare his opponent, immobilizing them. However, this skill requires a longer casting time, allowing for evasion through adept maneuvering. Be mindful of your skill cooldowns. I believe you can secure this victory." Lin Bing nodded confidently. "Boss, rest assured, I doubt this necromancer can surpass the prowess of Lu Chun, that necromancer swordsman." Li Gu interjected with a smile, "Caution is paramount. I aspire to compete in the WEL International Tournament, you understand." Lin Bing replied, "I comprehend. I share that ambition. Let us proceed." As they teleported onto the battlefield, the necromancer Jieling, shrouded in a dark cloak, stood serenely, his face obscured. An aura of deathly energy enveloped him, embodying the very essence of a necromancer, his presence reminiscent of one freshly emerged from a grave. Lin Bing brandished his sword, activating his legendary skill, which amplified his attack by 120 and defense by 40. Regrettably, the opponent wielded magic attacks, rendering the defense somewhat ineffective. Jieling emitted a chilling laugh, striking the ground with his staff to unleash a 7th-tier buff, augmenting his attack by 110, indicative of his considerable strategic prowess. With the cold bone shield in place, Jieling extended a skeletal arm and taunted, "Come forth, young one." Furious, Lin Bing retorted, "I am the vice leader of the Zhan Tian Alliance. What are you to address me as young one? I shall engage you in a battle of 300 rounds." Jieling chuckled lightly, 3 rounds will suffice. Why prolong it to 300? With that, Lin Bing charged forth, but Jieling swiftly brandished his staff, unleashing a barrage of black dragon waves. Remarkably, Lin Bing executed a series of Z-shaped maneuvers, evading 2 of the waves, before suddenly activating his charge ability, showcasing his impressive PK skills. However, Lin Bing was utterly unprepared for Jieling's anticipatory tactics. As Lin Bing charged, Jieling activated Blink, repositioning himself 30 yards behind. Raising his staff, the bone cage materialized beneath Lin Bing's feet, successfully ensnaring him, cleverly exploiting the inertia of Lin Bing's charge for a lethal strike. The black dragon waves continued to rain down, with Jieling's formidable mana transforming him into a veritable artillery piece. With no extraordinary skills employed, Lin Bing fell swiftly, his health plummeting too rapidly to recover. Jieling triumphed with an effortless victory. In the second round, the combatants no longer dared to underestimate their opponent, having realized that their rival's operational capability was on par with their own. After several tentative maneuvers, the combatants launched a charge once more. This time, the guardian spirit remained motionless. The frost shield rendered the charge ineffective, and with a flourish of the staff, it bellowed, "Perish, Knight of the Undead Dragon." Ha ha ha. The dragon's shadow howled as the formidable necromancer stood firm, directly confronting the valiant combatant. The death corrosion skill significantly diminished the opponent's defenses while continuously sapping their health. The black dragon wave surged, delivering an astonishingly high DPS, and with a lament, the combatant fell once again. The score stood at 12, and the Battle Heaven Alliance found themselves on the brink of elimination. Another defeat would result in their immediate knockout. Battle Heaven turned to October Rain, saying, "Little Rain, this time it truly depends on you." October Rain puffed out her chest with determination, replying, "Fear not, leave it to me." Li Gu remarked, "The Iron Blood Knights' operations are quite impressive, rivaling that of the Ancient Sword's Chaotic Moon. They pose a significant threat, Little Rain." October Rain nodded, "I shall do my utmost." Battle Heaven felt a wave of despair. Why is the morale plummeting? October Rain shrugged playfully, "I'm on it." 7 minutes later, October Rain, utilizing her 0-2 Divine Bone, left Battle Heaven in utter dismay. They had never anticipated that the mighty Battle Heaven Alliance would falter here, succumbing to the long-dormant Soul Return Battle Robe. The 3 hidden class players on the opposing side proved overwhelmingly powerful, leading to a substantial loss for Battle Heaven. The annual WL League had not been kind to them this year. Chapter 910, Swordsmanship and Blade Techniques. The sound of the blade clattering to the ground echoed as Battle Heaven sank despondently onto the railing of the viewing platform. October Rain consoled, "Victory and defeat are common in battle. Let us await next year's WEL." Li Gu patted Battle Heaven's shoulder. "Let us look forward to the national war. The WL places too much emphasis on individual strength. The national war is where our alliance can truly showcase our prowess. Battle Heaven, you must believe in yourself and our brotherhood." Battle Heaven nodded resolutely, "Understood." After Soul Return Battle Robe triumphed over the Battle Heaven Alliance, they declined to engage in the final match, securing their place as the first team to reach the top 4. This outcome surprised everyone, as no one had anticipated the ferocity of Soul Return Battle Robe. Not even Battle Heaven could halt their advance. In the second match of the quarterfinals, Snow Silver Fur faced the Ancient Sword's second team. Li Chungfeng stated, "Miss Lin, we will give it our all." Lin Yixin nodded, "Prepare to be swept away." Gue Guzi smiled slightly, suggesting, "Miss Lin, how about we engage in an open duel?" "What do you mean?" Lin Yixin blinked in curiosity. Gue Guzi smiled and explained, "It's simple. Each of us will reveal one participant for battle, and the opposing side will send someone to face them. Each side will disclose 2 members, ensuring fairness. Ziho rubbed his hands together, grinning. That sounds quite intriguing. Leader, let us agree, lest ancient sword claim we won unfairly. Lin Yixin nodded. All right, you may go first. The proposal is yours. Li Changfeng, wielding the Augustus spear, declared, no further ado. I shall be the first to enter the fray. The purple-clad marquis paused momentarily, while the shadowy Chanel pondered silently. With the dragon warrior preparing for battle, neither of them was entirely confident in their success. Thus they refrained from recklessly engaging. After all, this match was pivotal. A loss would eliminate any chance of competing in the international arena, a burden no one wished to bear. After a few seconds, Lin Yixin toyed with the dagger in her hand and declared with a smile, very well, I shall take the field for the first match, with the snow-silver fur. Giguzi nodded in approval. Excellent, a battle of champions, fair and square. For the second match, it is your turn. Lin Yixin then suggested, let Chanel take the stage. To which one you responded, I shall face Chanel in the second match. Giguzi chuckled, all right, I will take the helm in the third match. The purple-clad marquis, wielding his blade, responded with a light-hearted tone, very well, I shall confront Giguzi. The remaining match was clear. Qingqing Shuixiang would face the spirited challenger. Shortly thereafter, the grand screen displayed the lineup for both teams. 1v1. Fengsa Huansong LV-182 Light Ranger vs. The legendary hero LV-181 Dragon Warrior 1v1. Shadowy Chanel LV-181 Dark Sorcerer vs. Luan Yu LV-180 Warrior 1v1. Purple-clad Marquis LV-181 Warrior vs. Giguzi LV-181 Death Knight 1v1. Qingqing Shuixiang LV-180 Archer vs. Spirited Challenger LV-180 Warrior 2v2. Fengsa Huansong LV-182 Light Ranger, and Purple-clad Marquis LV-181 Warrior vs. The legendary hero LV-181 Dragon Warrior, and Giguzi LV-181 Death Knight. This was destined to be a classic confrontation. In the first match, the Fruit Knife Goddess faced the legendary hero, both being legendary figures of their era. The Dragon Warrior valiantly fought in the Dawn Canyon, single-handedly holding back thousands for 5 hours before ultimately perishing in a fierce battle, a truly heroic demise. The Fruit Knife Goddess, during a critical moment in a national war, unleashed a breathtaking move, turning the tide and shattering the dreams of millions from the Northern Wolf clan. Following the battle in Dawn City, Lin Yixin and Li Changfeng were revered as heroes in the Chinese region. Now, these two legendary figures were about to determine a victor in WL, an event sure to ignite the audience's fervor to its fullest. Surrounding the central arena were at least 100,000 spectators, all rising to their feet, waving their arms in fervent support. The crowd erupted in cheers, with many fervent fans passionately shouting, Fengsa Huansong, you are the mightiest Fruit Knife Goddess. Lin MM, we adore you. We shall always adore you. Defeat the Dragon Warrior. We are willing to offer you all our love, Fruit Knife Goddess. You are the one we dream of. Meanwhile, besides Lin Yixin's supporters, Li Chengfeng's fans were equally fervent. Many young women, teary-eyed with excitement, leaned over the railing, vociferously calling out, the legendary hero, you must prevail, you must vanquish the Fruit Knife Goddess. Li Chengfeng, you are our dream. Li Chengfeng, I love you. I want to bear your children. As soon as he entered the arena, Li Chengfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the lush green grass, nearly overwhelmed by the fervor of his own fans. In this day and age, beautiful women were fierce, and most ordinary individuals found it difficult to withstand their allure. Lin Yixin dismounted, canceling the combat form of her Moonchaser tiger. With a swift wave of her hand, the Moonchaser tiger let out a series of ferocious roars, transforming into a silver emblem that appeared on Lin Yixin's left arm, shimmering with a captivating glow. This was not merely a mount. It represented the Moonchaser tiger manifesting as a beast soul to protect its master. Clearly, the stunning beauty had acquired new skills after her 7th transformation. Observing the fierce tiger rune on Lin Yixin's arm, Li Chengfeng's gaze darkened as he silently began to assess the situation. The mount attributes of the Moonchaser tiger remained intact, still enhancing Lin Yixin's prowess. Aside from a reduction in negative effects, her attributes remained formidable, and her agility had notably increased. For a player of her technical caliber, this was akin to having wings bestowed by a tiger. With a thud, Li Chengfeng dismounted and stomped the ground, summoning a green dragon shadow that spiraled around him, forming a dragon-shaped energy shield to protect him. This, too, was Li Chengfeng's 7th transformation skill, Dragon's Guardian, boasting a 50 damage reduction effect, equally formidable as Lin Yixin's Fierce Tiger Rune. Lin Yixin couldn't help but smile as the blade of the 7 Stars glass sword drooped, and a sheen of green lotus leaves enveloped her feet, indicating her transformation into the Earth's form. In response, Li Chengfeng also shifted into his Earth form and immediately activated the Battle Soul Embodiment skill, causing his attributes to nearly double in strength. The system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the battle commenced, a crack as grass flew up marked Lin Yixin's decisive advance, launching herself from the side to attack Li Chengfeng. In the blink of an eye, she wielded her sword, the 7 Stars glass sword transforming into a piercing beam, refracting 3 times in succession as it struck at her opponent's vulnerable points. Surprised, Li Chengfeng felt a jolt. He was aware of Lin Yixin's decisive and rapid maneuvers, but did not anticipate the speed at which she attacked. In a duel of experts, the one who struck faster and more accurately held the greater chance of victory. The spear of Augustus was raised, swaying twice as Li Chengfeng's body leaned back, the spear's shaft thrusting down into the ground, his form resembling a steel plank. With 2 sharp clangs, he successfully blocked Lin Yixin's attacks, yet unexpectedly, he still received a sword strike to his chest. 28,891. Lin Yixin's graceful figure glided like a fairy through the air, a hint of a delightful smile gracing her lips as she suddenly grasped the shaft of the spear of Augustus. With a fluid motion, she spun around the spear, harnessing the force of her opponent's weapon to execute an arcing maneuver. The 7 Stars glass sword ignited into flames, striking fiercely towards Li Chengfeng's neck. Gritting his teeth, Li Chengfeng's body sank once more, nearly kneeling as his right leg shot out in a powerful kick, slamming against the base of the spear. The spear of Augustus was forcefully deflected, crashing against Lin Yixin's shoulder and dealing 20,000 damage. Simultaneously, Lin Yixin raised her delicate leg, delivering a powerful kick to Li Chengfeng's waist. Boom. 16,266. Li Chengfeng rolled out with the momentum, yet had not traversed even 2 meters before his battle boots struck the ground with a ferocity that defied normalcy. The spear of Augustus darted towards Lin Yixin's shoulder like a dragon in flight, its blade adorned with the menacing visage of a colossal azure dragon. With a thunderous cry, he unleashed Azure Dragon Horn Strike. 49,090. The impact caused Lin Yixin to gasp in pain, emitting a whimper as she retreated, raising her hand to cast Divine Cry. Crack! In a flash, the strike was executed with such swiftness that Li Chengfeng had no time to evade, suffering a loss of 50,000 health points. Still reeling from the effects of Divine Cry, when Lin Yixin pressed the attack again, the 7 Stars glazed sword ignited with fiery points, thrusting forward with unrelenting force aimed directly at Li Chengfeng's chest. Clang! The spear of Augustus managed to block the strike, yet the encounter was far from over. Lin Yixin's left fist, concealed within her battle cloak, coiled with the power of the earth, unexpectedly struck Li Chengfeng's cheek. 29,988. Knowing full well that a barrier would not breach the defenses of a skilled dragon warrior, she used it merely to bait her opponent. While her true lethal move lay in her unarmed assault, her strategy was crystal clear. After taking a hit to the cheek, Li Chengfeng spun around abruptly, exclaiming, "Come on, Lin Beauty. You never strike the face when you duel with Vice Alliance leader Lu Chun." As he spoke, he pivoted, thrusting the spear of Augustus with sudden ferocity, delivering 3 consecutive piercing strikes, dragon bone stabs. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yixin endured the assault, with damage figures soaring. 38,772. 41,029. 28,716. She swiftly retreated, her lovely visage flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The 7 Stars glazed sword plunged into the ground as she charged towards Li Chengfeng, her boots pounding the earth, and with a powerful swing, she struck down upon his shoulder. Li Chengfeng, ever confident, wielded the spear, successfully parrying her attack. However, in an instant, Lin Yixin brushed past him, brandishing a short knife that glimmered ominously. In that moment, dread washed over Li Chengfeng. Throughout their duel, Lin Yixin had engaged him with swordplay, Yet he had forgotten that she was the knife goddess. Her true mastery lay not in swordsmanship, but in the lethal prowess of that very fruit knife. With a swift thrust, the moon's eye shattered defenses, and simultaneously, the 7 stars glazed sword glowed brilliantly as the frost fire slash pierced through Li Chengfeng's chest. 58,992. 108,746. The frost fire slash had delivered a critical hit, sealing Li Chengfeng's fate in this match. With a thud, the dragon warrior slowly knelt upon one knee, the spear of Augustus held aloft, glaring at Lin Yixin before gradually dissipating into ethereal light. 0-1. The first match, the dragon warrior's first defeat. Chapter 911. Stagnation at the top 8. Damn it. Li Chengfeng returned to the sidelines, his complexion pale, staring at me incredulously. What kind of operation was that from your wife? It was too fast. Is she even human? Lin Yixin interjected. What did you say? Li Chengfeng could only stare in disbelief. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, you chuckled. Has that ladly finally found his rest? Lin Yixin dared to challenge Zhuing Wan and Lu Chun, a player of royal caliber, engaged in a fierce confrontation. To be frank, your skills are commendable, yet there remains a slight chasm that separates you from these 3 individuals, a gap that could be bridged with further effort. Li Chengfeng clenched his teeth, reluctantly acknowledging that he had fought fiercely against Lin Yixin, his maneuvers nearly on par. However, an ever so slight discrepancy persisted, a difference capable of swaying the outcome of their encounters. It was precisely for this reason that Li Chengfeng could never truly attain absolute certainty when facing Zhuing Wan. Despite his fervent desire for vengeance, he understood deep down that in a one-on-one duel against Zhuing Wan, his chances of victory did not exceed 40%. Even with the transformation into a divine general, he might not stand a chance against Zhuing Wan. Thus, he could only prolong the path of retribution. Li Chengfeng shared a mindset akin to mine. With relentless effort, he believed that one day, they would face their long-standing nemesis. Coincidentally, our adversary was the same, forging an unbreakable bond between us as brothers who would exchange lives for vengeance. In the second round, the two reappeared in the arena, the jungle terrain seemingly favoring Lin Yixin. As a radiant ranger, she leaned towards agility, benefiting from heightened dexterity. Moreover, Lin Yixin's equipment slightly surpassed that of Li Chengfeng, augmenting her attack speed, movement speed, and evasion. Li Chengfeng brandished the spear of Augustus, once again entering his earth transformation, summoning the embodiment of his battle spirit. Lin, this match shall not come so easily to you, he said calmly, casting a glance at the distant beauty. With a slight smile, Lin Yixin brandished her 7-star glazed sword, retorting, is that so? Nevertheless, I assure you, Li, no matter how vigilant you are, I shall still prevail. Just wait and see. With a sudden roar, Li Chengfeng propelled himself into action, declaring, let us exchange blows. Prepare to experience my dragon blade whirlwind, a large AoE attack that you cannot evade. Indeed, in pursuit of qualifying for the international competition, Li Chengfeng had begun to unleash his AoE skills, and astonishingly, WL had not banned this move. Lin Yixin momentarily faltered. The next instant, a golden dragon spiraled around the spear of Augustus as Li Chengfeng unleashed a thunderous command. Launching the spear forth, go. The spear of Augustus, imbued with the power of the dragon blade whirlwind, surged toward Lin Yixin. As he landed, he swiftly propelled himself forward, brandishing a glistening sword in hand. Aware that a single dragon blade whirlwind would not suffice to defeat Lin Yixin, he devised a dual strategy. Launching an offensive from 2 angles, Lin Yixin swiftly retreated, her delicate hands outstretched as she summoned 2 divine cry attacks to counter the dragon blade whirlwind. Unfortunately, she could not fully nullify the AoE assault. In desperation, she raised her 7-star glazed sword before her, letting out a soft cry as she entered a defensive stance. Boom. 79, 923. 82, 772. Clang. The spear of Augustus collided with her sword, sending it flying and forcing Lin Yixin to stagger backward repeatedly. After the tumultuous onslaught of the dragon blade, Lin Yixin's vitality dwindled to a mere 40. The ravaging storm had yet to dissipate. Her enchanting eyes remained tightly shut. Just then, Li Chengfeng had already pierced through the winds, his sword suddenly unleashed with a crushing effect, aiming straight for Lin Yixin's breastplate. With her eyes still closed, Lin Yixin's adorable demon ears perked up, her battle robe billowing as she abruptly raised her long sword, abandoning her defensive stance. This move thwarted Li Chengfeng's determined assault. And in that instant, Lin Yixin opened her eyes, her stunning violet irises locking onto Li Chengfeng, an aura of lethal intent surging forth. With a huff, Lin Yixin surged forward, her demonic wrist armor vibrating against the edge of his blade, accepting the blow to deliver a heavy elbow strike to the space between Li Chengfeng's neck. Li Chengfeng's mental response was delayed by a mere 0.15 seconds, but alas, Lin Yixin's reaction was swifter, initiating her attack within approximately 0.12 seconds. The seven-star glazed sword, gleaming with icy brilliance, struck fiercely at Li Chengfeng's chest. Breaking force slash. 28,282. Lin Yixin's signature technique, the breaking force slash, propelled Li Chengfeng back by 5 yards, plunging him into a disorienting stupor for a critical 0.5 seconds. With palms spread wide, a chilling blizzard unleashed, delivering 3 successive blows upon Li Chengfeng's armor. Subsequently, Lin Yixin soared away, separating herself from her sword. The seven-star glazed sword, ignited with the flames of barrier breaking, pierced through Li Chengfeng's chest, inflicting a staggering damage of 79,873. Li Chengfeng's vitality plummeted to 0 in an instant. In that same moment, he launched his own counterattack, brandishing his spear into the air, the return shot whistling forth, accompanied by a barrage of barrier-breaking strikes. As skillful beams intertwined before Lin Yixin, she found herself in a fierce clash, her vitality rapidly depleting to less than 3,000 points. With a thud, Li Chengfeng knelt once more, seated on the ground, his sword hanging low, the spear of Augustus embedded in the nearby earth. Both weapon and wielder transformed into specks of light that vanished from the arena. Gazing at her remaining sliver of health, Lin Yixin's face turned pale with fright. She stuck out her tongue and chuckled lightly. That was close. Finally, Li Chengfeng could not overcome Lin Yixin, who boldly claimed a precious point from the dragon warrior. Swish. The two appeared simultaneously at the sidelines, Li Chengfeng wearing an expression of guilt as he addressed us. Little ghost, Luan Yu, your fighting spirit is truly formidable. I lost a point. Gue Guzi smirked. Relax, your opponent is the beautiful Lin. Anyone stepping up would lose a point. The legend of the pretty little pepper is no exaggeration. Lin Yixin playfully raised her fists toward Li Chengfeng, laughing. Hero Li, I graciously accept your defeat. Li Chengfeng, perhaps wishing to bite Lin Yixin in frustration, turned to me and remarked, Vice Alliance leader, you should discipline your future girlfriend more. Don't let her wreak havoc every day. I nodded. Lin Yixin immediately glared at me. What does your nod mean? I shuddered and replied, tonight. The moonlight is like water. Luan Yu, standing beside, shrugged. Forget it. It's a miracle that Luchin isn't being managed at all. Sigh. It's my turn now. In the second match, the formidable duo of Luan Yu faced off against the enigmatic Ingzhi Chanel in a contest reminiscent of a battle of wits. Ingzhi Chanel undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 sorcerers in the Chinese arena, her prowess beyond question. Albeit her equipment lacks the formidable strength of the likes of Jing Cheng Luo Shun, Sansheng Mo, or Lin Yixin. In contrast, her adversary, Luan Yu from Gu Jian Hunming, boasted top-tier equipment and skills, displaying operational prowess that was equally impressive. Within the arena, dust swirled as Luan Yu swiftly found herself on the brink of defeat. Yet, miraculously, she clung to the last vestiges of her health. This resilience exemplified the resolve of a master. Within half a minute, she managed to erode 90 of Chanel's magical shield resilience, having calculated the cooldown of her opponent's blink. Seizing the moment, Luan Yu consumed a health potion and launched a direct assault, employing the skill barrier breaker stone slash to triumph over Ingzhi Chanel. Luan Yu once again validated her strength, proving even the top sorceress of Shuiyin Shan could not match her prowess, thereby securing a crucial point for her team. In the third match, Gue Guzi faced off against Zi Yiho in yet another clash of titans. The necromancer from Gu Jian Hunming confronted the premier operational warrior from Shuiyin Shan. Be cautious of Zi Yiho's 0-degree freeze. I cautioned before the battle commenced. Lin Yixin similarly warned Zi Yiho, watch out for Gue Guzi's death stab. It comprises 3 attacks. If you can block, do so. If not, defend. Do not absorb all the damage. Moreover, Gue Guzi's undying shield absorbs 50 of damage, but should you manage to land a fatal blow, there will be no chance for absorption. Come on, don't be so profound, I jested. Lin Yixin shrugged with a smile. Everything is for victory. Following her insightful revelation of Gue Guzi's vulnerabilities, the odds seemed to shift dramatically against him. In the arena, the first 3 minutes saw an evenly matched exchange between Gue Guzi and Ziyi Ho, engaging in numerous fierce skirmishes while continuously healing to prolong the encounter. Yet, at the decisive moment, Ziyi Ho exhibited superior maneuvers, utilizing sword dynamics to bait Gue Guzi into a death stab, forcing him into a vulnerable position. With a powerful 2-hit combo from the skill War Chaos, he successfully depleted Gue Guzi's remaining health. In the second round, Gue Guzi adeptly employed his newly acquired knowledge, using a feigned build-up to trick Ziyi Ho into activating his skill's cooldowns. The death stab, in a sequence of 6 relentless strikes, left Ziyi Ho reeling, ultimately leading to his defeat. The third round unfolded as a tense stalemate, culminating in a narrow victory for Ziyi Ho, who solidified his reputation as Shui Yinshan's premier warrior by securing a vital point from Gue Guzi, bringing his team closer to the semifinals. In the fourth match, the stakes were high as we faced off against Qing Shuixiang. Li Chengfeng, filled with fervor, clapped me on the shoulder, proclaiming, "If you win this match, I shall treat you tonight to that exquisite wine priced at 1,000 a bottle. Drink until you drop." With fire in my eyes, I retorted, "You'd better keep your word. If you back out, you shall be deemed a coward." Li Chengfeng nodded affirmatively. "They call me the honest young lord for a reason. My reputation is not unwarranted." With unwavering determination, he brandished his war hammer and charged into battle, undeniably formidable, overwhelming Sun Qingqing with ease. The advantage of his armor proved insurmountable as he rode the dragon steed, crashing through the fray, ultimately incapacitating Sun Qingqing twice in succession, securing an exceedingly precious point. The score stood at 22, a stalemate. Indeed, it was a fiercely contested and intense clash. In the decisive match, a 2v2 contest unfolded between Lin Yixin, the Purple Robe Marquis, and Guzi, Li Chengfeng. Both sides unleashed their aces, and as I observed, a sense of helplessness washed over me at the prospect of this final 2v2 determining the fate of the Ancient Sword 2 team, signaling their slim chances of victory. The Purple Robe Marquis possessed the 0 degrees freezing control skill, while Lin Yixin wielded Ice Storm and Divine Weeping to dominate the battlefield. In contrast, Guzi and Li Chengfeng relied solely on a single dragon blade spin for control, rendering the outcome dependent on sheer skill. Regrettably, Lin Yixin's prowess surpassed Li Chengfeng's, and the Purple Robe Marquis outperformed Guzi, leading to a complete defeat. After 3 grueling matches, the team succumbed with a score of 12 against their opponents. Li Chengfeng, demonstrating commendable spirit, managed to eliminate Lin Yixin and the Purple Robe Marquis despite being swiftly dispatched in the second round. Nevertheless, the third round ended in defeat, and the Ancient Sword 2 team consequently exited the WEL competition, halted at the quarterfinals. Chapter 912, The Red Guild. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle, especially against an opponent like Shui Yinshan. He consoled the players from Guzi's team. Leaning against the backdrop with his sword, Li Chengfeng smiled faintly and remarked, "It's all right. Losing to Shui Yinshan is not unjust. We simply fell short in skill. Let us strive diligently. Next year, SWL. We must meet the main team in the finals, carving our own path and leaving no escape for guilds like Shui Yinshan and the Battle Heaven Alliance." Nearby, Zhang Tian wore a grim expression. "We have already completed our journey in WL. Are you mocking us?" Li Chengfeng smirked and laughed, struggling alliance. Zhang Tian's face turned a shade of deep crimson. In the subsequent match, the Red Guild faced off against the Candle Dragon, a contest between an underdog and a reigning guild. The Red Guild had fought valiantly to reach this stage, boasting 3 stable scoring experts, 2 warriors, and an archer, with an almost flawless record along the way. Particularly, the maneuvering of the 2 warriors approached the level of the renowned Lin Yixin. A remarkable feat at the edge of the battlefield, Candle Dragon, sword in hand, smiled gently, "Brothers of the Red Guild, our encounter here is indeed fateful. Today, regardless of victory or defeat, let us be friends. Do not let a mere competition mar our camaraderie. Your ascent to the top 8 commands my respect on behalf of Candle Dragon. In the upcoming 5 matches, we shall give our all to honor your strength." The leader of the Red Guild, a warrior known as Guiyuing, raised his blade and replied with a faint smile, "Thank you for your recognition, martial god. We too shall exert our utmost in this match, living up to our youth. Candle Shadow laughed heartily. Then let us engage in friendship through our martial prowess. Indeed, the Dance of the Gods also shared a cheerful exchange with the archer from the Red Guild, their camaraderie evident. It seemed that Candle Shadow sought to cultivate a rapport with the Red Guild. Even if absorption was unattainable, an alliance surely lay in the cards. Lin Yixin's bright eyes gazed intently into the distance. He nodded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she remarked, however, the greatest threat we face is that the Red Man Guild is actually a faction of the Sky City. The turbulence caused by Zhu Yingwan must be dealt with. This aims to cultivate the influence of the Candle Dragon within Sky City, gradually eroding our power. I replied, Zhu Yingwan's strategy is rather astute. By fostering the Red Man Guild in Sky City to oppose our ancient sword alliance, they can expend both resources and manpower, while the Candle Dragon reaps the benefits. San Sheng Mo interjected, then we should bolster the strength of the ancient sword alliance in Tianfeng City, countering the Candle Dragon Guild. I refuse to believe that the Candle Dragon can truly dominate Tianfeng City. Lin Yixin chuckled. Mo's reasoning holds merit, and we already have candidates. The depths of Taoyuan, led by Qingqing Ziqin, have been in a subtle struggle against the Candle Dragon, haven't they? We can forge an alliance with them, gradually infiltrating Tianfeng City. The ancient sword, Shui Song, Lai Yin Hong Chun, Jun Lin, and Bai Di Cheng must not remain complacent, otherwise they will surely be devoured. For there are far too many eyes on our territory. We cannot afford to lose, especially for the sake of gold. San Sheng Mo laughed heartily indeed. The leaders of the ancient sword and Shui Song are both stunning beauties. The chances of them being taken as wives by others are quite high. Lu Chun, you must go all out to ally against the Candle Dragon for the sake of the ladies. Li Qingfeng grinned from the side. The instability brought about by Zhu Yingwan is palpable. Even the Candle Dragon has begun to rally allies. We must remain vigilant. Once the WL concludes, the continent of Tianzong will undoubtedly face a series of conflicts. Everyone is on edge, ready to strike. Yes, we shall discuss it after the WL. Qingfeng. During our WL engagement, all matters concerning the ancient sword and Dark Moon City will be entrusted to you, Xiao Gui, and Luan Yu, I instructed. Understood. I shall not disappoint the vice leader. As we conversed, the competition between the Red Man Guild and the Candle Dragon had already yielded a victor, with the Candle Dragon triumphing 41-0 over the Red Man Guild. Bai Konghan lost to Gu Yuiying in a match, not due to inferiority, but rather by design. Delivering a complete defeat to the Red Man Guild was a blatant affront, significantly complicating future mergers. Concurrently, I investigated the Red Man Guild's details, established merely 4 months prior. It has steadily risen in prominence over the last 2 months, now boasting a main alliance of 50,000 members, alongside 7 sub-guilds, each a level 6 guild with 30,000 members, totaling a formidable force of 200,000. They maintain a relatively low profile, unlike the ostentatious factions such as the Mad Dragon or the Flower Between Factions, which frequently organize large-scale leveling sessions, PKs, and vendettas, as if the entirety of Sky City could not accommodate them. It is precisely such subdued guilds like the Red Man Guild that pose the greatest threat. While the strength of Gu Yuiying and her companions may not match that of Zhu Yingwan or Bai Konghan, they far exceed that of Wang Dongliang, Lu Chao, and Li Lu, and even surpass the might of the dominant riders from the Mieshan Guild. Otherwise, they could not exert such immense pressure on the Candle Dragon. Not long after the match concluded, the emblem on the shoulder of the guild leader, Gloomy Moon, transformed into the colors of the Candle Dragon Alliance, signifying their newfound alliance. After the game, Gloomy Moon sat languidly on the player bench, cradling his heavy sword and leaning against the steps. Li Chengfeng approached with a smile, saying, "My friend, you are from the Sky City Guild. Why travel so far to forge an alliance with Candle Dragon? The strategy of distant diplomacy and close combat may not thrive effortlessly in the game." Gloomy Moon glanced at Li Chengfeng and sat up, replying, "So you are the legendary hero. I am honored. Haha, the Candle Shadow is humble and respectful, and having such a formidable ally is certainly advantageous for our guild. Is there truly no alternative?" Li Chengfeng probed with a smile. "For instance, our guild, Ancient Sword Dream, may not comprehend what it means to be humble. Yet we understand the importance of sacrificing for our brothers. How about considering us? A fleeting, Inscrutable expression crossed Gloomy Moon's eyes as he chuckled. I think not. Since our guild has chosen Candle Dragon as our ally, we shall not waver like a reed in the wind. Moreover, with powerful allies like Snow Silver Fur, Junlin, and Blazing Red Lips, we certainly do not lack for support. The player bases of Sky City, Dark Moon City, Silver Fur City, and Junlin's new outpost have all been seized by you. Our guild must seek new avenues for survival and rely on new allies. We cannot simply remain idle. As he spoke, Gloomy Moon smirked and added, Rest assured, Li Changfeng, our guild has not allied with the War Heaven Guild. Consider yourselves fortunate. In this Sky City, with Ancient Sword Dream, Snow Silver Fur, and Junlin monopolizing player resources, if you leave us no path to thrive, we may have to rise in rebellion. Our first choice is the War Heaven Guild, and our second is Candle Dragon. Since Candle Shadow is so modest, we shall choose Candle Dragon as our ally. And the Red People Guild will surely carve out its own space in Sky City. Li Changfeng took a deep breath, fully aware of the futility of the situation, and smiled, saying, Very well, but Candle Dragon is our sworn enemy. We will strike to kill. I hope we do not meet on the battlefield. Ancient Sword Dream always prefers to gain a friend rather than an enemy. Gloomy Moon laughed lightly. Heroes arise from our ranks. If we must encounter each other on the battlefield, let it be a glorious clash. What better way to live this life? I approached and patted Li Changfeng's shoulder, adding, Gloomy Moon is right. A spirited battle is worth our youth. If a conflict between Ancient Sword Dream and the Red People Guild is destined, let us make it a more magnificent affair. Li Changfeng smiled knowingly and remarked, Indeed, the more intense, the better. I widened my eyes in surprise and replied, Then let it be brutal. I shall not oppose it. Gloomy Moon observed the retreating figures of Li Changfeng and me, momentarily taken aback, clearly underestimating our tenacity. Humph. We are both warriors at heart. If you wish to fight, we shall fight. What right does a mere Red People Guild have to stand atop the vast expanse of Sky City? At this moment, on stage, Fayer stepped onto the platform in her high-heeled boots, microphone in hand, and sweetly declared, The quarterfinals have reached their final match. Let us eagerly anticipate the entrance of the two contenders, Gu Jianhunming and Ji Jianjianghu. Once again, it was a confrontation between a super guild and an underdog. The members of Ji Jianjianghu remained silent and composed, with 3 of the 4 combatants holding hidden professions. In their previous battles, they had not encountered particularly formidable opponents, navigating smoothly to this point, which suggested they harbored numerous strategies and skills. This foretold a daunting challenge ahead for Gu Jianhunming. Your adversaries are formidable, do take care, Lin Yixin said with a pained expression, almost relishing the impending struggle. I grinned and turned to He, stating, In this match, we must secure a resounding victory. Allow me to take the lead in the first round. I must claim the first point. If Ji Jianjianghu gains momentum, we could find ourselves in peril. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Chun will fight first, Bei Mingxue second, Lian Xin third, and I will bring up the rear. For the final battle, let Lu Chun and Bei Mingxue fight together. The ideal outcome would be to conclude the match in 30 minutes. Agreed. The girls chimed in unison. Shortly thereafter, the large screen displayed the matchups. 1v1. Zheji Qinsha LV 182 Death Knight versus Jin Sheng, Lai Shi LV 181 on Myoji 1v1. Bei Mingxue LV 183 Dark Archer versus Amber Eyes LV 180 Dark Swordsman 1v1. Lianxing LV 182 Starry Illusionist versus Romantic Ash LV 180 Demon Swordsman 1v1. Zai Shui Yifeng LV 180 Demon Knight versus AI Jia Pin LV 180 Beast Tamer 2v2. Bei Mingxue LV 183 Dark Archer and Zheji Qinsha LV 182 Death Knight versus Jin Sheng Lai Shi LV 181 on Myoji and Amber Eyes LV 180 Dark Swordsman Chapter 913. On Myoji, Dark Swordsman, Demon Swordsman, I gazed up at the match list, murmuring, the team from Ji Jianjianghu is indeed formidable. Everyone, let us give it our all. We must achieve a clean sweep to establish our momentum. He smiled mischievously. The first match rests on your shoulders. The On Myoji, judging from the previous matches we've observed, possesses exceptionally devious skills. Be cautious, lest you inadvertently stumble. I nodded, raising my Xing sword, saying, Rest assured, I will secure this point without fail. For the sake of gold, and the ultimate MVP title. Nearby, another strong contender for the MVP title, Lin Yixin, widened her beautiful eyes at me and chuckled. You little trickster, at least let one match slip away, otherwise. Charging straight into the champions group leaves the rest of us with no chance at the MVP reward. With a grin, I replied, Fear not, my dear. I shall triumph in both matches and seize the Onmyoji. As I entered the arena, I beheld the enigmatic figure of the Onmyoji, this life and the next. Standing not far ahead, his gaze composed and unwavering. He appeared to be a youth of approximately 30, his visage chiseled with an air of calmness. Clad in a black and white robe, he wielded a staff, his attire exuding an aura of strangeness. Beneath him, a luminescent halo signifying a renowned general's technique shimmered, indicative of a player specializing in the general class, enhancing his magical attack by 100 and his spellcasting speed by 50, truly formidable. With my purple sword lowered, I stood upon the verdant grass, activating my martial god. With a call, 3 azure blades materialized, forming a protective circle around me, as a vortex danced in the air, embodying the transformation of the earth. Gazing at this life and the next, I remained silent, anticipating the countdown from the system. This life and the next offered a faint smile. Luchun, do you not have anything to say? Faced with an opponent such as myself, is there no sentiment you wish to express? I pondered for a moment before replying. What is there to say? Shall we engage in battle? With a dismissive chuckle. This life and the next retorted. Even a paragon from the CGL Hall of Fame appears to be nothing more than a rustic brigand, lacking the refinement to ascend to the grand stage. Suppressing my rising ire, I responded with a smirk. What do you mean by rustic? If I am a brigand, then what are you? A sneer graced the corner of this life and the next's mouth. Do you truly believe I am of the same ilk as you? You are gravely mistaken. I serve the nation, while you merely toil for your own petty domain. Do not dare to compare me to you. Open your eyes and witness. For today we shall reveal the chasm that separates us to those who dream of the ancient sword soul. It is the one who wields the sword in the realm who shall emerge victorious in this WL. Infuriated, I raised my sword. What nonsense. Who do you think you are? We may be brigands, but what are you? This life and the next smiled enigmatically. Let me enlighten you. I do not serve any guild. I am directly affiliated with the Chinese Virtual Division. I am the true warrior for my country. Do you understand? The Chinese Virtual Division? I echoed, incredulous. Indeed. At that moment, a notification chime resonated from Zhang Chun. Lu Chun, do not engage in debate with him. The Chinese Virtual Division has only recently been established, directly under the leadership of the State Council. It is said they have indeed recruited a cadre of elite players to command the national battles and safeguard national interests. This Onmyoji must be one of their top-tier recruits. Spare no words, simply eliminate him. I nodded in acknowledgement, replying, understood. Faced with such an arrogant Onmyoji, my demeanor shifted to calmness. It was crucial to remain composed to overcome my opponent. From the intensity of his presence, it was evident that this life and the next was indeed a top-tier expert. His pre-battle demeanor a testament to his prowess. Finally, the system's countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. As the grass swirled around me, I surged forward, the halo of earth transformation illuminating my path. With a swift motion, I raised my blade, unleashing the dragon slayer, which cleaved through the air toward my adversary. Following this, I extended one hand, golden sigils soaring into the sky and inscribing themselves upon the ground. Bang, bang, miss, miss. In this life and the next, I took a measured step back, narrowly missing the dragon slayer blade. Simultaneously, I employed a magical shield to deflect the damage from the ancient seal. With a sudden flourish of my staff, spectral energies danced around me. As a fierce violet flame surged forth, the deadly ghost fire. I raised my left arm, and the dragon god shield whistled into action, effectively countering the onslaught of ghostly flames. A resounding impact echoed. 49,887. I felt a searing pain in my arm. Indeed, this adversary's magical prowess was formidable. Even my ghostly shield could not completely mitigate the damage, which would have inflicted over 120,000 on an ordinary heavy-armored warrior. With agile footwork, I maneuvered in a graceful arc towards my opponent, launching a distant 1,000 ice slash. Boom! Amidst the swirling dust, I swiftly evaded with a flicker, raising my staff once more. Instantly, a purple, ethereal specter entwined itself around my form, reminiscent of countless threads ensnaring me, rendering me immobile. This was the signature technique of the On My OG, ghostly entanglement, temporarily reducing my movement and attack speed by 25, a lethal maneuver in player versus player combat. Under the influence of ghostly entanglement, my mobility diminished significantly. The purpling sword hung low as I continued to navigate cautiously, searching for an opportunity to strike decisively. My opponent continued to wield their staff, summoning a torrent of celestial flames, laughing heartily. Inferno Cataclysm. A fiery sea with a radius of 10 yards engulfed the area, scorching my health dramatically. This was a mass destruction spell, rivaling the might of Lin Yixin's Dimension Storm. With a faint smile, I raised my hand and executed a dragon spiral. Boom. The blade sliced through the air, and amidst the spiral tempest, my opponent's magical shield shattered, leaving them with a significant health deficit of 48,289. Alarmed, they hastily brandished their staff and intoned, "Soul Refinement." Instantly, their health was fully restored, astonishingly powerful indeed. As they invoked Soul Refinement, I rapidly altered my speed, deftly maneuvering in a zigzag pattern to evade the Inferno Cataclysm's attack, my sword poised at their chest. My opponent gaped in disbelief, never anticipating my swiftness. Utilizing the cover of nearby bushes to obscure their view, I executed a surprise attack. The Qian Kuan strike erupted forth, the blade radiating with indigo flames, poised to unleash its assault. At that moment, a smirk reappeared on my opponent's lips. With a swift motion of their left hand, a transparent mirror materialized between us. As they declared, "Yin Yang Mirror." With an arrow drawn, I had no choice but to unleash my Qian Kuan strike. Bang! The mirror reflected my attack, causing it to rebound back towards me, resulting in a devastating critical hit. 190,768. Shocked, I thought, what terrible luck. In a flash, my opponent raised their staff, unleashing a lethal ghost fire. 51,935. A sharp pain coursed through me, and I was ejected from the arena. I beheld my opponent, staff in hand, laughing triumphantly. What a pathetic little king. You have utterly disappointed me. How infuriating. Li Chengfeng clenched his iron fist and growled. Giguzi was livid, his face flushed. Damn it. Let me in to stab him to death. How audacious, that beast. He glanced at me with a light chuckle. Victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. There's no need for my guidance. I chuckled lightly. Indeed, indeed. Lin Yixin pouted at me. Brother Lu Chun, you've lost. How can you still smile? Lin Yixin, beside her, covered her mouth with a laugh. Lin Yixin, you truly do not understand your brother. Why? Lin Yixin asked, confused. Silly girl, Lin Yixin replied, it's quite simple. With Lu Chen's skills, the previous Qian Kuan strike could have been executed within 0.15 seconds, leaving no time for a reaction in this life or the next. Yet, Lu Chen delayed it for nearly 15 seconds before unleashing it, tenfold. Why? It's straightforward. He's employing trickery, enticing the opponent to reveal their strongest techniques, thus allowing us to gain an extra point in the 2v2 match. Wouldn't you agree? I shrugged with a smile. Why should girls be so clever? They'll have trouble finding a husband. Lin Yixin grinned sweetly. That's none of your concern. If it's so great, I want to marry. Li Chengfeng laughed. What a waste that would be. Giguzi, rubbing his forehead, exclaimed, goodness, the chief actually thinks so far ahead, using deception to test the waters. How could I have missed such a strategy? Luan Yu chuckled softly. Your intellect is ill-suited for cunning. Simply focus on honing your skills. The second round commenced swiftly. Returning to the arena, I wielded the Ziying sword, summoning the transformation effect of the earth right from the start. The opponent, Jinsheng Lisheng, wore a derisive smile. Lu Chun, if that's all you can do, you might as well concede. What little king? Merely that. I smirked slightly. Shut your foul mouth. I'll teach you a lesson shortly. I had no desire to engage in a verbal spat, so I remained silent. As the countdown completed, I launched my attack. With a swift motion of my arm, I executed a spiraling assault that ravaged the stony terrain. The Ziying sword's shattering effect was strikingly evident. The spiraling energy swept across the debris, the offensive akin to the apocalypse itself. Although Jinsheng Lisheng had prepared defenses, he was caught off guard and hastily blinked away. Locking onto my target, I anticipated his movement and charged. In a flash, I appeared behind him, the Ziying sword glimmering coldly, its indigo flames poised at his throat. Break. I struck. 67,992. A critical hit, penetrating his defenses. Jinxing Lixin gaped at me. How could it be so fast? A beam of white light shot from the arena. The match lasted a mere 15 seconds, a dramatic turn of events that left Jinxing Lixin utterly astonished. The third round mirrored the second, before Jinxing Lixin could react. The lightning-fast Qian Kuan strike claimed his life. My speed was unparalleled. He didn't even have the chance to summon the yin-yang mirror, his cognitive response lagging slightly. Even possessing formidable skills proved futile. With ease, I secured the first point for the Gujin Soul Dream, fulfilling my mission. Chapter 914. The Dark Swordsman. With a swift motion, I returned to the sidelines, resting my sword against the railing, and smiled at the group of young women, saying, "All right, the next 3 one-on-one matches are in your hands." Bai Mingyue, clutching her longbow, replied confidently, "Rest assured." In the second match, Bai Mingyue faced off against Amber Eyes, a dark swordsman whose style bore striking similarities to my own necromancer. The two competitors were teleported into the arena, where Amber Eyes, appearing to be around 25 years of age, wielded a sharp blade and donned dark armor. His expression was grim as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Mingyue. With a low growl, he summoned a blood-red glow around his sword, a manifestation of necromantic power. Alas, this dark energy was only effective against living beings, and Bai Mingyue was a dark archer of the undead, born Ashura, rendering the necromantic attack futile. With her longbow in hand, Bai Mingyue deftly retreated in small, nimble steps, creating distance as she awaited the match's commencement. However, Amber Eyes advanced menacingly toward the edge of the boundary zone, exuding a formidable presence. 3, 2, 1, fight! Amber Eyes locked onto a withered tree surrounding Bai Mingyue and charged forth with great speed, his blade slicing through the air with a fierce cry, for direction slash. Boom! The sword cleaved the air, striking in all directions, and Bai Mingyue was inevitably caught in the assault, her health plummeting by a significant amount, 62,993. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena. Fortunately, Bai Mingyue was clad in the Windrunner set. Had it been another archer, they might have been obliterated by such a blow. Activating her Bao God ability, Bai Mingyue's delicate visage turned icy as she continued to retreat while loosing a bone-corroding arrow, aimed at lowering her opponent's defenses. Otherwise, victory would be elusive. Following the bone-corroding arrow, a flurry of evil spirits rained down, each arrow launched with precision. Amber Eyes pursued with his blade, his gaze steely as he parried the onslaught of arrows with remarkable speed and skill. The crowd erupted in admiration at his reflexes, especially as he successfully blocked Bai Mingyue's formidable evil spirit barrage, showcasing extraordinary prowess. With his war frenzy activated, Amber Eyes moved with blinding speed, quickly closing the distance to Bai Mingyue. Raising his sword, he bellowed, "Dark Archer, meet your end with the dark slash." As the blade descended, unexpectedly, Bai Mingyue did not retreat but advanced instead, drawing a dagger from her waist and thrusting it upward in a surprising counter. Clang! No one anticipated that an archer would execute such a remarkable maneuver. Despite the force of the clash causing her to lose over 10,000 health points, Bai Mingyue slid back across the grass. Before she could come to a halt, she swiftly raised her longbow, unleashing the quaking arrow in a spiraling assault. 69,920. 81,837. The amber-eyed individual was taken aback, marveling at the finesse with which Bai Mingyue wielded her power, as well as the devastating effectiveness of her defenses. Despite the amber-eyed one's evident resilience, it was diminished by the bone-eroding arrow and further countered by the attributes of the Wind Chaser set, rendering their defense rather mediocre. Under Bai Mingyue's relentless assault, survival seemed utterly impossible. Perish! Bai Mingyue's gaze turned frigid as she raised her longbow skyward, launching an arrow that soared before plummeting downwards, followed by a rain of arrows indiscriminately raining destruction. This was the 7th turn skill, Skyward Arrow. The ground shook with an earth-shattering roar as the amber-eyed figure knelt in a deep pit of mud, the last vestiges of vitality stripped away, their bodies slumping lifelessly. With this, Bai Mingyue successfully secured a point for her team. The second round commenced swiftly, the two adversaries once more locking eyes in the arena. The amber-eyed one pondered thoughtfully, remaining silent. Bai Mingyue, with an innocent demeanor, stood there with a slight pout, also refraining from speech, contently toying with her longbow and arrows. Having spent ample time with Lin Yixin, Bai Mingyue had learned to wield a dagger, significantly enhancing her survival in close combat. An excellent development. As the countdown concluded, the battle reignited. With a roar, the amber-eyed warrior charged forth, unleashing the 4-point slash and dark slash nearly simultaneously. The 4-point slash, a group attack, was difficult to effectively block. Although Bai Mingyue managed to deflect the dark slash with a deft flick of her dagger after sustaining a blow, she had miscalculated this time. A subtle smile crept across the amber-eyed warrior's face as, with her right hand gripping the sword's blade, her left hand seized Bai Mingyue's arm, declaring, "You are finished." Soul Prison Rage. In an instant, a colossal blood-red arm erupted from the ground, ensnaring Bai Mingyue's body. The effect of Soul Prison Rage rendered her immobile for 7 seconds. "It's over," both He and Lin Yixin exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Bai Mingyue found herself unable to move. Even the protection of the Wind Chaser's set proved futile. The amber-eyed warrior swiftly delivered 2 strikes, sending Bai Mingyue out of the arena. The score was momentarily tied. Returning to the sidelines, Bai Mingyue remarked calmly, "I was unaware of his Soul Prison Rage this time. Next time, I shall ensure he never gets close. Brother and Sister Eve, rest assured, I will secure this point." I nodded. "Indeed, go forth, young lady, we all believe in you." Bai Mingyue re-entered the arena for the decisive round. The expression in the amber-eyed warrior's gaze darkened further, as he recognized the immense significance of this match. Securing victory here would provide a critical opportunity to turn the tide. Otherwise, trailing 0-2. No one could guarantee that the next combatant, Lin Yixin, would triumph. After all, Lin Yixin had swept through top-tier experts such as Zhang Tian and Bai Kong Hen in the battle at Baiyang Valley, even matching the fruit knife goddess blow for blow, almost defeating her. Such formidable prowess would certainly draw anyone's attention. Regrettably, the formidable Bai Mingyue proved to be a challenging adversary. The Dark Archer had long been a renowned figure in the Chinese region, subtly embodying the essence of an archery leader. With exceptional skills and equipment, Bai Mingyue's prowess was undeniable. Had it not been for the slight advantage that heavy armor classes hold over archers, the amber-eyed warrior would have stood no chance whatsoever. As the match commenced, the earth quivered slightly, and the amber-eyed warrior swiftly trampled countless blades of grass, darting forward with remarkable speed toward Bai Mingyue. His singular objective was to close the distance and unleash his soul prison fury to eliminate his opponent instantly. Otherwise, he would be left with no opportunity at all. Bai Mingyue retreated continuously, unleashing a barrage of spiral arrow blades that ravaged the battlefield, relentlessly striking the amber-eyed warrior and draining his health. The pursuer's set ignored 40 points of defense, inflicting unbearable pain upon the amber-eyed warrior, who found himself losing more than half of his vitality in the blink of an eye. Just as he was left with a mere 25 health points, he resolved to take a desperate gamble and launched himself forward with a ferocious charge. Yet, Bai Mingyue deftly executed a leap skill, positioning himself 20 yards behind, and unleashed a sky-piercing arrow that descended with a fearsome howl, eliciting clenched teeth from the amber-eyed warrior. The impact of the sky-piercing arrow collided with his helmet, causing excruciating pain. Despite the inevitable defeat looming over him, he refused to surrender and charged toward Bai Mingyue with his blade drawn. With a dismissive huff, Bai Mingyue could no longer contain himself. He waved his hand, and a divine light swirled around him, summoning a celestial technique. The abyssal well of the gods appeared beneath the amber-eyed warrior's feet, engulfing him in an instant and lasting for a full 15 seconds. As the countdown neared its end, Bai Mingyue's spiral arrow blade arrived as promised, swiftly executing the kill before the opponent could react. With this victory, Bai Mingyue secured a point, bringing the score to 20. Nearby, a group of players from the sword-wielding Jianghu had lost their earlier bravado. Their faces were ashen, and the once hopeful thoughts of certain victory had dissipated. Now, they were burdened with strategizing how to face the impending challenge from Lin Yixin, and how to explain their defeat to the higher-ups of the Chinese virtual division. After all, they had been hired at a high salary, and failing to deliver results was simply unacceptable. They needed to reach the top 4 to qualify for the international competition, or they would be left with no choice but to resign in disgrace. In the third match, Lin Yixin stepped forward, wielding the Thunder Goddess staff, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Rest assured, I will secure victory. Our ancient sword team is destined to reach the top 4 and ultimately claim the championship." I nodded in response. Do not underestimate your opponent, Lin Yixin. I understand. The match commenced, pitting Lin Yixin against Romantic Ash. Romantic Ash, an individual of approximately 35 years, sported a thinning crown and brandished a blood-red longsword. As a magic swordsman, his capabilities remained a mystery. The moment the competition began, Romantic Ash charged recklessly, flames dancing along his blade, a testament to his dual mastery of magic and martial arts. The fiery magic he harnessed within his sword promised to unleash a force potentially several times that of a typical sword strike, one that even Lin Yixin might struggle to withstand. However, Lin Yixin had no intention of allowing his opponent to close the distance. With a sudden flourish of his staff, he conjured 3 energy fields arranged in a triangular formation, blocking Romantic Ash's advance. Taken by surprise, Romantic Ash collided with the energy barrier, resulting in a profuse nosebleed. Clearly unprepared for Lin Yixin's formidable judgment. Frost Spiral Matrix. The colossal ice blade swept across the opponent's body, causing Romantic Ash's vitality to plummet dramatically. A staggering 90,289. The sheer ferocity of this attack was so terrifying that Romantic Ash's complexion nearly turned the shade of liver, prompting a hasty maneuver through several elemental ability fields. With a fiery sword in one hand and an ice spear charging in the other, he shouted, "Are you seeking death?" Suddenly, he launched into a charge. As a magic swordsman, he understood that to vanquish his foe, he must engage closely. His trajectory was straight and his speed astonishing. Lin Yixin, elegantly maneuvering in a curved path, wore a light smirk as yet another elemental ability field formed. Bang! Romantic Ash nearly suffered a concussion, his vitality plummeting once more. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yixin unleashed a dimensional storm, swiftly eliminating him. With a score of 10, Lin Yixin's victory was unequivocal, granting no chance whatsoever to his adversary. In the second round, Romantic Ash adopted a new strategy, cautiously approaching while conjuring ice spears to engage Lin Yixin. However, as the exchanges progressed, he realized something was amiss. While his attack reduced Lin Yixin's energy shield resilience by 10, Lin Yixin's counter diminished his vitality by a staggering 70,000. By the time Romantic Ash grasped this reality, Lin Yixin had encircled him with 12 elemental ability fields, and following an ice rotation matrix, the battle concluded. With a score of 30, the ancient sword successfully thwarted the sword-wielding Jianghu team from reaching the top 4. In the distance, Lin Yixin ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with frustration. Chapter 9:15. The Six-Tailed Fox. Have we completed 5 matches? Lin Yixin inquired with a smile. He nodded. Yes, the more matches we compete in, the higher our chances of achieving the MVP title. Lu Chun and Bai Ming still have their 2v2 battle to contend with. Besides, I need an opportunity to gain some practical experience. I have yet to participate in a finals match in the Chinese region. Lin Yixin chuckled. Best of luck, dear leader. As he entered the arena, her opponent was a beast tamer named Yixin, a rather lovely young lady, indeed petite, who, according to Du Shirsan's assessment, could be held in a single hand, hardly worth mentioning. However, Yixin soon astonished everyone. With a flick of her whip and a melodious laugh, she called out, "Come forth, my little fox, quickly, and take down this beautiful big sister." With a flourish, a massive 6-pointed star appeared on the ground, from which a tremendous creature emerged, a fox standing at least 2 meters tall, cloaked in blood-red fur, its eyes a deep black, and 6 enormous tails gently swaying in the breeze. Goodness, a 6-tailed fox, exclaimed Lin Yixin in surprise. What's wrong, E? Do you recognize this pet? I asked. Lin Yixin nodded. I once came across information about it. The 6-tailed fox is a guardian beast within the main city of Japan. How could it possibly appear in WEL's Chinese region? It defies logic. Beaming Su smiled lightly. Not necessarily. Perhaps this Yixin charmed the 6-tailed fox. Just look at her beautiful hair accessory. I wish to have one in real life. Brother, do you think it's lovely? If so, I'll order one on Taobao. I pursed my lips, expressing my heightened concern for Eve's prospects in the competition. Murong Mingyue remarked, it's of no consequence if we lose. After all, we have already secured a significant lead. Eve has no intention of vying for the MVP title, so it matters not. I replied, the 6-tailed fox appears quite formidable. Lin Yixin added, indeed, it can summon 6 types of magic, and its defense and vitality are remarkably robust. Even if it were to stand still for Eve to strike, It would take at least 3 minutes to bring it down, which is roughly the duration of a match. Therefore, I believe Eve must swiftly eliminate the physically frail beast tamer. Otherwise, her chances of victory would be severely diminished. In the arena, He had commenced her assault, wielding the 7 stars glazed spear. Despite her multiple attempts, each attack was deftly evaded by Yixin. This clever girl circled around the 6-tailed fox, which unceremoniously swayed its tails, each imbued with a distinct type of magic. In an instant, ice spikes, falling rocks, fireballs, light orbs, lightning, and wind blades wreaked havoc, relentlessly depleting He's health. Before long, the beautiful guild leader collapsed, indeed succumbing to defeat. In the second round, Yixin entered, continuing to summon the 6-tailed fox, brandishing a sparkling whip, and teasingly remarked, "Big sister, you lack strength." He, feeling a bit aggrieved, fell silent. As the countdown began, the rampaging version of the beautiful guild leader emerged, and without allowing Yixin a moment to react, unleashed an ice rock inferno slash that cleaved through the air. 5 streaks of sword light pierced the 6-tailed fox and struck Yixin directly, leaving her utterly defenseless and causing her to collapse instantly. In the third round, Yixin was prepared, adopting a defensive stance to withstand He's ice rock inferno slash, then continued to circle the divine beast. This maneuver evoked memories of a game from years past, akin to a Taoist evading a warrior, perpetually running and repositioning while allowing the Qilin dog to harass the warrior, a pure display of tormenting strategy. Ultimately, He suffered a significant defeat, not due to a lack of strength on her part, but rather because the 6-tailed fox's magical attacks were overwhelmingly potent, inflicting both slow and chaos effects that would hinder anyone. The final confrontation transitioned to a 2v2 format, where I, alongside Bai Mingyue, faced off against Jinxing Lixin and Amber Eyes. Initially, Jinxing Lixin brimmed with confidence, but that was swiftly shattered by the substantial defeats inflicted by Bai Mingyue, Lin Yixin, and myself. Now, Jinxing Lixin was left with nothing but a seething fury. A disordered mind inevitably leads to a disrupted formation. After enduring 2 consecutive rounds of our relentless onslaught, I took it upon myself to restrain the Dark Swordsman while employing the Spiral Dragon to assist, allowing Bai Mingyue to eliminate the Onmyoji. Together, we swiftly dispatched the Dark Swordsman, making the task even simpler. Amber Eyes, infuriated, cried out in frustration as I blocked over 70% of her attacks, rendering her assaults as inconsequential as a cow sinking into the sea. Helplessly, she witnessed the Onmyoji Jinxing Lixin fall to Bai Mingyue and me on 2 occasions, undoubtedly a torturous ordeal for Amber Eyes. In a resounding victory, we swept aside our opponents. Even the Dark Horse team, upon encountering the formidable Ancient Sword Soul Dream Master squad, could only see their journey conclude at this point. After the conclusion of the Sword Dream of Ancient Swords, even the spicy noodle enthusiast Zhang Chun sent me a message. Haha, splendid job. These individuals, prior to the commencement of the WL Chinese regional competition, had fervently declared their intention to seize the championship, dismissing even renowned competitors like Zhu Yingwan and Feng Se Huanxiang with arrogance, boasting in the virtual realm. Now, Lu Chun, your team's performance of 41 serves as a resounding slap to these presumptuous folks. What a gratifying spectacle. I chuckled. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Zhang. At that moment, Fei Er ascended the stage, gently smiling as she spoke. We extend our gratitude to all the players for their remarkable and consecutive displays of skill. The list of the top 4 has now been determined. The 4 teams representing our Chinese server in the WL International Finals are Shui Yinshan, Han Guizhan Pao, Zhu Long, and Gu Jianhun Ming. Next, we shall witness the highly anticipated semifinals of the Chinese region, where the matchups are as follows: Shui Yinshan versus Han Guizhan Pao, and Zhu Long versus Gu Jianhun Ming. Let us eagerly await the emergence of a new champion. On the large screen, the dazzling matchups were unveiled. Shui Yinshan versus Han Guizhan Pao, Gu Jianhun Ming versus Zhu Long. This is the true clash of titans. Finally, we have reached the top 4. The audience erupted in cheers, with Shui Yinshan, Gu Jian, and Zhu Long boasting legions of supporters on the Chinese server, while Han Guizhan Pao, the reigning guild from the Ling Tong era, made a triumphant return, sending many nostalgic fans into a frenzy. Moreover, the prowess of all 4 teams is formidable, rendering the ultimate semifinals a veritable death group. Any champion would come as no surprise. Fei Er, her face radiant with delight, continued. First, let us express our gratitude to the organizing entity, Heaven Company, as well as our sponsors, including Apple Software, ExxonMobil, and Walmart, for their generous support of this competition. Now, may I invite the main battle members of the first semifinal matchup to take the stage. With a flourish of her hand, a rainbow bridge materialized above the stage. Players from Shui Yinshan and Hongui Pao were swiftly transported onto the bridge, standing beneath the spotlight. A sense of nervousness enveloped them. Lin Yixin maintained her composure, being well acquainted with such events, while her companions Qing Qing, Shui Xiang, and Zi Yiho looked around in awe, marveling at the spectacle unfolding on the main stage. Fei Er gracefully ascended the steps of the rainbow bridge, microphone in hand, and smiled at Lin Yixin, the stunning beauty of Feng Se Huan Xiang. You are the captain of the Shui Yinshan team, and are renowned as the fruit knife goddess. Your opponent today is the formidable Hongui Pao, who has made a comeback. How do you perceive this match? Are you confident in securing victory against them? Lin Yixin blinked, brandishing her short dagger, and replied with a smile, it's manageable. Though Hongui Pao possesses great strength, Shui Yinshan is equally formidable. Our goal is the championship. We shall not be content with merely reaching the top 4 in the international competition. Fei Er chuckled softly. Well, the wind color beauty is indeed brimming with confidence. Next, let us interview the captain of the Soul Return Battle Garb team. The microphone was passed to Shui Yunao, a remarkably youthful and stunning girl wielding a longsword. She spoke with conviction. The Soul Return Battle Garb will deliver a powerful strike for the championship. We shall triumph over Shui Yinshan and seize this title. Suddenly, Shui Yunao raised her arm, clenched her delicate fist, and declared, I will take the divine General Lu Chun from the hands of Wind Color Fantasy. I believe that Lu Chun will eventually be mine. Instantaneously, Lin Yixin was stirred, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, Come on, let us settle this in battle. I, seated in the audience, bemusedly thought, what does this have to do with me? Clearly, it's a match between Shui Yinshan and Soul Return Battle Garb. Why am I being mentioned? This is absurd. Who could fathom it? He glared at me. Murong Mingyue chuckled. You certainly attract attention, young man. Bei Mingxue interjected. I don't believe that is the case. Shui Yunao desires her brother not only for his strength, but also for his potential to elevate the Soul Return Battle Garb. She simply hasn't realized the nature of his relationship with Sister Eve, which is why she remains so fervently eager to recruit him. Murong Mingyue inquired playfully, Bei Ming, what is the relationship between Eve and young Lu Chun? Bei Mingxue's face flushed, and she whispered, do I even need to say? In Bei Ming's eyes, her brother has 2 girlfriends. One is Sister Lin Yixin, and the other is Sister Eve. No other woman is worthy of him. I felt my face heat up, pretending not to have heard a word as I gazed at the stage. He, too, lowered his head, his ears tinged with crimson. On stage, Lin Yixin and Shui Yunao were already strategizing, and soon after, the matchups appeared on the large screen. It was a clash of titans, where only the brave would prevail. 1v1. Wind Color Fantasy LV-182 Light Ranger vs. Ice Fire Song LV-181 Frozen Berserker 1v1. Shadow Chanel LV-181 Dark Sorcerer vs. Shui Yunao LV-180 Magic Knight 1v1. Purple Cloak Marquee LV-181 Warrior vs. Ring Spirit LV-180 Necromancer 1v1. Pure Water Aroma LV-180 Archer vs. Divine Bone LV-180 Iron Blood Knight 2v2. Wind Color Fantasy LV-182 Light Ranger Purple Cloak Marquee LV-181 Warrior vs. Ice Fire Song LV-181 Frozen Berserker Ring Spirit LV-180 Necromancer. Indeed, both sides dispatched their strongest contenders for the opening bout, determined to claim victory in the first confrontation. What would the outcome be between the Fruit Knife Goddess and the emerging master, the Frozen Battle Madman? He clenched her delicate fist, her beautiful eyes fixed on the matchups, murmuring, Shui Yinshan's lineup. Qing appears somewhat weak. That is a discernible shortcoming. I nodded in agreement. Yes? Shui Yinshan is lacking a top-tier expert at the level of Purple Cloak Marquee. At that moment, Lin Yixin teleported in, smiling. Rest assured, I will secure one promptly.